Chapter 117. Safeguarding the home. Zhang Qinghuan stood in the grand foyer of the villa, gazing at the desolate interior. Previously, the space had not seemed vast. But with the sudden absence of 4 individuals, it now felt somewhat eerie. Particularly in the dim light of the evening, the house transformed into a labyrinthine den, concealing unknown beasts within the shadows, poised to pounce upon him when he let his guard down. Suddenly, the lights flickered to life. "Why haven't you turned on the lights?" asked Xia Xiaoyu, who had just parked and entered the villa, puzzled as he switched on the illumination. Zhang Qinghuan turned to glance at Xia Xiaoyu, relieved that he had not joined the National Olympic team. Otherwise, he would likely prefer to stay in a hotel alone rather than here. "Are you not disappointed about not participating in the Olympics, Xiaoyu?" he inquired. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled and shook his head. "Not at all, Brother Huan. I am an eligible player for the next Olympic Games. It is you who might feel regretful, right? Coach Shi specifically called to explain why I wasn't selected. I believe he is correct. This National Olympic team doesn't need me, and my presence would only cause confusion. Moreover, even if Coach Shi wanted to recruit me, I would decline." Zhang Qinghuan's statement piqued Xia Xiaoyu's curiosity. "Why is that?" he asked. "Think about it, Xiaoyu. With Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, and Sun Quan all absent, our team's main roster has already lost 4 players. If I were to join, we would be down 5, practically half of our core lineup." Zhang Qinghuan elucidated. "What about the league? Will we even manage to avoid relegation?" Coach Xiao would be beside himself with worry. Xia Xiaoyu suddenly realized his earlier oversight. "Oh, indeed," he acknowledged. Zhang Qinghuan surveyed the empty expanse of the villa and remarked, "Thus, we must remain to safeguard our home. At the very least, we should stabilize the team's performance. Otherwise, you know how Hu Lai can be. If he returns to find us teetering on the brink of relegation, who knows what antics he might conjure to torment us." After pondering for a moment, Xia Xiaoyu replied, "I believe he would insist that we cover the rent for the entire year." Zhang Qinghuan paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, spot on." His laughter echoed through the vacant halls. Once his mirth subsided, he suggested, "Since we have nothing else to do tonight, how about playing some games?" Xia Xiaoyu initially nodded in agreement, but then shook his head vigorously. "Brother Huan, have you forgotten? The gaming console was taken by Hu Ge and the others." Zhang Qinghuan's smile froze upon his face. "Damn." Meanwhile, Qin Lin stood on the terrace of the 2nd floor, gazing at the villa shrouded in night. Only the foyer and living room lights illuminated the ground floor, casting a warm glow through the glass, while the other rooms remained cloaked in darkness. The stark contrast to the usual vibrant illumination was jarring, for out of 6 individuals had departed, leaving only Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu in the vast house. "Isn't it a bit unsettling for just 2 people to inhabit such a spacious abode?" his wife, Wang Yuan, remarked from behind him. "If it were me, I would resolutely refuse to stay here, I assure you, old Qin. At times, when you venture out for an away game, this house is left with just the 2 of us, myself and Chi-Chi, and I find myself feeling a bit apprehensive." My wife, in her usual manner, was chattering on when suddenly a commotion erupted from the backyard of the villa they were observing. Accompanying the noise, 2 massive floodlights flickered to life, casting a brilliant white glow over the 9-a-side football pitch. 2 figures emerged under the lights. "Just the 2 of them playing?" Wang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Qin Lin chuckled. "Isn't it better than being cooped up in such a large house?" With that, he turned and made his way back inside. "Hey, where are you going?" his wife inquired. "Just to join the fun," Qin Lin replied as he pushed open the patio door, calling out to his son's bedroom. "Chi-Chi, change your clothes. We're going to play football." "But my homework isn't finished," his wife protested. "You can finish it when we return. They won't be playing for long," Qin Lin said, his voice soon echoing from downstairs. Simultaneously, the sound of his son's footsteps could be heard descending from his room, followed by the thumping sound of him coming down the stairs. Coming. Wang Yuan chose not to chase after them into the house, but instead turned back to the patio. Before long, she witnessed her husband and son sprinting out of the yard, hastening toward the villa across the way, each carrying a pair of football shoes. Watching them, Wang Yuan shook her head. After playing all day with the team, returning home to play again, one would think they were nearing retirement. How could they not have had their fill? Wang Guangwei noticed Hu Lai staring blankly at the game controller in his hands and asked, "What's wrong?" Selecting a team, Hu Lai sighed deeply. "This controller reminds me of Huan Ge. Alas, what if he and Xiaoyu want to play games together?" "You still have the nerve to say that? Wasn't it you who insisted on taking the console away?" Chen Xingyi interjected with a smirk. Do you really lack the money for it? Just buy another one. Well said. Why don't you buy one, little star? Hu Lai retorted. Chen Xingyi promptly put on a serious face, declaring, one cannot play without borrowing. Little star, clarify your words. Which one? Wang Guangwei, ignoring the playful banter, sighed. Speaking of which, the day after tomorrow is our home game against the Nanjia Rue Lions. I genuinely wonder how that match will unfold. No sooner had he spoken than a few individuals barged in, led by Wang Zijian, who exclaimed, let us play games. Wang Guangwei turned to glance at Zhang Qinghuan beside Wang Zijian and suddenly recalled, Zhang Qinghuan, aren't you part of the Nanjia Rue Lions? Zhang Qinghuan nodded, yes. What of it? Our team is playing against the Nanjia Rue Lions the day after tomorrow, Wang Guangwei explained. We can only watch the broadcast here. We can't help but feel a bit anxious. Last time we rotated players, we lost to you away. Zhang Qinghuan reassured him. Oh, what's there to worry about? I can't go either. Hu Lai scoffed. That doesn't equate, Zhang Qinghuan. We, the Shining Stars, are missing 4 key players. Are you a mainstay for the Lions? Zhang Qinghuan. Wang Zijian chimed in. Qinghuan go. I'm not here to stir trouble, but I wouldn't take that lightly. Zhang Qinghuan rolled up his sleeves. Give me the controller. I need to teach Hu Lai a lesson. In the 17th round of the league, the Shining Stars faced off against the Nanjia Ruishi at their home ground, marking the first match in 2 months without their 4 key players, Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Sun Chuan Junping. This match naturally garnered significant attention, as everyone was eager to see how the Shining Stars would perform in the absence of these pivotal figures and whether they would falter in the upcoming games. During the pre-match press conference, Zhao Kongming acknowledged the impact of missing these 4 main players on the team. However, he also expressed confidence that the remaining players could rise to the occasion. Every player on our team is exceptional. I believe that even without Hu Lai and the others, we can maintain our composure, he asserted. In this match, Qin Lin and Xia Xiaoyu both started. Qin Lin's role mirrored that of Sun Chuan Junping, focusing on defense, while the responsibility of controlling the pace fell to Xia Xiaoyu. Up front, Kang Ziqing took the position of center forward, partnering with Li Rong on the left flank to fill Chen Xingyi's role. Zhang Qinghuan continued in the attacking midfielder position, tasked with providing support, while Zhao Kongming urged him to actively approach the penalty area and attempt to score. With Hu Lai absent, Kang Ziqing's scoring ability might not suffice, necessitating a collaborative effort among players to compensate for individual shortcomings. In other words, whereas Hu Lai previously could single-handedly fulfill the scoring responsibilities, now 2 or 3 players must combine their efforts to achieve what he once accomplished alone. Thus, it is impossible to claim there is no impact. Zhao Kongming's optimistic remarks were merely to bolster team morale and support the sentiments of the other players. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Zijian sat cross-legged on Hu Lai's bed, watching the match broadcast alongside the 3 Shining Stars players. What brings you here, Zhang Qinghuan? Hu Lai inquired. What do you mean by just joining the fun? This match is also our Ruishi's game. I want to see how the Ruishi will trounce you, Shining Stars. He retorted with a smirk. Are you certain? Hu Lai challenged. What is uncertain about it? If the Ruishi wins against the Shining Stars, it means your absence has had no impact. It's the same with or without you. Zhang Qinghuan replied. Upon hearing Hu Lai's clever perspective, he was momentarily taken aback. Conversely, if the Shining Stars were to defeat the Ruishi, it would imply that without Hu Lai, the Ruishi struggles to perform. So which will it be? Victory or defeat? Faced with this dilemma, Nanjia Ruishi's substitute goalkeeper, Zhang Qinghuan, was left speechless, unable to provide an answer. A crisp whistle echoed from the television, accompanied by the commentator's voice. The match begins. Nanjia Ruishi takes the lead. Despite being the away team, they played with great vigor, while the Shining Stars, though Zhao Kongming did not voice it, were significantly affected by the absence of Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Sun Chuan Junping. We are in the lead, Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, leaping from the bed and dancing with excitement. Wang Zijian swiftly tugged at him, urging him to maintain a low profile, for they were in Hu Lai's room, where the 3 members of the Shining Star team outnumbered the 2 of them. The trio remained engrossed in the television screen, oblivious to their presence. 13 minutes later, Shining Star executed a splendid play. Zhang Qinghuan feigned a breakthrough, only to suddenly pass the ball to the advancing Xia Xiaoyu. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Xia Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball grazed the foot of a defending player from Nanjia Rue Lion, altering its trajectory just enough to catch the goalkeeper, Sui Ku, off guard. and the ball found the back of the net. What a magnificent goal. Xia Xiaoyu. This marked his inaugural goal in the Chinese Super League this season. Truly, a young hero emerges. In the absence of 4 key players, Xia Xiaoyu bravely stepped up to help his team equalize the score. Amidst the commentators' ecstatic shouts, Hu Lai dashed in front of Zhang Qinghuan, performing a playful dance. Did you see that? My junior can score against you. Zhang Qinghuan, disinterested, retaliated by tossing a pillow at him. Xia Xiaoyu, elated by his goal, turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, fervently pumping his fists and shouting. A stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. Zhang Qinghuan, attempting several times to catch him from behind, ultimately failed until they reached the corner flag, where Xia Xiaoyu finally remembered to turn and embrace Zhang Qinghuan, the architect of his assist. Shining Star's teammates immediately engulfed the two in celebration. Following Xia Xiaoyu's equalizer, the match descended into a stalemate. Both teams had opportunities, yet none could capitalize. Particularly for Shining Star, Hu Lai's prowess became evident. Both Kang Ziqing and Li Rong had chances to score. Although the front 3 lacked the spearheads Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi, playmaker Zhang Qinghuan remained, supplying numerous exquisite passes that went unconverted. Accustomed to collaborating with Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan refrained from complaints and began to take more shots on goal, as per Zhao Kongming's directive. As the match approached stoppage time, the score remained 1-1. Zhang Qinghuan received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, feigning a pass into the box, which tricked the defending player from Nanjia Rue Lion to step back, creating space. He then abruptly struck a curling shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring into the upper corner of the goal. Though Sui Ku, the Nanjia Rue Lion goalkeeper, leapt valiantly and extended his arms, he could not reach the ball. A massive cheer erupted in the Indong Province Sports Center as the ball curved into the net. Zhang Qinghuan. Wow. Magnificent. An exquisite arc. A spectacular shot that seemed to transcend the heavens. Shining Star had taken the lead. With only 2 minutes remaining, he was on the verge of sealing the victory against Nanjia Rue Lion. After scoring, Zhang Qinghuan raised both hands skyward, gazing up, and was subsequently embraced by his teammates. He joyfully celebrated with them. Meanwhile, Hu Lai was boasting to the astonished Zhang Qinghuan in front of the television. What kind of expression is that? In the past, our dear Huan Ge was indeed considered the foremost talent in Chinese football, mastering the arts of passing, organizing, and scoring. It is only natural for him to find the back of your net. His current scarcity of goals is solely due to my presence in front of him. There simply lies no need for him to score. Wang Zijian weakly remarked. Hu Lai, your assertion is rather vexing. But Chen Xingyi interjected, yet he speaks the truth. Wang Zijian replied, thus it becomes even more irksome. Chapter 118. Mutual encouragement before the match. Many believe that without Hu Lai, Wang Guanglei, Chen Xingyi, and Sun Chuan Junping, even on home turf against the 6th-ranked Nanjia Rue Lions, it would be a remarkable feat for the Shining Stars to secure a draw. To everyone's astonishment, however, Zhang Qinghuan's last-minute goal led the Shining Stars to triumph over their opponents. This victory, coupled with a draw for the Hedong Thunder, not only prevented the Shining Stars from falling behind, but also narrowed the gap between them and the 3rd-placed Hedong Thunder to a mere point. Such an outcome was beyond the wildest expectations of many. Post-match media coverage was replete with accolades for Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan. Their performances were widely praised, though perhaps no one realized that the two simply wished to avoid shouldering the burden of the annual rent. I do not know what the future holds. Perhaps we shall lose the next match. Yet, it matters not. I believe this victory will surely allow those lads to focus on preparing for the Olympics with the national team. Zhao Kongming confided to Chen Imo. Do you think they will watch this match? Chen Imo inquired. I am quite certain they will, Zhao Kongming replied with conviction. They must still harbor concerns for the club. However, if they remain preoccupied with the club, they may find it difficult to concentrate on their Olympic preparations. I do not wish for them to feel that the team cannot function without them. That makes sense. Yet, I wonder how they will perform at the Olympics. My anticipation only grows, Zhao Kongming added. Let us maintain a calm perspective, old Chun. After all, this is their inaugural venture into an international competition, and prior to them, Chinese football has accumulated significant debts. Expecting them to repay all is unrealistic. I believe that as long as they can express their own style and glean some experience from the Olympics, it will suffice. Upon their return, discovering their progress will render the trip to Madrid worthwhile. That is your perspective, old Zhao. The attention from domestic media regarding this national Olympic team training is indeed meticulous, with every detail making headlines. I fear the players may feel overwhelmed by the pressure. Frankly, such high scrutiny seems abnormal and offers little benefit to the team. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. What hope can there be? They are already placed in the group of death. Can we truly expect them to advance from the group stage? Advancing from the group stage may be far-fetched. But is it not daunting to expect the so-called goal of scoring 1 goal to earn 1 point and winning a match? Those are merely the musings of internet users. Are they not? Do fans genuinely anticipate that the national Olympic team will fulfill such aspirations? Scoring a single goal, whose goal would that be? Earning a point, against whom? Winning a match seems even more ludicrous. Against Argentina, Nigeria, and Belgium, who among them can we hope to defeat? Zhao Qinghuan shook his head repeatedly. Do not take it seriously. Let us not concern ourselves with their performance at the Olympics. Rather, it would be prudent to reflect upon our own pressing issues. It is indeed somewhat astonishing, as Chun Xingyi gazed at the league standings on his mobile device, noting that our team currently holds steadfast in 4th place. Despite having been equaled on points by Tinglong, he marveled at how Shining Star's performance in the league surpassed the expectations of many. Since their triumph against the Nanjiarue Lions at home, 2 more rounds of league matches had transpired, alongside a 6th-round match in the FA Cup. In that particular FA Cup encounter, Zhao Qinghuan made a decisive strategic decision to forfeit, fielding an entirely substitute team, which resulted in a predictable 1-3 defeat to the Shanghai Mariners. Thus, the reigning champions of the FA Cup were eliminated. However, this matter garnered little attention. The populace was far more focused on Shining Star's league performance. In the 18th round, Shining Star secured a surprising 2-1 victory against Haihe Shuanggang away from home, a result that caught many off guard. Forget the formalities, just sing praises for Huan Ji's brilliance. Hu Lai echoed Chun Xingyi's sentiments. Zhang Qinghuan notably scored twice in this match, continuing his excellent form from the previous round. The media was inundated with accolades and praise for Zhang Qinghuan, as it seemed that overnight, the hope of Chinese football had returned. Following this match, Shining Star ascended to 3rd place in the league standings, buoyed by a recent string of 3 consecutive victories. Yet, in the 19th round, they fell back to 4th place after a 0-2 home defeat to the Shanghai Mariners. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that when Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Chun Xingyi departed from the team to join the national U23 squad for over half a month, Shining Star's league ranking remained unchanged from when they left, a feat that many found incredible. This also brought comfort to the Shining Star players, who were preparing to leave China for Spain. At this moment, Chun Xingyi and his teammates had just disembarked from their flight from the capital to Dubai, making their way towards the designated waiting area in the terminal, anticipating their boarding in 2 hours for a connecting flight to Madrid, the capital of Spain. They were set to engage in the final stage of training before the impending Olympics. Many of their U23 teammates curiously surveyed the modern terminal while inquiring about the location of the duty-free shops, keen to make the most of their 2-hour layover. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. The U23 players turned to the source of the noise and were greeted by a group of individuals clad in matching uniforms. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the women's football team. Many quickly identified the statuesque, strikingly beautiful, and charismatic Li Qingqing among the crowd. The short hair she had cut last year had grown long again, tied back in a ponytail cascading down her back, with wispy bangs gently swaying in the breeze. It was evident that they had also spotted the U23 team, casting glances their way, with some even waving. The team leaders and head coaches stepped out from their respective groups, meeting in the middle for an enthusiastic handshake. What a surprise to encounter you here. We are on a layover. Huh, so are we. What a coincidence. The players stood on either side, behind their respective coaches and team leaders, gazing at one another from a distance. Hu Lai noticed Li Qingqing looking at him. He then lowered his gaze and saw her right hand, which was discreetly extending a little pinky finger beside her body. He understood her meaning immediately. After rolling his eyes upward, he too extended his left hand from his pocket, revealing his pinky finger. Upon noticing Hu Lai's gesture, a smile graced Li Qingqing's face, eliciting a chorus of sighs from several players on the Olympic team. In the space between the two teams, the leaders and coaches were engaged in cordial conversation. We just disembarked from the plane and must wait here for another 2 hours. We are preparing to board for Paris. We want to delay you then. Safe travels, and see you in Madrid. All right, see you in Madrid. The two teams briefly crossed paths before parting ways. As they passed each other, the women's football team was the first to cheer. "Go, Olympic team." In response, the Olympic players halted, turned back, and waved while calling out, "Go, women's team." This scene prompted numerous travelers from around the globe to pull out their phones to capture photos or record videos. It would not be long before fans back in China could witness this beautiful moment online, a serendipitous encounter of the men's and women's teams representing Chinese football in a foreign land. Exchanging blessings and parting ways, they would head to different destinations. The women's team was off to training in Paris, while the Olympic team headed directly to Madrid. Yet ultimately, they would converge once more on the grand stage of the Olympics. For Chinese football, such a scene was exceedingly rare, as past overseas journeys had often seen only the solitary figures of the women's team. "Wow, how moving." Su Wen sniffled among her teammates. "This time, we are not alone. Though we may be heading in different directions, we will ultimately walk side by side." Li Qingqing turned to her teammate, smiling. When she received a WeChat message from Hu Lai, childish. Li Qingqing's smile broadened as she typed back, "What do you know? This is called a sense of ritual." "Hey, I'm telling you, just now Li Qingqing smiled at me." "Wake up." She smiled at me. "We were perfectly aligned. Come on, I'll wake you up." Listening to the banter among the Olympic players, Luo Kai could not help but smirk inwardly. He then turned his gaze towards Hu Lai, who was intently focused on his phone. Luo Kai's expression hardened. He realized whom Qingqing had smiled at just moments ago. A pang of heartache struck him, yet he felt powerless to intervene. How could he prevent all of this? By striving to perform well in the Olympics. Clenching his fist, he steeled himself and walked forward, chest out, following his teammates. Chapter 119. The Close Friends Valero Football Club, a professional football establishment situated in the eastern suburbs of Madrid. Once competed in La Liga, but now finds itself in the lower division of Segunda. Despite its modest stature, the club boasts all the essential facilities. While many domestic clubs lack dedicated youth training bases, this Segunda club has already established its own, if not for the guidance of local residents. One would hardly suspect that nestled within a nearby residential area lies a professional football club's youth training facility, amidst the aging apartment buildings. The Valero training base consists of 3 standard football pitches, 2 seven-a-side pitches, and a 3-story building. Any resident residing in these apartments can simply stroll to their window and gaze down upon the entirety of the Valero training base, perhaps even spotting their own children among the youngsters playing on the field. Without needing to venture to the sidelines, a pair of binoculars suffices to observe their child's performance. 5 days prior, a group of unfamiliar young athletes arrived at the Valero training base, the entire squad of the Chinese Olympic football team. This facility serves as their training ground in Madrid prior to the commencement of the Olympic Games. They will train here until shortly before the competition begins, at which point they will relocate to Valencia, the venue for the matches. Consequently, the training base of this small Madrid team has welcomed an influx of Eastern accents. Curious onlookers have emerged from the surrounding apartment windows, men, women, and children alike, casting inquisitive glances at the training grounds. A young man, donning a baseball cap and sunglasses, stood at the edge of the field with his hands in his pockets, shifting his gaze from the distant apartments back to the players of the Chinese Olympic team, who had just finished their training session and were preparing to depart. He approached Hu Lai, asking, "Do you still remember me?" As Hu Lai turned to face him, he instinctively took a step back, frowning and replying, "Who are you?" The young man removed his cap and sunglasses, smiling warmly at Hu Lai. Upon seeing his face, Hu Lai paused momentarily, then inquired with uncertainty, "Song Jejia?" "Indeed," the young man exclaimed joyfully. Hu Lai was taken aback. "What on earth? How have you changed so much? Weren't you studying in America? Why are you in Korea now? Is that even reasonable?" "I haven't had plastic surgery. I've merely lost weight." Hu Lai scrutinized Song Jejia, muttering, "No, this must be an illusion. You can't scare me." "Come on, Hu Lai. You merely went abroad for studies, and now you're like a missing person? Why haven't you reached out? Is it that America doesn't allow WeChat?" Hu Lai appraised him from head to toe. After losing weight, Song Jejia appeared remarkably more handsome, a stark contrast to the greasy, overweight figure that lingered in his memories. "Huh, I have a surprise for you," exclaimed Hu Lai, for some inexplicable reason. The mere mention of this phrase now conjured the image of Coach Li Ziqiang's abyss-like dark visage in Hu Lai's mind, causing him a slight headache. "No, this is a scare. I must confirm the code. Are you truly Song Jejia? Is that even a question?" Song Jejia replied. "Back when you played for the school team, I was the one who always washed your jersey after each match, and you complained that the jasmine scent of our laundry detergent was inferior to that of Li Qingqing's. From the side, Luo Kai, upon overhearing this exchange, suddenly turned to look. Upon seeing him, Song Jejia raised his hand in greeting. "Hi, Luo Kai. You are Luo Kai?" He replied, furrowing his brows in confusion. Song Jejia, the fat guy, Hu Lai pointed out to Luo Kai. Luo Kai's eyes widened, displaying an expression of disbelief. Hu Lai chuckled at the sight. "See, Song Fatty? It's not just me who's bewildered." Reluctantly, Song Jejia recounted the explanation he had just given Hu Lai. Chen Xingyi, who had been silently observing the scene, remarked, "No wonder people say every overweight person is a potential star." Their unexpected reunion attracted the attention of others, who paused to watch. The head coach, Shi Wuyin, noticed the players lingering and approached to inquire, "What is going on?" "Ah, Coach Shi. My high school buddy has come to see me." Hu Lai quickly introduced Song Jejia to Shi Wuyin. "Hello, Coach Shi. I am Hu Lai's classmate from high school. My name is Song Jejia," he said politely. Shi Wuyin glanced at him before turning back to Hu Lai. "Do you need me to give you time to catch up?" Indeed, Hu Lai had numerous questions for Song Jejia. Thus, he asked Shi Wuyin, "Coach Shi, may I take the night off? I won't return to the hotel with the team, but I promise to be back by 10. Shi Wuyin nodded. "All right, then you may leave with your friend after changing." He was quite reassured about Hu Lai, especially since he had never been involved in any scandals since rising to fame. He neither frequented nightclubs nor engaged in reckless romantic entanglements, and he abstained from alcohol and smoking. Despite his commercial potential, he had yet to sign any business contracts. Remaining more innocent than many of his peers, solely focused on excelling in football. What was there to worry about with someone like him? The two sat in a Spanish barbecue restaurant, where Hu Lai could not help but scrutinize Song Jejia, eventually pulling out his phone to capture a picture of Song Jejia, who was busy ordering. "What are you doing?" Song Jejia asked without looking up. "Just taking a photo to send to Li Qingqing later. She will surely be astonished at your current appearance." "Wow, Li Qingqing has really made it big now. But you're impressive too. I never would have imagined that my classmate from high school would become a superstar. What is so surprising? Weren't you the one who said you would become my agent back then? So how far along is that plan?" Hu Lai inquired. This time, Song Jejia did not respond immediately. Instead, she finished ordering and handed the menu to the waiter, expressing her gratitude in Spanish before turning to Hu Lai and saying, "I never truly considered the challenges of being an agent until I resolved to embark on this path. Only then did I realize that it is far more complex than I had initially envisioned. Becoming a FIFA-certified agent is no simple feat. What is the matter? Are you thinking of throwing in the towel? I must tell you, Li Qingqing has expressed her desire for you to be her agent." Really? I'm taken aback. Song Jejia's surprise was evident, followed by a furrowed brow. "Hu Lai, you may wonder why I haven't reached out to you. The truth is, I recognized that becoming an agent might take considerable time, and I felt too embarrassed to face you. Hence, I hesitated to contact you online. Why do you feel differently now?" Hu Lai inquired. "Well, I've devised a plan," she replied. "What plan?" "Personally, I cannot serve as your agent in the short term. But you cannot simply remain unrepresented while awaiting my availability. How will you negotiate contracts with clubs? How will you engage in commercial partnerships? Given your current popularity, I'm sure numerous brands have approached you," Song Jejia questioned. Hu Lai nodded. "I turned them all down." Upon hearing this response, which was quintessentially Hu Lai, Song Jejia paused in silence for a few moments before continuing. "That is why I thought I could establish a talent agency. As you know, most players nowadays sign contracts with agencies. It's rare for an agent to operate independently. The role of an agent has evolved beyond merely being a caretaker for players." Hu Lai nodded, understanding this rationale. Uncle Yong operated independently, but he exclusively represented Zhang Qinghuan, occasionally assisting himself and Wang Guangwei. His business was modest, and consequently, his earnings were limited. Yet, Uncle Yong seemed unconcerned about profit. As a resident of the capital, with several properties and 2 cars, he lacked the motivation to strive further. He often stated that his pursuit of being an agent stemmed solely from his passion for football and the desire to assist Zhang Qinghuan. "I heard you all are in Spain for training, so I specifically traveled from America to discuss this matter with you in person. If you consent, I will proceed. I will establish a company, hiring professional agents along with dedicated legal and accounting teams to serve you. You need only focus on playing football while I manage the company. The specific duties of an agent will be handled by professionals. What do you think?" Hu Lai was not particularly attuned to business matters, but out of trust for his longtime friend, He nodded. This is your area of expertise. I defer to your judgment, my friend. You agree so readily? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Song Jejia teased with a smile. Am I to fear you? You lent me 50,000 without hesitation back then, and I still have not repaid you. You haven't even mentioned it since, so I cannot let fear of deception cloud my judgment. Hu Lai shrugged with a smirk. Song Jejia paused for a moment. I had almost forgotten that you owe me 50,000. You're quite magnanimous. Hu Lai gave Song Jejia a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Song Jejia gazed at Hu Lai with a smile, saying nothing, simply enjoying the moment. Hu Lai, noticing her demeanor, inquired, What are you laughing about? Nothing much. Just feeling quite good. You have truly become a remarkable figure now, Hu Lai. This remark transported Hu Lai back to his days at Dongchuan High School. In retrospect, those years were marked by many unpleasant memories, including subtle bullying from teachers and classmates, as well as instances of campus harassment. Yet, he still cherishes both the good and the bad experiences. For amidst those not-so-pleasant recollections were the beautiful moments spent with Song Jejia and Li Qingqing, the years of his gradual growth in the school team, and the camaraderie shared with teammates as they fought side by side to earn a spot in national competitions and ultimately, the national championship. Although he now enjoys the adoration of countless fans, he recalls a time when he had to rely on the allure provided by external enhancements to garner a meager following within the school. When reflecting on his youthful high school days, he cannot forget the times he was looked down upon, yet he cannot disregard the joyous moments either. It can only be said that the man he is today is a product of a myriad of both favorable and unfavorable experiences. Without the mixed bag of those past encounters, the current Hu Lai would not exist. He gazed at Song Jejia's transformed visage and remarked, I never thought you would lose weight. How will I still call you fatty now? Song Jejia laughed heartily. It's fine. Still call me fatty. I've grown accustomed to it. So, what prompted your desire to lose weight? Hu Lai inquired. To attract girls, Song Jejia replied succinctly, leaving Hu Lai momentarily stunned. What? Let me tell you, Hu Lai. Ever since I slimmed down, I've been getting much more attention from girls. Hu Lai looked at him with a heavy heart, exclaiming, You've changed. You're no longer the fatty I once knew. Song Jejia smirked. Hu Lai, are you still a virgin? What does that have to do with being a virgin? So, you are still a virgin then. Damn. Song Jejia waved goodbye from the car, watching as Hu Lai's figure disappeared into the hotel lobby, before instructing the taxi driver to drive away. During dinner, their conversation rarely touched upon high school. Instead, they delved into Song Jejia's experiences studying abroad in the United States. As for Hu Lai's journey, he didn't need to be informed, for although they hadn't been in touch, he had kept a keen eye on Hu Lai's life. Despite not having seen each other for several years, there was no sense of awkwardness when they first laid eyes on one another. They bantered and joked as if the years of absence had never occurred. Ding! A new message notification chimed on his WeChat. Upon opening his phone, he discovered a transfer notification from Hu Lai, 50,000 yuan. This is for you. I want to charge interest. Hu Lai had written. Instead of accepting, Song Jejia replied, No need to repay. Just consider it the signing fee I owed you back then. Get lost. You think 50,000 yuan is enough to buy my signature? Hu Lai retorted. Uft. Have you forgotten how you were back then? 50,000 is quite a sum. Come on, that 50,000 wasn't buying the past me. It was an investment in my future. Just look at who I am now. How many times has your initial investment multiplied? Let me tell you, my chubby friend. You must add another 10,000 yuan to your funds. Just think about it. Once our company takes off, I assure you, your earnings will multiply 1,000-fold from that 10,000. 1,000 times 10,000? That's a staggering 1 billion. The boss is truly remarkable. I am indebted to you for this life, the next, and the one after. Oh, I meant to say, earning 10 million a year. With your mathematical prowess, I'm beginning to doubt the profitability of your company. I made a typo. It has nothing to do with my math skills. Typing errors are separate from mathematical ability. Song Jejia and Hu Lai exchanged banter on WeChat, her face beaming with joy. Chapter 120. The Olympics are approaching. Is this Song Jejia? Li Qingqing responded beneath the photograph of Song Jejia that Hu Lai had sent her. Though she did not send a voice message, Hu Lai could sense her astonishment. Indeed. It's the successful Dieter, Song the Chubby. Quite impressive, isn't it? If you knew the reason behind his weight loss, you wouldn't think so highly of him. Why is that? To attract women. Having succeeded in diminishing Song Jejia's image in Li Qingqing's eyes, Hu Lai relayed the idea of Song Jejia dining with him to her. A talent agency? I think that's a feasible plan, Li Qingqing replied. Thus, it was settled that Zhang Qinghuan would handle the registration of the talent agency. Once the company was successfully established, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing would become signed athletes of this new venture. After discussing business matters, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing engaged in light conversation over WeChat. By the way, I looked into it, and due to the football match schedule, it appears we may not be able to attend the opening ceremony. Although it's the Madrid Olympics, the football matches require numerous pitches, making it impossible for all games to take place in Madrid. For instance, the Chinese Olympic football team, placed in Group B, cannot remain in Madrid for their matches. After their training at the Valero Club, they must relocate to Valencia, where they will play all 3 group matches. Moreover, given the lengthy football schedule, to ensure that the matches conclude by the time of the Olympic closing ceremony, football games commence before the opening ceremony, with all players situated elsewhere. It's impractical to return solely for the opening ceremony. This is the case for every Olympics. The athlete delegations you see during the televised ceremony do not include all competing athletes. I understand, what a pity. Li Qingqing pouted, her brow furrowed as she responded with reluctance. The image she had envisioned of walking alongside Hu Lai across the podium was destined to remain unfulfilled. She had also hoped to persuade Hu Lai to take a selfie during the opening ceremony, juxtaposing it with a photograph of the two of them in their now demolished secret base, which would certainly hold great sentimental value. However, that moment now existed solely within her imagination. Neither Hu Lai nor she would be present at the opening ceremony, due to the differing locations of the competitions. The teams may not even cross paths throughout the entirety of the Olympics. Initially, the two squads waved to each other at the airport in Dubai, promising to meet in Madrid. However, the likelihood of an actual encounter in Madrid is virtually non-existent. They are participating in the same Olympic Games, yet they remain worlds apart. Lai Hu, a hat trick. He has scored his 30th goal of the season. Truly unstoppable. The screen of the tablet flickers, indicating a goal has been scored. Yet, Matt Dawn diverts his gaze from the tablet's display to the adjacent airplane window, leaning slightly forward. He can already make out the intricate maze of roads and the dense cluster of red rooftops below. The aircraft is descending towards Valencia Airport, marking the imminent conclusion of this journey. His attention shifts back to the tablet, where the game is replaying Lai Hu's recent goal, a quintessential Lai Hu strike. He found space, took a shot, and the ball found the net. While not particularly elegant, it was straightforward and effective. He has spent countless days and nights immersed in the gaming world alongside Lai Hu, possessing an intimate understanding of this virtual goal scorer. Yet, he has never witnessed even a minute of this prodigious player's live performance. Now, however, such a regret is about to be rectified. After resigning from Hammond Castle, he had ample time to organize his vacation plans. Thus, he dragged a suitcase, packed his tablet, and brought along the Game Champions Godfather 2024, bidding farewell to his parents as he flew from the UK to Spain. He is here to watch Hu Lai, the very embodiment of Lai Hu in the game, compete in the Olympics. Just before his departure, Hu Lai scored in a pre-Olympic warm-up match. Although it did not secure victory for his team, the Chinese U23 national team, given that it was their sole goal in the match, it was a commendable performance. Matt Dawn remarked that he had salvaged some pride for his team. He had viewed highlights of the match on a Chinese video platform using a VPN, and it was yet another classic Lai Hu goal. Matt hopes Hu Lai can maintain this form during the Olympic competition. The thought of witnessing Hu Lai's match live in just 2 days fills him with excitement. Despite having researched extensively about Lai Hu online, nothing compares to the understanding gained from observing him in person. Currently, he is not affiliated with any team or burdened by any obligations. He is simply here to pursue his admiration. To that end, he has also packed a Chinese national team jersey in his suitcase. Acquiring such a jersey proved challenging, as the Chinese team is not a dominant force in the world of football, and he found no retailers offering their jerseys on shopping websites in either the UK or the US. He ultimately found himself scouring the internet for strategies, much like when he first learned to use VPN software, starting anew to learn how to shop overseas for a jersey emblazoned with Hu Lai's number and name from a Chinese shopping website. This endeavor proved to be quite challenging. Yet the moment the jersey arrived at his doorstep, he couldn't help but spin joyfully around the room, gazing at the number and name on the back. He even captured a photograph and shared it on social media, which inevitably attracted a wave of confusion and ridicule from many. Matt chose to disregard the online trolls, firmly believing that after the Olympics, Many would come to understand why he had become such an ardent supporter of this Chinese player. I assure you, he will undoubtedly open the eyes of all. Zhang Qiao and his photographer partner stood outside the pitch of Valencia's Santa Lucia Stadium. Part of a throng of Chinese journalists gathered at the sidelines. Tomorrow, the Chinese U-23 team will face their inaugural match in the current Olympic Games. After more than a month of training, having traveled from China to Madrid and finally to Valencia, they played several warm-up matches, yielding mixed results. Everyone is acutely aware that the outcome of the Olympics will not be determined by these friendly games, but rather by the official matches. In the realm of Chinese football, the performance of the men's team always garners greater attention and scrutiny. This marks the return of Chinese football to the Olympic stage since the 2012 London Olympics. Given that they have never participated in the World Cup, the Olympics hold a significance for Chinese football akin to that of the World Cup. From the outset of their training, media attention has been abundant. The moment they encountered their female counterparts at Dubai Airport and exchanged farewells ignited a fervor online, sparking widespread discussion. Upon arriving in Spain, dozens of Chinese reporters congregate at the sidelines during each training session. These journalists meticulously relay every detail they observe regarding the U-23 team back to their homeland, satisfying the eager thirst of Chinese football fans. Even the incident of Hu Lai meeting a longtime friend at the training ground was reported, raising the question of how relevant this was to the national team's Olympic preparations. The enthusiasm surrounding the U-23 team, to be candid, can be somewhat burdensome for the players, who undoubtedly feel the pressure. However, they must also comprehend the reasons behind the fervor of the Chinese media. It stems from the prolonged period of deprivation experienced by Chinese fans. The reporters are likely aware that their intense scrutiny could weigh heavily on the players, creating significant pressure. Yet, they can hardly refrain from their attention. As for the pressure, professional athletes exist amidst various forms of it from the very beginning. They must learn to coexist with pressure, either conquering it or succumbing to its weight. There is no third option that entails the world delicately nurturing them. Observing the Chinese U-23 team as they engage in field adaptation training, Zhang Qiao found himself feeling somewhat anxious. To know that he is merely a journalist, not required to participate in the match, but rather to observe as a bystander. He nonetheless feels the tension. It is hard to imagine the level of anxiety the players must be experiencing. Tomorrow, the Chinese team will face the Nigerian Olympic team here. From the training sessions and warm-up matches over the past few days, it is evident to the reporters that Coach Shi Wuyi's strategy will revolve around defensive counterattacks. This is no secret, and Shi Wuyi has not concealed it. Presumably, the other three teams are not particularly concerned about the tactics employed by the Chinese squad. Maintain a calm demeanor and consider any loss of victory, Zhang Qiao silently reminds himself. Chapter 121. Idle Sister Xia, in such a hurry? A colleague in the office remarked as they noticed Xia Lan, bag in hand, preparing to leave just as the clock struck 5. Isn't Hu Lai's match tomorrow morning? Oh, I need to prepare some snacks, of course. I must make a trip to the market, Xia Lan replied, bidding farewell to her colleagues before stepping out of the office. Take care, Sister Xia, and cheer for Hu Lai? Thank you, thank you. Xia Lan's voice echoed down the corridor. Colleagues shook their heads in admiration, commenting, Sister Xia has a promising son. I want to watch the match too, but I checked the time. The live broadcast is at 2:30 in the morning. How will I manage to work afterward? Sister Xia isn't worried about oversleeping. She's young, why would she be? Can I compare myself to Sister Xia? If she oversleeps, she simply takes a day off. What could the director say? If I oversleep, that's a day of absence, and I might as well kiss my bonus goodbye. As soon as the words left their lips, the director's cough echoed at the office door, causing everyone inside to jump in alarm and greet him. Director, you're here? Is the director still on duty? With a serious expression, the director announced, tonight and tomorrow morning, our employee Xia Lan's son will compete in the Olympics. If possible, you may show your support by watching the live broadcast on television. Tomorrow, everyone is permitted to take half a day off without penalty to their bonuses. The office fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Once the director departed, the jubilation continued. Wang Jie pounded her fist on the table in protest. But no one paid her any mind. The office remained lively. Xia Lan stood outside a freshly prepared food stall, meticulously selecting from the steaming array of delicacies. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring one's appetite. She handed a bowl containing quail eggs, duck intestines, lotus slices, potato slices, and bamboo shoots to the vendor. However, the vendor, After receiving the bowl, promptly added 2 large ribs from a nearby plate, placing them on the counter. "Hey, I didn't order ribs," Xiaolan exclaimed. But it was too late. The vendor had already chopped the ribs into pieces and mixed them with the delicacies she had chosen, expertly packing them into a plastic bag before handing it over. "No need for payment, Sister Xia. It's complimentary. It hasn't even been weighed. Forget the scale, I insist. It's on the house," the vendor insisted, waving his greasy hand dismissively. How could I accept such generosity? As I made my way through, no one collected any payment from me. Xiaolan pointed towards the entrance of the market. "Then I certainly cannot accept any money. Take this instead. A token of my appreciation, just this once." Ultimately, Xiaolan was unable to give any money. A customer behind her, pointing at Xiaolan as she departed with her vegetables, inquired, "Boss, why didn't you collect her payment?" "If I could cultivate a child to lead our national team to the Olympics, I wouldn't charge a dime either." "Beautiful," the boss chuckled. Hu Lisin, seeing that his wife had finished her meal and had turned on the television early, asked, "Why are you watching TV so early? Isn't the match at 2:30 in the morning? I want to watch the women's soccer." Xiaolan placed the freshly prepared marinated dishes on the coffee table and retrieved 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. "Come on, Lao Hu, drink with me." Hu Lisin was taken aback. "Is it really necessary? Today is special. We must celebrate with a drink. Aren't you afraid of losing?" "Even if we lose, I will still enjoy it." Noticing her husband's disapproving look, Hu Lisin obediently sat down and opened both cans of beer. With a pop, the aroma of the beer burst forth from the cans, filling the air around them. Simultaneously, the television screen displayed live footage from the match. Upon seeing it, Hu Lisin understood why his wife wanted to watch the women's soccer match. The most beautiful player on the Chinese women's soccer team, Li Qingqing, appeared in close-up on the broadcast. Wasn't she the daughter of the coach of their son's school team, whom his wife had been constantly mentioning? If you truly care about this, why not directly ask Hu Lai what his relationship is with Li Qingqing? Hu Lisin remarked. Xiaolan shot him a glance. What does a man understand? Would you expect our son to honestly answer such a question? Most likely, he would say they are just ordinary friends. What could one possibly glean from that? And what if I guess wrong, wasting my emotions? How could you possibly guess wrong? Let me tell you, Lao Hu. Our son and Li Qingqing undoubtedly share a special bond. Do you believe it? Let us make a wager. If our son brings home a girlfriend, it will surely be her, Xiaolan declared confidently. Hu Lisin shook his head. I want to take that bet. Who knows how many more years it will take for him to find a girlfriend? Does he even look like someone who could attract one? Can we not be so pessimistic about our son? It's not pessimism. His mind is consumed with soccer. He hasn't awakened to other matters yet. 20 years old and still hasn't awakened? Some men don't figure it out even at 30. What can we do? That's why I say we should not overly concern ourselves with this matter. Let things unfold naturally. He can pursue whoever he wants. It's beyond our control. While they were conversing, the commentator's voice resonated from the television. The match between the Chinese women's soccer team and the Zimbabwean women's soccer team marks the debut performance of the Chinese Olympic delegation at this year's Olympics. We hope the women's team excels and sets a positive tone for our representatives. The couple fell silent, both intently focused on the television screen. Hu Lai and his teammates were seated in the hotel conference room, watching the match of the Chinese women's soccer team via live broadcast. This was a directive from head coach Shi Wuyin and team leader Ran Jiachong, mandating that everyone must attend the live broadcast of the match. Although the commentary was in Spanish and only a handful could comprehend it, watching was still essential. After this match, there would be a considerable interval before the National Olympic team departed for the venue. Shi Wuyin and Ran Jiachong hoped that through observing the women's football match, the players of the National Olympic team could glean the indomitable spirit exhibited by the female athletes. After all, when it comes to competitions such as the Olympics, the women's team possesses significantly more experience. By watching the match, perhaps the players of the National Olympic team could learn something valuable. Did Coach Shi ever contemplate the potential embarrassment should the women's team suffer a defeat? Could our women's team truly falter against Zimbabwe? The murmurs quickly dissipated as the sharp whistle of the kickoff resonated from the television, and everyone fixated their attention on the screen. In the dimly lit conference room, with the curtains drawn, the television screen became the sole source of illumination, casting shifting reflections upon each player's face. For the Chinese women's team, who had previously participated in the Women's World Cup, the Olympics did not evoke excessive anxiety, especially given the apparent inferiority of their opponents. Merely 5 minutes into the match, the Chinese team seized an opportunity at the edge of the penalty area. Li Qingqing skillfully controlled a high ball from her teammate on the flank with her chest, feigning a long-range shot, which drew the Zimbabwean defenders forward, only to effortlessly evade them and surge into the penalty area. What a remarkable play! Li Qingqing deftly maneuvered into position. As she entered the box, she lightly nudged the ball aside with her left foot, causing the approaching Zimbabwean defender to misstep. Li Qingqing then swiftly pursued the ball, unleashing a powerful shot with her left leg. Despite the valiant effort of the Zimbabwean goalkeeper to dive and intercept, she underestimated the force behind Li Qingqing's strike. The ball struck the underside of her palm and ricocheted into the net. Li Qingqing, what a stunning goal! She has opened the scoring for the Chinese team. This marks the first goal for the Chinese delegation at these Olympics, heralding their inaugural triumph with such a flawless strike. Xia Xiaoyu, seated in front of the television, slapped her thigh with exuberance. No wonder she's my son's girlfriend. Hu Lisin hurriedly intervened. Mind your words. We don't want to stir up trouble. Can't I celebrate at home? She retorted. It's just a fleeting thought. Li Qingqing was magnificent. What a beautiful goal. Incredible. In the conference room, the young players of the National Olympic team joined in applause and cheers for Li Qingqing's splendid performance. Amidst the cheers, Luo Kai gazed at the figure on the television screen, envisioning himself mirroring Li Qingqing's achievement by scoring the first goal for the Chinese National Olympic team. If that were to happen, perhaps his name would be mentioned alongside hers, and he could be heralded as a star of the Olympics. In a position slightly ahead of him, Hu Lai placed his fingers in his mouth, joining his teammates in a spirited whistle. The figure on the television screen, with her flowing ponytail, had, at that moment, become the idol of the national team players. Chapter 122. Unfazed when Li Qingqing returned to the locker room, she was met with cheers and applause from her teammates. She promptly bowed to them, though she ought to have accepted such accolades with grace, for she was deserving of it. The Chinese women's team triumphed in their opening Olympic match, defeating the Zimbabwean women's team 5-0. As the undeniable core of the team, Li Qingqing delivered an outstanding performance, scoring a hat trick and providing an assist. Out of the 5 goals scored by the Chinese team, she was involved in 4. Was such a performance not worthy of the applause and respect from her teammates? However, Li Qingqing was not Hu Lai. She still harbored a sense of modesty. Thus, she reciprocated her teammates' goodwill with her own kindness. After engaging in playful banter with them in the locker room, she took a shower, changed her clothes, and settled into her seat, picking up her phone to message Hu Lai. Hat trick, yay? Hu Lai quickly responded. What is so impressive about a hat trick against a weak team like Zimbabwe? I tell you, it's only worth mentioning when you score against stronger opponents. Very well. I'll be waiting for you to score a hat trick against Argentina. Upon reading her words, Hu Lai's heart raced. He feared he would hear that emotionless voice in his head informing him that the system had issued a new task, requiring him to score a hat trick against the Argentine national team. Fortunately, this time, there was no voice at all. After waiting a moment longer to confirm that the system would not trigger a task, he sighed with relief. Why so silent? Scared? Scared. Hu Lai hastily sent a gesture of surrender. Sister, you're amazing. I humbly bow to you. In such matters, one could not afford to show weakness. He was genuinely intimidated by that infernal system. Seeing Hu Lai concede, a radiant smile spread across Li Qingqing's face, brighter than the 3 goals she had scored. As the female football players returned to their hotel by bus, the national team also boarded their vehicle, heading towards the match venue, the Santa Lucia Stadium. Before disembarking, the head coach of the women's team, Yin Kai, addressed everyone. After dinner, we will gather in the hotel conference room at 8 o'clock to watch the national team's match and cheer for the young men. All right, the female players responded in unison. Though their agreement was resolute, the thought of the formidable opponents the national team would face left little room for high expectations. Since being placed in the so-called group of death, many had lowered their hopes for the national team's performance in this Olympic Games. After all, to harbor any expectations regarding their results against such rivals would be unrealistic. Everyone simply hoped that the Chinese national team would play with style and showcase their spirit, with the outcome being less significant than the display of their character. I am aware that the general perception of us from the outside world is not particularly favorable. However, such skepticism is quite understandable. After all, there exists a significant disparity in strength between us and our opponents. At times, this lack of faith, stemming from genuine concern for our well-being, serves as a form of protection. Nevertheless, the absence of external expectations regarding our performance does not grant us permission to lower our own standards. The affection shown to us by the leaders of the Football Association, media reporters, and fans across the nation is something we must not take for granted. It is imperative that we do not adopt a nonchalant attitude towards our matches, believing that the quality of our play is inconsequential. In the locker room, head coach Xia Xiaoyu is addressing all the players of the national under-23 team. Since the commencement of our training camp, we have established a goal, one that we have chosen not to publicly announce, as we recognize that actions speak louder than words. To this day, that goal remains unchanged. In the face of formidable adversaries, our aim continues to be advancing from the group stage. This upcoming match marks our debut in the Olympics, and our opponents likely have limited knowledge of US, which presents a unique opportunity. Thus, this match represents our best chance to secure 3 points. Once this game concludes, our opponents will gain a better understanding of our capabilities, making it increasingly difficult to rely on their underestimation of us to create opportunities. According to Xia Xiaoyu's strategy, our first match against Nigeria is pivotal for our objective of advancing from the group. As the team perceived to be the weakest in our group, it is expected that the other 3 teams will not devote excessive attention to us. Additionally, Nigeria, as an African team, does not exhibit remarkable tactical discipline. Even with reminders from their coach, the players may not approach the match with the seriousness it deserves. These are all aspects that the Chinese team can leverage. If we can triumph over Nigeria, we will position ourselves favorably for the subsequent matches. In the remaining 2 matches against Belgium and Argentina, Xia Xiaoyu intends to employ a defensive strategy in hopes of securing draws. If we can achieve 2 draws in addition to the 3 points from our victory over Nigeria, we would accumulate 5 points, thereby enabling us to emerge from this so-called group of death. Of course, this is merely a theoretical roadmap for advancing, and Xia Xiaoyu himself harbors uncertainties about its feasibility. His sole focus is to uplift the team's morale, bringing us closer to that theoretical possibility. While Xia Xiaoyu is fervently rallying the players for the forthcoming battle, Hu Lai, within his own system space, utilizes the Lingxi card for each teammate slated to play. He extravagantly spends 300,000 points to purchase 10 Lingxi cards, ensuring that all starting players, except himself, benefit from this enhancement. For the first time, he experiences a sense of synergy with his teammates. Upon activating the system's view, the locker room is a magnificent sight, with the space above the players filled with a luminous white chain of light. After applying the Lingxi card to all the starting teammates, Hu Lai begins to equip himself with the necessary items. The Olympic gift package for the U23 Asian Cup task reward has been opened by him. Initially, upon viewing the rewards, he felt quite disheartened, as the items were the very ones he was familiar with, such as the damaged giant bear shin guards, the worn giant bear jersey, and the lover's red string. There was nothing novel to behold. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that these items differed from those he had previously utilized. Each piece of equipment bore the same description, Olympic Limited Edition, exclusively for use during the 2024 Madrid Olympics, with no match restrictions, and reusable. Upon comprehending this description, Hu Lai immediately felt that the gift package was worth the effort. At the very least, it spared him the necessity of purchasing items for each match, which would otherwise mean having items for the first match, but none for subsequent ones. In truth, Hu Lai seldom employs items during matches. He reserves their use for those he deems necessary. For instance, in the 3 matches against Wang Xinka, he utilized the Lingxi card for his teammates. However, when it comes to equipping items for himself, he only used them in the first match, as he lacked sufficient points to purchase any for the remaining games. Particularly regarding the giant bear shin guards, he donned them solely in the first match and had none for the following 2, relying instead on the lover's red string to enhance his luck, hoping it might stave off injury. Nonetheless, to claim that he felt entirely at ease would be disingenuous, as his opponent was Wang Xinka, the notorious Wang Xinka. Hu Lai worried that in a moment of desperation, Xinka might resort to unsportsmanlike conduct against him. Fortunately, the outcome was merely a cut on his brow, which has since nearly healed, resulting in little to no impact. He was uncertain whether there would be unscrupulous players on the Olympic stage. Yet self-protection is a principle that every professional athlete should always bear in mind, especially for someone of Hu Lai's stature, which does not lend itself well to physical confrontation. Beyond this set of equipment, the Olympic gift package also contained 3 Lingxi cards, which took Hu Lai completely by surprise. Initially, he lamented, thinking that had he known he would receive so many Lingxi cards, he would not have purchased as many himself. However, he soon realized that throughout the duration of the Olympics, would Coach Shi not make any adjustments to the lineup? If players who did not start in one match were to start in the next, would that not create a significant gap in the otherwise impenetrable web of strategy? Thus, the 3 Lingxi cards provided in the Olympic gift package would serve as a means for him to adapt and utilize flexibly. Reflecting on this, Hu Lai acknowledged the gift package's thoughtful consideration of every aspect. He wondered if, in the future, should he help the Chinese team reach the World Cup finals, there might also be a World Cup gift package awaiting him. After enhancing his attributes, Hu Lai exited the system just as he heard Coach Shi's resounding voice ask, "Do you understand?" Hu Lai promptly joined his teammates in a robust response. "We understand." "Excellent." Coach Shi, witnessing the team's spirited and vigorous reply, felt immense satisfaction. "Little Shi, I sensed that your demeanor in the locker room was somewhat unusual," remarked assistant coach Li Zhifei to Shi Wuyin. At that moment, the entire coaching staff had gathered on the bench, and the substitute players had taken their seats, all awaiting the starting players from both teams to emerge from the tunnel, signaling the commencement of the match. "Well, I'm feeling a bit anxious," loudly, he continued. "I am concerned that my current state may inadvertently affect the players, transmitting my tension to them. Is everything all right?" From what I observed in the locker room, the players seemed quite composed, especially Hu Lai, who appeared utterly unfazed by nerves. "That lad possesses a heart of steel. Remember before the East Asia Cup match against South Korea? Despite the criticism he faced, he performed as if unperturbed. So, little Shi, does that mean you are even less composed than Hu Lai?" Li Zhifei teased. Shi Wuyin coughed twice. "I lack his fortitude. I sincerely apologize." "Hey, Hu Lai, I can't shake the feeling that Coach Shi has been particularly loquacious today. He rarely engages in such lengthy discourse," Chen Xingyi remarked, turning to Hu Lai, who stood behind him in the player tunnel. "Perhaps he is feeling the pressure?" Hu Lai replied. "Are you feeling tense, Hu Lai?" Chen Xingyi inquired again. "Not at all. And you?" Hu Lai countered. "Strangely, I thought I would be anxious." While sitting in the car, as the stadium drew nearer, I felt a twinge of nerves, but now I find myself quite at ease. Chen Xingyi furrowed his brow. "I wonder when I ceased to feel anxious. Was it during Coach Shi's speech?" Hu Lai questioned. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xingyi nodded. "Indeed. This indicates that Coach Shi's words had a positive impact." Hu Lai credited him. However, it was actually the auxiliary effect of the Lingxi card. With the card activated, he shared a profound connection with the other teams. If he remained unperturbed, how could the other players still feel anxious? To think that Coach Shi's repetitive musings could possess such an effect, Chen Xingyi pondered. Perplexed yet acknowledging the reality before him, he genuinely felt untroubled. He glanced at his teammates, noticing their expressions appeared equally serene, none exhibited signs of anxiety. Thus, Chen Xingyi became increasingly intrigued. Could it be that Coach Shi's words truly wielded such significant influence, alleviating the collective tension? Let us not forget, this was the Olympic Games, the inaugural match of the Olympics. None among the team had experienced such a moment, and no one knew what awaited them in the competition. Yet, curiously, not a single individual felt the weight of apprehension. How strange indeed. Li Qingqing sat among her teammates, gazing at the television screen ahead. The women's football team had finished their dinner and gradually assembled in the meeting room, each finding their place as they awaited the match to commence. The television was already on, broadcasting the live feed, capturing scenes from the player tunnel, with the cameraman focusing on the players as they prepared for the game. As Hu Lai appeared on screen, unexpectedly, he raised his hand in a greeting towards the camera. This gesture elicited laughter from the female football players in the conference room. Despite being seasoned professionals, each with a plethora of matches under their belts, none had ever greeted a camera in such a manner before a game. It was hardly a scene from a matchmaking show. Here was a veteran player behaving with the charm of an amateur, bringing amusement to many. Someone exclaimed, "Well, at least we know Hu Lai isn't nervous." Amid the laughter, Li Qingqing silently mouthed, "Go for it. Hu Lai, go for it, son." Sitting in front of the television, Xiaolan also waved at Hu Lai on the screen. "He can't hear you from here," Hu Lisin remarked, yet still waved at the screen himself. "So just wave quietly to avoid disturbing the neighbors." Xiaolan was aware of the poor sound insulation in their old apartment. They had yet to move, even though their new home was ready. Occasionally, she and Hu Lisin would go to clean it, but they had not relocated. In Xiaolan's view, moving was a significant event that should wait until their son returned. it would be more meaningful to move as a family. Thus, they remained in their old residence. Realizing it was now 2:30 in the morning, Xiaolan lowered her voice and encouraged, "Go for it, son." Chapter 123. A Moment of Carelessness. 10 minutes into the match, head coach Shi Wuyin furrowed his brow, exclaiming in surprise. His assistant coach, Li Zhifei, also noticed, Nigeria's defense against Hulai is unexpectedly fierce. Prior to the match, Shi Wuyin and his coaching staff believed Nigeria would underestimate the Olympic team, which was a reasonable assumption given the significant disparity in strength. Even though Nigeria's head coach, Kane Roger, had advised his players against complacency, how many of those African athletes could genuinely internalize such counsel? It was not uncommon for African players to lack tactical discipline. However, the Nigerian Olympic team players on the field appeared anything but arrogant or dismissive. Particularly in their relentless defense of Hulai, they seemed to shadow him unyieldingly. No matter where Hulai ran, there was always someone nearby, fiercely pressuring him, using their physical advantage to disrupt his play and deny him the comfort of possession. This level of defensive tenacity was indeed beyond what Shi Wuyin's coaching team had anticipated. Their preconceived notions had led them to erroneously conclude that the opponent would be overconfident, revealing their shortcomings in experience and judgment. "We were mistaken," murmured Xiao Shi. Gritting his teeth, Shi Wuyin did not respond, instead gazing solemnly at the field. Although Hulai was raising his hand to receive the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Guo Juanfu chose not to pass it to him, opting instead to send it to Luo Kai on the right flank. Hulai pivoted and dashed into the penalty area, accompanied by a Nigerian player. Luo Kai feigned a cross before skillfully maneuvering laterally and unleashing a long-range shot with his left foot. The ball sailed over the crossbar, bringing an end to the Chinese U23 team's offensive effort. Hulai found himself devoid of any opportunity. This was not due to Luo Kai's deliberate choice to withhold the pass. Rather, there were simply no advantageous openings. He neither found space to exploit nor managed to evade his marker, rendering it highly improbable that he could have retained possession even if the ball had been delivered to him. A similar scenario had unfolded during the previous attack by the Chinese team, when Chen Xingyi had opted to pass the ball to Hulai. Although Hulai received the pass, he was unable to turn due to the tight marking from the Nigerian defender behind him, let alone attempt a shot. The fact that he managed to shield the ball from such close pressure was already a surprise to many. Ultimately, Hulai had no choice but to return the ball. Therefore, it was reasonable that Luo Kai did not pass to him. It was more strategic to capitalize on Hulai's forward run into the penalty area, thereby creating an opportunity for a long-range shot with the Nigerian defense stretched. Of course, the quality of Luo Kai's long-range attempt left much to be desired. Observing Luo Kai's wayward shot, Hulai shook his head and remarked in English to the Nigerian center back, "Kennedy Omaro, why are you marking me? Don't say I didn't warn you. Did you see that our number 9 took advantage of the space created by your following me to take a shot? He is our most threatening player." Omaro was somewhat taken aback by Hulai's address and widened his eyes in surprise. "You speak English? How fascinating. We've been learning it since elementary school. However," he continued, "the crux of the matter is that following me is futile. The real threat is that guy who just shot." Omaro grinned and shook his head. "Don't try to fool me. I know you are our team's number 1 threat. The coach specifically showed me the video of you scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes. Taken aback by this revelation, Hulai was astonished. He had never anticipated that his remarkable performance at the U23 Asian Cup earlier in the year would echo all the way to distant Nigeria. He was even more surprised that this 9-minute, 5-goal achievement, the pinnacle of his career, had transformed into a shackle that restrained him at the Olympics. In preparation for this match, the Nigerian U23 team's head coach, Kane Roger, had shown his players the video of Hulai's 5 goals in 9 minutes. Pointing to the jubilant figure celebrating and instructing his players, "Remember this face. He will be your greatest threat in this match. Mark him closely and afford him no space to receive or shoot. Fouls are permissible, as long as they occur outside our penalty area." Kennedy Omaro clearly heeded this advice. Memorizing Hulai's visage and recalling his astonishing performance of 5 goals within 9 minutes. During the screening of the video, gasps and exclamations had filled the room. The Nigerian players were utterly astonished, never anticipating that someone could score 5 goals within a mere 9 minutes. Their head coach had specifically emphasized that this match was the Olympic Asian qualifiers, not just a casual friendly game. In order to deepen the players' understanding of the remarkable difficulty of Hulai's achievement, Shouldn't a player capable of netting 5 goals in such a match be taken seriously? Thus, Hu Lai ascended to Nigeria's VIP list, becoming a focal point of attention. Through the course of the matches, Hu Lai realized that his opponents were indeed not deceiving him. He was subjected to rigorous marking. This was solely due to his extraordinary performance in the qualifiers. The match had progressed for some time. Yet Hu Lai had yet to seize even a single opportunity to shoot. He was tightly guarded by the Nigerian defense. The commentary from Hefeng, relayed via satellite to Xia Xiaoyu watching at home, was slightly distorted. The physical prowess of the Nigerian players was overwhelming, placing Hu Lai at a significant disadvantage in physical confrontations, as Yin Kong remarked from the venue. Upon hearing their words, Xia Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, questioning the nutritional upbringing of these young athletes. Wasn't it said that Africa faced perennial famine and struggled to find enough food? What kind of nonsense was this? After all, these were professional players. How could they possibly be underfed? Moreover, the Nigerian Olympic team primarily consisted of players living and competing in European clubs, so their living conditions could hardly be poor. Lee Xin had done his homework, unlike his wife, who simply turned on the television to watch the match. He had specifically researched the profiles of the Nigerian players prior to the game. Although he only held an E-level coaching certificate, he was now striving to meet the coach's standards. Unwilling to accept this, Xia Xiaoyu quickly found a new angle. Were they truly 23 years old? Could they have altered their ages, perhaps reducing their actual ages? Look at that player. He resembles an old man. She pointed at the Nigerian defender, Kennedy Omeruo, questioning her husband. While the age discrepancies in Africa's chaotic registration system could certainly lead to ambiguity, it seemed exaggerated. Anyone could adjust their age. Frustrated that her 2 inquiries had been countered by her husband, Xia Xiaoyu snapped, "Whose side are you on, anyway?" Lee Xin, perplexed, understood that his wife's agitation stemmed from their son's lackluster performance, so he chose not to engage further and continued to focus on the game. Contrary to Shi Wuin's assumptions, Nigeria did not underestimate the Olympic team. For instance, their defense against Hu Lai was exceptionally astute. After neutralizing the most threatening player from the Olympic team, they launched a fierce assault on the goal. Despite the Olympic team's resilient defense, they succumbed in the 31st minute, conceding a goal. Okoye was in peril. With a startled cry from Hefeng, Nigerian U23 forward Zaid Okoye surged into the penalty area with remarkable speed, striking the ball just before Wang Guangwei could block him. Goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan dove to make the save, managing to graze the football with his hand. However, the force of the shot was so tremendous that his touch could not alter its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball found its way into the net. Alas, another goal conceded. Since Nigeria intensified their offensive, the U23 team's defense had been perilously vulnerable, and they ultimately failed to hold their ground. After conceding, Lin Ziyuan turned to see the ball nestled in the net, and in frustration, he struck the grass with his fist. The power behind that black forward's shot was extraordinary. Although his motion appeared minimal, the ball soared as if propelled by a cannon, evading Lin's fingertips and crashing into the goal. Sighing deeply, Xia Xiaoyu slowly leaned back against the sofa. Beside her, Hu Lisin retained his previous posture, arms crossed, sitting upright on the cushion without moving. A collective sigh echoed through the hotel conference room, emitted by the women's football team members who were watching together. Despite understanding the significant disparity in strength between the teams and the inevitability of conceding a goal, the women still felt a sense of regret for the U23 team when the goal was actually scored. If only they could hold on until halftime. Then perhaps they could regroup during the break and aim for a draw. But now, having conceded, it seemed unlikely to maintain their defense. The U23 team's offense showed little promise, and in the last 10 minutes, they had been thoroughly pressured by their opponents. Conceding a goal was only a matter of time. Stay calm, stay calm. Better to lose less than to win nothing. Indeed, conceding only after half an hour of play was commendable. This was, after all, their first Olympic match. The kind-hearted female players began to seek justifications and excuses for the U23 team's failure, seemingly anxious about the impending criticism and ridicule that would flood public opinion following a loss. Li Qingqing remained silent, and her companion Su Wen nudged her. "Qingqing, what do you think?" "Me?" Li Qingqing was taken aback by the question and hesitated before shaking her head. "I have no opinion. The match isn't over yet." Right, the match isn't over. However, Hu Lai seemed to have been completely frozen out of the game. How could he score now? "I don't know," Li Qingqing replied, shaking her head. "Don't you worry. Su Wen persisted, particularly attentive to their relationship ever since learning that Li Qingqing and Hu Lai were already acquainted. Not worried, nor should I be. Wow, so heartless. Li Qingqing shot her a glance. What does being heartless have to do with it? Worrying here won't help him score, will it? That's true, Su Wen conceded. Let us just watch the game and not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Li Qingqing gently tapped Su Wen's shoulder. Su Wen recoiled slightly, but continued to watch the match alongside Li Qingqing. Chapter 124. My mistake after conceding the goal. Shi Wuyin quickly positioned himself at the sidelines, shouting to his players, "Do not panic. Do not panic. Stay steady. Fall back into defense. And let us hold on until halftime." He stood on the sidelines, aiming to instill confidence and fortitude in the players to steady their nerves. However, upon the resumption of the match, he observed that the players remained unflustered despite conceding a goal. They promptly adhered to Shi Wuyin's directives, tightening their defense to prevent Nigeria from extending their lead. Whether it was defenders like Wang Guangwei and Lu Yin or goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan, they all valiantly obstructed the Nigerian players' attempts on goal. Witnessing this, Shi Wuyin returned to the coaching bench and remarked to the seated Li Zhifei, "Old Li, this group of youngsters is truly remarkable. I expected them to be rattled after conceding, yet they remained composed. From the onset of the match, I noted their calmness in the face of unexpected challenges. If we were to lose all 3 group matches and go home, I would feel an overwhelming sense of regret. Do you have any suggestions? Since Nigeria has focused their defense on Hu Lai, we can continue to use him as bait and create opportunities for Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai. Conversely, if Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai can pose a threat to the Nigerian goal, it will also relieve Hu Lai." Li Zhifei pondered before nodding in agreement. That is feasible. But we must first secure our defense. Conceding another goal would likely shatter the team's morale. I'll return to the sidelines. As Shi Wuyin spoke, he turned and returned to the edge of the coaching area, intently watching the match. Under his watchful gaze, the national U23 team indeed withstood Nigeria's onslaught in the remaining minutes. Moreover, they even attempted to counterattack. In the 41st minute, Chen Xingyi received a long pass from Wang Guangwei, sprinting several dozen meters with the ball. Ultimately, he executed a lateral dribble at the edge of the penalty area and took a shot, but unfortunately, it veered off the baseline, failing to threaten Nigeria's goal. After such an extensive run, he halted abruptly at the penalty area's edge to evade a defender, but the exertion had drained his energy, resulting in a distorted shot that lacked precision. Despite having performed similar counterattacks in the Chinese Super League, the sensation of competing in the Olympics was markedly distinct. The Nigerian U23 team, composed predominantly of players from various European leagues, was not comparable to typical Chinese Super League squads. Thus, the energy expended during this process was considerably greater. After missing the goal, Chen Xingyi fell to the ground, yet struggled to rise and assess the outcome. Upon seeing the ball stray beyond the baseline, he let out a frustrated cry and lay back down, his chest heaving heavily. It was evident that competing for 40 minutes in the Olympics was indeed far more taxing than in the Super League. Though Chen Xingyi did not score, the national U23 team managed to maintain a score of 0-1, conceding only 1 goal as they entered halftime. Upon returning to the locker room, as soon as the door was closed, head coach Shi Wuyin promptly apologized to the team. "I sincerely regret misjudging the situation, believing our opponents would underestimate us. However, that was not the case. I made an error and owe you all an apology." Upon hearing this, Hu Lai raised his hand. "Coach Shi, you need not apologize. It is I who should be sorry. Why do you feel the need to apologize?" Shi Wuyin found this perplexing. I had spoken with the opposing defender, and it turns out their coach had shown them a video of me scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes, which is why they marked me so closely. Thus, the responsibility lies with me, Hu Lai explained. Beside him, Chen Xingyi could no longer contain himself. "Are you trying to flatter yourself in a roundabout way?" "Oh, forgive me. It is simply because I am so formidable that the opponents have taken notice." Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? The other players in the locker room were amused by this exchange. The oppressive atmosphere stemming from the first half's conceded goal seemed to dissipate within the confines of the locker room. Observing this scene, Shi Wuyin felt a sense of relief and joined in the laughter. "I, too, believe Hu Lai, you are inadvertently praising yourself. Coach, I am wronged. I would rather be underestimated by them. Look, I only had 1 shot in the first half, and it didn't even hit the frame. The opposing defenders are truly formidable." Hu Lai protested. "Speaking of which, we must adjust our strategy for the second half." "Hu Lai, You shall act as bait. Utilize the opponent's tight marking on you to create opportunities for your teammates, Shi Wuyin said, his expression turning serious. Hu Lai, shedding his earlier levity, straightened his posture and replied, "Rest assured, Coach Shi, I understand what I need to do." Shi Wuyin was pleased with Hu Lai's attitude. He did not assume that being the national team's top scorer entitled him to unrestricted freedom to shoot, expecting the entire team to cater to him. Some players, once elevated to core status, begin to believe the world should revolve around them. Relinquishing a portion of their authority feels akin to a death sentence, and they would refuse vehemently. Such individuals, if lacking better alternatives, would force the coach to endure their presence. If any other options were available, they would be eagerly dismissed. Shi Wuyin then turned to Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai. You two need to interchange positions more frequently during the match to disrupt the opponent's defense, while also creating opportunities for yourselves and others. Additionally, ensure your positions are closer together to facilitate quick passing and cutting to breach the Nigerian defense. Understood, Coach Shi. No problem, Coach Shi, the two replied in unison. Shi Wuyin then looked towards Gui Juanfu, advising him to closely monitor the positions of Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai during the match. Should any openings arise, he must promptly pass the ball, attempting more through balls, which may carry some risk but are worth the gamble. Of course, if a passing error occurs, he must actively press for a regain in the front line. If unsuccessful, he should at least create a foul. Above all, they must not allow Nigeria to launch a counterattack. After all, from the first half's performance, Nigeria's forwards were all exceptionally swift. Once African players gain momentum, allowing them to play freely can lead to significant troubles. Meanwhile, in the dressing room in Nigeria, their head coach, Kane Roger, was commending the performance of the team's defensive line. You all did splendidly in the first half. The defense against who was successful. It has become evident that the core of the Chinese team's offense revolves around him. Should he falter, their offensive threat diminishes significantly. Gentlemen, in the second half, we must adopt a more proactive approach in our attack. Not only do we need to win, but we must also aim to score more goals. This is our prime opportunity to secure a favorable goal difference. Surely, you cannot rely on accumulating enough goal difference against Belgium and Argentina, can you? Laughter erupted among the players in the dressing room. The rules of the Olympic group stage stipulate that in the event of teams being level on points, the first criterion for comparison is goal difference, followed by total goals scored, and finally the head-to-head results among the tied teams. Coach Kane Roger was acutely aware that merely winning matches would not suffice to emerge from this group of death. It was imperative to strive for a superior goal difference to gain an advantage in the final qualification battle. Analyzing the opponents in the group, it became clear that only the Chinese team presented the opportunity to amass a significant goal difference. Thus, it was essential to extract ample goals against the Chinese squad to provide Nigeria with a chance to advance from this challenging group. Having performed well in the first half, Coach Roger swiftly concluded his remarks, leaving the remaining time for the players to relax and unwind. Daniel Moses finally seized the chance to inquire of his defensive partner, Kennedy Omeruo. "Hey, mate, I noticed you were chatting with that who in the first half. Could you understand what he was saying?" "Why not? He was speaking English." "Oh my goodness, he can actually speak English? What did he say to you?" "He was pleading for mercy." Omeruo grinned proudly. "Pleading for mercy? You must be joking." Moses retorted skeptically. "Of course not. He explicitly told me to mark their number 9, claiming that he is the most threatening player on his team and that I shouldn't focus solely on him." Moses pondered for a moment, recalling the lively number 9 from the first half, though he seemed rather ordinary. He scoffed. "He must be trying to deceive you, mate." "Indeed. He was attempting to mislead me. I saw through his little ploy with ease. He managed only one shot on goal in the first half, and it didn't even reach the goal frame," Omeruo declared, raising a finger triumphantly. "In the second half, I shall ensure he does not even get that opportunity. I tell you, in the second half, you must rally closely around my leadership. Only then do we stand a chance of breaching their defense." As they made their way from the dressing room to the field, Hu Lai was instructing Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai. "That may be the case, Hu Lai, but your words carry an oddly disconcerting tone," Chen Xingyi remarked, frowning. "It sounds familiar, doesn't it? Perhaps from the news broadcast?" Luo Kai suggested. Chen Xingyi's expression brightened with realization. "Ah, yes. Hu Lai, you ambitious fellow." Just as he was teasing Hu Lai, a few Nigerian players approached, one of whom fixed an unwavering gaze upon Hu Lai. Hu Lai also noticed the gaze directed at him. He raised his hand in greeting and pointed to his companions. Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi, saying in English, "Allow me to introduce our team's most formidable players. In comparison to them, I am merely trash." Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Kennedy Omiro burst into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Futile attempt. Hu, you cannot deceive me. You are indeed the most talented player on the Chinese team." After he spoke, he observed the pleased expression on Hu Lai's face and thought to himself how such clumsy tactics could possibly fool him. How naive. Why would you disclose our halftime strategy to the opponent? Chen Xingyi, with a modest grasp of English, still managed to comprehend the essence of Hu Lai's earlier statement. Do you really think they would believe what I say? Hu Lai retorted. Chen Xingyi furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond. Do you believe what I say? Hu Lai pressed further. Chen Xingyi instinctively shook his head. No. Hu Lai clapped his hands together. Then that settles it. If you do not believe me, why would they? Luo Kai chimed in. Chen Xingyi knows you well, which is why he doesn't believe you. The opponents, unfamiliar with you, might just take you at your word. Hu Lai scoffed. I made them tighten their defense against you in the first half, and they didn't buy it. Luo Kai was left speechless. In the midst of their conversation, the trio had already exited the tunnel and stepped onto the field. The commentator, He Feng, speculated upon witnessing their animated exchange. I wonder what Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai are discussing. Are they strategizing for the second half? Let us hope their synergy strengthens, as their understanding could pave a path for the U23 team's offense. Isn't that Luo Kai a high school classmate of our son? Xiaolan suddenly remarked in front of the television. Why has our son never mentioned him? Is their relationship not good? Hu Lisan shot her a glance. Well, he never mentioned Li Qingqing as his classmate either. Xiaolan had no retort. Let us focus on the match instead of indulging in frivolous thoughts. Chapter 125. A feint to the east, strike to the west. Gui Juanfu had been attentively observing the situation ahead, whether he had possession of the ball or not. He aimed to accumulate a wealth of observations for analysis. Though he had only observed for 10 minutes in the second half, he could already discern some differences compared to the first half. Nigeria maintained a very tight defense against Hu Lai, showing no signs of relaxation despite their earlier success in containing him. In contrast, their defense against Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai was considerably less stringent. Perhaps they believed Hu Lai to be the sole threat from the Chinese team, deeming the others not worthy of concern. Their approach could not be deemed entirely blind underestimation, as both Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai had posed little threat to Nigeria's goal in the first half. Chen Xingyi had at least one shot that went astray during a counterattack, while Luo Kai, apart from a high shot that soared over the target, had not delivered any particularly memorable performance. It is thus understandable that the opponents do not regard the two of them with much concern. For Gui Juanfu, however, this presents a splendid opportunity. He once again seized the ball as Hu Lai emerged, raising his hand to request it. A Nigerian central defender shadowed him closely. While not far away, another Nigerian player positioned himself in a way that formed a tight defensive duo, ensuring that Hu Lai could be effectively contained at any moment. Gui Juanfu noticed that Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi were both making runs, but it was evident that Luo Kai occupied a more advantageous position, prompting him to pass the ball to Luo Kai. Upon receiving the pass, Luo Kai took a direct shot, yet the ball was thwarted by the approaching Nigerian defender, Daniel Moses, who deflected it out of bounds. Despite the miss, Gui Juanfu glimpsed a flicker of hope. Had Moses returned a fraction slower, Luo Kai's shot might have reached the Nigerian goalkeeper directly. Such opportunities were indeed rare in the first half, underscoring the effectiveness of their tactical adjustments. In the penalty area, Nigerian goalkeeper Abdullahi Ndidi was vocally admonishing his teammate, Daniel Moses, who had just completed a clearance. Daniel, your reaction was slow. You almost let him take a shot. Although Moses had fulfilled his defensive duty, Ndidi appeared dissatisfied. Moses waved dismissively, but I blocked his shot, didn't I? Displaying a casual demeanor. The other Chinese players, including Luo Kai, paid little heed to their exchange, assuming the goalkeeper was merely engaging in routine motivational shouting. However, Hu Lai observed Moses intently. The two conversed not in English, but in a local Nigerian dialect, which Hu Lai could not identify, yet he understood its essence. From Moses's response and demeanor, Hu Lai astutely discerned that the Nigerian player's focus and vigilance were gradually waning. This was promising. With this thought, he turned to Omeruo and inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to bolster the defense against our number 9? You might just score next time." Omeruo, maintaining a stoic expression, regarded Hu Lai. pondering how this young man could still harbor hope, questioning whether he was the kind to be easily deceived by mere words. Noticing Omeryuo's indifference, Hulai merely smiled and shrugged. Believe it or not, just remember not to blame me when you concede a goal. Nigeria was not solely focused on defense. After the Chinese team's corner kick failed to pose a threat to their goal, Nigeria initiated an offensive, seeking to score again. After all, their coach had instructed them during halftime to maximize their goal differential. Shi Wuyin stood anxiously at the sidelines, keenly observing the field. He understood Nigeria's intentions, but for him, this also signified a potential opportunity. Should the Olympic team withstand the onslaught from Nigeria, they would find themselves presented with greater opportunities for counterattacks. With the fleet-footed Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai on the flanks, the Olympic team holds a distinct advantage in executing swift counterattacks. However, this is contingent upon their ability to survive the relentless offensive wave from Nigeria without conceding a goal. Otherwise, all strategies would be rendered futile. As Shi Wuyin surveyed the field, Nigerian forward Okoye, who had netted a goal in the first half, received the ball, while Wang Guangwei immediately closed in on him. Okoye appeared somewhat dismissive of Wang Guangwei, attempting to utilize his speed to break through forcefully. Yet, upon contact, he soon realized that accelerating past this Chinese defender was no simple feat. Wang Guangwei, though not particularly robust in appearance, exhibited remarkable tenacity and core strength, refusing to be easily pushed aside. Consequently, the Nigerian forward, who plays in League Two, swiftly altered his strategy, opting to create separation through changes in rhythm. However, as he halted, Wang Guangwei mirrored his stop. When he feinted, Wang remained unfazed, and when he changed direction, Wang matched his movements, persistently positioning himself on the inside. Left with no alternative, and with the threat of encirclement looming, Okoye resorted to taking a shot from distance, attempting to strike the ball past Wang Guangwei. Lin Ziyuan, diving to the ground, managed to catch the football sent his way by Okoye. He quickly rose to his feet, cradling the ball, and initiated a counterattack with a swift throw. Excellent. The Olympic team has launched a counterattack. Nigeria responded promptly, and while Okoye lamented his failure to threaten, his teammates had already begun sprinting back. This team, much like their performance in the first half, displayed a commendable tactical discipline. As the Olympic team's offensive surged forward, the Nigerian players had retreated effectively, with at least 4 defenders stationed in their positions. Guo Jianfu distributed the ball to the flank, finding Luo Kai. Upon receiving the ball, Luo Kai cut inside, dribbling laterally. The Nigerian defense shifted in tandem with his movements, yet refrained from rash tackles, demonstrating their experience by directing him into more crowded areas, where space would inevitably diminish. In the midst of this, Guo Jianfu shouted for the ball, urging to come and support him. However, Luo Kai hesitated, unwilling to relinquish possession and revert back after making the effort to advance. He was determined. As he maneuvered laterally, he noticed Hulaika, positioned at the penalty spot and gesturing for the ball. Not far from him stood the Nigerian center-back Omeryuo, while another center-back, Moses, was also in close proximity, creating a triangular formation against Hulaika. Under normal circumstances, passing the ball to him would seem ill-advised. However, Luo Kai recognized that the proximity of the 2 center-backs inadvertently left ample space within the penalty area to exploit. If he were to pass the ball to Hulai, then deftly cut inside, penetrating the vacant space behind the number 5 defender, and if Hulai were to return the ball to him, the two could execute a delightful wall pass, thereby granting him an almost one-on-one opportunity. Wouldn't that be splendid? Contemplating this, Luo Kai swiftly nudged the ball towards Hulai in the penalty area with his left foot, simultaneously veering into the box. As Hulai received the ball, Omeryuo closed in on him, ensuring he could not comfortably control it. Moses had initially intended to assist in marking Hulai, but upon noticing that Hulai seemed poised to push the ball into the space behind him, he immediately recognized where the true threat lay. He swiftly pivoted, aiming to intercept Luo Kai, who had already surged into the penalty area. Luo Kai gestured for Hulai to pass to him, even as he was acutely aware of Moses' movements. However, at this moment, the arrow was on the string, and he had to let it fly. Upon receiving the ball, he could only force his way through to create a scoring opportunity. The attention of both teams was drawn to the tussle just beyond the penalty spot, with the Nigerian midfielders turning to confront Hulai and Luo Kai, while Guo Jianfu moved laterally to position himself for a potential return pass from Hulai. As Luo Kai advanced, he glanced back at Hulai and saw that his right foot was indeed pushing the ball towards him. No, wait. He witnessed Hulai feint over the ball with his right foot, then deftly pulled it back, dragging it behind him before nudging it into the space on the opposite side. The ball was transmitted to the left flank, where an expansive gap awaited. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyi, who had been positioned outside the penalty area, made a swift advance, and facing Hulai's pass, found himself almost unmarked as he adjusted his stride. Hulai, magnificent. Opportunity. Chen Xingyi. Amidst He Feng's fervent shouts, Chen Xingyi, having stabilized his footing, lifted his foot to strike the ball. Confronting the advancing Nigerian goalkeeper Ndidi, who was attempting to close the angle, he executed a delicate chip. Ndidi lunged towards the near post, but the ball was expertly guided by Chen Xingyi into the far corner. This goal indeed. Yin Kong kept repeating the phrase until he witnessed the ball graze past Ndidi's outstretched toes, finally curling into the net's rear corner. At that moment, he erupted with a triumphant shout. Brilliant. Simultaneously, He Feng beside him was passionately exclaiming, fantastic. Chen Xingyi. He scored the first goal for the Chinese Olympic team in this Olympic Games, not just this tournament, but in the annals of Olympic history. The national team had equalized. The front trio exhibited an exquisite synergy. Magnificent. In the commentary booth, two Chinese commentators, pressing their noise-canceling headphones to their ears, leaped from their seats, vigorously waving their fists in jubilation. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the goalscorer Chen Xingyi retreated towards the corner flag, arms outstretched, calling out to Hulai, who assisted him. Come on. Hulai, let us embrace. Hulai laughed heartily as he ran to meet him. Behind them, Luo Kai shook his head but joined in the jubilant chase. Following were Gui Juanfu, Gao Rumin, Zheng Qi, and the other members of the Chinese Olympic team. They joyously raced towards Chen Xingyi, like streaks of red meteors cutting through the night sky of Valencia. Chapter 126. A new chapter in Chinese football as Luo Kai maneuvered laterally. He advanced towards the middle and passed to Hulai, making a decisive run. Was he attempting to execute a 1-2 with Hulai? Hulai received the ball. And then Hulai? Magnificent. An opportunity. Chen Xingyi, in front of the television. Xiaolan felt a surge of tension as she watched Chen Xingyi aim for the goal, fearing desperately that the ball might miss. When the ball soared into the net, she leaped from the sofa with her arms raised high, ready to cheer, only to remember that it was not her son who had scored. Disappointed, she lowered her arms and sank back onto the sofa, muttering, why pass? Why not shoot directly? Passing was indeed the right choice, and the pass to Chen Xingyi, rather than to Luo Kai, was the epitome of excellence, her husband Hu Lisin explained. After all, the Nigerian defenders had been entirely drawn to Luo Kai's advance, leaving Chen Xingyi unnoticed in the void. But I noticed our son didn't even glance in that direction before passing. He had his back turned to Chen Xingyi. How could he know there was space, and that Chen Xingyi would make that run? Xiaolan questioned. That's the chemistry developed from playing together frequently, Hu Lisin replied. They've been collaborating for nearly 2 seasons. Surely that bond counts for something? Xiaolan watched the jubilant players of the national team celebrating. Her son dashed towards Chen Xingyi, and the two embraced. She murmured, it's a pity that our son didn't score the first Olympic goal. Don't dwell on it. It's wonderful enough to equalize the score. Who cares who scored? Hu Lisin reassured her. Indeed, Xiaolan sighed, a mixture of joy and regret in her voice. She certainly couldn't express that the Chinese team's equalizer felt less significant simply because it wasn't her son who scored. She was genuinely happy. But the inner disappointment was a real sentiment, and with no one else around, she felt no need to pretend. She located her son on the televised broadcast and silently urged him on. Come on, son, score one yourself. Great shot. Splendid. Yes. In the conference room, the young women of the Chinese women's football team leaped collectively, raising their arms in exuberant cheers. As the national team equalized, they cast aside all the excuses they had previously conjured to explain the earlier conceded goal. Although public opinion often derides the men's team by contrasting it with the women's, none of the female players truly looked down upon the men's side. They sincerely hoped for better outcomes for the men's team. After all, the existence of the women's team was not meant for others to use as a tool against Chinese football. Such actions did not bring joy to the women, nor did they make them feel respected or that their pursuits were meaningful. Witnessing the national team perform so admirably, battling back to equalize despite trailing, the delight among many of the female players was wholly sincere. Ultimately, when the match concluded, They would no longer be utilized as a means to an end. Su Wen clapped her hands and remarked to Li Qingqing, "That pass from Hu Lai was truly cunning." Li Qingqing cast a glance at her, prompting her to immediately amend her words. "What an exquisite pass." "Indeed, it was remarkable," Li Qingqing remarked. "That ball is something even most players might overlook, let alone the fact that he executed a feint beforehand, entirely diverting Nigeria's defensive attention towards Luo Kai. This was no mere coincidence. It was meticulously orchestrated." Su Wen nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, you are spot on." Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Li Qingqing furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing again. "This is wonderful." She gazed at Hu Lai on the television screen, embracing Chen Xingyi, silently reflecting. "How delightful. I never anticipated that the solitary friend you once had, Song Jiejia, would now be accompanied by so many companions." "Incredible, Hu Lai." Guo Juanfu rushed over to exclaim. Hu Lai retorted indignantly. "No, Guo, you are the truly impressive one." Guo Juanfu paused, momentarily bewildered, before realizing the context of Hu Lai's words, and he chuckled. "Misunderstanding. I meant, you are phenomenal. How did you think to return the ball to Chen Xingyi? I saw you hardly glance in that direction. With the synergy between me and Xiao Xingxing, is there any need to look? I instinctively knew there was space behind me and simply passed it over there." Hu Lai declared with pride. This is the essence of the Lingxi card. Only Luo Kai felt a tinge of frustration, as this play reminded him of the Anton Cup finals from years past, where Hu Lai had utilized him to deceive the defense, securing an opportunity to shoot. Once again, he found himself being used, and consequently, he missed out on the honor of scoring the first goal for the national team in the Olympics. From this day forward, whenever the first goal of Chinese football in the Olympics is mentioned, it will be remembered that the scorer was Chen Xingyi, the assister, Hu Lai, with Luo Kai feeling somewhat disconnected from the achievement. Nevertheless, the goal scorer Chen Xingyi noticed Luo Kai's unusual demeanor and remarked, "Luo Kai's advance was crucial, drawing away another Nigerian defender. Otherwise, Hu Lai would have been double-teamed, and this pass might not have been as seamless." Captain Guo Juanfu, mindful of every player's sentiments, quickly affirmed, "Indeed, the trident is indispensable." They all rushed to embrace and slap hands with Luo Kai. What else could Luo Kai say? Even if a hint of frustration lingered within him, he understood the importance of serving the team's greater good, recognizing that this was not the time for self-pity. His initial goal had become unattainable. The first goal for the national team in the Olympics slipped through his fingers. Yet he could still pursue his own first goal in the Olympic arena. As the players of the national team celebrated their goal, head coach Shi Wuyin, along with assistant coach Li Zhifei, erupted into jubilant cheers, soon joined by team leader Ran Jiechong. The coaching and substitute benches were alive with elation. Meanwhile, far away in China, countless individuals were undoubtedly celebrating and rejoicing at that very moment. This was a moment forever etched in the annals of Chinese football history. Chen Xingyi had scored the first goal for the Chinese men's football team in the Olympics. He Feng's voice resonated from the televisions in countless homes. Faced with the formidable Nigerian national team and the adverse situation of trailing by a goal, the young men of the national team did not surrender. They persevered with unwavering determination and, at the 15th minute of the second half, they equalized the score. "We have brought our leading adversaries back to the starting line. Let us go again." Yin Kong glanced at He Feng beside him, his fist clenched, his body trembling slightly as he spoke fervently, his eyes fixed intently on the field, his lips moving incessantly. From Yin Kang's perspective, he could only see the profile of He Feng, one eye slightly reddened at the corner. He withdrew his gaze, focusing on the field, joining in the commentary. Today, Chinese men's football has emitted its first resounding cry on the international stage. From this day forth, a new chapter in the history of Chinese football shall commence. Regardless of what the future holds, the archaic past has been ruthlessly turned over. He Feng interjected with a poetic line. "All that is past is gone. The remarkable figures of yore, we now behold in the present." Chinese players and coaches celebrated exuberantly. While on the Nigerian U23 bench, head coach Kane Roger was in a furious uproar, bellowing at the field, though the cacophony drowned out his words. His ire stemmed from their earlier promise to secure a substantial goal difference, only to allow the Chinese team to score. Not only was the goal difference now irrelevant, but the score had also been leveled. Their defense, initially robust in the first half, had inexplicably faltered in the second, allowing the opponent to score with alarming ease. The Nigerian number 7, during his shot, had no adversaries within a 5-meter radius, making it feel as effortless as a practice drill. This was the source of Kane Rogers' ire. The praises he had lavished on the team's defensive performance during halftime now felt like a stinging slap to his face. Once the match resumed, taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Qinghuan engaged with Nigeria's number 4 center back, Omaro. "Brother, did I not tell you? You insist on marking me closely, what's the use? My teammate just scored." "Hey." He spread his hands wide, a look of exasperation on his face, causing Omaro to question whether this fellow was truly a player for the Chinese team. "You all think I'm deceiving you. What purpose would that serve? I genuinely worry for you. This time it was my number 7 teammate who scored. Next time, it might just be number 9. If you have the guts, leave him unmarked and all come to me. Let him break through and shoot. I wonder if he can score? Honestly, I've told you, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what has happened. You conceded a goal, and it's south all square. You deserve it." With that, Qinghuan ceased his banter with Omaro, shaking his head as he ran off, leaving Omaro with a perplexing silhouette that gradually furrowed his brow in contemplation. He recalled the bold promises he had made during halftime, vowing that the opponent would have no shots on goal in the second half. Yet, since the beginning of the second half, Qinghuan had indeed not taken a shot, but the Chinese team had equalized. So, had he truly won or lost? Omaro found himself lost in thought. Chapter completed. Chapter 127. Twists and turns. Following the equalizer, the players of the China U23 national team began to contemplate how they might take the lead. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired just 5 minutes after they leveled the score. A precise through ball from Nigeria found Okoye, who made a diagonal run into the Chinese penalty area. Subsequently, he executed a sudden stop and changed direction towards the center. In a reflexive attempt to intercept the ball, Liu Yin extended his leg, but instead of making contact with the ball, his foot collided with Okoye's leg, who was cutting inside. Okoye immediately let out a pained cry and fell to the ground within the box. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and he pointed decisively to the penalty spot. "What? A penalty?" he foamed. The commentator could hardly believe his eyes. Moments earlier, he had been discussing with his partner, Yan Kong, how the Chinese team should proceed after equalizing, only to be struck by this shocking development. Although Liu Yin raised his hands in protest, signaling to the referee that his actions were unintentional, it was already too late. The contact was undeniable, and thus, the claim of a theatrical fall could not be substantiated. The referee not only adjudicated Liu Yin's actions as a foul, but also issued him a yellow card. Liu Yin stood by, hands on his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the yellow card in the referee's hand. He could not fathom how his momentary lapse had jeopardized the team's promising position. As the slow-motion replay concluded, Yan Kong solemnly remarked, "Indeed, contact was made. The penalty decision stands unchallenged. Liu Yin is still young. He should have anticipated Okoye's inward cut. Yet, it is futile to dwell on this now. We are merely armchair critics in hindsight. Ultimately, this penalty call is unlikely to be overturned." There was little room for contention regarding this decision, which is why the players of the U23 team refrained from surrounding the referee in protest. Even the head coach, Shi Wen, did not unleash his frustration upon the fourth official. Though the sentiment of inequity lingered, they could only lament their own carelessness, unable to fault the referee's ruling. As Okoye prepared to place the ball on the spot, Lin Ziyuan approached him, intently observing his actions. Once Okoye positioned the ball, Lin did not retreat but instead stood resolutely in front of it, seemingly attempting to obstruct the impending kick. However, a penalty kick does not allow for a quick execution in the manner of a free kick. Thus, his stance was one of psychological pressure, aiming to disrupt Okoye's focus. Unperturbed, Okoye dismissed Lin's presence and turned to the referee to voice his grievances, prompting the referee to exert pressure on Lin. Upon seeing the referee advance, Lin promptly retreated to his designated position on the goal line, readying himself for the impending penalty. The television broadcast captured a close-up of him, visibly adjusting his breathing. Once the referee confirmed that all were in position, he blew his whistle. Hearing the signal, Okoye began his run-up, pausing midway in an attempt to deceive Lin Ziyuan. As he propelled the soccer ball forward, Lin Ziyuan lunged forth like an arrow released from its bow, aiming directly at the trajectory of Okoye's shot. His judgment was indeed accurate, yet he failed to make contact with the ball. Okoye's strike was as powerful as ever. Thus, despite Lin's correct assessment of the direction, His speed could not rival that of the ball. Before he could reach it, the soccer ball had already thundered into the net. Okoye scores again. Mere 6 minutes after China had equalized, they found themselves trailing once more. Feng exclaimed in disappointment, so close. Yan Kong, holding his head in his hands, felt sorrow for Lin Ziyuan and lamented the missed opportunity for the national team. Damn! Lin Ziyuan, sprawled on the ground, could only express his frustration and discontent with a curse upon seeing the ball nestled in the net. Zhang Xiao, a reporter from the Goal Network, noted the moment from the press box as Okoye converted the penalty. He scribbled in his notepad, 65 minutes, Nigeria penalty, number 9 Okoye, 21, Nigeria regains the lead. This information would be vital for his post-match report. Glancing at his notes, Zhang let out a sigh. Chen Xingyi's earlier goal had ignited excitement among the Chinese reporters. Yet now he was surrounded by murmurs of dismay and disappointment. Lu Yan shouldn't have made that tackle. He was too reckless. All he needed to do was stay close to Okoye, one voice commented. It's not fair to say that. Players often don't think clearly on the pitch. Another countered. To put it bluntly, Lu Yan still lacks experience. Hasn't he been a key rotation player for Haishan? He has played over 40 matches in the Super League this season. How can he still be inexperienced? I mean, in high-stakes matches like this. This, in fact, underscores the disparity between domestic football and the global stage. Lu Yan is already among the elite of his peers domestically, yet when faced with Okoye, who plays in League 2, he found himself somewhat outmatched. I believe the performance of the national team has been commendable. Yes, there are gaps, but that's quite normal, isn't it? Their display today has exceeded my expectations. Even if they lose this match, I can fully accept it. Amidst these discussions, Zhang Qiao turned his gaze back to the pitch, observing the Chinese national team players. To his surprise, instead of a dejected scene, he witnessed the players springing into action. They were not standing idly with hands on hips or gazing skyward in despair. Instead, they had already vacated the penalty area and were returning to their respective positions. Lin Ziyuan retrieved the ball from the net and threw it out, while Gui Juanfu kicked it forward to Hu Lai, who was already positioned at the center circle. Upon receiving the ball, Hu Lai seemed to be vocally rallying his teammates. At that moment, Nigeria's celebration had yet to conclude. With most of their players still in the half of the Chinese team, while the national squad was poised to recommence the match. We can score one, and then another, and confront them, Hu Lai proclaimed, standing at the center circle, his foot firmly planted on the ball as he shouted to his teammates. His fervent spirit resonated through the link of the Lingxi card, reaching every player of the Olympic team on the field. Even if they could not discern his exact words, they were enveloped by an invigorating sense of determination. Thus, despite having just conceded a goal, the players of the national team exhibited no signs of despondency or panic. As the Nigerian players concluded their celebration and returned to their half, the Chinese Olympic team was already poised in their respective positions, awaiting their arrival. Matt Dawn, observing this scene from the stands, murmured in perplexity, "Strange, I never anticipated who would exhibit such commendable leadership. Why did the data from the champion Godfather fail to reflect this?" Having witnessed most of the match live, he noted that apart from a single assist, Hu Lai's performance was not particularly remarkable. However, well acquainted with Hu Lai's style of play, Matt understood that this was merely a representation of his typical performance. His technical attributes dictated that he could not always be the focal point of the match. Often, he would deliberately conceal his presence, waiting for the moment when the opposition would underestimate him. Then he would strike decisively. Thus, Matt was not disheartened by Hu Lai's performance. Instead, his anticipation grew for what was to come. Hu Lai had never let him down in the game, so why would it be any different in reality? As the Nigerian players returned to their half, the match resumed. The Nigerian team, buoyed by their recent goal, aimed to capitalize on their momentum, eager to increase their goal difference. Despite having netted 2 goals, their lead remained slender due to China's solitary strike. Thus, they sought further scores. Conversely, the Chinese Olympic team seized the opportunity presented by Nigeria's aggressive advance, engaging in a defensive counterattack. The match appeared fraught with peril. Yet each player harbored a steadfast belief: it is our turn now. The origin of this conviction was unclear, but it resided in the hearts of every player. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. Although it was their inaugural Olympic match, each individual seemed to swiftly acclimate to the rhythm and intensity of the game. With no time for distractions, even Lu Yan, who had recently erred in the match, cast aside any feelings of guilt or frustration and focused intently on his defensive duties, determined to redeem himself with a stronger performance. In the face of Nigeria's relentless assault, the Chinese Olympic team resembled a ship navigating through tumultuous seas. A formidable wave crashed down, enveloping them in a deluge, leading onlookers to believe that the vessel would surely succumb to the depths. Yet, as the tumultuous spray dissipated, the ship emerged triumphantly, slicing through the waves once again. "Go, Olympic team!" He foam exclaimed from the commentary booth, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Ideally, commentators ought to maintain neutrality and objectivity. However, for he foam, when the national U23 team finally graced such an international stage, expecting him to remain objective and neutral was indeed a luxury. It was impossible for him to maintain such neutrality during a match of this magnitude. He would undoubtedly interpret the game through the lens of his intense, personal emotions. Moreover, he firmly believed that this passionate commentary was far superior to the cold, objective neutrality of others. While neutrality is paramount when commenting on matches involving other teams, no commentator can truly remain impartial when narrating the performance of their home team. Nigeria, yearning for more goals, must not be allowed to have their wishes fulfilled. Chapter 128. The true nature of a killer. Matt Don had directed his attention almost entirely towards Hu Lai during the match, scarcely paying heed to the other Chinese players, glancing at them only to swiftly return his focus to Hu Lai. He was intent on meticulously observing Hu Lai's movements. He even harbored an illusion that he was not watching an Olympic football match, but rather still engaged in the game champion Godfather, observing through his computer screen how Lai who performed in the game. He perceived this as the most authentic match engine in the world, far surpassing that of the game itself. Although, in the game, Lai who exhibited commendable off-the-ball movement, the engine struggled to replicate the true trajectories of a player's runs. Under his watchful gaze, Hu Lai often appeared to be making aimless runs, seemingly wasting energy without any meaningful purpose. However, as an exceptional video analyst, Matt Don understood that Hu Lai was by no means merely strolling on the field. For instance, during a recent counterattack from the Chinese team, although Hu Lai did not ultimately touch the ball or take a shot, his forward run attracted the attention of two Nigerian defenders, thereby creating an excellent shooting opportunity for the number 9 player, Luo Kai, who was positioned centrally. Unfortunately, Luo Kai's shot was too straight and was blocked by the Nigerian goalkeeper. At the moment when number 7, Chen Xingyi, made the pass, Hu Lai accelerated forward while signaling to his teammates for the ball, a gesture that immediately drew the attention of the Nigerian defenders. One defender was already tracking him, but upon noticing Hu Lai's burst of speed, the Nigerian center back, number 4, Omeruo, quickly closed in on him, leaving a gap behind. Coincidentally, the Chinese number 9, Luo Kai, darted into that very space. This was a significant defensive oversight, a critical error. Matt thought to himself that had Hu Lai been in that gap, the Chinese players would have been celebrating a goal by now. Some may argue that Hu Lai, as a player who primarily scores, is unworthy of being the offensive fulcrum. However, it is essential to recognize that an exceptionally skilled off-the-ball runner can create opportunities for teammates solely through their movement. What defines a player as a significant off-the-ball threat? This is it. Omeruo, what on earth are you doing? Did you just concede such a vast expanse behind you to the opponent? After the football went out of play, resulting in a dead ball, Nigeria's goalkeeper, Ndidi, finally seized the moment to express his grievances regarding the recent defensive lapse. He rushed to Omeruo's side, vociferously admonishing him, "We nearly conceded a goal. I must mark him." Omeruo countered, gesturing towards the distant Hu Lai, "But someone is already tracking him. What you need to do is hold your position." Ndidi, undeterred, lamented how close he had come to a heart-stopping moment. Upon turning back, he found an opposing player poised to shoot, but fortunately for him, the shot was rather straightforward. Instinctively, he extended his foot and deflected the ball away. Had it been slightly off target, it could have easily found the net. Omeruo felt a surge of indignation, yet remained silent. He noticed that Hu Lai, whom he had just pointed out, seemed to be watching him, prompting him to return the gaze. Their eyes met, and he caught Hu Lai grinning, a smile that seemed to mock his earlier performance. The memory of Hu Lai's previous words echoed in his mind, and he clenched his fists in frustration. Rokai had just squandered a golden opportunity. While Rokai demonstrated commendable dribbling and passing abilities, his finishing left much to be desired, as lamented by the commentator, He Feng, who expressed his deep regret. Their remarks were somewhat gentle, Countless Chinese fans watching from home and online were likely berating Rokai for his missed chance. I could foresee it. Should we lose this match, Rokai would undoubtedly face the brunt of the criticism for this blunder. There was no need to wait until after the game. The vitriol could commence immediately. I could have scored that. My mother could have scored that. Even my grandmother could have scored that. As team captain Gui Juanfu called out to the still distraught Rokai, "It's all right, Rokai. No worries. Let us continue." Lu Yin seized the moment, decisively challenging Okoye as Wang Guangwei engaged him. This time, Lu made no errors, despite being in his own penalty area. He struck with precision and decisiveness, successfully clearing the ball. The deflected ball rolled forward, landing at Gao Rumin's feet. After securing possession, he swiftly passed it laterally to the advancing fullback, Bai charged forward with the ball, while Gui Juanfu quickly moved to support him. Aware that Bai's ambitions of a solo run along the flank were nearly impossible. Counterattack from the Olympic team, he Feng shouted. Nigerian players hastily retreated, and soon, defenders closed in on Bai. Recognizing the situation, Bai passed the ball to Gui Juanfu, who received it with his back to the attacking direction. To maintain the momentum of the counterattack, he refrained from adjusting or attempting to evade the defender, instead returning the ball to Gao Rumin. Following a brief adjustment, Gao executed a diagonal long pass, shifting the ball across to the other side, where left-back Sun Gang was surging forward from behind. As Sun lifted his foot to control Gao's long pass, Nigerian defenders quickly approached. Sun Gang passed the football to Chen Xingyi, who was positioned to receive it. Upon receiving the ball, Hulai began to converge towards him, eager to assist. Although Omuro initially intended to follow suit, he hesitated upon recalling the previous incident where the Chinese team's number 9 player made a threatening run towards the goal. Ultimately, he decided to remain in his position, reasoning that the young player posed no threat once outside the penalty area. His thoughts were validated as Hulai, after receiving the pass from Chen Xingyi, failed to create any significant threat, simply relaying the ball to the flanking Sun Gang before pivoting back towards the penalty area. The Olympic team advanced their attack into Nigeria's 30-meter zone, and He Feng's voice rose with anticipation. In front of the television, Xiaolon couldn't help but softly chant, "Come on, come on," as if she were present at the match, her hands rhythmically moving in sync with her encouragement. On screen, after receiving Hulai's pass, Sun Gang surged towards the baseline, seemingly attempting a cross. Chen Xingyi made a diagonal run into the penalty area, compelling the Nigerian defenders to allocate their resources, with one trailing Chen Xingyi while another shifted to mark Sun Gang. Meanwhile, Hulai surged centrally. Omuro maintained his position, closely monitoring Hulai's movements, while gesturing to Moses behind him, urging him to keep an eye on the number 9, wary of potential gaps behind him. However, Hulai did not move to the near post as anticipated. Instead, he drifted towards the center. Consequently, Omuro adjusted his positioning. At that moment, he noticed Chen Xingyi making a diagonal run into the penalty area, signaling for the ball. Sun Gang promptly pushed the ball diagonally, sending it rolling into the penalty area towards the advancing Chen Xingyi. The Nigerian defender, originally tasked with marking Chen Xingyi, was outpaced, raising his hands in a gesture of apprehension as Chen Xingyi entered the box. Omuro witnessed this scene unfold, and the words Hulai had spoken echoed in his mind. It was evident that Hulai, once the focal point of their defensive attention, had transformed into a decoy, drawing the Nigerian defense away to create an opportunity for his teammate. In such a situation, could the opponent easily take a shot within their own penalty area? Certainly not. Omuro lunged towards Chen Xingyi like an arrow released from its bow. At the same time, he observed Chen Xingyi preparing to shoot with his right leg. Omuro felt fortunate for his timely advance, believing he still had a chance to block the shot. He twisted his body, intending to use his back to deflect the impending strike. However, he did not feel the ball impact his body. Instead, when he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of Hulai near the penalty spot. He had received the ball. Omuro's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired in that fleeting moment of his turn. The commentators and viewers at home, however, were crystal clear. Chen Xingyi, what a miss. Brilliant. Hulai. Moses found himself ensnared by the encroaching roque, and as he glimpsed Hulai receiving the ball, it was too late for him to intervene. Faced with the rolling sphere, Hulai refrained from pausing to adjust. Instead, he deftly executed a push shot with his right foot, like a golf putter. He directed the ball towards the near corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, Didi, noticed Hulai's strike and attempted to react, but from such close range. He had already lost his advantage. In the midst of his futile attempt, he could only watch as the ball crossed the goal line and entered the net he had been defending. Hu Lai, it's a goal. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. We have equalized once more. Amidst He Feng's exuberant shouts, Hu Lai confirmed the ball had found the net and sprinted towards the corner flag, eager to perform his celebration on the grand stage of international competition. Spotting a camera, he raced over, leaping high into the air, executing a perfect 180-degree turn, crossing his arms before his chest, then dramatically thrusting them downwards. With this flourish, his legs spread apart, firmly anchoring his body onto the grass of the Santa Lucia Stadium. He perfectly landed within the camera's frame, as if declaring to the world, the goal scorer, Hu Lai. Chapter 129. Joyful laughter as she saw the ball being passed to Chen Xingyi. Xiaolan silently urged, pass it to my son. He just passed it to you. To her astonishment, she watched as Chen Xingyi let the ball slip past him, directly to Hu Lai. At that moment, she leapt from the sofa, her heart racing with both tension and hope. Despite Roque having squandered a similar scoring opportunity under comparable circumstances, Xiaolan believed in her son. My son is not like his high school classmate. My son is a gifted striker. A swift kick, and it'll be a goal. Just as she finished this thought, she witnessed Hu Lai push the ball into the net. Unable to contain her overwhelming excitement, Xiaolan let out a scream, completely forgetting her husband's previous admonitions. What does it matter if I disturb the peace at this hour? Nothing is more important than celebrating my son's Olympic goal. Hu Lixin did not immediately restrain his wife. Instead, he rose from his seat as well. Though he remained silent, he vigorously pumped his fist in the air. Shortly thereafter, as Xiaolan's cheers momentarily subsided, they both heard jubilant shouts resonating from other buildings within their community. Clearly, they were not the only ones glued to their television screens at this early hour. Xiaolan wiped away her tears and smiled. Why are you crying again? Hu Lixin asked, bemused. I don't know. I just feel like crying. Xiaolan replied, defiantly. Seeing her in this state, Hu Lixin wrapped his arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean into him and cry to her heart's content. Meanwhile, he gazed at their son on the television, executing his signature celebration, a smile spreading across his face. The exhilarated voice of commentator He Feng echoed from the Santa Lucia Stadium in Valencia, Spain. Hu Lai. He has once again equalized for the Chinese team. He did not let this opportunity slip away, firmly seizing it. His shot was executed with composure, fully exemplifying his qualities as a predator in the penalty area. What do you do when you desire to score? Pass the ball to Hu Lai? Yin Kong excitedly added that he would never let you down in front of the goal. This is the hallmark of a top-notch striker. He never squanders the precious chances to shoot. As Hu Lai sent the ball into the net, Matt Don raised his arms in jubilation, exclaiming, Beautiful. Hu. Splendid. I knew you could do it. You surely can. A fan clad in the Chinese national team jersey, yet sporting a Western visage, stood out conspicuously in the stands. Thus, when the television broadcast shifted to the crowd, it captured this ecstatic fan, albeit fleetingly, yet it was noticed by the keen-eyed. Commentators He Feng and Yin Kong found it curious. Did we just see a foreigner in a Chinese team jersey cheering? Indeed. It was surprising to discover that the Chinese team had garnered foreign fans. This was a rarity. Previously, we were the supporters of foreign teams. And now we have foreigners cheering for us, huh? Besides He Feng and Yin Kong, this scene also became a focal point of discussion across Chinese social media. Dynamic images of this live broadcast quickly emerged on Weibo, allowing everyone to revisit it without fear of having imagined it. Does anyone know who this foreigner is? How peculiar to see someone wearing our Chinese team jersey with such a Western face. The Olympic team has foreign fans now. Unbelievable. Matt Don was entirely unaware that he had gained fame on Chinese social media. He was solely focused on celebrating Hu Lai's inaugural Olympic goal. This elation felt akin to being Hu Lai's coach, a friend, relishing the success of someone whose growth he had witnessed. A heartfelt joy surged within him. Go, Hu. The world will surely know your name. Wow. Splendid. Incredible. The conference room erupted in excitement as the women's soccer team leapt from their seats, clapping and vigorously pounding on the tables, creating a tremendous commotion as if the room were filled to capacity. Li Qingxing was among them, clapping enthusiastically and smiling brightly. In the midst of her equally jubilant teammates, she did not appear out of place. Su Wan, beside her, clapped and jumped, exclaiming, Hu Lai is phenomenal. That shot was so steady. In comparison to Luo Kai, The difference is clear. No wonder Hu Lai ranks first in the goal-scoring charts of the Chinese Super League. Many casual fans might consider Hu Lai's goal unremarkable, believing that Chen Xingyi's missed opportunity was the true highlight. While they are not entirely wrong, as Chen Xingyi's miss was indeed pivotal, the crux of the matter remains that the ball must find its way into the net. Otherwise, Chen Xingyi's brilliance would render the entire attack meaningless. Those who play the game understand the magnitude of Hu Lai's contribution in this offensive play. Though it may seem he effortlessly scored in near solitude, he first had to position himself in that open space, and then he had to successfully convert the opportunity. Wasn't there a counterexample just previously? In a moment of opportunity, Luo Kai found himself in a nearly unguarded position, yet he failed to score. At the level of the national women's soccer team, no player would consider Hu Lai merely fortunate in capitalizing on a loose ball. Following his signature celebration, Hu Lai was enveloped by his ecstatic teammates from the Olympic team. Chen Xingyi shouted, "Was my miss beautiful? Just tell me if it was beautiful." Sun Gang exuberantly exclaimed, "I made an assist. I made an assist." Guo Juanfu added, "You are all incredible." Amid the jubilant cheers, Hu Lai felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind, being playfully pushed around by his teammates. In the moment of his shot, he had not contemplated much, solely focused on scoring. During his celebration, he was equally preoccupied with the thrill of the moment. Yet now, surrounded by his teammates and inundated with their excited calls, he gradually came to the realization, I scored a goal at the Olympics? While the Olympic football competition may not boast the highest level of play, for a nation like China, often regarded as a footballing underdog, scoring at such an event is a remarkable achievement. After all, they had previously been unable to even participate in the Olympic football matches. Before arriving in this world, Hu Lai had never dared to dream that one day he would don the jersey of the Chinese Olympic team and score a goal on this grand stage. It felt like a dream. If this were a dream, then let me never awaken. Hu Lai closed his eyes, leaned back, and felt a firm push from behind. He tilted his head back and laughed joyously. Shi Wuyin shared in the joy, having just embraced Hu Lai's goal with assistant coach Li Zhifei and team leader Ran Jiachang, their faces still beaming with undisguised delight. As a head coach, he knew he should maintain a composed demeanor to steady the team's spirit, for the players were watching him. Would excessive joy lead them to complacency? However, Shi Wuyin set aside such concerns, confident in the psychological resilience the young players had demonstrated in this match. Thus, he allowed himself to laugh heartily, releasing all his emotions. Bringing Hu Lai into this team was undoubtedly my wisest decision. Li Zhifei nodded in agreement. Shi Wuyin then turned to Ran Jiachang, stating, and the decision to retain Hu Lai before the East Asian Cup was equally astute. Ran Jiachang nodded with a smile. Indeed. The three stood side by side on the sidelines, watching the players from the Olympic team embrace in celebration. Together, they remarked, "Youth is truly wonderful." Meanwhile, the Chinese Olympic team was fervently celebrating their second equalizer, while Nigeria's head coach, Kane Roger, vented his frustration by smashing 3 bottles of water. His dissatisfaction with the team's performance evident in his wild gestures. The promise of goal difference, goal difference, goal difference. Yet here we are, not even in the lead. And what good is goal difference now? He glanced at his watch. The match was already in the 76th minute, with just a few minutes remaining. It was no longer a matter of how many goals Nigeria could score against the Chinese team, but rather that Nigeria must secure a victory to acquire 3 points. Otherwise, how could they contend with Belgium and Argentina for a chance to advance from the group stage? The players of the Olympic team concluded their celebration and collectively returned to their half. Hu Lai raised his hand to salute the few Chinese fans in the stands, who waved their 5-star red flags in return. He Feng, from the commentary booth, could not help but reflect. Although the performance of Chinese football abroad often leaves much to be desired, there are still many overseas students and Chinese expatriates present to cheer for our team, regardless of their performance or results. This is simply because the Chinese team represents China, their homeland. It is regrettable that our team has not lived up to expectations in the past, and we owe an apology to these overseas Chinese and students for their unwavering support. Yin Kong added, indeed, no matter the outcome, one can always see the 5-star red flag in the stands. Many among them may not be true football fans and do not follow the sport. They are here solely to support China. Thus, when our team underperforms, one cannot help but feel a sense of guilt towards them. I do not know what the final result of this match will be, but I hope that this time, we have somewhat honored those fans who came to witness the game. The Chinese Olympic team not only scored its first ever goal in Olympic history, but also equalized after falling behind twice. This spirit of resilience has little to do with the disparity in strength between us and Nigeria. May it serve to repay some debts of Chinese football from the past. Let these overseas compatriots feel pride and glory for their homeland on the football field. I believe so, he foamed. Just look at those fans in the stands. How joyfully they smile. Chapter 130. Witnessing history together despite Kane Rogers' furious demand for the Nigerian team to continue their assault on the Chinese Olympic team's goal in an attempt to secure victory. As the Nigerian squad rallied to launch their offensive, they were met with an impregnable defense from the Olympic team. Hulai's goal significantly bolstered the team's morale. In the face of Nigeria's relentless attack, every player from the Olympic team demonstrated their tenacity. As time progressed, the Nigerian players grew increasingly anxious without managing to score again. Ultimately, the tactical discipline of this African team disintegrated. Each player, upon receiving the ball, solely focused on personal glory. Any opportunity to shoot was taken without regard for their positioning. Ironically, this made it easier for the Chinese Olympic team to defend against them. After all, the Nigerian squad lacks a true superstar capable of single-handedly altering the outcome of a match. Once they resort to individual play, failing to forge connections, they become stagnant. The players of the Olympic team instilled in them the importance of strict tactical discipline. For minutes of stoppage time, the score remains 2-2. Hold the line. Hifeng anxiously exclaimed from the commentary booth. The Olympic team was a mere 4 minutes away from securing their first point in Olympic history, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. After all, there have been numerous instances in the annals of Chinese football where last-minute collapses occurred. Various Black X minutes have almost become a tradition in Chinese football. Shi Wuyin, preoccupied with thoughts of his initial strategy to defeat Nigeria, had already fortified their defense through substitutions. Now he stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on his team's half. Hulai, substituted in the 80th minute, stood alongside his teammates on the bench, awaiting the conclusion of the match. The expressions on the faces of every player were grave and anxious. None dared to smile prematurely, fearing it might jinx their fortunes. It wasn't just them. Countless viewers in front of their televisions shared in their tension. Those brief 4 minutes of stoppage time felt as though they spanned for centuries in their eyes. Finally, when the referee blew the final whistle, Hifeng was the first to exuberantly shout, "The match is over. The match is over." The young men of the Chinese Olympic team valiantly earned a draw against Nigeria, securing the first point in their Olympic history, their first draw, their first goal. The players of the Chinese Olympic team surged onto the field, eagerly embracing their teammates to celebrate this momentous occasion. Some might wonder what is so worthy of celebration in a draw. They clearly lack perspective. They were right. The Olympic team indeed lacked experience. And this draw had been a long 12 years in the making. Well, the match is concluded. Let us all head back to our rooms to rest. Head coach Yin Enkai announced loudly. The players dispersed in small groups, making their way to their rooms while discussing the recently concluded match. The fact that the Olympic team managed to draw with Nigeria was truly surprising. Indeed, one can only imagine the excitement back home, even if it is the middle of the night. Oh, I almost forgot. By morning, the domestic internet will surely be abuzz. Su Wen and Li Qingxing walked back to their room together, engaged in conversation. It's a bit of a pity that we couldn't secure a win against Nigeria, Li Qingxing remarked with a frown. Su Wen was taken aback by Li Qingxing's words. Qingxing, do you hear yourself? Managing to draw with Nigeria is quite an achievement. Did you not see how jubilant the Olympic team players were post-match, as if they had won? Of course, achieving a draw against a formidable opponent is no small feat. But if we aspire to advance from the group stage, we must triumph over Nigeria, right? Otherwise, are we to face Belgium and Argentina head-on? Li Qingxing countered. Su Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Advance from the group stage? Are you serious, Qingxing? The Olympic squad is indeed in a perilous group. Li Qingxing recalled that the goal of advancing from the group stage was merely a notion she had shared with herself. The others were likely unaware. She chuckled softly, shaking her head. It would be a pity to return after just 3 group matches. They previously never even had the opportunity to play 3 matches. I must tell you, Qingxing, there's a match where, regardless of the outcome, the Olympic squad has already made their mark at the Olympics. They've etched their names into history. As for the remaining 2 matches, it's best not to harbor excessive expectations, lest we face disappointment, Su Wen remarked confidently. Walking alongside her, Li Qingqing maintained a smile. How wonderful, Xia Lan exclaimed, raising her arms in cheer before pulling out her phone. Hu Lisen glanced at her. What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep? Sleep? No way. I want to see what everyone is saying after the game. Xia Lan replied gleefully. After each of Hu Lai's matches, she would scour the internet for creative praises from netizens about her son. This had become a cherished post-game ritual for her, akin to the immense satisfaction she derived from watching her son play. Don't stay up too late. Don't you have work tomorrow? Hu Lisen reminded her. I took the day off. I'll be sleeping in all day. She retorted. Then what about dinner? We'll order takeout. And besides, dear Hu, I'm so exhilarated that even if you let me sleep, I wouldn't be able to. Hu Lisen pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of her words, as he too felt a surge of excitement. Today, his son had inscribed his name in the annals of Chinese football at the Olympics. All those years of trials and tribulations seemed trivial now. Hu Lisen rose to the kitchen and retrieved 2 cans of beer. Xia Lan widened her eyes at him. What are you doing? Getting drunk to sleep better, he quipped. He opened a can and handed it to his wife, opening another for himself. Join me. Xia Lan accepted the can, smiling. You're happy, aren't you? Her husband, without a hint of reluctance, readily admitted. Yes, I am. Cheers. Xia Lan lifted her beer. Cheers. The 2 cans clinked together, spilling some of the liquid. On this deep night, across the vast expanse of China, countless individuals, like Xia Lan and Hu Lisen, were wide awake with excitement, fervently discussing online and in bustling eateries about how splendid Hu Lai's pass to Chen Xingyi was, and how remarkable Chen Xingyi's assist to Hu Lai turned out to be. They spoke of Wang Guangwei's steadfast defense and the impressive performance of the entire Olympic squad. For many Chinese football fans, this was destined to be a sleepless night. Some, however, hurried to bed due to the obligations of work or school the next day. Yet, as they lay in the dark, closing their eyes, the 2 goals scored by the Chinese team would flash before their minds, accompanied by the jubilant commentary of Yifeng. Dear viewers, I am thrilled and honored to witness history with you at this moment. While everyone celebrated the Chinese team's draw against Nigeria with joy and contentment, on the bus returning to the hotel, head coach Shi Wuyin was rallying the players who had just boarded for the remaining 2 matches. Drawing against Nigeria and not losing the match is a commendable result. However, for us, who aspire to advance from this group, it is insufficient. The upcoming 2 matches will undoubtedly be more challenging than today's encounter, as our opponents are considerably stronger. And furthermore, there will be no secrets between us. Your performance today will certainly be noted by them. It is unrealistic to hope that our adversaries will underestimate us. Thus, you must be acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lie ahead. At this point, Shi Wuyin paused momentarily, casting his gaze over the faces of the national team players in the vehicle. He noted that none displayed any signs of trepidation. He then continued, Nevertheless, I have faith in you, owing to your performance in this match. In fact, our opponents did not take us lightly, yet we managed to hold them to a draw. What does this signify? It indicates that we possess the capability to confront them head-on. Therefore, I believe that the most significant takeaway from this draw is the realization that we are not as weak as we might have presumed. Am I right? Yes. The players responded with resounding enthusiasm. Excellent. Tonight, rest well, and upon waking tomorrow, let us act as though this match never occurred. We shall start anew without that point. The bus, carrying the players, departed the stadium en route to their hotel. On the roadside, a number of Chinese fans, just exiting the venue, draped in the national flag, paused to wave their arms upon spotting the team bus. The players of the national team reciprocated the gesture from behind the glass. Almost everyone felt an immense sense of fulfillment, proud to don the national jersey while competing in a foreign land. Chapter 131. The ones who break the darkness. The Chinese national team achieved its first goal in the Olympics, secured its inaugural draw, and garnered its first point, rapidly becoming the focus of domestic media coverage the day after the match. The fervor surrounding this event even surpassed speculation regarding the lighting of the Olympic torch at the opening ceremony in Madrid, which had yet to commence. Although the women's team also triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory on the first day of competition, it could not rival the men's team in terms of media attention. On one hand, victories by the women's team have become commonplace, eliciting little surprise, whereas the men's team's performance at the Olympics was genuinely astonishing, naturally attracting greater media scrutiny. On the other hand, the men's football garners inherently higher interest than the women's game, despite merely being a draw. The media coverage and online excitement might lead some who are indifferent to Chinese football to mistakenly believe that the national team had triumphed over Nigeria. The attention and accolades generated by a single draw highlight the unfortunate plight of Chinese football fans. Some supporters have even proclaimed online that regardless of the outcomes of the next two matches, they are content with this match, this point, and these two goals. This sentiment has resonated with many, garnering widespread agreement. In the early hours of today, during a Group B match of the Olympic men's football tournament, the Chinese U23 team endured a challenging battle, ultimately drawing 2-2 with the Nigerian U23 team. Among the highlights, Zhang Qinghuan scored the first goal in the history of Chinese men's football at the Olympics, while Hu Lai's goal in the 76th minute secured a point for the Chinese team, marking their inaugural point in Olympic history. Qin Lin glanced at the television screen displaying the morning Olympic highlights, which showcased clips from that very match. The moments of Hu Lai assisting Zhang Qinghuan and Zhang Qinghuan passing the ball to Hu Lai for a goal were vividly presented. "Wow, how impressive!" exclaimed Qin Shi, who was also watching the television. "It's the first goal in Olympic history. Dad, they are even more remarkable than you." Qin Lin shot him a stern look. "Hurry up and eat. You need to get to school." Qin Shi quickly bowed his head, slurping down his porridge. Meanwhile, Qin Lin continued to watch the television. The highlights had concluded, and the screen shifted back to the studio in Madrid, where the host and guests were discussing the significance of this extraordinary match for Chinese football. However, Qin Lin absorbed none of their words. His thoughts drifted back 12 years to the last match of the Chinese U23 team, who, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, had already lost their chance of advancing. The goal for their final match had been reduced to merely scoring a single goal. He had passionately rallied the team on the field, hoping to uplift their spirits. Yet, his exhortations fell on deaf ears. The 2-goal deficit appeared to have shattered their resolve. It was just a 2-goal difference. In the 68th minute, Qin Lin was substituted. After leaving the pitch, he didn't even shake hands with the then coach, Jean Jipei. Instead, he stormed straight to the locker room, kicking a water bottle forcefully as he passed it. This display startled many and became one of the principal reasons for the media and fans to criticize him post-match. As the oldest and most experienced player on the team, he was expected to set a proper example, yet his frustration reportedly transferred to the players, leaving them disoriented and contributing to the team's defeat. Some accused him of fostering factionalism within the U23 team, acting as a bully, defying the coach, and ultimately leading to the team's collapse and loss of fighting spirit. In summary, prior to that Olympic team, Qin Lin, regarded as the finest player in Chinese domestic football, had been met with immense expectations upon joining as an overage player. Yet post-Olympics, he faced a torrent of reproach. The Olympics thus became an indelible blemish on Qin Lin's career, a chapter he preferred to bury in the recesses of his memory. Today, as he observed the vibrant young athletes sprinting against Nigeria, Qin Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "If I had been surrounded by such youthful vigor back then, perhaps we would have made history for Chinese football a dozen years earlier." After having breakfast, the wife drove their son to school, while Qin Lin remained at home to rest until he heard the sound of a car horn outside. He then picked up the sports bag he had prepared earlier and stepped out of the courtyard. Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan were already waiting for him by the entrance. After Hu Lai and the others had left, Zhang Qinghuan had taken the initiative to suggest that they train and return home together daily, as 3 individuals could comfortably fit in one vehicle, thus avoiding unnecessary carbon emissions. Qin Lin readily agreed. Consequently, he now rides in the electric car purchased by Zhang Qinghuan for their training sessions. As Qin Lin settled into the vehicle, he found Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan engrossed in a discussion about the Olympics. He overheard Xia Xiaoyu inquiring, "Brother Huan, both Hu and Qin scored goals. Do you regret not attending the Olympics now?" Zhang Qinghuan scoffed. "Regret? What is there to regret? Scoring a goal at the Olympics is no great feat. Let me tell you, Xiaoyu, my aspiration is to score in the World Cup finals." At that moment, they noticed Qin Lin entering the car and promptly greeted him. "Hello, Brother Lin." Qin Lin nodded, still pondering Zhang Qinghuan's earlier statement. Scoring in the World Cup finals? That implies they must first qualify for the World Cup. However, Qin Lin mused that this group of young players might indeed help Chinese football reach the World Cup. Yet, by then, it would have little to do with him. Had he been surrounded by such a talented cohort of young athletes, the prospect of the Chinese team appearing in the World Cup finals might have already been realized. This thought left Qin Lin feeling somewhat melancholic. For the first time, He wished he could be 10 years younger, running alongside these young talents on the football pitch. Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan, seated in the front, noticed Qin Lin's silence after he got in, exchanging glances to confirm their observations. Zhang Qinghuan gestured for Xia Xiaoyu to inquire about it, but Xia Xiaoyu responded with a look that suggested it was Zhang Qinghuan's turn to ask. Zhang Qinghuan hesitated. He had no desire to pry into Qin Lin's mood. What if the reason stemmed from an unresolved discord with his wife the previous night? That would only lead to an awkward atmosphere. Thus, he resolved to remain silent. Yet, as Zhang Qinghuan refrained from questioning, Qin Lin took the initiative to speak up. Qinghuan, I've taken note of your earlier remark. If we truly participate in the World Cup, I will eagerly await your goal. Zhang Qinghuan was taken aback. Huh? Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lin, I was just boasting. There's no need for such seriousness. Zhang Qinghuan protested amidst Xia Xiaoyu's laughter. However, Qin Lin replied earnestly, your mindset is flawed, Qinghuan. How can such aspirations be dismissed as mere bragging? I've never even participated in a World Cup. Zhang Qinghuan defended. But Hu Lai once declared he would lift the World Cup. Do you think he was just boasting? Zhang Qinghuan yearned to affirm. Yet he recognized that Qin Lin was broaching a profoundly serious subject, rendering a jesting demeanor inappropriate. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and reluctantly acknowledged that Hu Lai's stubbornness in certain matters was indeed formidable. A recent testament to this was his relentless pursuit of vengeance against Wang Xianke, following the FA Cup final last year, during which he declared his intent to confront Wang Xianke. Many, whether in online forums or media discussions, dismissed his words as mere bravado, believing he was merely posturing. Yet, lo and behold, in a mere span of 6 months, Hu Lai truly fulfilled his promise of confronting Wang Xianke, scoring in all 3 encounters against the formidable De Shun Jinjian II, leading the Flash Stars to complete victory. In the final match, he even risked injury to his eyesight, heading the ball into the net. It is worth noting that by that point, the Flash Stars had already secured victory, and Hu Lai had already scored. He had no necessity to exert himself so fiercely. His determination was to demonstrate to the world that his proclamations must be honored, and that the boasts he made must come to fruition. We are all aware of Hu Lai's current success as a young player. He has achieved feats that many 30-year-olds have not. When the outside world speaks of Hu Lai's accomplishments, they often simplistically attribute it to his genius. However, for those of you who shared daily moments with him, do you truly perceive him as merely gifted? Is it not his unwavering belief in realizing every boast he has made that catalyzes his progress? As Qin Lin spoke, Xia Xiaoyu, who was driving, felt his smile gradually fade. He suddenly recalled how, upon hearing Hu Gu express his desire to venture to Europe, he had merely sought excuses for his own inability to go, never contemplating how he might achieve such a journey himself. In that instant, he realized this might be the most significant divergence between himself and Hu Gu. Some individuals are perpetually focused on what they wish to accomplish, while others dwell on what they believe they cannot achieve. Noticing the silence that enveloped them, Qin Lin sighed. You too, spending your days with Hu Lai. Make sure you don't merely imitate his antics. That is but a facade, a guise to conceal his true ambitions. If the opportunity to go to Europe arises, seize it without regard for the specific challenges. You are still young, and exposure to broader stages is essential for growth. I assure you, upon their return from the Olympics, Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei will undoubtedly experience significant advancement. Zhang Qinghuan pondered for a moment and could not help but interject. But Lin Gu, if we all depart, what will happen to the team? Qin Lin chuckled. Is that a concern for you? Isn't that Zhao Zidao's responsibility? Zhao Kongming sneezed, causing Chun Mo nearby to momentarily tense. You mustn't catch a cold. Did you stay up late watching the match yesterday? Zhao Kongming smiled. I did watch, but I have not caught a cold. My nose merely itches a bit. Old Chun, Hu Lai and his teammates performed exceptionally well yesterday. That they did. Yet this only increases the likelihood of European teams taking notice of them. So what if they do? Chen Xingyi is not part of our team. I cannot dictate his path. After completing this season, should a European club express interest in Hu Lai, I would not stand in his way. If he wishes to depart, then let him go, Zhao Kongming remarked. You truly are generous. If he leaves, what shall become of our team? We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. We cannot simply bind him to our domestic league for such a reason, he continued. Listen, Lao Chun, if you do not wish to become Hu Lai's adversary, do not put him in a difficult position regarding this matter. Otherwise, you remember Wang Xianke, do you not? Chen Mo quickly waved his hand. I have not suggested preventing him from leaving. Ultimately, you are the head coach. When Hulai departs, it will be you who worries about his replacement, not I. The decision lies with you. Zhao Kongming laughed nonchalantly. There will always be a way when the vehicle reaches the mountain's front. And the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. We shall see when the time comes. What is paramount is that someone must raise the torch to illuminate the path in the darkness. Chen Mo grasped his meaning. If Hulai were to leave, would he be the one holding the torch to light the way? Indeed, Zhao Kongming nodded. He is the one who shatters the darkness. Chapter 132. Stubborn resistance despite the Chinese Olympic team's commendable draw against the formidable Nigerian U-23 team in their opening match, which heightened attention towards them. They subsequently fell to Belgium in their second group match. Although the players displayed remarkable tenacity and fought fiercely, so much so that their key defensive midfielder, Zhang Qinghuan, was injured and had to leave the field, they could not avert the outcome of their defeat, with a score of 0-1. Even without staying up late to watch the match, one could discern the resolute spirit of the Chinese U-23 team from this scoreline. Consequently, following this loss, the domestic media did not harshly criticize the team. Social media was awash with praise and words of comfort, asserting that the players had showcased their abilities and style. They could leave the pitch with their heads held high. However, for the U-23 team, this loss meant that their goal of advancing from the group stage was rendered nearly impossible. In the first round of group matches, the Chinese U-23 team drew 2-2 with Nigeria, while the Argentine U-23 team and Belgium ended their match in a 1-1 stalemate. At this juncture, it was unclear who would advance from the group and who would face elimination. In the second round, the Chinese U-23 team lost 0-1 to Belgium, while Argentina triumphed 1-0 over Nigeria, securing 3 points. This resulted in Belgium and Argentina both holding 1 win and 1 draw, amassing 4 points each and occupying the top 2 spots in the group. Meanwhile, the Chinese U-23 team and Nigeria, both struggling, found themselves with just 1 point, ranking 3rd and 4th respectively. In the final round of group matches, Nigeria faced Belgium, needing a victory to retain any hope of advancing, albeit merely a hope. Similarly, the Chinese team required a win against the Argentine U-23 squad to have any chance of progressing, which was no small feat. One must remember that Argentina boasts the talent of Melba Niga. Currently, the football world universally acknowledges Melba as a future contender for one of the greatest players of all time, his innate talent already dazzling many. In the brilliant glow of his prowess, the players of the Chinese U-23 team appeared almost invisible. What can the Chinese Olympic team rely on to compete? Just sheer passion? Thus, many observers felt that following the defeat to Belgium, the hopes for the Chinese team's journey in this Olympic Games were extinguished. Unless, of course, they were to triumph over Nigeria in their opening match, which might rekindle some hopes among fans. Who could dream of a draw against Argentina in the final match through a resolute defensive strategy? Now, however, it seems futile to dwell on what could have been. It is indeed regrettable to have lost to Belgium, rendering prospects of advancement bleak. If only they could have triumphed over Nigeria, or at least drawn with them, things would have been different. Yet, I believe they performed commendably given the circumstances. And there is little to lament. On the training ground, the women's football players engaged in recovery training while discussing the match of the Olympic team that concluded the previous night. They too had just completed their second group match, yet few seemed concerned about their own affairs. After all, having won their match yesterday, they had already secured their place in the next round, and there was no need to dwell on their own situation. Today's recovery training exuded a relaxed atmosphere, with even the coaching staff allowing players to converse during drills. While practicing passing with Li Qingqing, Suwen lowered her voice and said, "Qingqing, do you remember what I said before? Advancing from the group is no easy feat." Li Qingqing sighed in response. "Stop sighing. Their performance is already commendable. Hulai even scored in the Olympics, which is a historic breakthrough for the men's team. Not enough. 1-1. Li Qingqing shook her head. How can that be insufficient? This isn't enough for the world to remember him. Suwen gasped, almost losing control of her voice. Aren't your expectations for Hulai a bit too lofty? Qingqing, I know he was your high school classmate, but think about it. He was just an ordinary high school student who began playing football. It's been less than 6 years, and now he is scoring in the Olympics. That is nothing short of extraordinary. Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback by Su Wen's words, reflexively receiving the ball Su Wen passed to her. Yet she did not return it immediately, but instead let it rest under her foot. She recalled her first encounter with Hu Lai at Dongchuan High School, where he resembled a neglected puppy, constantly shunned by others. At that time, she could never have imagined he would evolve into such an impressive figure. Initially, she had merely hoped Hu Lai would make the school team through his training. His current achievements have far surpassed her expectations. Thus, she smiled at Suwon and said, "You're right, Wenwen. He is indeed remarkable. I should send him a comforting message on WeChat." In the bustling conference room, Hu Lai received a WeChat message from Li Qingqing. "Are you free now?" He glanced at his teammates around him and replied, "I'm with my teammates." "Oh, never mind then. What is up? I was hoping to video call you." "Ah, it is rather inconvenient at the moment. We are awaiting the commencement of a meeting, and Coach Sure will join us shortly." I actually wanted to inquire about your objectives for advancing after the defeat against Belgium. What are your plans? What else can we do but confront Argentina head-on? However, they have Messi, while we still have Hu Lai." Li Qingqing chuckled upon reading this message on WeChat. "I was going to offer you some consolation, but it seems it may not be necessary," she replied with a smile. "No need for consolation. I have a resilient heart. Coach Sure has arrived. All right, you may proceed with the meeting." After sending this message, Li Qingqing indeed received no further replies from Hu Lai. So she set her phone aside, a gentle smile gracing her face. There was nothing more for her to worry about. Today, we will review the video recordings of Argentina's first 2 matches, Shi Wuyin announced, holding the remote control for the projector in front of the assembled players. Since our final match will be a direct confrontation with Argentina, it is imperative that we thoroughly understand this team. Argentina is indeed formidable, yet they are not as overwhelmingly superior as some may claim. Messi is their most exceptional player, but he is just one individual. The disparity between him and the rest of the team is quite pronounced. Overall, they are not as fearsome as the external narrative suggests. This was evident in their match where they drew with Belgium. As he spoke, he pressed the remote, displaying the footage of the encounter between Argentina and the Belgian U23 team. Having already faced Belgium, you should possess a clear understanding of their players' capabilities. Therefore, the match between Belgium and Argentina should provide us with valuable insights. The meeting room fell silent as everyone focused intently on the projected images of the game. This was a highlight reel, meticulously edited by the coaching staff to eliminate unnecessary information, allowing the players to concentrate on the content the coaches wish them to observe. Typically, when facing Messi, the defending side finds itself in a dilemma. Either deploy more personnel to contain Messi, thereby leaving other areas vulnerable, or maintain the integrity of the defense with insufficient resources to restrict Messi, which results in being unable to thwart his exceptional individual skills. The goals conceded by Belgium arose from such a predicament. In the footage, Messi suddenly cut in from the left flank, utilizing his remarkable acceleration to swiftly evade the Belgian defender before making a diagonal run towards the center. Then, confronting the advancing Belgian center back, Amani Azayakob, he deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, evading Azayakob's attempt to intercept, thereby achieving a breakthrough. Amani Azayakob, who recently faced the Chinese U23 team, is known for his tenacious defense and outstanding abilities, having caused considerable trouble for the Chinese front line during their encounter. Yet, in the video, he was effortlessly bypassed by Messi's assault, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience in the meeting room. The globally recognized prodigy, Messi, indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Though he is not tall and lacks explosive speed, his footwork is remarkably swift, enabling him to consistently react before his opponents can strike. Thus, with a simple feint, he effortlessly bypasses his adversaries, who often remain oblivious to how they have been outmaneuvered. In the footage, after he outwits Jacob, Melli tears through Belgium's defensive line, drawing the defenders towards him before delivering the ball to a teammate in open space, who then scores. Therefore, when defending against Melli, we must not solely focus on him. Otherwise, we risk conceding a goal similar to the one Belgium suffered. We need to contract our formation as if it were a hand, spread out with gaps between the fingers. Shi Wuyin raised his right hand, fingers splayed, demonstrating to his teammates. These gaps will be exploited by Melli and the Argentine team. However, if we tighten our formation into a fist, where will the gaps remain? Shi Wuyin clenched his fist, emphasizing that our defensive strategy should be as compact as a fist, ensuring that we do not provide them with too much space in critical areas. If we lose possession in the midfield, the player who loses the ball must immediately attempt to regain it. But remember, The primary purpose of this recovery is not merely to intercept the ball, but to delay the opponent's attack. If we can entangle them and prevent forward passes, that constitutes a successful recovery. The others must sprint back to their positions. It is acceptable to concede the flanks, but we must staunchly defend the center. Let us review the video of our upcoming opponent. The head coach of the Argentine U23 team, Rodriguez Rosas, is also showing his players footage of the Chinese team. However, the Argentine players seated below appear somewhat indifferent, whispering amongst themselves. Is the old man taking this too seriously? Does he really need to worry about a team like China? They couldn't even beat Belgium. How could they possibly defeat us? Although Rosas cannot decipher their hushed conversations, he perceives their lackadaisical expressions, which frustrates him. He then calls out Meli's name. Meli, bewildered, stands up. He had not been part of the whispering and is puzzled as to why the coach has singled him out. Can you score 5 goals in under 9 minutes? Rosas inquires. Meli shakes his head. I have never accomplished that, Mr. Rosas. Very well, you may sit down, Meli. Rosas responds with a modicum of patience. Once Meli resumes his seat, Rosas turns his attention to the other players, his demeanor shifting dramatically. While even Meli cannot achieve such a feat, there is a player on the Chinese team who has. Their main striker, number 14, who? This is our next opponent. What right do you have to look down on them? The players are taken aback by the coach's reprimand, holding their breath in silence. Some who had previously slouched in their seats quickly corrected their posture under the coach's stern gaze, sitting up straight in their places. Because Belgium triumphed over China, do you presume we shall undoubtedly prevail as well? Allow me to clarify, such an assumption may not hold true. If you maintain this nonchalant demeanor on the field, victory is far from guaranteed. Each individual must accord this match the seriousness it warrants. Now, let us view the footage. He pressed the play button, and after a brief black screen, the image of Hu Lai materialized on the television screen. Argentina possesses formidable strength, yet they are not without their own shortcomings. On one hand, they overly rely on Meli in their offensive strategies, often appearing as though Meli single-handedly breaches the opponent's defense before distributing the ball to his teammates. On the other hand, their defensive structure raises concerns. Xia Xiaoyu continued his analysis while watching the match footage. Argentina employs a 3-4-3 formation. If the wingers fail to track back promptly, the 3 center-backs will be forced to stretch across the entire defensive line, creating vulnerabilities, even with the assistance of midfielders. Furthermore, their left center-back, Santiago Sweeney, is a weak link in their defense. His playing style is somewhat erratic, leading to avoidable mistakes. Thus, we must consistently apply pressure on him during the match to induce errors. Xia Xiaoyu paused the footage, pointing at Argentina's number 3 player on the projection screen. Sweeney, you must maintain your composure during the match, Rosas exclaimed, jabbing his finger at his temple as he addressed Santiago Sweeney. Safeguard your designated area and do not afford the opposition any opportunities. Rest assured, sir. I assure you I will not falter, Sweeney replied loudly, albeit with an awkward expression, standing up to respond to the head coach. Once seated, his teammates exchanged knowing glances, leaving him feeling quite disgruntled. However, in the presence of the head coach, he refrained from voicing his displeasure, instead glaring back fiercely. On the platform, head coach Rosas continued, I reiterate, do not underestimate your opponents. This Chinese team did not draw against Nigeria by mere chance. Should you belittle your adversaries, be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 133. A phone call. Do you not think the old man is a tad too anxious? It is merely a Chinese team, after all. We only need a draw to advance. After the meeting adjourned, the players of the Argentine U23 team strolled back to their rooms in small groups, eagerly discussing their thoughts once they were distanced from head coach Rodriguez Rosas. We cannot be content with merely advancing from the group, Meli Bain proclaimed. If Belgium manages to defeat Nigeria, we shall emerge as the second in our group. Should we finish second, it is likely we will face the host nation, Spain, which is no easy opponent. Thus, we must not only win but secure a significant victory. With Meli expressing such sentiments, the others felt compelled to refrain from dissenting opinions. Upon returning to their rooms, Ramon Cantro, who shared a room with Meli, curiously inquired, Meli, have you truly never scored 5 goals in 9 minutes? Meli shook his head. Never. Not even in youth competitions? I do not believe so. Meli Bain reflected for a moment before shaking his head again. At least, I do not recall such an occurrence. Is it truly possible for someone to score so many goals in such a brief span of time? Kantoro furrowed his brow and inquired. Could it be a ruse? Meili, gazing at his friend, chuckled and shook his head. I have heard of this as well. It is said that the player netted 5 goals in 9 minutes during the Olympic qualifiers. Given that it was an Olympic qualifying match, the likelihood of fabrication is minimal, and the integrity of the competition is assured. He must possess genuine skill. Kantoro, however, interrupted Meili, shaking his head. I cannot concur, Meili. I dispute the notion that he has talent. He is merely a fortunate fool. From the game footage the old man showed us, I saw no evidence of any capability that would allow him to achieve what you have not. Meili decided not to prolong the discussion, shaking his head. Whether he possesses skill or not, we shall ascertain when we face them in the match, will we not? Indeed. I shall keep a keen eye on the proceedings. Kantoro remarked, still irked, seemingly displeased that an unknown player had stolen the limelight from his friend. Just don't forget about the match, Meili jested. Of course, I won't forget. We shall defeat them soundly, not just win, but triumph decisively. The players had already departed the conference room, leaving only the coaching staff of the National Olympic team. Without any outsiders present, assistant coach Li Zhifei turned to Shi Wuyin and asked, how confident do you think we are in overcoming Argentina? Shi Wuyin extended a single finger. 1%. Li Zhifei sighed. At least we set the goal of advancing from the group stage early on. Otherwise, this final match would merely be a formality. Now, at least we can encourage the players to strive, so we do not lose too disgracefully. Indeed, the youth must draw strength from that spirit, Shi Wuyin responded. The carrot on a stick? Li Zhifei's jest elicited a laugh from Shi Wuyin, who then sighed. Honestly, I am already quite pleased with their performance in this Olympic tournament. Drawing against Nigeria in the first match was a delightful surprise, and losing to Belgium in the second match, while unfortunate, was to be expected. Losing by just 1 goal is commendable. These young individuals have exceeded our expectations. He referred to the sentiments expressed by domestic media and online voices. Following the Chinese national Olympic team's defeat to Belgium, the media did not criticize the team's performance, and fans online expressed regret, with very few resorting to disparagement. After all, the disparity in strength was evident, and the performance of the Chinese national Olympic team was apparent, as long as one is not blind or lacking in reason. It should be clear that losing to Belgium by just 1 goal is a remarkable achievement. Certainly, such a lenient climate of public opinion is closely tied to the Chinese national Olympic team's performance in their first match, where they managed to equalize twice after falling behind, ultimately securing a draw with Nigeria. Continuing, Shi Wuyin spoke earnestly. It is precisely because of our performance that we must maintain our composure in the final match. We cannot afford to falter at the last moment. Regardless of the outcome, we must showcase our spirit in this final game. Only then can we honor the trust bestowed upon us by the people of our nation. His words carried a weight that was palpable, imposing a subtle pressure on every coach present in the conference room. The Olympics had commenced a week prior, with various events taking place in fervent competition, and some disciplines already determining their gold medalists. The Olympic athletes striving for glory for their country had become a trending topic across Chinese social media platforms, where the Olympics dominated the most searched terms. Against this backdrop, the National Olympic team garnered attention that rivaled that of world champions. In previous Olympics, Chinese men's football had little relevance, the excitement belonged to others, and the presence of Chinese football was merely a source of frustration. However, during this Olympic cycle, discussions surrounding the Chinese national Olympic team remained consistently high, particularly with the approach of the final group match, propelling them to the top of various trending topic lists, even eclipsing the gossip of entertainment stars and the paid promotions of certain variety shows. When Chinese football languished in a mire of mediocrity, many questioned why football could be considered the world's premier sport. They believed that, at least domestically, the sport's influence had waned significantly, overshadowed by basketball. Yet, observing the fervor online now reveals that it is not football that has failed, but rather the previous state of Chinese football. For Chinese football to take center stage in the Olympics has brought tears of joy to countless fans. In past Olympic Games, they dared not speak, fearing ridicule should the men's team falter once more. Any incident would inevitably lead to them being the target of scorn. Although the men's football team has indeed faced criticism, such unabashed mockery still stings for many devoted fans. Now, they revel in a sense of vindication, like serfs singing their liberation. Watching the nation rally in support of the national Olympic team's match against Argentina on television and online fills them with astonishment. They are surprisingly at peace with whatever outcome may arise from the match against Argentina. Just witnessing this moment is enough to boast about for a long time. After all, the Argentine team is formidable, boasting the universally acknowledged genius player, Melabonija. If the national Olympic team were to lose by only 3 goals, it would still be considered an impressive feat. Matthew Dawn had not received a call from Tony Clark in a long time. Ever since Clark departed from Hammond Castle, he had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no means of contact. Even in the news, there was no mention of Clark. Yet, at this moment, Matthew received a call from Tony. "I thought you had forgotten me, Tony," Matthew lamented. "I apologize, Matthew. I intended to come directly to Hammond Castle to find you. But I only recently learned that you had left," came Tony Clark's voice, imbued with regret. The club underwent a significant transformation, with numerous personnel changes, and the new head coach seemed indifferent to my contributions. Consequently, I decided to resign. Matt briefly inquired about my reasons for leaving before asking, "What about you? Where have you been these past 6 months?" "I enrolled in a coaching development course organized by the Football Association to enhance my skills." Tony chuckled, expressing that what was once unclear to him has now crystallized into understanding. What was instinctual has evolved into a theoretical framework lodged in his mind. "Congratulations, Tony. You've elevated your status," I remarked. "Indeed, not only have I advanced personally, but my career has ascended as well." "Career? Have you secured a new position?" "That is precisely why I called you, Matt. Leeds has approached me, hoping I will become their head coach." Matt paused in disbelief. "Leeds? Leeds City? Which other could it be? There is only one professional team in all of Leeds, but they are a Premier League team," Matt exclaimed. "Why else would I claim my career has elevated? I have signed a contract with them. Henceforth, please refer to me as a Premier League coach, Matt." Tony Clark beamed with joy. "Why would they seek you out? Back when they were in the championship, I once led my team to a resounding victory against them. Perhaps that endeared me to them. Last season, they successfully avoided relegation, thus inviting me to take the helm as their head coach." "Wait a moment, Tony. It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but it strikes me as odd. Lauren Galley was performing admirably at Leeds, successfully guiding the team to safety. How is it that you're now the head coach?" Matt discerned a flaw in the narrative. "Well, after securing their status, Galley and the club failed to reach an agreement on a new contract, and he resigned." "Oh, when did that occur?" "Just 5 days ago." Matt slapped his forehead. He had come to Spain to watch the Olympic Games, and hadn't closely followed the news from English football, feeling somewhat out of touch upon hearing Tony's account. "From what you've shared, it seems this head coaching role is quite challenging, Tony. You're stepping into the shoes of a coach who led the team to promotion and ensured their survival. I am fully aware of that, which is the very reason I am calling you, Matt. Initially, I was concerned about your situation at Hammond Castle, but now that you are a free agent, I wanted to ask if you would be willing to return as my video analyst, just as we did at Hammond Castle." "A video analyst for a Premier League club?" Matt felt his heart race. "I need your assistance, Matt. I cannot manage everything alone." Sensing Matt's silence as hesitation, Tony pleaded earnestly. "However, Tony, I cannot sign a contract with Leeds right now," Matt responded, regaining his focus. "Why not?" "Because I am currently in Spain." "Spain? What brings you there?" "I came to watch Lihu's match." "Lihu?" Tony Clark on the other end paused in confusion. "Who is that?" 9 minutes, 5 goals. Matt revealed the key detail. Tony suddenly realized. "Oh, it's him. Wait, he is participating in the Olympics? The Chinese team has made it to the Olympics?" Matt sighed. "Tony, I suspect you didn't attend the FA training course, but rather a secluded yoga retreat." Tony felt somewhat embarrassed. "I just don't pay much attention to Chinese football. So, how is that Lihu performing in the Olympics?" 1 goal and 1 assist. Helping the team draw with Nigeria. That sounds promising. Quite impressive. Wait, I have an idea, Tony. I currently cannot return to England to finalize your contract, as I must remain in Spain to watch tomorrow's 3rd group match between China and Argentina. If you're interested, why not bring the contract to Valencia? We can watch a match together and sign the contract afterward, suggested Matt. "You've heard me talk about Lihu numerous times, but you've never seen him play live, have you? This is a splendid opportunity, possibly the last one. Are there still tickets available?" "Certainly, there are. The stadium hasn't been full for any match. If you're certain, I can assist you in purchasing the tickets right now. Of course, I want to see what your beloved player is like in reality." Note, in reality, many British teams are named after their locations, and I have not fabricated foreign place names. Hence, when creating fictional foreign clubs in the narrative, I often cannot avoid using names of well-known teams, such as Liverpool Football Club, which is named after the city of Liverpool. I cannot, during the setting, deliberately avoid the city of Liverpool to prevent conflict with Liverpool Football Club, suggesting that one of the core cities in England has no top professional teams. The same logic applies to abbreviations. Leeds United and Newcastle United will be referred to as Leeds and Newcastle, rather than the way Manchester United is shortened to Man United. Thus, while some club names or abbreviations may align with real-world clubs, this does not imply that the clubs in the book are identical to those in reality. Please do not confuse them. The Leeds City and Leeds United in the narrative are not the same. If similar situations arise in the future, I want to elaborate further. Just accept this rule. Even if the names are the same, they are not the same teams. Chapter 134. The final group match. Tony Clark gazed at the throngs of people outside the Santa Lucia Stadium and turned to his companion Matt Dawn. Didn't you say that the stands are never full for any match? I believe this attendance is comparable to that of a championship game. Today is a do-or-die match for both teams. Matt Dawn replied. The Argentine fans might not share that sentiment. Tony pointed toward the jubilant Argentine supporters in the distance, some of whom were holding a sign with phrases in English. Our table tennis may falter, but our football excels. Your table tennis is commendable, but your football fails. Matt also noticed the banner and smirked, choosing not to comment. However, there were indeed many Chinese fans present. It was my first time witnessing such a gathering of Chinese individuals. I would wager that I have never seen this many Chinese people congregated even in Chinatown. Tony shifted his gaze to another direction, where a sea of black-haired, yellow-skinned Chinese fans stood. Aside from their distinct physical features, they were easily identifiable by their predominantly red attire, whether it be the national team jerseys or simply red t-shirts. Perhaps all the Chinese in Europe had gathered here. Matt mused, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Though he had already watched 2 Olympic matches featuring the Chinese team, he had never encountered such a spectacle. Compared to the number of Chinese fans he had seen outside the stadium days prior, today's crowd might well be the sum of those 2 occasions. He wondered if these fans were here to witness the Chinese team advance. Probably not, he thought. Perhaps many were actually drawn here to watch Mary Banega play. Given Mary's fame, it was hardly surprising that he would have a vast following in distant China. Even my little nephew is a fan of Mary. While Tony was scanning the surroundings and Matt was lost in thought, they were approached by a pair of reporters from China. Hello, we are journalists from China Central Television. May we conduct an interview with you? Asked the reporter, smiling and speaking fluent English. Matt and Tony were taken aback. Why interview us? The reporter explained, gesturing towards Matt's Chinese team jersey. To be honest, it is quite rare to see a fan of the Chinese team here. Are you a supporter? Matt nodded vigorously. Of course, I am indeed a fan of who. He then turned around to showcase the name and number on the back of his jersey to the camera. That is wonderful. May I know your name? The reporter inquired. Matt, he replied, pointing to his companion. This is my friend, Tony Clark. Tony smiled slightly at the camera, remaining silent. The reporter acknowledged Tony with a nod before focusing on Matt. Matt, did you know that you are actually a celebrity on the internet in China? Celebrity? Matt's eyes widened, and Tony cast an astonished glance his way. Yes, as I mentioned. A foreigner wearing a Chinese jersey is indeed a rare sight. Could you share how you became a fan of the Chinese team? That is a long story. Matt coughed lightly and began recounting his experiences with Lai Hu and Hu Lai to the Chinese reporter. This concludes our live report from outside the Santa Lucia Stadium. After the front reporter finished this statement, the television broadcast shifted to the studio, where the 2 hosts wore expressions of surprise. It is truly astonishing that such a foreign football enthusiast has a connection with our Hu Lai, united through a football game. This must be destiny. Originally a character in a game, they have now stepped into reality, and the sensation is nothing short of enchanting. Oh dear, I am covered in goosebumps. The female host displayed her arm to her partner. Tony, did you hear what that reporter just said? I am a household name in China. I am now a celebrity. Matt exclaimed joyfully to Tony. I became famous long before you, Matt. Perhaps there is a little statue of me in every Chinese household. Tony retorted, unwilling to concede. That remains to be seen, Tony. Neither of us has been to China. Perhaps there is no statue of you at all. The 2 engaged in playful banter as they made their way toward the stadium. Along the way, Matt, adorned in a Chinese jersey, attracted considerable attention. And after a brief walk, they were intercepted by a group of Chinese fans who fervently requested a photo with Matt. After the pictures were taken, Matt proudly boasted to Tony, Did you hear what I just said? I am a celebrity. Tony scoffed. You are merely riding on whose coattails. As the reporter mentioned, a foreign fan in a Chinese jersey is indeed a rarity. Matt rolled his eyes at his friend and then turned to the Chinese fans watching them, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Eh." Unsurprisingly, he received an enthusiastic response. Today's match is a relief. No late-night viewing required. Xiaolan remarked as she placed the marinated dishes she had purchased from the market on the coffee table. The previous two matches had been in the early hours of the morning, which was quite exhausting. Hu Lisan suddenly inquired, "So, are you not planning to watch the women's football match later tonight?" Xiaolan paused, her expression revealing inner conflict, before finally responding, "Forget it. The women's team has already advanced, and Qingqing will surely not play in this final match. I won't watch it." Hu Lisan found amusement in his wife's indecisiveness. Shaking his head, "You are truly fixated on this. You have no idea of the actual situation, yet you are here overthinking everything, not afraid of wasting your emotions." What emotions could possibly be wasted? The media has stated that our son and Qingqing are high school classmates. Just because they are high school classmates, does that mean they will end up together? Oh, you big man. What do you understand? Xiaolan dismissed her husband. You are already worrying about his partner. Are you going to fret over when he finds a girlfriend, when they will marry, and then when they will have children? After the first, will you concern yourself about a second child? Enough, enough. Xiaolan waved her hand dismissively. I certainly will not worry about having children. Female athletes having babies at such an early age, how can they continue playing? Abandon their careers? Absolutely not. They will surely wait until Qingqing retires before considering having children. Retire? How old will she be then? Hu Lisan exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his astonishment, Xiaolan countered. Oh, why are you suddenly concerned too? Hu Lisan wore a perplexed expression. Xiaolan covered her mouth, laughing joyfully. As Li Qingqing accompanied Su went into the conference room, the television was already aglow, showcasing footage of both teams warming up on the field. The Spanish commentator was animatedly speaking, yet most of the audience struggled to comprehend his words. Having played football in France for a year, Li Qingqing could barely grasp the gist of a few words. It seemed the commentator was mentioning Hu Lai, perhaps praising him, as he appeared to have said something significant, perhaps that Hu Lai was crucial to the Chinese team. With the final group match approaching, would the national U23 team soon be heading home? Although Su Wen had previously analyzed the situation for her, noting that Hu Lai and the national team had performed admirably, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within Li Qingqing. They had spoken of meeting at the Olympics, yet it seemed they had never truly encountered one another and were now faced with separation. This thought weighed heavily on her heart. How could it be so? She had eagerly anticipated this Olympic Games since the beginning of the year. The broadcast shifted to a close-up of Hu Lai, who was engaged in a warm-up circle with his teammates. Are you also feeling discontent, Hu Lai? Li Qingqing silently pondered, gazing at the figure on the screen. As the warm-up footage concluded, the scene transitioned back to the studio, where the host and a panel of commentators were seated, facing the camera. What we just witnessed was the warm-up for both teams. They have now returned to their respective locker rooms to make final preparations for the match. So, Coach Zhang, what are your thoughts on this game? The host inquired of the younger commentator, renowned domestic football analyst Zhang Rang. At 70, Zhang Rang's face was etched with wrinkles. His hair is snowy white, and large bags under his eyes suggested a sleepless night. Nevertheless, he was a familiar face to many Chinese football fans, having served as a commentator on CCTV for over 30 years. His distinctive chuckle was a staple in the memories of numerous fans of European professional football. After a moment's reflection, Zhang nodded and began. The disparity in strength between the two teams is considerable, yet I believe the Chinese team is not without its chances. The three-defender formation, while advantageous for Argentina's wing play, liberates their wide players to engage more in offense. However, if we can be more dynamic in our wing attacks, we might force Argentina's wingbacks back, thus gaining a numerical advantage in midfield. Moreover, Argentina's defense has its long-standing issues. Their left center-back, Santiago Sweeney, has a fiery temperament and tends to make inexplicable mistakes, a tendency evident during his club matches. After elaborating, Zhang Rang concluded, I believe the Chinese team should adopt a strategy of solid defense and counterattacks right from the start, weathering Argentina's initial onslaught while sapping their morale. Then, we should look for opportunities to counter, relying on the speed of our wings and Hu Lai's efficiency through the center. We may very well have the capacity to challenge Argentina. In the locker room of the Chinese team, Shi Wuyin spoke solemnly to his players. Argentina will undoubtedly aim to secure a significant goal difference against us. So it is entirely predictable that they will launch a vigorous assault as soon as the match begins. In such a scenario, there will surely be numerous opportunities behind their offense that we can exploit. If the moment is right, we must decisively counterattack. At the same time, Du Wanqing, you must fall back to protect the defensive line during our counterattacks. The named defensive midfielder, Du Wanqing, stood tall and replied, "Understood, Coach Sure." As a substitute midfielder for the national U23 team, Du Wanqing's inclusion in such a crucial match was due to the injury of the original starter, Chen Ji, in the previous game against Belgium. The post-match examination yielded grim results, indicating a 1-month absence due to injury, effectively marking an early farewell to the Olympics for him. Within Hu Lai's system vision, a radiant chain of light appeared above Du Wanqing's head. The last, Lingxi card from the gift package had been utilized on him. While the other two had been expended in the previous match, Coach Shi Wuyin had made adjustments to the starting lineup, prompting Hu Lai to use 2 Lingxi cards during that encounter. Observing that Du Wanqing exhibited no signs of nervousness, Shi nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the other players. In summary, the tactical approach for the Chinese team at the outset was encapsulated in 2 words: counterattack. Argentina could not afford to engage in a slow-paced game with China. On one hand, their superior strength dictated a more aggressive mentality. On the other hand, they required a greater goal difference and had no time for frivolous preliminaries with China. Thus, as they pushed forward in attack, the Chinese team would find opportunities to strike behind them, especially on the flanks where players like Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi possessed speed advantages. After concluding the tactical briefing, Shi surveyed the locker room, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each national U23 player. Under his watchful eyes, everyone remained silent, focused intently on their coach. After a thorough glance, Shi Wuyin spoke. "In just a few minutes, we will commence our final group match in the Olympics. But I do not wish for this to be our last game in this tournament." When the group draw was announced, both the media and fans were quite pessimistic about our prospects. However, I do not share that sentiment. I am quite satisfied with our group placement. Why are we here at the Olympics? Is it for tourism? Certainly not. We are here to compete on this grand stage against the world's elite opponents, engaging in genuine, earnest contests. Some of these rivals are ones we might not even be able to afford to invite, and even if we did, how could a friendly match compare to an Olympic competition? Therefore, being grouped with 3 formidable teams is, for us, an extraordinary stroke of luck. With this, Shi Wuyin spread his hands. "Through the first 2 matches, I have witnessed your progress, and I believe you can sense the achievements as well. Such an experience will undoubtedly benefit your future careers. Next, we face a formidable opponent, the Argentine national team, which presents us with another excellent opportunity to learn from them. Therefore, let us exert every effort in the upcoming match and ascertain our true mettle against a world-class team." Chapter 135. The world's strongest young generation, the players of the Argentine U23 team, led by their captain Juan Sosa, approached the players of the Chinese U23 team for one of the pre-match formalities, the handshake. After the handshake, both teams took their positions, leaving only the captains to exchange flags and decide which side to play on before the match commenced. For the Argentine players, there was an eagerness for the match to begin. A victory over China would secure their advancement to the next stage. However, merely defeating the Chinese team would not suffice, as they must also contend with Belgium for the top spot in the group. They were keen to avoid finishing second and facing the group leader, the host nation Spain. Yesterday, all the matches in Group A concluded, with the host nation, the Spanish U23 team, also a favorite to win, achieving 3 victories, scoring 10 goals without conceding, and claiming the top position in their group. According to the competition rules for men's football at the Olympics, the first-place team from Group A will face the second-place team from Group B. Neither Belgium nor Argentina wish to be the unfortunate second-place team. Currently, both teams have accumulated 4 points, and their statistics in terms of goal difference, total goals scored, and head-to-head results are identical. The outcome of the final group match would determine who would secure the top spot. Belgium needed not only to defeat Nigeria, but also to maximize their goal difference. In contrast, Argentina's situation appeared somewhat more favorable, as they were set to face the acknowledged weakest team in the group, China. A victory over China was a foregone conclusion, and the challenge of increasing their goal difference against China would surely be less daunting than Belgium's task against Nigeria. Thus, despite being level on points, Argentine media and fans remained optimistic before the match, as long as they could emerge as the group leaders. The Argentine U23 team's strength suggested they might well progress to the finals. Should they reach the finals, they would not fear facing the host nation, Spain. They would fight for the Olympic championship. The players of the Argentine U23 team exchanged quick handshakes with their Chinese counterparts, as they were strangers to one another. The handshakes were merely a formality. Fingers barely touched palms before they parted ways, without shoulder pats or any exchange of words due to the language barrier. However, an unexpected incident occurred when Melba negotiated a handshake with Hulai. Melba, following his usual custom, attempted to withdraw his hand after a brief shake, but found it firmly clasped by Hulai. He looked down at their hands, then raised his gaze in astonishment to meet Hulai's smiling face as he introduced himself. "Hello, Melba, I am Hulai." He was actually speaking Spanish. Meli's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendering him speechless, as he instinctively pulled his hand away with force. His unusual reaction caught the attention of his teammates behind him, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Everyone else engaged in brief, polite handshakes, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, shaking hands and moving on without pause. Yet, Meli found himself delayed, causing the teammates behind him to almost collide with him. "What's wrong, Meli?" Ramon Cantoro inquired, peering over the shoulder of the person in front. Meli felt the other party release his hand, and he hastily withdrew it, replying to his friend, "Nothing," before continuing forward, casting a somewhat doubtful glance back at Hulai, who still wore a smile. Was he merely attempting to greet him? He extended his hand, lightly tapping it against the next Chinese player's before parting ways. The next one, too, was a gentle touch before separating. None were as fervent as Hulai, who had firmly grasped his hand without letting go. Meli Beneja had participated in countless matches and engaged in handshaking rituals with innumerable players before, yet he had never experienced someone holding his hand so tightly. As Cantoro shook hands with Hulai, he remarked in Spanish, "You are quite fortunate, lad. You have the privilege of competing alongside Meli Beneja. A tale to boast about for a year." He did not expect Hulai to comprehend, and upon finishing, he intended to walk away. However, he found himself unable to move as Hulai firmly grasped his hand. It was akin to a dog yearning to sprint away, yet restrained by a tether, its body leaning forward while the leash remained taut. Only now, the tether was his hand. Cantoro turned back, astonished at Hulai, who, in a smile, addressed him, "And you are quite unfortunate, for your opponent is me." Once the match commenced, just as the commentator Zhang Rang had predicted, Argentina launched a fierce assault on the goal of the Chinese U23 team without any preliminary testing. In the final round of the group stage, 2 matches were held simultaneously. They were unaware of the events unfolding at the other stadium and could only focus on executing their own strategy to the best of their ability. Thus, they aimed to score as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the players of the Chinese U23 team, adhering to head coach Shi Wuin's pre-match arrangements, contracted defensively like a clenched fist. From the sidelines, Shi Wuin exhaled softly, turning to Li Jifei and saying, "Old Li, I did not misjudge this time." Li Jifei smiled in response. Although the Chinese team had managed to draw against Nigeria in their first match, earning considerable praise from the public, he knew that Shi Wuin had been feeling guilty and self-reproachful. Had it not been for his oversight and erroneous estimation of Nigeria's response, the Chinese team might have had a chance to win that match. If they had secured 3 points, they would approach the match against Argentina with much greater composure. Both coaches did not allow their joyful emotions to linger for long, as they beheld Argentina's number 10, the star player, the ace, the fledgling eagle, Meli Beneja, receiving the ball. The stands of the Santa Lucia Stadium erupted with deafening screams and cheers. The commentator from CCTV, Hifeng, raised his voice, exclaiming, "Here comes Meli." As Meli received the ball on the right flank, he began to make a diagonal run towards the penalty area. "My goodness," Gao Rumin shouted, closing in on him, only to be effortlessly evaded by Meli. Du Wanqing, left in an awkward position, pondered whether to press up. Should he? What if Meli passed behind me? Moreover, the coach had instructed him to safeguard the space in front of the defensive line. If he did not press, Meli could be left unmarked. And what if he took a shot? Fortunately, Captain Guo Juanfu returned in time to defend, urging Du Wanqing loudly, "Stay in your position." It was only then that Du Wanqing refrained from easily abandoning his position to challenge Meli. Once Guo Juanfu closed in on Meli, Gao Rumin, who had been bypassed, swiftly retraced his steps to re-engage. The two players flanked Meli, yet they were unable to wrest the ball from his feet, as if they were escorting him toward the Chinese team's penalty area. Having only seen videos of Meli playing on television and the internet, both Guo Juanfu and Gao Rumin were struck by his extraordinary touch on the field. Each time he controlled the ball, the distance between it and him was impeccably maintained, leaving defenders with no opportunity to tackle. Should they attempt a challenge, they risked committing a foul. Moreover, Meli's current position rendered the Chinese players too cautious to even foul him. He advanced toward the Chinese team's penalty area, flanked by the two defenders, with another Chinese midfielder, Du Wanqing, ahead. Noticing he had drawn 3 players to him, he intended to pass. However, after a quick glance, he realized there were no favorable passing opportunities. The Chinese team had not fully focused their defensive efforts on him, retaining some players to guard against other Argentine threats. The overall defensive line exhibited no significant weaknesses for him to exploit. Reluctantly, Meli abruptly nudged the ball sideways to create an angle away from the defender, Du Wanqing. And with a powerful left-footed shot, he aimed for the goal. Lin Ziyuan dove horizontally, but failed to make contact. The ball arced away and flew past the goal, out of bounds. He missed. Meli missed. He foamed joyfully announced. On the coaching bench, Shi Wuyin and Li Zhifei simultaneously exhaled, exchanging glances. Our tactical arrangement worked, Li Zhifei remarked. Shi Wuyin nodded, though it was a bit perilous. After all, it is Meli, the most skilled player in this age group. Li Zhifei continued. The important thing is that our defensive line remained intact, with both the centerbacks and fullbacks maintaining their positions. Keeping Du Wanqing in front of the defensive line was the right call to prevent Meli from confronting our centerbacks directly, which would have been disastrous. In front of the Argentine coaching staff, head coach Rosas held his head in his hands, lamenting Meli's missed opportunity. However, he quickly dropped his hands, clapping vigorously and shouting from the sidelines for his team to continue playing in the same manner. He believed that as long as pressure continued to be applied to the Chinese U-23 team's defense, they would inevitably falter and expose vulnerabilities during their defensive efforts. Oh. Xiaolan sighed deeply with trepidation, her hand pressed against her heart. This Meli is just too formidable, isn't. 3 men cannot even stop him. After all, he is universally recognized as the strongest young player in the world. His skills are exceptional, his ball sense is acute, his footwork is rapid, and his acceleration is impressive. Aside from being left-footed and not particularly tall, he possesses almost no weaknesses as an attacker, explained Hu Lisin. How can we compete with such an opponent? Won't we just be letting them score at will? She mused. Not exactly, Hu Lisin replied. Look at how well the U-23 team defended this time. Even though 3 players surrounded Meli, the defenders held their positions, ensuring that no space was left for the Argentinians to exploit. Thus, Meli was left to take a shot on his own, and by then, he was already running out of steam. Hu Lisin patiently elucidated to his wife. He had previously been averse to explaining too much during matches, but ever since he decided to pursue a coaching certification, he had taken to using the opportunity of watching games with his wife as a form of training to hone his football acumen. After hearing her husband's explanation, Xiaolan felt optimistic again. In short, we are not as weak as we thought. Can we win? If we do, perhaps we could qualify. Hu Lisin rubbed his temples. You're getting ahead of yourself. Every player on the U-23 defense must remain on high alert to withstand their attacks. How long do you think they can maintain such intensity? Regardless of the outcome, as long as Hulai scores, you should be satisfied. Can our son score? Xiaolan inquired eagerly. Hu Lisin pondered for a moment before replying. If the opposing defense makes a mistake, there is still a chance. Great. Xiaolan clapped her hands excitedly. Let us hope for a mistake from them. Hu Lisin shot her a glance. Do you think mistakes are that easy to come by? He found it incomprehensible how her logic seemed to falter when it concerned their son. He chose to remain silent, instead adopting a focused demeanor to watch the game, hoping to avoid further questions from his wife. Beside him, Xiaolan also fell silent, intently watching the match on the television screen. Argentina launched another offensive. P.S. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 updates in a row for 3 days to give everyone a satisfying read. Additionally, there will be double updates at the end of the month. If anyone has a monthly ticket, you can save it for the double update. Thank you all. Chapter 136. I am Hulai. What guidance do you have? Although Meli failed to score at the outset, Argentina's offensive momentum did not wane. They continued to assault the U-23 team's goal, wave after wave. The Argentine fans in the stands were ecstatic, their cheers and screams resounding continuously. The Chinese fans remained tense, unable to utter a sound, fearing that their voices might jinx the team and result in a goal conceded. In front of the television, Xia Xiaoyu and Hu Lisan were also rendered speechless. Many viewers shared their anxious silence. Unlike the previous two group matches of the Chinese U23 team, this match commenced at a more favorable time, 9:30 p.m., which is considered prime time for Chinese audiences. At this very moment, a multitude of fans were glued to their screens to witness the live broadcast of the game. To accommodate this match, CCTV had even rearranged its sports channel schedule specifically for the broadcast. Mara Labiniga enjoys considerable support within China, yet at this moment, the majority of his fans found themselves equally nervous for the Chinese team. After all, as compatriots, the Chinese U23 team is their home team. Argentina launched another attack. Cantaro broke through on the wing and delivered a cross. Wang Guangwei cleared the ball with a header. Phew, he foamed. The commentator exhaled, signaling to the viewers that even the commentator was feeling the pressure. How much longer can we hold out? Li Zhifei inquired of Shi Wuyin at the sidelines. Uncertain, Shi Wuyin furrowed his brow. Argentina, a powerhouse, demonstrated its world-class prowess, both in its senior and youth teams. Their relentless assault felt as though it would never cease, increasing the pressure on the Chinese squad. Although the pre-match strategy emphasized counterattacks, Argentina's ferocity rendered it difficult for China to seize any meaningful counter opportunities. Shi Wuyin anticipated a strong offensive from Argentina at the outset, yet the sheer intensity of their attacks surpassed his expectations. When Argentina took a corner, their captain and key defender, Juan Sosa, dominated Liu Yin in the box, heading the ball towards the goal but narrowly missing. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all Chinese fans. Lin Ziyuan positioned the ball, surveying the situation ahead. He opted against a short pass to a teammate. Mindful of Argentina's three attacking players poised to reclaim possession, he had experienced their tenacity firsthand. Though a long kick might lack precision, it was indeed a viable method to distance the ball from his own goal. Prior to the match, he had eagerly anticipated facing Mara Labiniga. However, after engaging in the contest, he found himself enveloped in a complex mix of emotions, oscillating between the desire to thwart Mara Labiniga's shots and the apprehension of becoming merely a backdrop to his brilliance. With a powerful kick, Lin Ziyuan propelled the ball forward. Hu Lai leaped, attempting to contest the aerial ball, aiming to direct it to a teammate. Despite his disadvantage in height, his exceptional judgment of the ball's trajectory often allowed him to succeed in such headers. Yet this time, he faced the physically superior Juan Sosa, and under close marking, he failed to make contact. The ball was headed back by Sosa, landing at the feet of Argentina's defensive midfielder, Enzo Diaz, in the center circle. Gao Rumin, observing that Diaz had his back turned to the direction of the attack, was suddenly struck by a bold idea. He lunged forward, attempting to seize the ball. As Diaz turned to receive the football, he collided with Gao Rumin. Taken aback, he stumbled to the side, and the ball was deftly poked away by Gao Rumin. Nearby, Cantello raised his arm, signaling a foul by the Chinese player, yet the referee refrained from blowing the whistle and instead sprinted toward the direction of the rolling ball. A splendid reclaiming of possession. Gao Rumin, having dislodged the ball, swiftly maneuvered around Diaz and caught up with it, passing it to his captain, Guo Juanfu, who had retreated to receive the ball. Simultaneously, Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi, positioned on their respective flanks, surged forward. The Argentine three-man defense was particularly vulnerable during such transitions. With two midfielders advancing, only three defenders remained, and Juan Sosa had just completed a clearance with a header, leaving his two center-back partners behind. This was indeed the weakest moment for Argentina's defense. Pass to Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he watched the live broadcast on the large screen. In the televised footage, Hu Lai, who had just failed to contest a header against Juan, darted behind him. The left center-back, Santiago Sweeney, was moving toward the center, thereby leaving the flank unguarded, where Luo Kai was charging in. Logically, one would assume that passing to the open Luo Kai would be the better choice. However, Zhang Qinghuan believed the ball should be directed to Hu Lai, as he was centrally positioned and posed a direct threat to the goal. Passing to Luo Kai would necessitate an additional maneuver. Just like he would on the pitch, he shouted this to Guo Juanfu, entirely disregarding the fact that his voice would not reach him. Beside him, Xia Xiaoyu grew anxious. The Olympic team had finally secured a prime opportunity for an attack. And Guo Juanfu, as the orchestrator in the front line, was likely to determine the outcome of this offensive move with his passing choice. He hoped Guo Juanfu would make the right decision. On the other side, the Qin family sat in tense silence, their eyes fixated on the projected match footage. As anticipated by Zhang Qinghuan, Guo Juanfu opted to pass toward the center. He delicately flicked the ball through, a lofted pass to the central area. After Sweeney moved into the center, he did not pursue Hu Lai any further, but instead prepared to head the ball away from the penalty arc. Just as he was about to leap, he suddenly heard a loud shout from behind. "Let me do it." Hesitating for a moment, he swayed slightly instead of jumping immediately. He assumed it was the goalkeeper, Rino Marinelli, who was coming out to let him allow the ball to pass. However, he quickly realized something was amiss, as the voice did not resemble Marinelli's. In a rush, he leaped again, but his timing was off, and his jump was insufficient. Although he managed to leap, he failed to make contact with the ball, which sailed over his head. He missed it. He Feng shouted. Hu Lisin abruptly rose from the sofa, his eyes fixated on the television screen. In the live broadcast, his son dashed into the penalty area, glanced at the Argentine Olympic team goalkeeper, who had ventured off his line, and then swiftly turned back to track the incoming ball. He began to adjust his steps. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" his wife exclaimed beside him, unable to contain her excitement. Rino Marinelli, arms outstretched, charged out of the goal, lunging towards Hu Lai. This was a duel between goalkeeper and forward, a decisive clash. He endeavored to expand his defensive space, simultaneously letting out a roar to instill psychological pressure on the opposing player, hoping to disrupt his subsequent movements. Lowering his center of gravity, he glided toward the Chinese Olympic team's forward. If he could intercept the ball, it would completely eliminate the forward's angle and space for a shot. In his eyes, the Chinese forward was still fixated on the ball, oblivious to the imminent threat approaching him. An opportunity. But then Marinelli's eyes and mouth widened in shock. The Chinese forward, instead of stopping the ball, naturally lifted his right leg while sprinting forward and deftly flicked the descending ball. The football soared from his foot, arching over Marinelli's head and hurtling toward the open goal behind him. A volley without a stop. Completing this shot, Hu Lai made a slight feint just before reaching Marinelli, gracefully bypassing him, and then, arms outstretched, he turned toward the camera near the corner flag, not even glancing back at the ball plummeting toward the goal. He then leapt into the air, executing a mid-air spin. As he landed, facing the goal, he witnessed the ball ricocheting off the netting within the goal. A broad smile spread across his face. "What do you think of that, Hu Lai?" The Spanish commentary was largely incomprehensible to the women's team, who had watched the Chinese Olympic team's 2 matches, focusing solely on the visuals rather than the commentary. Just moments after Gao Rumin successfully reclaimed possession and passed the ball to Guo Juanfu, the Spanish commentator launched into a rapid-fire monologue, his words flying out like bullets from a machine gun. The words were lost on the women, each syllable falling on deaf ears. Yet now, this single phrase, or rather, this word resonated with every one of them. Hello. In the conference room, chairs were knocked over, tables were pounded, and the air was filled with the jubilant screams of the women. "Beautiful, beautiful, Hu Lai, so handsome." Su Wen, having just finished her cheer, clapped fervently while turning to her companion, Li Qingqing. Noticing Su Wen's gaze, Li Qingqing, who had just retracted her outstretched fist, smiled back at her roommate, saying, "P.S. not willing to be outdone either. P.S. Today, there will be 3 updates, the second at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third at 6 o'clock. Chapter 137, The Angry Young Eagle. Hu Lai scores with a volley. Hu Lai. He has opened the scoring for the Chinese Olympic team. At the 21st minute of the match, the Olympic team took the lead. He Feng, seated in the commentary box, suddenly leapt to his feet and shouted, as if his voice could rise above the cacophony that enveloped the stadium. One hand pressed against his noise-canceling headset, while the other clenched into a fist, waving vigorously. In front of the television, Xia Lan let out a sharp scream, which was soon echoed by similar cries from outside, resonating like an echo of her own. Following this, an array of roars and cheers erupted from countless windows in the old neighborhood, transforming the nearly 10 o'clock evening into a jubilant spectacle. Hu Lisin stood still, watching his son celebrate within the Argentine penalty area. Beside him, his wife stomped her feet, clapped her hands, and laughed. "So what if they're the strongest in the world? Our son scored first. Hu Lai is incredible." Qin Shi leapt from the sofa with both fists raised. Wang Yuan wanted to admonish the child not to use vulgar language, only to hear her husband nodding in agreement. Indeed, incredible. Soon after, Xia Xiaoyu shouted, pounding the coffee table. Gu is amazing. Only Zhang Qinghuan refrained from exclaiming incredible, opting instead for laughter. What did I say? This kind of ball must be passed to him. Passing to the wing is foolish. Wang Yuan decided to disregard it all, as the 71-channel speakers continuously relayed the sounds of the live event, creating an atmosphere as if they were right there in the stadium, surrounded by cheering Chinese fans. He Feng and Yin Kong excitedly elaborated. The Chinese team initiated a counterattack following a midfield recovery, successfully scoring a goal. Sweeney made an astonishing blunder in defense, misjudging his jump and failing to connect with the ball. However, that should not diminish the brilliance of Hu Lai's goal. His seamless volley was simply exquisite. Indeed, He Feng. Such a volley without a touch is a true test of a player's prowess. Hu Lai executed it with such ease. One must remember, this is the Olympics. How many players can maintain composure to perform such a shot on this grand stage? This is the ultimate demonstration of Hu Lai's skill. A beautiful off-the-ball run. A precise shot. This is precisely why more talented players like Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai defer to him in the center. When it comes to scoring, he is the strongest. In the stands of the Santa Lucia Stadium, a sea of reds surged and roared, filling Matt and Tony's ears with cheers they could not comprehend. Yet, they could sense the emotions of the Chinese fans. For feelings transcend language, and they too rejoiced in Hu Lai's goal. Haha, Tony. Look, I told you, right? This kid has an exceptional ability to seize opportunities in the penalty area. I believe the next generation of championship godfather should elevate Hu's shooting stats by at least 2 points. Matt exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands as he spoke to Tony Clark beside him. Tony Clark, witnessing Hu Lai's match for the first time, was left speechless for a considerable time, finally sighing. I understand why you insisted on recommending him to Hammond Castle. What a pity. No pity, Tony. Hammond's regret lies in his missed opportunity to be Hammond. This is precisely what I mean, Matt. Had I remained at Hammond, perhaps we could have signed him, and neither of us would have had to leave the team. Matt paused momentarily, then patted Tony on the shoulder. Cheer up, Tony. If you hadn't left Hammond, how could you possibly be a coach for a Premier League team now? Suddenly, Matt's keen eyes caught sight of himself and Tony on the large screen at the venue. Realizing the broadcast had shifted to their camera, he quickly urged Tony. Tony, quick, cheer. With that, he raised his arms in jubilation, shouting, H-E-U. Tony, however, complained, damn. I should have worn a hat. I didn't know you were such a camera magnet. Why wear a hat? I certainly don't want my boss to see me here in Spain watching a match. Don't worry, your boss won't be watching the China team's game. The players from the Chinese U23 team surged towards Hu Lai, their expressions and voices a cacophony of excitement. Upon reaching Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi immediately tackled him to the ground, followed closely by Guo Juanfu. Luo Kai arrived, glanced at Hu Lai pinned beneath, then retreated before sprinting forward to leap onto him. Against the backdrop of the jubilant U23 players, head coach Shi Wuyin shared a high five with assistant coach Li Jifei, soon joined by team leader Ran Jiachang. With wide eyes, he looked at Shi Wuyin, still in disbelief. Are we really ahead of Argentina? The Argentina with Messi. Shi Wuyin burst into laughter. Otherwise, old Ran, pinch yourself. Ran Jiachang shook his head joyfully. No need. With this goal, I can boast for a month in front of Old Hong when I return. Old Hong referred to Hong Renjia, the team leader of the national team. Li Jifei waved his hand. Not so fast. After the Olympics, Hu Lai will be off to the national team. You won't be able to show off in front of Old Hong. Ran Jiachang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly. Damn. I forgot about that. When Hu Lai was pulled up by his teammates, his hair and clothes were disheveled, presenting a rather unheroic figure. Far from the shining image of a goal-scoring hero. Yet, the U23 players burst into hearty laughter. They even playfully ruffled his hair under the pretense of fixing it. Particularly Wang Guangwei, leaving Hu Lai looking as if he had a nest atop his head. Amidst their laughter, they surrounded Hu Lai and dashed back to their half. As they crossed the center circle, Hu Lai felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw Messi staring at him. With a grin, he smiled back at Messi before continuing to run with his teammates. Messi withdrew his gaze, recalling the pre-match handshake when this individual had held onto his hand, saying, Hello. Messi, I am Hu Lai. At the time, it had seemed merely a simple greeting, but in retrospect, Messi detected a hint of intensity in those words. This is far from a mere greeting. It is a declaration of war. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, his eyes sharpening as they pierced through the figures of the Chinese players, homing in on the goal. The match soon resumed, and the Argentine team, having conceded a goal, appeared somewhat agitated. After all, they had never anticipated falling behind prior to the match. Even their coach, Roses, who had repeatedly warned them against underestimating their opponents, had never envisioned that the Chinese team could take the lead in such a manner. While he may have considered the possibility of a goal from China, he certainly did not foresee it occurring under these circumstances. Consequently, neither the coach nor the players had a plan or preparation for how to respond to being behind. As the game restarted, the team descended into chaos. Fortunately, they ultimately withstood the onslaught from the Chinese team, perhaps out of respect for Mary's individual prowess. The Chinese players refrained from launching an all-out attack. After a brief period of turmoil, Argentina finally regained their composure and gradually seized control of the match's rhythm. The shock and anger from conceding a goal transformed into a fierce offensive surge towards the Chinese goal. Particularly striking was Mary, as a winger. He ceaselessly switched positions from left to right, frequently dropping back to receive the ball. Upon gaining possession, he leveraged his skill to pivot and advance with the ball, compelling the Chinese team to deploy defenders against him, whether 1, 2, or even 3. Regardless, he charged forward unrelentingly. If the entire Argentine team was incensed by Hulai's goal, then Mary was the embodiment of their collective fury, a tangible arrow forged by their anger, relentless and unstoppable. His audacious breakthroughs exerted immense pressure on the Chinese defense. Initially, 2 defenders could somewhat contain Mary, yet soon even 3 found it challenging to halt his advance. The last line of defense, Du Wanqing, specifically positioned to counter Mary, was also breached. Now, Wang Guangwei and Liu Yin faced the wrath of the furious young eagle, Mary Banega. Mary, he comes again, accompanied by He Feng's exclamation. As Mary Banega executed a lateral dribble, he suddenly halted and changed direction, gently flicking the ball with the inside of his left foot to evade Du Wanqing's defense, before charging into the penalty area of the Chinese Olympic team. At that moment, Wang Guangwei could no longer heed Coach Shi's admonition to maintain his position. After all, what was the point of holding his ground when the opponent had already advanced into the penalty area? He lunged forward, prepared to confront one of the strongest players of the new generation. Seeing Mary lift his left foot as if to shoot, Wang Guangwei took a decisive step to block the shot. Yet it was merely a feint. Mary's left foot paused just behind the ball, allowing Wang Guangwei to glide past him. Then, with the outside of his left foot, he gently nudged the ball away, evading Wang Guangwei's trailing leg. He swiftly swung his left leg once more, the taut instep propelling the ball. The football, gliding along the grass, rolled towards the near corner of the goal. Faced with such a sudden shot from a mere stone's throw away, Lin Zhuan's reaction was commendably swift. He immediately dove to the side in an attempt to intercept it. Yet alas, his efforts fell short. The ball ricocheted into the net before he could make contact. Sigh. He Feng let out a long breath, as in the 37th minute, Argentina equalized, with the goal scored by Melabanija. P.S. A second update will follow at 6 o'clock. Chapter 138. An expected turn of events. The television erupted with the exhilarating shouts of the Spanish commentator once more. However, this occasion bore a stark contrast. The conference room was devoid of jubilant cheers, replaced instead by the sound of tables being pounded and exasperated sighs. Alas, they have indeed been equalized. Many individuals in the conference room were already standing, leaning against the tables behind them, hands clasped behind their heads, gazing silently at the television screen. Their expressions of disappointment mirrored that of their own team trailing in the match. Last year, during the East Asian Cup, this women's national football team had trained alongside the Olympic team for a month, engaging in bonding activities, fostering a profound camaraderie. After the first match of the Olympics, they learned from their coach that the lads from the Olympic team were also watching their games on television, cheering them on. They all shared a sense of collective triumph and loss. Su Wen shook her head in reflection. Melis is indeed formidable. When she unleashes her prowess, she is unparalleled. Beside her, Li Qingqing spoke in a subdued tone. Yet, the Olympic team, which could push Melis to such lengths, is equally commendable. Argentina's goal was to be expected, wasn't it? You needn't be so agitated while watching, Hu Lixin advised his wife, Xia Lan, who, upon witnessing Mela's score, had angrily thrown the cushion she was holding, striking the television screen. Fortunately, it was merely a cushion, soft and harmless, leaving no substantial damage to the television mounted on the wall, at worst. The cushion had merely fallen to the floor and gotten a bit dirty. Had she been holding a can of beer, they might now be not only without a match to watch, but also preoccupied with cleaning the room. I just couldn't help myself, Xia Lan admitted softly, a hint of regret in her voice. It was only after throwing the cushion that she realized her actions, after finally taking the lead. Only to be equalized. Wouldn't you feel upset? She questioned Hu Lixin. Some regret, but anger is not warranted, Hu Lixin replied, shaking his head. To think Argentina wouldn't score. You are underestimating them. After all, they are among the favorites for gold in this Olympic Games. Xia Lan fell silent, her gaze fixed on the televised match. Argentina had concluded their celebrations, collectively surrounding Melis as they returned to their half, akin to a procession of nobles escorting their emperor, exuding grandeur. Xia Lan couldn't help but think of her son, whose hair had been ruffled into a disheveled mess after scoring, in comparison to Melis. The disparity in their appearances was striking. The equalizer, however, did not fully quell Melabane's fury. As the match resumed, he continued to spearhead Argentina's offensive, launching a relentless assault on the goal of the Chinese U23 team. The recent equalization had significantly boosted the morale of the Argentine players, who remained undeterred by any potential chaos following the conceding of a goal. Conversely, the Chinese U23 team found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed, retreating into a corner, heads down, as Argentina's onslaught rained down upon them. Yet, this barrage could not entirely stave off Argentina's tempestuous attack. In the 43rd minute, Lin Ziyuan's goal was breached once more. Melabane, dribbling laterally outside the penalty area, skillfully evaded several Chinese U23 players before unleashing a left-footed strike from the edge of the penalty arc. The ball traced a graceful arc, slipping past Lin Ziyuan's outstretched fingers and finding its way into the net once again. Melabane had scored twice. Hefeng's commentary, now considerably more subdued, at least lacked the previous sigh of despair. Perhaps, after witnessing Argentina's earlier bombardment, he had mentally prepared himself for the inevitability of conceding goals. Once Argentina and Melabane unleashed their full fury, it became exceedingly difficult for the Chinese U23 team to maintain their defense. Conceding a goal to Argentina was to be expected, as was falling behind. Indeed, losing to Argentina was a foregone conclusion. In stark contrast to the elation following the first goal, Xia Lan faced the second goal conceded by the Chinese U23 team with a sense of calm. This left Hu Lixin somewhat bewildered. He kept stealing glances at his wife, fearing that her tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, and that she might suddenly erupt, perhaps smashing a beer can against the television screen. Xia Lan shot her husband a glance. Why do you keep staring at me? It's strange. I'm not a football hooligan who vents anger on other things when a goal is conceded. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her tone bore a hint of regret, yet overall, she had achieved a state of serenity. However, Hu Lixin, upon hearing her words, remained furrowed in thought, his expression still tense. What's wrong? Xia Lan asked, noticing his demeanor. Nothing, just feels unusual. You should express your emotions instead of being so composed. Just don't smash the television, Hu Lixin remarked, raising his beer. Come on, let us have a toast. Xia Lan ignored him, her gaze fixed on the television. Of course, I'm not satisfied. But what good would it do to shout and scream here? I know that simply standing before Argentina is an achievement in itself. And our son even scored a goal during the match. Even if we lose, what more can I lament? Hearing his wife's words, Hu Lixin sensed her disappointment and hastily encouraged her. Don't say that. Football is round. Who knows what will happen in the second half? The disappointment was not felt solely by Xia Lan. The female footballers, watching the match, were enveloped in silence, with only the Spanish commentary echoing from the television. Over 20 individuals filled the room, yet not a single voice was heard. Even the sound of sighs had vanished. When Hu Lai scored, the atmosphere in the room was as lively as a bustling market. Everyone was exuberant, as if soaring among the clouds. Now, however, they were brought back to the harsh reality by Meili's brace. Upon opening their eyes, they realized that the cold truth was right before them. Your esteemed opponent remains your esteemed opponent, and the prowess of Argentina is evidently superior. Their lead over the Olympic team was, in fact, quite expected. This silence lingered for a while before someone sighed. They have performed admirably. Soon after, another voice softly echoed. Indeed, they have done well. Facing Argentina, they displayed no fear after the match commenced and even managed to score a goal, although Meili quickly retaliated with 2 consecutive goals. He is, after all, Meili Banega, a standout among the young players of this era. Thus, one ought not to merely focus on the scoreline, but instead recognize that China has already netted a goal and appreciate the highlights of their performance in this match. Many shared this sentiment. Su Wen discreetly glanced at Li Qingqing, who remained expressionless, fixated on the television screen. When Meili sent the ball into the net for the second time, Shi Wuyin kicked the air in frustration from the sidelines. Even if the entire world believed Argentina should lead China, as the coach of the Olympic team, he couldn't help but feel regret and discontent over the outcome. Li Zhifei sighed dramatically beside him. Truly, Meili Banega is exceptional. The coaching staff of the Chinese Olympic team had exerted considerable effort in devising strategies to contain Meili. Given that he is a renowned star, his attributes were no secret to the Chinese coaches, who could easily discern them. Tactical arrangements were made accordingly. It could be said that, in terms of tactical planning, Shi Wuyin and his team had done everything a coach could do. The team's successful defensive performance at the match's onset further validated the effectiveness of their tactics. Yet, in football, relying solely on tactics is akin to mere theoretical discourse. No matter how sound the tactics, their success hinges on the player's execution. It must be acknowledged that, in this regard, the Chinese players still exhibit a significant gap in individual capabilities compared to the world's top teams. Tactical theory remains just that. The execution by players invariably suffers from some degree of compromise. Initially, this compromise may not be glaringly apparent, but as the match progresses, each time the players defend against Meili, a slight reduction in execution occurs. After numerous such instances, the accumulated compromises become impossible to overlook. Ultimately, this culminated in the current result. The Chinese team still could not contain Meili, allowing him to score 2 goals. In stark contrast to the dejected Chinese coaching and substitute benches, the Argentine coaching staff and substitutes were engulfed in jubilant celebration. The substitute players of the Argentine Olympic team surged from their bench, waving their fists and shouting, as if staging a protest. Following China's initial goal, the fury ignited not only among the Argentine players on the field, but also among those seated on the substitutes bench. They were eager to ensure the Chinese understood the consequences of breaching Argentina's defenses. This moment marks the pinnacle of the match for you, and it is the final opportunity. The head coach of the Argentine U23 team, Roses, wore a smile upon witnessing the splendid form of Meili. His concerns were alleviated. Although conceding a goal was mildly disheartening, it ignited an even more remarkable performance from Meili, a price worth paying, perhaps. He clapped from the sidelines, shouting into the field, "Well done, Meili. Splendid work." As Meili sprinted back to his half, a radiant smile graced his face, clearly pleased with his performance. Nearby, Kantaro turned to locate Hulai, who was gazing in their direction. Such a promising opportunity was not to be squandered. Kantaro shrugged with a grin, turning his head back to Meili, bursting into laughter as he ran alongside him. Upon hearing Kantaro's hearty laughter, Meili glanced back, curious. Kantaro, still chuckling, explained, "Nothing much, just exchanged a greeting with that fellow." Meili shook his head, unable to be upset with his friend. He understood that Kantaro was standing up for him, and despite his disapproval of Kantaro's provocative antics towards opponents, he chose to remain silent. He simply turned his gaze towards Hulai. In his line of sight, the slender young man had turned his back, concealing his expression. Meili then withdrew his gaze, smiling as he continued his run back. As Meili entered the locker room, he was met with cheers and applause from his teammates. "Well done, Meili. Your 2 goals were simply magnificent. You single-handedly dismantled the opposition, haha." Meili raised his hands in modesty. Kantaro leaned in, throwing an arm around Meili's neck. "I told you, that kid is truly fortunate to share the pitch with you. Yet, he claims that facing him is our misfortune. Let's see him try to maintain that bravado after you score another in the second half and complete a hat trick." "Haha, Ramon. Why do you always pick a fight with him?" Meili inquired, puzzled. "I just can't stand that kid. In matches of such a low caliber, scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes is considered luck, and he struts around, pretending it's a grand achievement, claiming it's our misfortune to face him. I want to see what misfortune he speaks of." Ramon. Kantaro scoffed. Meili understood his friend's straightforward nature, choosing not to intervene. If Ramon could change, he wouldn't be Ramon. He was surrounded by a diverse array of personalities, not all of whom shared his temperament or philosophy on life. Yet, Melli believed in not imposing his own ideals on others. Thus, he smiled and shook his head, opting to drop the subject. Ramon Cantaro, seemingly more exhilarated than Melli, danced beside him, exclaiming, "I can hardly wait for the second half to commence. After you score, I must rush over to see that kid's expression. It will surely be a sight to behold. Even more thrilling than the score of this match. I am acutely aware of the grave situation." In the locker room of the Chinese Olympic team, head coach Shi Wuyin is addressing his players. All the starting players are present, while the substitutes are warming up on the field under the guidance of the assistant coach. Everyone occupies their respective spots. Some gaze intently at their coach, while others bow their heads in contemplation, yet silence envelopes the room, broken only by Shi Wuyin's voice. Standing in the center of the locker room, Shi is nearly encircled by his players, save for the direction of the goal. He scratches his head, running his fingers through his hair and then to the back of his neck, finally resting his hand at the nape, his head bowed as if pondering strategies, or perhaps uncertain of how to communicate with his players. I long to tell you that with a few adjustments here and there, we could recalibrate the tactics for each position to counter our opponents. But alas, such a strategy does not exist. The tactics we devised before the match were the best response crafted by our coaching staff after several days of deliberation. We have trained extensively on this system. If I were to merely open my mouth and during halftime proclaim that I have conceived a brilliant idea, and you could simply follow my words to defeat Argentina, that would be a deception, a farce. There is no such tactic that requires no training, which you could execute merely by my suggestion. Shi Wuyin shakes his head. Tactically, I have done all within my power, and in terms of execution, you have all performed to the best of your abilities. But are we truly out of options? Shall we merely watch as the second half unfolds, falling into our opponent's rhythm, drifting further from our goals? Or should we abandon that objective altogether? Many of you are keenly aware of our chances of advancing from the group stage, aren't you? That carrot I dangle before you is merely a motivational tool, is it not? At this point, Shi Wuyin raises his head, glancing around at his players with a smile. Currently, the results are promising. With this goal ahead of us, our performance in the Olympics has been commendable, a fact supported by external media evaluations and fan reactions. As first-time participants in the Olympic Games, we should consider ourselves to have accomplished our mission. Facing formidable opponents, we have managed to score, and our performance has been commendable. This should instill a sense of satisfaction and pride. As a head coach, I seem to lack the authority to compel you to continue fighting. At this moment, Shi Wuyin notices Hu Lai eagerly rising from his seat, seemingly eager to speak, and gestures for him to sit down. Hu Lai, anxious yet obedient, takes his seat again, though his face betrays his impatience. As of now, the Chinese team has a mere 45 minutes left in the Olympics, and Hu Lai has yet to fulfill the tasks of achieving a hat trick and advancing from the group stage. How much can 2 bottles of essence cleansing elixir truly assist him? Upon his entry into the professional football arena, the reality became abundantly clear. Each time he faces opponents with superior physicality, he must exert every ounce of ingenuity, employing his eloquence to the fullest, all in a bid to deceive them and carve out even the tiniest sliver of space for a shot. This predicament stems solely from his disadvantage in physical confrontations. The rejuvenation elixir promises to enhance his physical attributes. Observing Hu Lai lounging on the bench, seemingly idle, Shi Wuyin chuckled, pondering whether the young man mistakenly believed he would concede defeat prematurely. Acknowledging his own lengthy preamble, he shifted his tone. I have articulated numerous objective challenges and obstacles, and I have presented countless justifications for us to retreat comfortably and bask in accolades. However, I remain unwilling to accept defeat so readily. Argentina is undeniably formidable, yet, after the commencement of the first half, did we not lead them by a goal, adhering to our prearranged tactics and strategies? What does this indicate? It reveals that our adversaries, while strong, are not invulnerable. They too can be breached. A knife wound inflicts pain and leads to bloodshed, and when the blood runs dry, death ensues. Since we have already struck them once, why should we not inflict further blows? Shi Wuyin's gaze swept across the locker room, his expression hardening. It might seem absurd for us, already wounded twice by our opponents, to pose such a question. Yet, is this not the essence of competition? The victor is determined by who can vanquish the other before succumbing themselves. I refuse to resign to fate. When the crowd once clamored for my substitution due to a lackluster performance, I did not accept my fate. Instead, I scored an equalizer. Over the course of my career, I have endured 5 significant injuries. Most individuals would have retired after facing such adversity, but not I. I persevered until my body could no longer sustain me. My refusal to accept fate has indeed brought me considerable strife and suffering, for there are moments when a simple bow of the head could afford one comfort, sparing them the struggle and toil. Yet, on the football field, there can be only one victor, one champion. If we choose ease and acquiesce to fate, then what purpose does our pursuit of the game serve? Why do we endure such hardship to be here? Xia Xiaoyu's voice crescendoed, resonating throughout the locker room. An echo of fervor. Argentina may be stronger than us, so what? Messi may outshine us, so what? I cherish a particular adage that I wish to impart to you all. Before you possess confidence, wield your courage. What does it matter if we trail in the score? At the very least, we still possess our courage. After this impassioned speech, Xia Xiaoyu paused, turning to Hu Lai. Now, Hu Lai, what were you about to say? The room collectively shifted their gaze towards Hu Lai, who, under the scrutiny of his peers, stood up with a sheepish grin. Feigning flattery, I intended to interject with a but to help pivot your tone, but it seems you have already done that, so I have nothing further to add. Xia Xiaoyu was taken aback, having not anticipated such a response from Hu Lai. In the locker room, a muffled chuckle echoed, revealing that everyone was aware of the inappropriateness of mocking the head coach, yet they couldn't suppress their laughter. Amidst the mirth, Xia Xiaoyu joined in, playfully gesturing towards Hu Lai with a teasing poke. When the laughter subsided, he resumed a serious demeanor, stating, regarding the second half, I have little to add. Everything that needed to be said was addressed before the match. The tactics remain unchanged. In the second half, let us demonstrate our courage to Melibane and his Argentine team. As the second half commenced, neither side made substitutions. Despite trailing by a goal, the Chinese U23 team had performed commendably in the first half. Perhaps this was why Xia Xiaoyu opted not to make any changes. Argentina, in their leading position, saw no necessity for adjustments either. Once the second half began, commentator He Feng methodically introduced the proceedings. Truth be told, he harbored little expectation for the second half, which prompted him to maintain a calm tone in his commentary, consciously avoiding emotional investment to prevent the unfolding match from influencing his narration. During halftime, he exchanged views with his co-commentator Yan Kong, both agreeing that given the disparity in strength between Argentina and China, the Chinese U23 team would likely continue to concede goals with Melibane now fully in form. Having already scored 2 goals, he was just one shy of a hat trick. Could he possibly ease off? Clearly, that was not an option. Thus, both commentators held a rather pessimistic outlook for the Chinese U23 team in the second half, fearing that a squad that had performed decently might collapse under pressure. While conceding a significant defeat to Argentina would be expected given the team's respective capabilities, they still harbored a personal hope that should the Chinese team falter, it would be in a commendable manner, fighting valiantly to the end, achieving a glorious defeat that preserved their dignity. As the second half unfolded, He Feng expressed a hope that the U23 team could first stabilize their defense against Argentina's offensive onslaught, then devise a counterattack. Just as he spoke, the match progressed to the point where the Chinese team advanced their attack to the edge of the Argentine penalty area. With his back to the goal, Hu Lai controlled the ball with his chest, then played it back to Juan Sosa. Receiving the return pass, Luo Kai, without pausing, struck directly for goal. Look at this shot, Yan Kong exclaimed, interrupting He Feng's commentary. The Argentine goalkeeper, Rino Marinelli, leapt into the air, deftly tipping the ball over the crossbar. Wow, that was an impressive shot, He Feng echoed, realizing the significance of the moment. Just moments into the second half, the Chinese U23 team had earned a corner kick. They began the second half with vigor and determination, seemingly undeterred by their earlier setback. Yan Kong, exhilarated, noted that although the shot did not result in a goal, it revealed a promising energy. Indeed, let us hope the young men of the U23 team can maintain this momentum. Setting aside the outcomes of victory or defeat, let us engage in the competition. Note, this phrase was uttered by Taiwanese rapper Song Yuding, whose representative work, Life's a Struggle, is exceptionally melodious and highly recommended. One would think that few have not heard this song. Chapter 140. Beautiful. During the halftime break, many Chinese fans shared the same mindset as Yan Kong and He Feng. As they perused the internet, which was inundated with messages steeped in defeatism, they did not directly declare that the Chinese team would lose. Rather, They expressed that the performance of the Chinese Olympic team had been commendable, deserving of no harsh criticism. Such sentiments, undoubtedly born out of a desire to protect the players, were well-intentioned. There was a palpable fear that, should the team falter, so-called fans would indiscriminately disparage the Olympic team, linking it to the historical failures of Chinese football, thereby reinforcing the notion that Chinese football is irreparably flawed. Thus, they chose to voice their support for the Olympic team, urging everyone to remain rational and composed. Fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between the Olympic team and Argentina. On this foundation, they hoped to convey the difficulty of scoring against Argentina, and that even if they ultimately lost, the team's performance should not be criticized. To speak frankly, even if the Olympic team were to collapse in the second half, their prior commendable efforts in the Olympic Games should not be entirely dismissed. In summary, devoted Chinese fans are deeply concerned for their team, striving to preemptively silence all detractors. Yet, this very effort paradoxically fostered a sense that defeat was inevitable, as if preparing for the rhetoric of failure in advance. During halftime, Xia Xiaoyu unusually refrained from checking her phone for comments online, surprising Hu Lixin. Upon later encountering the remarks himself, Hu Lixin comprehended his wife's decision to avoid her device. His tolerance for such comments was notably high, as they were grounded in stark reality. The Chinese team indeed lacked strength, whether trailing in score or ultimately losing. Such outcomes are to be expected. What mattered was that the Olympic team had previously performed admirably, and that sufficed. With the painful memory of their first Olympic participation 12 years ago, one would hope that no one would chastise them this time around. After all, they have scored and earned points. Although they have not secured a victory, within this formidable group, which opponent could reasonably be expected to succumb to the Chinese team? However, as the second half commenced, Hu Lai set up a platform for Luo Kai, whose shot struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of many. As Yin Kong noted, the players of the Olympic team did not seem to succumb to despondency despite the halftime deficit. They were still actively seeking opportunities. This invigorated many Chinese fans. At the very least, when the fans were ready to surrender, these players had not yet given up. This is indeed a rare occurrence. For throughout the annals of Chinese football, there have been countless instances where fans were prepared to fight to the bitter end, only to witness the players surrender first. This has become one of the primary reasons for the scathing criticisms directed at Chinese football. While inferior in strength to their opponents, conceding goals is permissible. Yet losing face is not. Defeat is acceptable, but capitulation is not. Observing the performance of the national U-23 team at the onset of the second half, despite merely a single shot on goal, many have already discerned a glimmer of hope that has been seldom seen in Chinese football's past. For Chinese fans, the first shot of the second half that earned a corner kick felt like a resounding drumbeat of encouragement. However, for the fans of the Argentine U-23 team, it amounted to little more than a ripple in the ocean of the match. Subsequently, the Chinese U-23 team failed to capitalize on the corner kick to threaten Argentina's goal, seemingly corroborating the Argentines' assessment. For them, the only intrigue of the second half lay in how many more goals Melabinija could score and at what minute he would complete his hat trick after the start of the half. Yet, the Argentine players, engaged in a genuine contest against the Chinese team, began to perceive subtle changes. Initially, these differences may not have been apparent, even overlooked by them, akin to the fans. However, as their repeated offensives bore no fruit, they gradually recognized that the opposing team seemed to have transformed. In what manner had they transformed? Their defense held firm against Melabinija's assaults, remarkably remaining intact without collapsing at the slightest breach. This even surprised Melabinija himself. It was as if time had regressed, and the match returned to the early stages of the first half, with the Chinese U-23 team spiritedly engaging with Argentina, biding their time for a chance to seize. Hifeng glanced at the match timer displayed on the big screen, noting that 58 minutes had elapsed. Had only 13 minutes passed in the second half. He mused in disbelief, thinking it felt like at least 20 minutes had gone by. It is certainly not surprising that this seasoned commentator misjudged the passage of time. The rapid tempo of the game during those 13 minutes easily creates an illusion of swift time elapsing. Argentina continued their relentless attacks. Yet the U-23 team did not simply resign themselves to defeat. They attempted to mount counterattacks. Hu Lai found an opportunity in the penalty area. But under the close marking of Argentine captain Juan Sosa, he skewed his shot slightly. Overall, during these 13 minutes of play, the U-23 team's performance was commendable. Their defense, to this point, had prevented Melabinija from scoring a third goal. Crucially, on the foundation of such defense, the Chinese team managed to execute some counterattacks, which was indeed uplifting. Yifeng now found himself in a quandary, pondering whether he wished for the remaining time to lessen or to extend. Less time would mean a respite from the agony of anticipating when the U-23 team might concede a goal. But it would also suggest that he would consider a 12-0 loss to Argentina as an acceptable outcome. After all, losing by a smaller margin could be seen as a victory in its own right. The perception that the Chinese team might secure another goal reflects an unrealistic optimism towards their capabilities. However, there exists the potential for Argentina to score even more, as losing by a margin of 12 versus 13 or 14 conveys entirely different sentiments. These contrasting expectations and trajectories of the match leave Yifeng uncertain as to which outcome is preferable. Nevertheless, he lacks the luxury of pondering such dilemmas, as he must focus on providing commentary for the game. On the field below, Argentina once again launched an offensive towards the Chinese U-23 team's penalty area. This time, Meili did not receive the ball on the flanks. Instead, he retreated to the vicinity of the center circle to gain possession. Subsequently, he turned and surged forward with the ball. Meili's performance in this match has been truly remarkable, time and again. He retreats to collect the ball and then charges forward, seemingly devoid of any tactical complexity, yet managing to exert immense pressure on the Chinese defense. One cannot help but admire the prowess of a world-class talent. Although the Chinese U-23 team has assembled the finest players under the age of 23 domestically, they seem to pale in comparison to their opponents, akin to an underdog facing a formidable adversary. Yifeng suppresses his feelings of envy and jealousy, focusing on the current situation as he narrates. Meili is coming again, he notes, while Gao Rumin and Guai Juanfu attempt to double-team him. However, this effort resembles more of an escort than a genuine defensive maneuver, Yifeng inwardly critiques. At that moment, he notices Gao Rumin collide with Meili, suddenly attempting a tackle. He appears unafraid of being outmaneuvered by Meili, who indeed seeks to nudge the ball past Gao Rumin. Yet he fails. The ball deflects off Gao Rumin's extended foot, veering away. In the midst of his rapid sprint, Meili abruptly halts, extending his foot in an attempt to reclaim the ball, but to no avail, as Guo Juanfu, who has been closely trailing, successfully intercepts it. The successful tackle incites a wave of exhilaration from Yifeng, showcasing the significant disparity in skill levels between the two teams. Following the interception, Guo Juanfu swiftly pursues the ball, having already adjusted his position to initiate an offensive push. The U-23 team counterattacks. Chen Xingyi advances. Not only Chen Xingyi, but Hu Lai and Luo Kai also surge forward. However, Luo Kai, with his superior speed, finds himself ahead of Hu Lai, as the trio disrupts Argentina's defensive line. Matias Capelli, one of Argentina's right center-backs, shifts slightly towards the flank to preemptively position himself against Chen Xingyi, while Juan Sosa and left center-back Santiago Sweeney compress towards the center to obstruct Hu Lai and Luo Kai's paths. Meanwhile, apart from the defensive midfielder Enzo Diaz, who rushes to reclaim the ball from Guo Juanfu, the other four Argentine midfielders swiftly retreat. Particularly, the two wingbacks assume their defensive roles. Before Diaz can intervene, Guo Juanfu delivers a diagonal long pass to Chen Xingyi. Upon receiving the ball, Chen Xingyi charges towards the Argentine defensive line. The Chinese fans in the stands erupt in cheers, rallying behind Chen Xingyi with fervor. After passing the ball, Guo Juanfu sprinted forward, keeping pace with the swift counterattack of the Chinese team while supporting Chen Xingyi. Should Chen encounter any difficulties, he would readily find Guo as a reliable outlet to receive the ball. The electrifying Chen Xingyi soon advanced toward Argentina's 30-meter zone, while Hu Lai transitioned from a central run to a movement toward the flank of the penalty area, with Luo Kai filling in the center. Juan Sosa did not relinquish his marking of Hu Lai despite his lateral movement. Instead, he decisively followed, entrusting the central defensive duties to Sweeney. Indeed, Sweeney positioned himself to bolster the central defense. Other players from the Argentine U-23 team swiftly took their positions, leaving diminishing space for the Chinese team's counterattack. Chen Xingyi, avoiding entanglement with the approaching defender Capelli, quickly passed the ball to Hu Lai, who was sprinting down the flank. Simultaneously, he made a diagonal run toward the penalty arc, seeking to execute a 1-2 combination with Hu Lai, all the while aiming to further disrupt the Argentine defensive line. By moving centrally, He intended to create a numerical advantage over Sweeney alongside Luo Kai. However, the Argentine side was astute, with Capelli immediately following him into the center. The ball was delivered into the penalty area. As Hu Lai approached the ball, he caught a glimpse of Chen Xingyi's run from the corner of his eye. Yet, he did not need to look to know what Chen intended. However, he had no intention of passing the ball back. As a forward, how could he resist taking a shot upon receiving such a pass in the penalty area? He swung his left leg in motion, preparing to shoot directly. Seeing this, Juan Sosa, the captain of the Argentine U-23 team, swiftly stretched out his foot to block the shot. A forward who could score 5 goals in 9 minutes surely possessed remarkable skill, and he could not allow Hu Lai a free shot. But then, Hu Lai deftly maneuvered past him. Instead of shooting, Hu Lai flicked the ball to the right and executed a sudden stop and turn. While turning, Hu Lai ducked his head to evade the outstretched arm of Juan Sosa, who, unwilling to concede so easily, attempted to grab Hu Lai. However, Hu Lai's agile movement allowed him to evade the grasp. Hu Lai executed a flick. Magnificent. He Feng's voice trembled with excitement. Beside him, Yan Kong eagerly shouted, he scored. Amidst Yan's fervent exclamation, Hu Lai adjusted his body and swung his right leg. Under the reluctant gaze of Juan Sosa, he curled the ball. As Hu Lai shot, Argentine goalkeeper Lino Marinelli leaped into the air, reaching for the back corner of the goal. He stretched his arms as far as possible, striving to deflect the ball. Yet, he failed to make contact. Helplessly, he watched as the ball slipped through his fingers. In rapid rotation, the ball sliced through the air, creating a mesmerizing arc, seemingly defying physics as it veered back toward the goal, reminiscent of a rainbow rising within the Argentine penalty area. Everyone bore witness as the ball soared into the Argentine net. The Chinese U-23 national team has equalized the score. Hu Lai. With a clean and decisive strike, he has scored twice. He has brought the U-23 team back into the game. Magnificent. Absolutely splendid. The finesse of his dribble. The precision of his shot. All remarkable. The two commentators erupted in unrestrained cheers, their voices colliding with a resonant power. Chapter 141. The prolonged match. Upon witnessing the football soar into the net, Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to celebrate immediately. Soon, she and her husband were met with the jubilant cheers resonating from outside their window. Those nearby could discern the shouts, though differing from the commentators, conveyed the same sentiment. Extraordinary. For those farther away, the meaning of the exclamations was lost, reduced to a cacophony of shouts. Regaining her composure, Xiaolan dashed to the window, joining in the exuberant cry, Hu Lai is extraordinary. Hu Lisin, noticing her excitement, urged, what are you doing? You might as well hang a banner outside proclaiming that our son scored. With a playful smile, Xiaolan replied, I would love to, but you won't allow it. Hu Lisin shook his head, at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Xiaolan inquired, what do you think? Was our son's goal beautiful? This time, Hu Lisin nodded, graciously conceding, indeed, it was beautiful. Though maintaining a calm demeanor, a smile broke across his face, one he was completely oblivious to. Our son has scored 2 goals, just as formidable as that fellow Meli. Xiaolan exclaimed joyfully. Hu Lisin turned to the television screen. Despite their differing positions on the field and distinct roles, in a certain light, their son truly matched Meli's prowess. On this occasion, his wife was absolutely right. Wow. The conference room was filled with a blend of cheers and astonished cries as the women's football team gazed wide-eyed at the television. Prior to this goal, while the female players felt a sense of satisfaction and joy from the U-23 team's display, they were acutely aware that such performance might merely soften the blow of a loss. Yet now Hu Lai had scored, equalizing the match. Many were left stunned, at a loss for words, merely emitting a series of unintelligible exclamations. Su Wen was among them, staring at the match broadcast with her mouth agape. Li Qingqing glanced at her, then turned her gaze to the other teammates in the locker room, realizing that most were equally dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingqing beamed, her eyes glimmering like crescent moons upon her face. I knew he wouldn't back down. The cheers of Chinese fans echoed like thunder, reverberating above the Santa Lucia Stadium. Matt Dawn and Tony Clark joined in the celebration, their voices becoming part of the thunderous applause. After the initial excitement and exhilaration subsided, Matt turned to Tony and said, Tony, I have a bold idea. What is it? Can Lead City lure him over? Tony Clark widened his eyes as he gazed at his good friend. That is indeed a bold notion. Just tell me, can they? Yes. Tony Clark responded emphatically. He was moved by the qualities displayed by Hu Lai. Previously, he had only heard Matt speak of this individual's remarkable prowess. Yet Tony had always regarded him as merely a character in a game. Excellence in the virtual realm did not necessarily translate to the real world, as the discrepancies between the two were substantial. Even though the game champion's Godfather is renowned for its detailed and realistic data, there are still occasions for misjudgment. He preferred to trust his own eyes. Thus, when Matt invited him to Spain to witness the match, he agreed without hesitation. Curious to see the player who had been lauded by Matt for 2 years. The match was still underway, but Hu Lai had already scored twice, showcasing his extraordinary abilities with impeccable off-the-ball movement and precise shooting. As a forward, to manifest these two skills to such an extent was already impressive. He did not expect Hu Lai to become an all-around Superman. Even Messi had his shortcomings and could hardly be deemed omnipotent. His right foot was rather ordinary, and his height limited his heading ability. Yet no one could deny that Messi is one of the finest young talents in contemporary football, despite Hu Lai's seemingly slender physique. Tony Clark perceived it as a minor concern. The Premier League certainly emphasizes physicality, yet Hu Lai's playing style did not necessitate prolonged possession. He merely needed to withstand defensive pressure when shooting, making the physical demands less stringent than those on midfielders or dribblers. Matt, having received a response, chuckled, "Look here, Tony. Now you need not worry about the club owner knowing you traveled to Spain for the match. You can confidently assert that you are scouting new talent." Not receiving a reply from Tony, he curiously inquired, "What are you pondering?" "I'm contemplating how to arrange him should Hu join my team," Tony replied. Matt burst into laughter. "I merely suggested an idea, and you've already begun to consider practical implementation. Relax, Tony. Let us wait until he dons the Leeds City jersey before we delve into that." "You're right, Matt. However, I still wish to ask you, having coached him in the game for several seasons, do you possess any insights on how to utilize him effectively?" "Indeed, I do. The midfield must include players skilled in passing, capable of delivering the ball to his feet. If the midfield consists solely of physically imposing players or those with strong scoring abilities, it may not suit Hu well. You must regard Hu as a pure scorer. Rather than expecting him to juggle multiple responsibilities, such as making runs and dropping back to create plays, he is not that type of player." After absorbing Matt's insights, Tony fell into deep contemplation. Upon witnessing his dear friend succumb to his occupational affliction once more, Matt shook his head, choosing to disregard him. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the figure in the arena, who had just executed his celebratory routine once again. This was not the first time Matt had observed such a display. He had seen it numerous times while watching highlight reels of Hu Lai's goals. Despite having witnessed it repeatedly, he still found the gesture remarkably stylish, particularly in the context of such a significant match, exuding an ineffable sense of power. It was as if a tiny nuclear bomb resided within that slender frame. Come to the Premier League, Hu, and unveil your celebration on that grand stage. Set the arena ablaze. He couldn't help but indulge in his dreams. Ramon Cantaro was transfixed by Hu Lai. He genuinely did not anticipate that. Following the commencement of the second half, it would be this lad who would score first rather than Mary. Moreover, the goal was executed with such elegance that he could not resort to the phrase lucky break to describe it. How could this young man steal the spotlight? This was not how the script was meant to unfold. As Cantaro fixed his gaze on Hu Lai, he noticed that Hu Lai seemed to have caught his attention. And in response, he shrugged and gestured with open hands. "That damn scoundrel." Cantaro gritted his teeth in silent anger and averted his eyes. Captain Juan Sosa, who had been outmaneuvered by Hu Lai, clapped his hands to rally his teammates. "Let us return the favor." Following the equalizer, the entire Argentine squad intensified their assault on the Chinese team's goal. Ordinarily, the team that has just scored would be buoyed by high spirits and relentless in their attack. Yet, paradoxically, it was the team that had conceded who displayed greater fervor, compelling the Chinese U-23 team to retreat and fortify their defense. The urgency was palpable not only for the viewers at home, but also for the commentators. "Hang in there, U-23 team," Hifeng exclaimed anxiously, his brow furrowed. At such a juncture, players must handle the ball with precision and decisiveness, refraining from dwelling on it, especially near the penalty area, where conceding a throw-in to the opponents would be inconsequential. He no longer wrestled with the notion of match duration. Rather, He wished fervently for the referee to blow the final whistle immediately. This way, the Chinese U-23 team would secure a remarkable 2-2 draw against the Argentine U-23 team, marking an extraordinary moment in the annals of Chinese football history. As for any thoughts of advancing from the group stage, he had not entertained such notions. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the sidelines, Shi Wuyin and Li Zhifei anxiously observed the unfolding match. Every player from the Chinese team had retreated to their 30-meter zone. Even Hu Lai, who had just scored, was not afforded the luxury of shirking his defensive duties, running earnestly despite his less-than-stellar defensive skills. They had scarcely savored the joy of the recent goal before their hearts began to race with trepidation. Meli, with the ball at his feet, made a direct breakthrough on the field. Despite the efforts of two defenders to halt his advance, it was Guai Juanfu who ultimately pushed him down from the side, earning himself a yellow card amidst a chorus of boos. Unfazed by the card, Guai Juanfu did not even glance at it. Instead, turning to his teammates and shouting with fervor, "Hold your ground. Let's fight." Gasping for breath, he glanced up at the large screen, noting that the match had progressed to the 71st minute. With 19 minutes remaining until the end of regulation time, and over 20 minutes if injury time were included, he felt for the first time how interminable the match was, as time seemed to drag on. He wished he could simply close his eyes and open them again to hear the referee's final whistle. In the 142nd chapter, just before the last drop of blood was shed, Meli, after drawing 3 players from the Chinese team, surprisingly opted to pass instead of shooting. He sent the ball to Ramon Cantero, positioned at the right flank of the penalty area. "Watch out," Hifong exclaimed in alarm, as Meli delivered the pass. Cantero adjusted his stride, positioning himself perfectly to take a shot as the ball arrived. He swung his foot with conviction. "I'm coming." With a mighty leap, Lin Ziyuan lunged towards the back corner. The ball, struck with precision by Cantero, curved elegantly towards the far post. However, Lin Ziyuan managed to clasp the ball firmly in his hands mid-air before pressing it down onto the grass. He then quickly curled his body around the ball, ensuring it wouldn't slip from his grasp. Lin Ziyuan, he executed a stunning save, not allowing Argentina even a chance for a rebound. "Well done." Hifong and Yin Kong showered him with praise, lauding his exceptional performance. In times of siege, the focus often shifts to the goalkeeper's prowess. A keeper capable of making remarkable saves can significantly uplift the team's morale and fortify their defense, instilling confidence in the players. In this regard, Lin Ziyuan proved to be a morale-boosting goalkeeper. Having made a brilliant save, Lin Ziyuan took his time rising, lingering on the ground to tactically consume a bit of time before finally getting up and sending the ball forward. He observed Hu Lai leap to contest a header against the opposing captain, Juan Sosa, but was unsuccessful. Sosa headed the ball back, and Argentina seized the opportunity to launch another attack. As Lin Ziyuan positioned himself, bracing for the impending challenge, he felt his heart racing. "Damn it, Hu Lai. You're so impressive. Surely you can score again. Stop letting them keep attacking us." Having failed to win the ball, Hu Lai sprinted back in defense. When Ramon Cantero dropped back to receive the ball and attempted to surge forward, Hu Lai grabbed the back of Cantero's jersey with both hands and held on until the referee's whistle blew. This infuriated Cantero, who already held a disdain for Hu Lai, and witnessing such blatant disregard only fueled his anger, prompting him to shove Hu Lai in retaliation. At that moment, Hu Lai, who had previously held on tightly, was suddenly pushed back several steps, ultimately losing his balance and sitting down on the ground. Even while seated, he couldn't resist turning to the referee, raising his hands in a gesture of protest, exclaiming, "Look, he pushed me." "Ah, what an unfriendly act from Cantero," Hifeng exclaimed, completely disregarding the fact that it was Hu Lai who had first tugged at the opponent's jersey. In such a heated exchange, where it was a matter of life or death, who could still claim to be neutral or objective? Meanwhile, the commentator from the Argentine television station was vociferously condemning Hu Lai. First a foul, then a dive. So young, yet learning nothing good. The stands of the Santa Lucia Stadium erupted with boos, but it was difficult to discern whether the derision was directed at the pushing Cantero or the fouling Hu Lai. Cantero, noticing Hu Lai's actions after falling to the ground, could hardly misunderstand his intentions. Yet, upon realizing this, his anger intensified, and he felt an urge to confront Hu Lai directly, thinking, "How dare you foul me and then attempt to deceive?" However, he was restrained by Meli, who urged him to remain calm. "Steady, Ramon. He is deliberately provoking you. We have the upper hand now. If you get sent off, it's over. Hearing his friend's words, Kantoro managed to regain his composure and spat in Hulai's direction, muttering, "Sly." When the referee approached, he first issued a yellow card to Hulai for his blatant foul. It was a clear act of intentional pulling, and failing to issue a yellow card would not satisfy the spectators. Subsequently, he turned and handed Kantoro a yellow card as well, citing retaliation for the push. Kantoro's eyes widened in disbelief upon receiving the card, and Melly felt an immediate surge of pressure. Kantoro was like a husky desperately trying to escape its leash, nearly slipping from his grasp. "Calm down, Ramon. Don't provoke the referee." Melly felt utterly exhausted. He had never experienced such a feeling during a match before. He struggled to hold on to Kantoro while casting a glance at the instigator of the chaos. That young man seemed to express regret for not successfully provoking Kantoro, shaking his head and sighing. Good-hearted Melly Benega disapproved of such antics and frowned. "That scoundrel dared to push our Hulai." Xiaolan, watching from the television, rolled up her sleeves as if ready to step onto the field and teach Kantoro a lesson. Hu Lisin, observing his overly invested wife, was at a loss for words. The moment had passed. The opportunity for a counterattack was thwarted as their son clung tightly to the jersey, rendering the chance for retaliation lost. How could he not be angry? Hu Lisin understood that Hulai, as a center forward, lacked defensive capabilities and was relying solely on his fervor. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to commit a foul. Regardless, it had helped the Chinese team waste a few more minutes of game time. Kantoro was furious that his counterattack had been halted, while Hulai, seizing the moment, sat down, solidifying the notion of Kantoro's retaliatory behavior. Had it not been for Melly's timely intervention to restrain Kantoro, Huli Xian firmly believed that if Kantoro dared to lay a finger on Hulai, he would roll on the ground, clutching his face, ensuring that the fouled party would receive a second yellow card, culminating in a red card and expulsion from the match. After watching his son play football for several years, Huli Xian had developed a profound understanding of his playing style. He would wager that Hulai would indeed act in such a manner. One wonders from whom this lad has inherited such cunning. The minor altercation between Hulai and Kantoro consumed several minutes of match time. Under normal circumstances, Argentina could secure advancement from the group stage with a draw against China, albeit sacrificing their position as group leaders. However, Argentina's aspirations extend far beyond merely qualifying for the next round. Concurrently, in another stadium, Belgium had already taken the lead against Nigeria. If all teams were to finish their matches with the current scores, Belgium would emerge with 2 victories and 1 draw, accumulating 7 points to top the group, while Argentina would settle for second place with 1 win and 2 draws, amassing 5 points, subsequently facing the host nation, Spain. In the quarterfinals, Argentina could not accept such an outcome. Thus, despite knowing that a draw would suffice for qualification, they relentlessly bombarded China's goal, growing increasingly agitated as time elapsed. Following a brief interruption, the Argentine players launched another offensive against China's goal. This time, when Kantoro received the ball just outside the penalty area, he disregarded the calls from teammates in better positions, opting instead for a long-range shot. This frustrated attempt, fueled by his pent-up emotions, soared over the crossbar and hurtled towards the stands behind the goal. Melly was thoroughly dissatisfied with Kantoro's shot, regardless of their amicable relationship. He could not help but bellow, "What are you doing, Ramon?" After taking the shot, Kantoro appeared to regain his composure, as if the fury that once consumed him had been expelled along with the ball into the stands. He quickly raised his hand in apology to Melly. Although Melly was not the captain, his prowess and accolades made him the unequivocal leader of the Olympic team, commanding respect even from Captain Juan Sosa. The others were no exception. While Melly typically exuded a gentle demeanor, his anger was palpable and could exert immense pressure on those around him. Observing Kantoro's swift acknowledgement of his mistake, Melly chose not to prolong the matter, letting out a sigh. Let's start over. Yet again, a chance had been squandered. In truth, Melly harbored his own frustrations, but he opted to channel his ire towards the opponents rather than the ball. Melly shoots. It's dangerous. After witnessing the ball veer off target, Hifeng exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit still shaken. Melly, 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 he exclaimed as Melly passed the ball to Christian Martinez, who, having drawn the attention of several defenders, unleashed a powerful shot that struck the approaching Wang Guangwei, rebounding away. Struck by the soccer ball, Wang Guangwei staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen, seemingly unable to rise. However, the Argentine side did not pause their advance, continuing their assault. With determination, Wang Guangwei, still holding his stomach, gradually rose from the ground and gritted his teeth, rejoining the fray. Witnessing this scene, Shi Wuyin expressed his dissatisfaction, vocally complaining to the fourth official, yet received no response. Nevertheless, when the Argentine team kicked the ball out of play, and the Chinese Olympic team players approached their Argentine counterparts to confront them, Shi Wuyin anxiously shouted from the sidelines, urging calmness and caution against impulsive actions. He feared that the players' heightened emotions might lead to undesirable consequences. Calm down, echoed he phoned from the commentary booth, emphasizing the necessity of emotional control in such moments. Yin Kong glanced at the match clock and noted, the game has already reached 78 minutes. With merely a few minutes left until the final whistle, we need to provoke our opponents while maintaining our composure. The more anxious they become, the calmer we must remain. With just a few minutes left, we must safeguard this score. In his view, the Chinese Olympic team, despite the vast disparity in strength, managing to draw against Argentina would mark a triumphant conclusion to their Olympic journey. The young athletes could return home with heads held high, receiving accolades and flowers from fans and media at the airport without fear of ridicule or mockery. However, the Argentine players were not willing to concede. As the match approached the 80th minute, Meli executed a 1-2 wall pass with a teammate, delivering the ball to Cantoro before making a forward run into the space behind the Chinese defense. This intention was glaringly apparent to all. Yet visibility does not guarantee effective defense. Cantoro sent the ball directly into the penalty area without halting its momentum, just as Meli was about to receive the pass. Lu Yan, caught in a dilemma, resorted to pulling him down. The referee's sharp whistle was drowned out by the deafening boos from the stands. Argentine fans were highly displeased with Lu Yan's foul. The commentator from Argentine television exclaimed, "This is a blatant tactical foul. Had he not pulled him down, Meli would have penetrated the penalty area. A card must be issued." The referee acquiesced to this demand, awarding Argentina a free kick just outside the box and showing Lu Yan a yellow card. A subtitle on the television broadcast informed viewers that Lu Yan would automatically miss the next match due to accumulating yellow cards. He had previously incurred a yellow card for a foul in the penalty area during the first group match, which had awarded Nigeria a penalty. Now, with another yellow card, he faced a suspension for the next game. Yet, no one seemed to care about this matter, not even Lu Yan himself. The Chinese team remained uncertain if there would be another match in the Olympics. To thwart Argentina's scoring attempts, they must exert every ounce of effort. This was not a time for self-doubt, as Lu Yan, having received the captain's armband from the substituted Guo Juanfu, turned to his teammates and clapped his hands vigorously. He called out, "Stay focused." Lin Ziyuan organized the wall. Chen Xingyi pushed Hu Lai, who had received a yellow card, away from the ball, taking his place to stand before it and thwart the opponent's quick free kick. Hu Lai sprinted into the penalty area, ready to leverage his innate talent to prevent any potential rebound from Argentina, in case Lin Ziyuan failed to clear the ball, allowing him to kick it away before the Argentine player could seize it. Luo Kai rushed to join his teammates in forming the wall, utilizing his height advantage and robust physique to cover a larger area than his two forward companions. Lin Ziyuan leaned against the near post of the goal, vocally directing his teammates, "To the left, a bit more to the left. Yes, just like that. Great." He gave a thumbs up to his teammates who looked back at him, then slapped the post with enthusiasm before repositioning himself slightly to the right of the goal. Wang Guangwei stood within the wall, keeping his hands clasped behind his back, intentionally avoiding shielding his vulnerable areas. He preferred to endure a direct hit from the ball rather than risk conceding a penalty due to an errant arm movement. With 10 minutes remaining in the match, the young players of the Chinese Olympic team had not surrendered, even as they prepared to give their all. In Chapter 143, the battle song rises. Meli stood before the ball, hands on his hips, determined to take the free kick he had earned. He observed the Chinese players forming a wall, their tense expressions revealing their anxiety. His gaze shifted beyond the wall, although he could not see it directly. He knew that just above the second player's head on the right was the upper right corner of the goal, his target for this free kick. He aimed to strike the ball into that precise spot, decisively concluding this exhausting, close-quarters contest. At that moment, the television broadcast zoomed in on Meli, presenting him to the global audience as a figure of resolve, slightly furrowed brows and focused gaze directed ahead. Meli Banega was poised to take the free kick, drawing from his previous experience scoring from this position while playing for Madrid's royal team. Thus, The Olympic team players were acutely aware, their vigilance heightened by He Feng's commentary, which stirred palpable tension among Chinese fans watching at home. Xiaolan cupped her hands over her mouth, scarcely daring to breathe, fearing that even her quiet inhalation might disrupt the performance of the distant Olympic squad. Though not as cautious, Hu Lixin bore a serious expression. The previously raucous Santa Lucia Stadium quieted slightly, and at that moment, the clear whistle pierced the air. Before taking his run up, Meli briefly lifted his toes. A signature gesture of his, performed consistently whether executing a free kick or a penalty. While some media analysts have posited that this motion aids Meli in generating power, such claims are mere fabrications. In interviews, Meli himself has stated that it is simply a habitual action. As Meli commenced his approach, he struck the ball with his left foot, maintaining an upright posture without significantly leaning to the right to enhance the power of his kick. Instead, he relied solely on the momentum generated by his left leg to propel the ball. At the moment he kicked, the wall formed by the Chinese Olympic team collectively leapt into the air. However, the ball found a breach in the wall of varying heights, slipping through a narrow gap. As the ball passed through, Lin Ziyuan, who had begun his horizontal run the instant Meli struck the ball, leapt into action. Reaching for the upper right corner of the goal, he did not wait for the ball to clear the wall before making his move. Doing so would have been too late. He gambled on Meli's target, and his intuition proved correct. The edge of his right palm made contact with the ball, causing it to ricochet off the crossbar and bounce back into the field. Positioned in the penalty area, Candy Luo prepared to rush forward for a follow-up shot. But just as he started, he saw a figure darting towards the ball. Lin Ziyuan, still airborne, caught sight of this figure and felt his heart race. However, upon recognizing who it was, he exhaled in relief. It was Hu Lai. He had arrived before anyone else, using his head to deflect the ball out of play, conceding a corner to Argentina while preventing an open goal opportunity for them. At this point, everyone finally grasped the situation, and commentator He Feng, clutching his racing heart, exclaimed that while Meli's free kick was of exceptional quality, Lin Ziyuan had made a crucial save. Meanwhile, Hu Lai played a vital role in clearing the ball from the penalty area, allowing the Chinese team to escape danger once more. Meli's attempt was indeed aimed at the dead corner, and Lin Ziyuan had showcased his abilities to the fullest, while Hu Lai's clearance was pivotal. Go, Olympic team! Hold on! Yin Kong cheered for the team. Meli, hands clasped atop his head, gazed incredulously at the goal, unable to fathom how such a high-caliber free kick had been thwarted by the opposing players. At the moment he struck the ball, he had an extraordinary sensation, as if he had placed the ball into the corner himself. Yet, reality did not unfold as he had envisioned. Suddenly, a hand emerged, brutally interrupting the otherwise serene scene. Akin to a stone cast upon a smooth, glassy surface, creating ripples, or like a perfectly aligned wall of bricks suddenly having one dislodged. Lin Ziyuan rose from the ground, turned, and embraced Hu Lai, vigorously patting his back, producing a sound akin to a resounding drum. Observing this, He Feng chuckled, noting that Lin Ziyuan indeed owed Hu Lai a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, what should have been an extraordinary save could have transformed into a catalyst for conceding a goal. The distinction between hero and fool lay solely in Hu Lai's timely intervention. Hu Lai, gritting his teeth in frustration, finally could no longer contain himself. He forcefully broke free from Lin Ziyuan's grasp, exclaiming, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lin Ziyuan erupted in laughter. Such a narrow-minded thought. I was sincerely thanking you. Then treat me to dinner. Lin Ziyuan's laughter faltered for a brief moment before he exclaimed, "Get lost." Wang Guangwei and the other teammates rushed over to embrace the two, cheering, "Well done." Hu Lai announced loudly amidst the crowd. Lin Ziyuan said he wants to treat me to dinner in gratitude. His teammates enthusiastically agreed, "Absolutely, it's only right. Little Lin is quite generous." Lin Ziyuan interjected, "Hu Lai, you're just trying to change the subject. What is there to be happy about? Is this really the time for joy? We need to defend the corner kick." He struggled to free himself from their embrace, raising his hands to disperse his teammates from the Olympic team clustered around him. "Mark your man. Don't let anyone slip past." The tension heightened as they approached the end of the match. Vigilance was paramount. He Feng and Yin Kong, unable to hear what the players near the goal were saying, could only observe the scene. They noticed the teammates surrounding Lin Ziyuan and Hu Lai, laughing together, and saw Lin Ziyuan raising his hands, earnestly shouting something, likely reminding everyone to defend the corner. "How wonderful, Yin Kong. These young players are truly remarkable," He Feng remarked. Even if we exit the group stage this time, these youths have already instilled hope in Chinese football. Indeed, he foamed. A gust of wind sweeps across the field, bringing with it a breath of fresh air that invigorates the spirit. As Argentina took their corner, Wang Guangwei leaped higher than Juan Sosa, clearing the ball at the near post. Good play. Wang Guangwei heads it away. The ball soared outside. But Argentina secured the second ball. However, the Chinese team maintained a solid formation, forcing Argentina to shift their attack to the flanks. Right wing-back Diego Rodriguez attempted to cross from the right, but his ball was deflected by Chen Xingyi, flying out for another corner. Mark your man. Don't let your target escape. Lin Zhiyuan's booming voice rang out once more as he stood at the goal, raising his hands high to assert his presence. After shouting, he suddenly realized that his heart wasn't racing as it had been. No, it still raced, but this time it was with excitement. He lowered his raised hands, spreading them wide. This goal area is restricted in height, speed, and entry, no goals allowed. As Melli struck the ball towards the goal, Lin Zhiyuan shouted mine. He then sprinted forward, leaping into the air with arms extended high, claiming the ball amidst the jumping Argentine players and his teammates. During this moment, he felt someone collide with him, causing him to sway slightly, yet his grip on the ball remained firm, raised high as if to assert dominion, not just over the ball, but also over the goal itself. After landing, Lin Zhiyuan glanced towards the right flank and saw Luo Kai already making a run outside, so he swiftly threw the ball towards him. As Luo Kai turned to see the football soaring towards him, he swiftly assessed the situation ahead, noting the presence of an Argentine player. He resolved not to stop the ball but to let it glide past him, racing alongside his opponent, relying on his speed and initial advantage to overtake. However, he ultimately miscalculated, successfully bypassing the defender and catching him off guard, yet inadvertently sending the ball out of bounds. Luo Kai continued his pursuit to the sideline, seemingly with energy still to expend, and let out a lamenting cry to the heavens. After his outburst, he quickly pivoted and sprinted back onto the field to engage in a new round of defense. The Argentine team swiftly executed a throw-in, as the left wing back, Augusto Cardozo, received the ball. Luo Kai was already upon him, prompting Cardozo to abruptly halt and shield the ball. Luo Kai positioned himself in front, lowering his center of gravity and preparing for the challenge. With only 5 minutes remaining in the 85th minute, the players on the bench of the Olympic squad shouted anxiously to their teammates on the field, reminding them of the time and instilling hope. Just a few more minutes, and they could achieve a historic draw against Argentina in an international competition for the first time. Just a few more minutes, and they would create an even more glorious chapter in history. So they must hold the line, brothers. Simultaneously, nearly half of the stands at the Santa Lucia Stadium were filled with Chinese fans, who sang in unison to cheer on their beloved team. Hefeng felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing the first line, goosebumps erupting on his skin, while Yin Kong, who sat beside him, closed his mouth, which had just opened in awe. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. With our flesh and blood, let us build a new great wall. The Chinese nation has arrived. At the most perilous moment, everyone is compelled to let out their final roar. Arise, arise, arise. United as one. Advancing amidst the enemy's artillery fire. Forward. Advancing amidst the enemy's artillery fire. Forward, forward, forward. Hefeng and Yin Kong remained silent, allowing the unmistakably resonant song to be transmitted via satellite back to countless households in China, blending with the din of the live crowd, echoing in numerous living rooms, bedrooms, bars, restaurants, shopping malls, and public squares. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Shoot, who lie? Roses, the head coach of the Argentine Olympic team, stood at the very edge of the coaching area, 1 foot nearly stepping onto the field. This posture vividly illustrated his anxiety and tension. He had just received news that Belgium was leading Nigeria 2-1. Nigeria, however, demonstrated resilience by pulling one back after trailing by 2 goals, now only a single goal behind. Nevertheless, for Nigeria, advancing from this group was exceedingly difficult, having failed to defeat the weakest team in the group, China, in their first match. They were at a disadvantage in this group of death. Unless they could score 2 goals in the final minutes, turning the tide to win, they would have to compare goal differences, total goals, and outcomes with Belgium for any chance of advancement. Roses harbors no concern regarding Nigeria's qualification, yet he expresses profound gratitude for the tenacity displayed by the African teams. Currently, Belgium finds itself with a goal difference of 2. Should Argentina manage to score in the final moments of the match, following a victory of 3-2 over the Chinese team, their goal difference would also stand at 2. In the event that both teams are tied on points and goal difference, the decisive factor for determining the rankings of the teams in the group will be the total number of goals scored. In this regard, Argentina, having secured a 3-2 victory, surpasses Belgium, which achieved a 2-1 win, by a single goal. That solitary goal could enable Argentina to eclipse Belgium and claim the top spot in the group. However, this hinges on Argentina finding the back of the net in the remaining minutes of the match. They must secure a victory. Otherwise, they will leave empty-handed, trapped in daydreams. Melli stands on the field, hands on hips, his breath considerably heavier than before. As Argentina's primary offensive player in this match, he repeatedly charges forward with the ball, only to retreat and pivot before sprinting again, expending a tremendous amount of energy. He observes the Chinese players across the field, noting that few are superior to him. He can at least maintain an upright posture, while the Chinese players are hunched over, hands resting on their knees, mouths agape as they gasp for air, resembling fish out of water. Yet, despite the evident exhaustion of these beleaguered Chinese players, he has failed to score another goal in the second half. They form a tight chain, striving to bind him, and astonishingly, he finds himself ensnared, unable to utilize his full prowess. Initially, after Huline netted a brace, Melli considered him a rival. However, he has come to realize that his true adversaries are these seemingly inconspicuous Chinese players before him. As Melli assesses his opponents, Li Qinghuan, who has replaced Guo Juanfu, speaks to Gao Rumin. Melli is fatigued. Just look at him. Gao Rumin glances up at Melli, hands on hips, and smiles. Hey, coach sure is right. The match is about us taking them down before they take us out. Neither of us is enjoying this. So let us fight to the bitter end. We're only a few minutes away. With that, he spits on the grass. Li Qinghuan responds, I don't have a card yet. I can commit a foul later. Gao Rumin nods in agreement, choosing not to assert himself, recognizing that this is not the time for bravado. Throughout the match, he has been engaged in a contest with Melli, which is why he received a yellow card shortly after the second half commenced. Similarly, Guo Juanfu also picked up a yellow card for fouling Melli before his substitution. It is evident that Melli alone has caused 3 key players from the Chinese team to receive yellow cards, underscoring his formidable presence. Melli raises his hand to signal for the ball, and Martinez passes it to him. Indeed, Melli remains the engine of Argentina's attack. Only he possesses the ability to pose a genuine threat to the Chinese defense, a thought that leaves Hifeng feeling somewhat disheartened. He pondered that based on the performance displayed in the match against Argentina, if it weren't for Messi, our national U23 team might have had the potential to triumph over them. Alas, their possession of Messi alone was sufficient to subdue us. As Messi took possession of the ball, he did not immediately advance towards the center, but rather dribbled along the flanks. Zhang Qinghuan pursued him relentlessly from behind. In terms of sheer speed, he was indeed faster than Messi, yet Messi's exceptional ball control rendered Chen's speed inconsequential. He could not make a move to intercept the ball and could only jog alongside. Li Qinghuan rushed in from the center, joining the pursuit. However, endowed with greater physical strength, he continuously pressured Messi during the chase. Unencumbered by a yellow card, he felt free to employ a more aggressive approach. As Messi maneuvered with the ball, he felt the impact of Li Qinghuan's presence, a bold defensive tactic that undeniably exerted pressure on him. He sought to evade Li Qinghuan by feigning a pass to his teammate, Cantaro, but instead of delivering the ball, he struck it towards the center to shake off Li. At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan, who had remained inconspicuous until now, seized the opportunity and accelerated, outpacing Messi to make a decisive interception. Zhang Qinghuan, what a splendid tackle! Hifeng exclaimed with exhilaration. With only a few minutes left in the match, this successful interception was a tremendous boost to morale. Zhang Qinghuan had scarcely caught up with the ball when Argentina's Martinez lunged at him. In a moment of haste, he could only nudge the ball towards his teammate, Gao Rumin. As he leapt to collide with Martinez, both players tumbled to the ground. Yet, the referee's whistle did not sound. He observed Gao Rumin receiving the ball and opted to allow the game to continue. At this juncture, Gao Rumin faced a critical decision. Should he play it safe in the backfield to stabilize the situation and buy some time, or should he press for a swift counterattack? Given that Argentina was in a state of transitional instability, just then, he heard Huline's thunderous shout, "To Luokai?" He glanced forward and saw Luokai charging like an arrow. There was no time for hesitation. his teammate had made the choice for him to counterattack. He lifted his foot and sent the ball forward with a diagonal long pass. Not overly concerned with precision, merely needing to direct it towards that area. After all, Argentina had just been on the offensive, leaving ample space in their defense. Gao Rumin's long pass sought Luo Kai. The U-23 team was eager to counterattack. That's right, he foamed. Bring the battle to their half. The best defense is a good offense. With a sharp counterattack, make Argentina wary, inhibiting their full thrust forward, thereby alleviating the pressure on our defense. As Luo Kai sprinted forward, he glanced back to confirm whether Gao Rumin was indeed passing to him. When he saw the ball soaring in his direction, a surge of joy surged within him. This was the opportunity he had awaited for 3 long matches. His first goal in the Olympics. The football landed before him, and he swung his arms vigorously to propel his legs forward, hastening towards the ball. His initial acceleration paled in comparison to that of Chen Xingyi. Yet his true strength lay in his later burst of speed, a phenomenon often described as running faster the longer one persists. Ahead of him was Santiago Sweeney, Argentina's left center back, who initially intended to intercept the ball early, but upon witnessing the explosive pace displayed by Roque, he instinctively retreated. Fearing he would be outpaced and easily bypassed, Roque caught up with the ball. Feng's voice trembled with excitement. A bold thought began to form in his mind. Could we possibly clinch a last-minute victory over Argentina? As this notion surfaced, he shivered, startled by his own audacity. No. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could we ever triumph over Argentina? Feng repeatedly shook his head in denial, though it felt more like a self-deceptive act of wishful thinking. As Roque pursued the ball along the flank, the Argentine players scrambled to regroup defensively. Center back Juan Sosa, right center back Matias Capelli, defensive midfielder Enzo Diaz, left wing back Augusto Catazzo, and even Melabanija rushed back like the wind. Yet Roque paid them no heed. He charged towards Sweeney with the ball. He recalled Coach Schur's words about Sweeney's impulsive nature, a potential vulnerability in Argentina's defense. He was determined to exploit that weakness. Sweeney, upon realizing that his opponent was charging towards him, cursed internally but refrained from recklessly lunging in. Instead, he decelerated, retreating strategically to deny Roque the opportunity to force his way past him with sheer speed. During halftime, he had been thoroughly reprimanded by Coach Roses for his earlier blunder that led to the first goal conceded. Though he had attempted to explain that he believed goalkeeper Marinelli was rushing out, such justification had failed to absolve him in the coach's eyes. Following that stern dressing down, Sweeney had become much more cautious, and while his performance in the second half was commendable, it was primarily noted for avoiding further mistakes, particularly those of a more elementary nature. Unaware of these developments, Roque was disheartened to find that Sweeney was not engaging him in a decisive confrontation, but was instead retreating. If he could not swiftly shake off Sweeney, his first Olympic goal would remain elusive. Thus, he altered his strategy, accelerating and changing direction to attempt an inward cut. Sweeney predictably followed suit. Seizing the moment, Roque deftly flicked the ball outward with the outside of his right foot, then shifted back towards the flank, feigning an attempt to break through from that angle. Sweeney, unable to let his guard down, quickly adjusted his position. Just as he reverted, Roque pulled the ball back towards the center with his right foot, changing direction once more. The continuous shifts and movement put immense strain on Sweeney's knees. Yet he valiantly turned back, albeit now with a slight stumble. Roque denied him any opportunity to recalibrate, deftly nudging the ball into the penalty area before circling around from the opposite side. He executed a perfect separation from the ball. A tremendous cheer erupted from the stands, resonating with the fervor of Chinese fans. In stark contrast, a cacophony of boos arose from Argentine supporters. As Luo Kai surged into the penalty area, he discovered that Juan Sosa, the captain of the Argentine U-23 team, had positioned himself directly in his path, effectively blocking his advance. Despite having evaded Sweeney with a rather humiliating display, Luo Kai found that he had not gained a clear shot at goal. Sweeney's earlier caution and tenacity had afforded the Argentine side precious time. Now, Sosa stood resolutely before Luo Kai, ready to reorganize the defense, proving to be a far more formidable opponent than Sweeney. With the penalty area constricted, Luo Kai could not utilize his favorite tactic of rapid direction changes to bypass Sosa's defense. Of course, he could attempt to shoot directly past Sosa, a feat he had accomplished before. Yet, this was the Olympic stage, and he was pitted against a world-class team like Argentina. Most crucially, this was likely to be the final opportunity for the Chinese U-23 team to score in this match. The thought of missing this chance conjured memories of a previous missed shot against Nigeria, which, if converted, might have altered their fate in that match and alleviated the struggle in this encounter against Argentina. In a fleeting moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Luo Kai's mind, leading to a moment of hesitation. Sweeney, having been bypassed, seized the opportunity to return, joining forces with Sosa to encircle Luo Kai. He could sense the pressure building from both sides, with time and space for contemplation dwindling to nearly nothing. He was faced with a critical decision: to force a shot, risking the hope of victory for the entire team, or to reconsider. Sosa observed as the Chinese player's movement slowed, clearly uncertain of his next step. Rather than recklessly attempting a tackle, Sosa maintained his defensive stance, positioning himself to thwart any breakthrough while also preparing to block a potential shot. Even without taking action, if he could confine his opponent, the defense would be deemed successful. At that moment, Luo Kai, lowering his head, suddenly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot towards the byline, preparing to unleash a shot. Reacting swiftly, Sosa stepped forward to block the angle of the anticipated strike. However, Luo Kai's effort transformed into a deft pass, a backward triangle pass. Sweeney, positioned behind, intercepted the ball, which ricocheted off his shin rather than crossing the byline, soaring instead towards the rear. While a shot was certainly within reach, Luo Kai understood that if someone was in a better position, the likelihood of scoring would be significantly enhanced. He knew that another player was likely closing in, prompting him to opt for a pass, relinquishing his scoring opportunity in pursuit of a more assured outcome. After delivering the pass, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, yet he turned to glance back over his shoulder, in the direction of his frantic dash. That detestable figure arrived as expected. He broke into a smile. "You owe me, Hu Lai," he foam-bellowed, his voice nearly cracking. Yet, the small living room before the television was eerily silent, with Xia Lan and Hu Lisin both gaping at the screen, rendered speechless, even their breath stilled. As if they were mere statues, Mei Li sprinted, on the verge of reclaiming the penalty area, with the Chinese team's number 14, who had already netted 2 goals. Ahead of him, everyone's attention was fixated on the ball-carrying number 9 of the Chinese team. Yet Mei Li instinctively felt that this player might pose the greatest threat in this offensive maneuver. Victory seemed imminent, thus he accelerated, striving to keep close to his opponent. Just then, he noticed the number 9 releasing the football, and indeed, its target was the 14th player. But as he caught up with the 14th, the latter suddenly made a sharp stop, effortlessly evading him. Not only did he halt abruptly, but he also swiftly retreated a step, creating space between himself and Mei Li. The football struck Sweeney's leg, soaring into the air toward the space he had just vacated. Su Wen could not suppress a gasp, her tension palpable, as if she were the one competing. Beside her, Li Qingqing silently mouthed, "Shoot, Hu Lai, shoot." In front of the television, Zhang Qinghuan stood before the sofa, his fists clenched, roaring as if Hu Lai were merely 5 meters away, reminiscent of their countless battles fought side by side. He envisioned passing the ball to Hu Lai, shouting "shoot," knowing Hu Lai would transform his pass into an assist. Qin Lin's eyes were fixated on the projection screen, his pupils reflecting the figure in the penalty area. Gazing upward at the descending football, his left leg planted firmly ahead, supporting his body while pivoting his hips, leading his trailing right leg. This was the preparatory stance for a shot. Hu Lai observed the football descending from the sky, growing larger, approaching with each passing moment. Juan Sosa had already turned and charged toward him, but Hu Lai remained oblivious and unconcerned. He spread his arms to maintain balance, leaning his body to the left, his right leg poised to strike. As his pupils filled with the reflection of the football, his supporting left leg was nearly at a 45-degree angle to the ground, while his right leg swung up, nearly parallel to his waist, creating the impression that his upper body was folding in half. Then, with precision, his instep struck the football cleanly. The dirt and grass clippings lodged in his cleats were expelled, as if the football had unleashed a fiery trail in its wake. The football whistled past Mei Li Bania's head. He scarcely glimpsed the ball, merely sensing a gust ruffle his hair. 15 meters was the distance from where Hu Lai shot to the goal line. In less than half a second, the football traveled from Hu Lai's foot to the net. As the ball rippled the net in the goal, Argentina's goalkeeper, Rino Marinelli, had just begun to leap, his arms outstretched. As Shi Wuyin remarked during halftime, This is how the game unfolds. Either you are vanquished by the opponent or you vanquish them. The Chinese team and the Argentine team resembled two wounded warriors, locked in a fierce embrace, clawing at each other with unrelenting ferocity. No one dared to intervene, and no force could separate them. They gasped for breath, their mouths spewing profanities as they swung their fists with desperation. Before succumbing to their last drop of blood, each was determined to vanquish the other. The Argentine side, possessing a sturdier foundation, was firmly atop the Chinese team, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, the Chinese team, bloodied and battered, managed to shield their face with one hand while the other desperately groped for something on the ground. Then, their fingers brushed against a brick, which they swung fiercely, striking Argentina's temple. Caught off guard, the Argentine fell backward, sending dust and blood flying into the air. As a side note, tomorrow will feature 2 updates, and I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. If memory serves me correctly, the double monthly votes should commence on the 29th. So please do not forget to cast your votes then. Chapter 145. Illuminating the Darkness, the Inverted Triangle Pass from Hulai. Hulai. Magnificent. Absolutely splendid. A decisive goal. Hefeng was beside himself in the commentary booth, shouting hoarsely, ignoring his strained voice. Beside him, Yin Kong exclaimed in astonishment, a sword from the west, an ethereal being from the heavens. Hulai's strike was simply breathtaking. Unbelievable. With such a stunning kick in this do-or-die match of the Olympic group stage, he has propelled the Chinese U-23 team ahead of Argentina. A hat trick. He has achieved a hat trick at the Olympics. In this moment, his brilliance eclipsed that of Melibane. Amid the fervent cries of the 2 commentators, Xiaolan inhaled deeply and sank back into the sofa, her voice caught in her throat, unable to escape. Outside the window, a similar roar erupted, this time even louder than before. It turned out that so many in the community were watching this match. Hu Lisin, panting heavily, gazed at the television screen, his eyes beginning to redden. Incredible. Qin Shi raised his arms in jubilation. Wang Yuan no longer admonished her son to refrain from vulgarities. Zhang Qinghuan clenched his fists and shouted, "Damn it! This is amazing!" Xia Xiaoyu, cradling his head with both hands and half reclining on the sofa, muttered to the projection screen, "A decisive goal? Is this really a decisive goal? Brother who has scored the decisive goal against Argentina?" Qin Lin slammed his palm onto the coffee table, causing the cups to rattle, realizing his son had been right all along. He was no match for this young man. Not even close. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoyu noticed Zhang Qinghuan sprinting outside with arms wide open, prompting him to leap up and ask, "Huanggu, where are you going?" "To celebrate." Zhang Qinghuan shouted back as he dashed out of the living room, heading straight for the backyard. As Xia Xiaoyu pursued him, he witnessed Zhang Qinghuan sliding onto the soccer field. Initially stunned, he soon burst into laughter. "I want to join too." In the meeting room where the female players gathered to watch the game, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted. Some players excitedly stood on their chairs, waving their jackets and shouting with glee, while others stomped their feet and clapped enthusiastically. Su Wen embraced Li Qingqing, tears of joy streaming down her face. "How wonderful! How wonderful!" she kept repeating. Li Qingqing, held in her arms, turned to gaze at the television, her face radiant with a smile. At this moment, in countless corners of the vast land of China, in living rooms and bars alike, an unknown multitude raised their arms in jubilation, their eyes glistening with tears, while others stood in sheer astonishment. Before them, on screens of varying sizes, red figures surged towards a common destination, where a similarly clad figure stood proudly, akin to a Mars attracting more celestial bodies, ultimately igniting the dark night sky. Hulai had just executed his signature celebratory gesture, standing in the corner flag area, laughing heartily as his teammates rushed towards him. One by one, they enveloped him in their embrace, more and more joining in. Even the substitutes donned in yellow vests sprinted towards him. The first arrivals embraced Hulai, and those who came later clung to them, while others leaped into the air. Diving into the throng, they shouted, screamed, and cheered. The Argentine coaching staff and substitutes occupied the pathway the Chinese players traversed, each one joyously passing by, eliciting a complex array of emotions from the Argentine substitutes. Roses stood before the coaching area, following the silhouettes of the Chinese players racing past him, his gaze drifting towards the corner flag area of the Argentine half. Those Chinese players ultimately converged there, celebrating their goal. In the 88th minute of the match, the Chinese team scored their third goal, leading Argentina 3-2. Roses had repeatedly emphasized the importance of not underestimating their opponents, and he himself had indeed taken this warning to heart. Yet, despite his vigilance, he could not have anticipated that his team would be edged out by the Chinese in the final moments. Watching the jubilant Chinese players, Roses found himself momentarily lost, unable to divert his gaze. Similarly transfixed was Melabanija, who remained rooted in his penalty area since his retreat, fixated on the celebrating Chinese team. As he recalled the fleeting moment when the ball soared over his head, it felt as if a massive aircraft had brushed against his scalp, leaving him dazed. Struggling to regain his composure, he had witnessed an unparalleled strike at an astonishing proximity. This universally acknowledged football prodigy felt a twinge of jealousy and admiration, thinking how wonderful it would have been had he been the one to score such a goal. 5 goals in 9 minutes. How splendid it would have been if that was his achievement. As Hulai sent the ball into the net, Xia Xiaoyu instinctively raised his hands. Yet his expression was one of sheer incredulity. Utterly startled by Hulai's remarkable feat, it was ultimately Li Zhifei who first regained his senses, rushing over to embrace him. Shouting in exhilaration, "We are leading. We are winning, little Xia. We are going to win." As Xia Xiaoyu returned to his senses, he cast a glance at the overly excited Li Zhifei and remarked, "Do not lose your composure, old Li. The match is not yet concluded." Li Zhifei, filled with admiration, replied, "You maintain your calmness. I noticed you were rendered speechless just moments ago." "I was simply startled," Xia Xiaoyu admitted candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Zhifei erupted into laughter. Matt. Tony Clark called out thrice, yet failed to rouse his companion, Matt Dawn. In desperation, he seized Matt's arm and shook him vigorously, bringing him back to reality. "Huh, Tony, what's the matter?" Matt inquired, still dazed. "You seemed lost in thought." "Ah, yes, I was distracted. I was so startled by whose shot. It felt as if it struck straight at my heart," he continued. "Tony, have you ever witnessed such a magnificent strike?" Matt asked eagerly. Tony Clark shook his head. "I have seen many goals, but this kind of shot is unprecedented." "Indeed, Tony. I have come to realize that certain moments in reality surpass those in games. This kind of goal is something you will never witness in a video game. Those virtual figures cannot replicate such artistry within the confines of a gaming engine. Thank God I decided to come to Spain to watch the match. It was truly the wisest choice. I missed Hu's miraculous 5 goals in 9 minutes. So I certainly do not wish to witness such a splendid goal for the first time on a phone screen. Tony, now you must believe in my judgment," Matt Dawn declared with pride. Tony Clark managed a wry smile and shook his head. "Matt, what is there to be proud of? If I were you, I would be troubled." "Troubled by what?" Matt queried. "Do you not realize that after he completes a hat-trick against Merli in this match, countless clubs across Europe will set their sights on him, Matt?" Tony's question left Matt momentarily speechless, his proud expression frozen upon his freckled face. Leeds United is merely a team that barely managed to survive in the Premier League. The club is not particularly wealthy. What can we offer to entice him to join us? Tony continued probing. Perhaps you could tell him that you coached him to score 300 goals in the game and are his greatest understanding, persuading him to join Leeds United? Damn, Matt muttered, realizing that he may have inadvertently shot himself in the foot. He had hoped for Hulai to excel and gain worldwide recognition. But such brilliance would only diminish Leeds United's chances of signing him. He gazed at Hulai, surrounded by his jubilant teammates, his emotions in turmoil. The celebration by the Chinese national U23 team was indeed wild. Not only the players on the field, but also the substitutes rushed to join in. Naturally, their jubilation extended longer than anticipated, whether intentionally or not. Ultimately, it was only when the referee approached to remind them to return to their half that their celebrations ceased. By this time, the match was nearing the 90th minute. Those Chinese fans who were ecstatic over Hulai's hat-trick were about to realize that an even greater surprise awaited them. The Chinese team now led Argentina 3-2. If only they could hold on for a few more minutes, perhaps the Chinese Olympic team might triumph over Argentina. Not only would this mark their inaugural victory in Olympic history, but it could also propel them into the knockout stage. The match between Belgium and Nigeria is also drawing to a close, with Belgium currently leading Nigeria 2-1. Should the Chinese team manage to conclude the game with the current score, defeating Argentina would grant them the advantage in total goals, securing second place in the group. Hefeng exclaimed with excitement. Hulai's remarkable goal is not merely a thing of beauty. It has the potential to elevate Chinese football to heights previously uncharted. The Olympic knockout stage. The The Chinese Olympic team not only advanced to the Olympic finals for the first time through the qualifiers, but also aspires to enter the knockout phase. The stands erupted with thunderous applause as Chinese fans gathered from various European nations showered their heroes with cheers. Running back to his half with his teammates, Hu Lai raised his hand in salute to the Chinese supporters in the stands. That uplifted hand seemed to hold a torch, illuminating the darkness in many hearts. Upon the return of the Chinese players to their half, the Argentine players had already assumed their positions, awaiting the resumption of play. Meli was not standing in the center circle, but rather, his friend Ramon Cantro was poised with the ball, waiting for the kickoff. Cantro's gaze was fixed on Hu Lai, who had just returned to his half. Memories of Hu Lai's words before the match echoed in his mind. "And you are quite unfortunate, for your opponent is me." Initially, he dismissed this as mere bravado, but now it felt as though he had received a stinging slap across the face. The arrogant fool he once thought Hu Lai to be had indeed accomplished what even Meli could not achieve, scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes, including a hat-trick in this match. Cantro, fixated on Hu Lai, noticed the latter's acknowledgement of his gaze as Hu Lai shrugged and offered a faint smile. Enraged, Cantro averted his eyes and silently vowed to make Hu Lai aware of Argentina's prowess in the forthcoming match. Shortly after the referee blew the whistle to restart the game, the fourth official raised the board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. This meant Argentina had merely 4 minutes to salvage their precarious chances of advancing. At this juncture, neither head coach Rosas nor the players cared about finishing second in the group to face Spain. As long as they could progress, they would face the host nation head-on, regardless of the challenge. The Argentine Olympic team, having summoned a prodigy like Meli, harbored grand ambitions, with their goal for this Olympic Games being the gold medal. Historically, Argentine football has claimed the World Cup title and the Copa America Championship, yet it has never secured an Olympic gold medal. Although the prestige of Olympic football pales in comparison to that of the World Cup, and its influence is considerably diminished, the allure of the Olympics, being the pinnacle of human athletic achievement, remains irresistible. The announcement of Messi's participation in the Madrid Olympics sent waves of joy among Argentine fans, who believed that this time, the prospect of winning gold was within reach, with the sole formidable opponent likely being the host nation. Little did they anticipate that the team might face the grim possibility of failing to advance from the group stage. As the match resumed, the once vibrant atmosphere in the stands grew muted, largely due to nearly half of the Argentine supporters falling silent. The camera panned to the stands, revealing Argentine fans who appeared as if they had emerged from a production line, all with their hands clasped atop their heads, silently gazing toward the field. This was a stark contrast to their earlier exuberance throughout the match. It seemed they had foreseen Argentina's impending elimination and were engulfed by a sense of despair, utterly at a loss for how to alter this fate. Typically, when fans spot themselves on the large screens during a broadcast, they enthusiastically wave and smile at the camera. Yet now, not a single Argentine fan displayed a smile to the lens. Meanwhile, the Argentine players became acutely aware that they were teetering on the brink of disaster. In a desperate bid for redemption, they unleashed a fierce onslaught toward the Chinese goal. The Chinese U-23 team, after scoring, retreated entirely, fortifying their defensive third and erecting a formidable barrier in front of their goal, effectively constructing a flesh-and-blood Great Wall to thwart Argentina's advances. Wang Guangwei once again absorbed a powerful long-range shot from Messi with his chest, the ball rebounding nearly 10 meters, a testament to the shot's force. However, unlike the previous instance, Wang did not collapse on the ground, despite the discomfort. He resolutely rose to his feet, re-engaging in the match, uncertain whether the Argentine players would choose to kick the ball out in consideration of his fall. After all, they had not done so before. In the heat of the moment, the agitated Argentine players were even less likely to show such sportsmanship. Time was running out for the Argentine U-23 team. Yen Kong preemptively voiced this thought before he foamed, secretly relishing the fact that he never imagined he would have the opportunity to utter such a phrase concerning Argentina. Upon hearing this, Hifeng couldn't help but chuckle, but he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious tone as he urged, "We must hold on in these final minutes. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. We absolutely cannot squander our hard work at the last moment. Hold the line, hold the line, hold the line." Xia Lan chanted fervently in front of the television, her fist pumping slightly with each repetition, rallying support for her son's team. She is not the only one engaged in this fervent display. At this very moment, Countless individuals across the nation are similarly rallying behind the national team, employing various means to support them in their quest to maintain this scoreline. These very individuals, moments ago, had hoped merely to secure a draw against Argentina, believing that such an outcome would suffice to elate them for an entire year. Yet now, they perceive a draw as a failure. Indeed, it is much easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than to revert from luxury to simplicity. Before the 100-inch projection screen, whether it be Qin Lin or Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu or Qin Shi, even Wang Yuan has risen to her feet. No one remains seated to witness this match any longer. They are enveloped in a tense silence. 5 figures fixated on the broadcast, awaiting the sound of the final whistle and the commentator's excited voice. 93 minutes and 42 seconds into the match. With only 18 seconds remaining, Meli possesses the ball in the attacking third, attempting to force his way into the penalty area. He is confronted by 3 players from the Chinese national team, with Hu Lai positioned closely behind him. Surrounded by 4 players, he nonetheless eludes any attempts to dispossess him. He deftly nudges the ball to the left, evading Li Chengwu's challenge, only to pull it back and leave Gao Rumin flailing at thin air. With a quick flick, he advances the ball forward, executing a V-shaped maneuver in an effort to shake off Hu Lai, who trails him. In a moment of agility, he finds himself only against Du Wanqing. Meli pushes the ball ahead, accelerating to break past Du Wanqing. As Du Wanqing lunges for a tackle, Meli anticipates the move, deftly nudging the ball away. He has bypassed 4 defenders. A sense of danger looms as Wang Guangwei rushes laterally to obstruct Meli's path, yet he hesitates to commit. For Meli has already entered the penalty area. A foul now could render him a villain should a penalty be awarded. He even refrains from raising his hands, keeping them clasped behind his back, fearful of the ball making contact. Meli cocks his left foot, feigning a shot, compelling Wang Guangwei to react defensively. In an unexpected twist, Meli's left foot hovers just behind the ball, executing a quick feint. As Wang Guangwei attempts to intercept, Meli's movements are fluid and rapid, resulting in a low shot directed towards the goal. Meli shoots. Meli, 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 Meli. The commentator from Argentine television exclaims Meli's name in a fervent crescendo, akin to a divine invocation. Amidst the collective gasp of the crowd, the ball schemes along the grass, veering towards the far corner of the net. Lin Ziyuan, having just shifted to cover the near post, catches sight of the approaching ball and swiftly dives to his side, uncertain if he can reach it. He throws himself into the fray, a towering figure of nearly 6 feet 3 inches moving with astonishing speed. Then, he feels the tips of his fingers graze the ball. Get away from me. Everyone, including Meli himself, is transfixed by the trajectory of the ball. The ball surged forward with such velocity that almost no one could discern whether Lin Ziyuan had managed to intercept it. Their eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the ball as it grazed the grass, rolling towards the far goal post. From Meli's perspective, the ball veered ever so slightly away from the post, causing his heart to race perilously close to stillness. For many, the moment Meli struck the ball felt interminable, yet in reality, it was less than half a second, a mere blink of an eye. The ball skimmed the outer edge of the back post and rolled out of bounds. Meli's knees buckled, as if he had instantaneously lost all strength to support his frame, and he sank to the ground. Turning to see the ball cross the goal line, Wang Guangwei clenched his fist, while Lu Yin beside him shouted, "What a shot!" Lin Ziyuan, sprawled on the ground, turned to confirm the ball's exit from the field. Instead of leaping up to celebrate, he exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, reluctant to move even a finger. Cantello dashed from the baseline, retrieving the ball that had ricocheted off an advertising board, and sprinted toward the corner flag. He was uncertain whether Lin Ziyuan had truly touched the ball. But at such a moment, a corner kick was essential, for this might be Argentina's final opportunity to attack. However, just as he reached the corner flag and had yet to place the ball down, he heard the referee's whistle behind him. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds. The match was over. In the cacophony of the stadium, Hifeng struggled to clearly hear the referee's signal, but he remained intently focused on the referee's gestures. Upon witnessing the referee raise his right hand towards the sky before lowering it to point at the center circle, he could finally confirm the match's conclusion. He immediately announced this momentous news. The Chinese U23 team had triumphed over the Argentine U23 team with a score of 3-2 in their third group match, securing their advancement to the next round. We have qualified. The substitute players of the Chinese U23 team, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed onto the field with open arms, while those on the pitch exhibited varied reactions. Some raised their arms in celebration. Others lay on the grass with their fists raised towards the heavens, and some leapt to embrace their nearest teammates. This day was destined to be etched in the annals of Chinese football history. August 14, 2024. The Chinese U23 team created a new chapter of history at the Madrid Olympics. After the conclusion of the first group match, I had previously invited the audience to witness history alongside me, but I was mistaken. This moment is the true testament to history. A rare and glorious milestone in the chronicles of Chinese football was born today. Before the television, Xia Xiaoyu and Hu Lixin embraced tightly, tears streaming down her face as she wept uncontrollably. Hu Lixin gently patted her back in silence. Against all odds and amidst skepticism, the young men of the U23 team overcame numerous challenges, crafting a miracle that belonged solely to them. This remarkable achievement belongs not only to the hat-trick hero Hu Lai, but also to Lin Ziyuan, who valiantly thwarted Mary's shot at the last moment. It is a tribute to all the players of the national under-23 team who, despite their struggles, exerted every ounce of effort to impede the attacks from Mary and Argentina. Today, you are no longer the subjects of mockery and derision. Today, you can hold your heads high, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment. For you are the heroes of us all. We take great pride in you. Wang Yuan stole a glance at her husband, noticing the smile on his face as he applauded. Their son, Qin Shi, was cheering excitedly nearby. Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu dashed out of the living room, perhaps to celebrate with a slide on their knees. The house was filled with just the three of them. Wang Yuan felt that the knot that had long troubled her husband seemed to have been untied. Tonight, at this very moment, in the capital, in the mountains and seas, in Lingnan, in the splendid city, in Yunyang, and in countless cities across China, dear Chinese football fans, allow me to represent you in paying homage to these young players of the national under-23 team. Thank you. Thank you. Li Ziqiang sat upright on the sofa, arms crossed, gazing at the shimmering screen of the television, slowly exhaling. At home, Chen Mo recalled Zhao Kongming's words after the first group match. Hu Lai is the one who can dispel the darkness. Yin Yin and the middle-aged man raised their glasses in a bar, exchanging smiles as they clinked their drinks together. No matter what awaits you ahead, on your future journey, please remember how extraordinary you are today. Continue on, young ones, keep moving forward, and we shall always cheer for you. Chapter 147. Sleepless after the initial joy and excitement faded, some players from the Chinese national under-23 team finally remembered they should seek Mary to exchange jerseys. After all, opportunities to exchange jerseys with Mary are rare. However, some contemplated it, but did not act, instead turning their gaze to Hu Lai. In their eyes, he was the one deserving of such an opportunity. Yet Hu Lai showed no intention of approaching Mary. Chun Xingyi curiously asked, Hu Lai, aren't you going to get a jersey for Mary? Why would you want to exchange jerseys with him? Hu Lai countered, why should I? To keep as a memento. Wang Guanglei chimed in. Hu Lai tugged at his own national under-23 jersey, stating, isn't this jersey meaningful enough? What is so special about a rival's jersey? I'm not a tribal warrior collecting the heads of my enemies. That analogy sounds rather odd. Wang Guanglei frowned. We're here to exchange jerseys, not to behead Mary. His remark caused hesitation among those who sought to exchange jerseys. In the end, it was Lin Ziyuan who approached Mary and successfully exchanged jerseys, using gestures to convey in English that he had just deflected Mary's shot with the tip of his finger. The eliminated Meili appeared profoundly dejected, however, before Lin Ziyuan. He maintained his composure, offering a courteous smile as he gently patted Lin's back, congratulating and encouraging him. Subsequently, he draped Lin's jersey over his shoulders, bowing his head as he turned with his teammates towards the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the players of the Chinese U23 team gathered together, making a circuit of the field to express their gratitude to the Chinese fans who had come to support them. They ultimately paused beneath the stands where the largest crowd of Chinese supporters congregated, engaging in a Viking chant that resonated in unison with the fans above. The rhythmic clapping and cheers escalated from a slow cadence to a crescendo, blending an array of magnificent and fervent shouts. The fans in the stands tossed down the national flags, prompting the players to retrieve them and adorn themselves. Hu Lai picked up a flag, tying it around his neck, which from the front resembled a red scarf, while from behind appeared as a cape adorned with 5 stars. Photographers flocked to capture the image of the players and fans waving the national flags together. Each journalist, as they pressed the shutter, understood that this collection of moments would undoubtedly reverberate across the Chinese internet post-match. This embodied the long-desired harmonious interaction between Chinese football and its supporters. The relationship between the team and its players ought to be thus. Fans are the 12th man, the foundation and support of the team, while the team brings joy to the fans. Yet, due to widely acknowledged reasons, such a relationship had been absent in the past Chinese football scene. It was unclear who began the singing in the stands, but soon a chorus erupted. The fans sang, and the players on the field joined in. The five-star red flag fluttered in the wind, and the victory song rang out resoundingly. Online, countless individuals engaged in discussions surrounding the U-23 team's triumph over Argentina. Many who typically never watch football emerged to commend the U-23 squad, exhibiting enthusiasm akin to seasoned fans of over 30 years. Those who had long forsaken football found themselves drawn back. The U-23 team is exceptional. This group of young talents truly holds the promise of elevating Chinese football. The reforms of yesteryears have finally borne fruit. Come, let us retain the classic tune. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Without exaggeration. Is Hulai not already among the top forwards in the country? Goodness, I am nearing 40. And yet I find myself brought to tears by a match of the Chinese team. How I envy those brothers and sisters who could witness this game live. Attending such a match is enough to boast about for a lifetime. Friends, this is football. This is what football should be, a source of joy. Xiaolan held her phone, grinning foolishly, and Hu Li-sin, without needing to inquire, knew she was undoubtedly online, reveling in the praises for their son. He chose not to disturb his wife, but instead picked up a cigarette pack and lighter, stepping out of the bedroom into the kitchen, where he turned on the range hood and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled, the smoke being whisked away by the working exhaust fan. A sudden cacophony of firecrackers erupted, prompting him to turn his gaze towards the window, where he could see flashes of light shimmering between the buildings. Someone was setting off firecrackers in the community. In the distance, fireworks ascended from behind a row of densely packed buildings, bursting into vibrant blooms in the night sky. Bang! Bang! Several colorful flowers unfurled against the dark canvas above. Hu Li-sin leaned against the kitchen window, a lit cigarette nestled between his fingers. His head slightly tilted as he gazed dreamily into the night. The night breeze carried the acrid scent of gunpowder, enveloping Hu Li-sin in the essence of the new year. Chinese football, it was New Year's Day. I too aspire to score like Hulai in the Olympics and the World Cup. Qin Shi exclaimed, skipping towards his home-esque gate, brimming with excitement. Qin Lin chuckled, that's the spirit. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Let's see you score in the Junior High Anton Cup first. No problem. Qin Shi stood at attention, saluting Qin Lin. Behind them, Wang Yuan beamed at the two men. Initially, when she decided to leave her hometown to reunite with her husband in Zhencheng, she was filled with various anxieties about the future. She worried about adapting to the local cuisine and the climate. But her greatest concern was that her husband might not stay long in Zhencheng, and that she and their child would be left to chase after him, living a life of transience. That was not the life she desired, even though she knew that, as a player's spouse, her choices were sometimes not her own. Now, however, her heart could finally settle. Here, her husband had found a career to strive for in the latter half of his life, and their child had a goal to work towards. She felt that they could truly find stability in this city. The cool night breeze wafted in from the neighboring forest park, dispelling the day's heat and refreshing the spirit. Yin Yin and the uncle stepped out of the bar, and as a gust of wind blew, they both instinctively exhaled the stale air from the bar, inhaling deeply the fresh atmosphere. How about a second round? Yin Yin inquired, as his classmates behind them were calling out, let us go. Late night snacks, let us go. The uncle shook his head, I'm too old for that. I can't keep up. Time to head home. Yin Yin teased, you always come to the bar for the matches, but say you can't keep up. I only come for the matches. It's more lively with a crowd. The uncle shot Yin Yin a glance. It's summer vacation now. Aren't you also back early to watch the matches with your classmates? What do you mean back? I've graduated. The uncle paused in surprise. Graduated? Oh right. For years of university, and now you're done. You didn't go home this summer? No. I rented a place here instead. Just then, Yin Yan's classmates emerged from the bar, extending one last invitation to the uncle. Are you really not coming, uncle? Have a drink. Eat some skewers before heading back. The uncle shook his head. No, You all go on. Don't drink too much. All right then. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, uncle. A group of young people waved collectively at the uncle as they chattered excitedly, making their way onto the sidewalk, animatedly discussing the recently concluded match. Hu Lai's remarkable performance truly astonishes. Yin Gu, would you kindly share with us the tales of Hu Lai during his time on the school team? Why the rush? I shall recount them when we enjoy some skewers together, starting with that young lad's entrance examination to the team. The exuberant voices of youth were swept away by the wind. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of a bar, observing as this vibrant group receded further. Their laughter drowned out by the clamor of vehicles on the nearby road. He shook his head with a smile and turned to walk in another direction. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it and answered, Yes, I'll be back shortly, indeed delighted. Please take out the cold rabbit dish from the fridge and set aside a portion for me to accompany the drinks. The gentle evening breeze caressed the bustling city, urging it to slumber. Yet, the wind would be disappointed, for this night, countless souls in the city would remain awake. Chapter 148. I remember you. The Chinese Olympic football team triumphed over Argentina with a score of 3-2, while in another stadium. Belgium secured a 2-1 victory against Nigeria. With this, Belgium, boasting 2 wins and 1 draw, amassed 7 points, firmly establishing their position at the top of the group and confirming their advancement. In contrast, Nigeria, with 1 draw and 2 losses, lingered at the bottom with merely 1 point and faced elimination. The remaining qualification spot would be contested between the Chinese and Argentine teams. Both teams, having each recorded 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, accumulated 4 points. According to the Olympic football tournament regulations, in the event of a tie, the team's overall goal difference would be assessed. The Chinese team drew 2-2 with Nigeria in their first match, lost 0-1 to Belgium in the second, and defeated Argentina 3-2 in the third, resulting in a total goal difference of 0. The Argentine team drew 1-1 with Belgium, 1-0 against Nigeria, and lost 2-3 to China, also yielding a total goal difference of 0. In the case of tied goal differences, the total goals scored would be compared. The Chinese team scored 5 goals overall, while Argentina managed only 4. Thus, with 1 less goal, Argentina was relegated to 3rd place in the group, missing out on the knockout stage. The Argentine team, once a favorite for gold with stars like Messi and Di Maria, shockingly failed to progress beyond the group stage, marking the most significant upset in the men's football event of this Olympic Games thus far. An hour after the match, mainstream media in Spain began reporting on the event. Marca utilized a poignant photograph of the dejected Argentine players trudging off the field as the visual for their online coverage, with Messi prominently featured, adorned in the jersey of the Chinese team's goalkeeper. Headline: Argentina's disastrous exit from the group stage. Messi's dreams shattered in the group of death. Content: following the announcement of the draw for the men's football tournament, nearly everyone deemed Group B to be the group of death in this Olympic Games. The current outcomes have only confirmed the initial assessments of this formidable group. Indeed, it is a group of death, one that could scarcely be more fatal. The highly favored Argentine U-23 team astonishingly finished 3rd in their group, thus missing out on the knockout stage. Prior to their final group match, their prospects appeared promising, as they were set to face the weakest team in the group, China. However, the reality unfolded in stark contrast to all expectations. The previously underestimated Chinese team excelled in their performance, with their star striker Hu Lai delivering a hat trick, the final goal being nothing short of spectacular. Senior journalist Jose Fernandez proclaimed it to be the most exquisite goal he had witnessed this year. Matt Downey stared in silence at the article on his phone from Marca. Tony Clark, sitting beside him, shook his head. Look, Matt, that kid has become famous. I bet if you post a picture of yourself in Who's jersey on social media now, no fool would dare ask you who that is. So how are we supposed to compete with those big clubs? Matt pondered. Real Madrid will surely be keeping an eye on Melli and Valencia. They must have noticed Who's performance in this match. In Valencia, playing on their home ground, do you think their scouts want to take a look? Snapping back to reality, Matt considered for a moment before responding to Tony. We still have a chance, Tony. Our advantage lies in the fact that we no longer need to verify or observe Who's abilities. We can make a decision now. As long as you can persuade the club's sporting director, we can directly make an offer to Who's club. Meanwhile, those European teams might still be deliberating whether to continue monitoring him. Tony, encouraged by Matt's words, found the idea compelling. You're right, Matt. Right now, All of Europe has only just become aware of him. But we know him. You are familiar with him. Matt, I need you to write a detailed scouting report on him. I'll return to the office tomorrow and use the report and the highlights of this match to persuade him. We must secure him before those big clubs realize what they've missed. The excitement in Tony's voice escalated as he pulled out his phone to book a flight back to England for the next day. Matt frowned. Tomorrow? Goodness, Tony. It's already evening. Believe in yourself, Matt. Haven't you been studying him for quite some time? All that knowledge is merely in your mind now. You just need to transcribe it. Can't you use the footage from this match as evidence? Isn't his hat trick convincing enough? We must ensure absolute certainty, Matt. Thus, I still require a detailed scouting report. Consider this. If you can deliver the report to me promptly, our chances of signing him will increase, Tony urged. Matt sighed. All right, it seems I shall be sleepless tonight. Just one night without sleep. If we succeed, you can sleep as long as you wish. Tony clapped his friend on the shoulder. I'll be too excited to sleep, Matt replied. Isn't that even better? Matt chuckled to himself. Indeed. Wouldn't that be better? Just imagine, if all three of his goals in this match had been scored while donning the Leeds City jersey. How splendid that would have been. As the Argentinian players returned to their hotel in the bus, there was no welcoming ceremony, no applause or flowers. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly silent, making the click of the photographers' cameras resoundingly prominent. Every player from the Argentinian U23 team disembarked with bowed heads, avoiding the gaze of the cameras waiting at the side, hastening their steps to swiftly enter the hotel lobby amidst the flashes. Only Melly, upon disembarking, approached the group of journalists. We lost the match, and I am truly sorry. I want to apologize to the fans across the nation for betraying your trust. Although he was not the captain, it was well understood that he was the star of the team. Many regarded the Argentinian U23 team as a favorite for gold precisely because of him. Thus, after the defeat, it was imperative for him to stand before the cameras and utter these words. Melly, do you believe the referee should have awarded a corner kick at the last moment? A reporter inquired. Melly shook his head. That is inconsequential. The match has concluded. As Coach Roses stepped off the bus, he noticed Melly Banega standing with his hands behind his back, facing a row of cameras for an interview. He approached and gently patted Melly on the shoulder. Addressing the reporters, now, it is my turn for an interview. My players need rest. They are exhausted. He then turned to Melly and said, Go on, Melly. You have given your all. There is no need for guilt. Melly remained silent and turned to leave. Roses withdrew his gaze from Melly's departing figure and faced the cluster of reporters, stating, The primary responsibility for this defeat lies with me. As the head coach, we relied too heavily on Melly Banega in our offensive strategies, lacking in other alternatives. Once Melly was contained by the opposition, our offense became mired in stagnation. This is a tactical design flaw and falls under the head coach's responsibility. My players performed admirably. Even Swiney, who has often been ridiculed by you, made only one mistake in this match, delivering an outstanding performance in the second half. Upon returning home, I will submit my resignation to the Football Association. I apologize for not being able to lead this team to fulfill the dreams of our entire nation. As Melly entered the hotel lobby, he spotted his roommate, Cantro, waiting for him. Are you not returning to Argentina with us? Cantro inquired as Melly approached, seemingly sensing something. Melly nodded. The club's training for the new season has already commenced. Due to the Olympics, I have missed a significant portion of the training sessions, and I am not in a position to take a break. Despite the club's considerate offer of a week's rest after the Olympics, it would severely impact Melly's integration as a key player with the team. This underscores Melly's standing at the club. Initially, it was anticipated that Melly might participate in the Olympic men's football final. If the Olympics concluded as scheduled, the new season would already be well underway, meaning that even with a week's rest, his return to the club would only occur after the September international match dates. Cantro understood why Melly was so resolute. The recent loss had undoubtedly struck a deep chord within him. On their return journey, Cantro noticed that Melly, seated beside him, was clenching his fists tightly and had yet to release them. With a sigh, he attempted to console his friend. This is merely an unfortunate incident, Melly. Even in defeat, you remain the finest talent in this world. However, Melly interrupted him, asserting, but he is not just a fortunate fool. Cantro fell silent, refraining from further comment. The two entered the elevator, enveloped in silence. Melly replayed the moment before the match when they had exchanged handshakes. That individual had grasped his hand and said, Hello, Melly. I am Hulai. Hulai. Mei Li silently repeated the name in his mind. I will remember you. Chapter 149. The Golden Boy and Girl of Chinese Football, Madrid. We have returned. It feels as if we are dreaming. The sunshine in Madrid is splendid. As the players of the Chinese Olympic team sat on the bus, they gazed at the streets of Madrid, expressing their awe. Prior to the Olympics, they had trained in the eastern suburbs of Madrid before heading to Valencia for competitions. At that time, many could hardly believe they would truly return to Madrid, although Coach Xia stated that their goal was to advance from the group stage. How many genuinely believed they could achieve it? As they qualified as the second in their group, their opponent in the quarterfinals was none other than the host nation, Spain. All matches for the hosts were held in Madrid, thus granting them the opportunity to return. Coincidentally, the women's national team was also set to face the Spanish women's team in the quarterfinals, necessitating their return to Madrid as well. When the bus came to a halt outside their hotel, the players began to disembark one by one. However, Hulai was retained by Coach Xia for a private conversation. This morning, we received a notice from the team. Tomorrow, a program on CCTV would like to invite you. Would you like to attend? Hulai paused, surprised. Is that something I can refuse? Of course you can, but it is advisable not to, Xia replied. It is best to avoid offending the media, especially national-level outlets. What kind of program is it? Hulai inquired. It's a light-hearted interview show called I Am an Olympic Star. The atmosphere is quite relaxed. You will simply sit on a couch and chat with the host. The entire segment will last less than half an hour, Xia explained. But will this not interfere with practice? Hulai asked, still uncertain. You can utilize your lunchtime break. It won't disrupt training. All right, I will go, Hulai acquiesced. Noticing Hulai's agreement, Xia smiled and added, there is one more thing to tell you. Someone from the women's team has also accepted the invitation to this program. And you two will appear together. Can you guess who it is? Who else could it be? Hulai replied instinctively, Li Qingqing. Xia Wuyin clapped his hands and chuckled. Both of you are the key contributors to the team's advancement from the group stage, which is why the program team has specifically mentioned your names. When the time comes, make sure to hold your ground. Don't bring disgrace to the men's football team, do you understand? Rest assured, Coach Xia. No one can maintain composure better than I. Hulai patted his chest in assurance. Li Qingqing escorted Coach Yin to the door, and upon turning around, she saw Su Wen smiling at her. You're going to be on television, congratulations. Aren't we on television every week? Li Qingqing retorted. Oh, come on. The live broadcast of the matches cannot compare to this kind of talk show. Su Wen waved her hand dismissively, and then inquired. Coach Yin mentioned that someone from the Olympic team is also appearing on the show with you. Do you know who it is? Li Qingqing shook her head. No? I don't. Take a guess, Su Wen prompted with a grin. If I had to guess, Li Qingqing tilted her head towards the ceiling, feigning deep thought. I would say it's Chen Xingyi, who scored the first goal for the men's team in the Olympics. Ahem. Su Wen coughed. Qingqing, are you doing this on purpose? Isn't Chen Xingyi a rather significant choice? Li Qingqing countered. Of course, but he's not the most suitable candidate. Stop pretending, Qingqing. Hulai must have told you already. I truly haven't, Li Qingqing replied just as her phone chimed with a WeChat message. It was a message from Hulai. Is it you going for that program on CCTV, the one for the women's team? Yes, Li Qingqing replied. And is it you going for the Olympic team? Yes, that's me. Li Qingqing beamed. Su Wen noticed her smile and asked, is he going? Yes, Li Qingqing nodded. Oh, I wish I could watch it, but I can't see it here in Spain. Su Wen sighed, torn between joy and sadness. Did you hear? It said that Li Qingqing is going to appear on the program with Hulai? Really? Is that true? Absolutely. Just think about it. One representative from each team. And aside from Li Qingqing, who else could it be from the women's side? Envy and jealousy. During lunch, the players of the Olympic team discussed Hulai's television appearance while eating. When Luo Kai heard the keywords, he realized what he had missed. The first goal of the Olympics was not his. His own Olympic debut goal had yet to come. Now, even the opportunity to appear on television with Qingqing was not his. Hulai had scored a hat trick in the match, securing the team's advancement from the group stage, so this opportunity was undoubtedly his. Yet, the very goal that completed his hat trick was assisted by Luo Kai, once again inadvertently pushing him closer to Qingqing. Xing Ji, who was focused on his meal, suddenly noticed a scraping sound coming from across the table. He curiously lifted his head to find Luo Kai slicing a steak. The problem was that the steak had already been cut, yet his motion had not ceased, producing the sound of the knife scraping against the ceramic plate. Luo Kai? Luo Kai? He called out. Luo Kai snapped back to reality. Huh? What are you doing? Planning to cut the plate into pieces to eat? Zhang Ji joked. Oh, no. Luo Kai quickly disguised his actions, shoving a piece of the cut meat into his mouth and chewing vigorously. Isn't this meat tender? Zhang Ji inquired. This piece has sinew, Luo Kai grumbled through clenched teeth. In the studio of the Madrid News Center rented from CCTV, 3 minutes before the live broadcast, host Li Xiaohong smiled as she conversed with Hu Lai and Li Qingqing, who were seated opposite her. Although this is a live show, there are no specific program requirements. It's just a casual chat. So, you both need not feel nervous. Relax and speak freely, she encouraged. Exchanging glances, Li Qingqing smiled and nodded at Li Xiaohong. All right. Li Xiaohong then turned to Hu Lai. And you, Hu Lai? I'm fine. Not nervous, he replied. Li Xiaohong chuckled. I thought so. Director Shi Wuyin has mentioned that you have a heart of steel. Shall we begin? Both Li Qingqing and Hu Lai nodded in unison. Yes. After awaiting the signal from the director, Li Xiaohong straightened her posture, facing the active camera lens, and with an elegant smile said, Dear viewers, welcome to a new episode of I Am an Olympic Star. I am your old friend, Li Xiaohong. Today is special, as we have 2 Olympic athletes joining us for the recording. The key player of the Chinese women's national football team, Li Qingqing, and Hu Lai, a mainstay of the Chinese Olympic team. Now, would you both like to greet our audience? Li Xiaohong gestured towards the camera, and Li Qingqing and Hu Lai waved and introduced themselves in turn. Hello, I am Li Qingqing. Hello, I am Hu Lai. Observing the composed demeanor of the young duo, Li Xiaohong felt a sense of relief, knowing that the upcoming segment would be much more relaxed. Meanwhile, Xia Lan set down her phone, having just captured a photo of her son alongside Li Qingqing on the television screen. She was filled with joy, unable to contain her delight. What a match. Truly a perfect pair. She nodded repeatedly. Ever since learning that her son would appear on the show with Li Qingqing, she had eagerly anticipated the moment, even setting an alarm on her phone to ensure she tuned in 10 minutes early. Now, witnessing this scene brought her immense satisfaction. Hu Lisin refrained from dampening her spirits. Also watching the television screen, perhaps influenced by his wife's excitement, he found the sight of the two seated together unexpectedly pleasing. Li Ziqiang had just prepared a bowl of noodles for himself, placing it on the coffee table to cool before eating. Seizing the moment, he switched on the television. As the screen illuminated, he was taken aback. His daughter, Li Qingqing, appeared in close-up, and the host's voice echoed. There have been rumors online that you two knew each other in high school. Today, I would like to verify the truth of this. A sense of alarm surged within Li Ziqiang, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. Indeed, as the camera pulled back, he saw that beside his daughter sat none other than that rascal, Hu Lai. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the television screen. In that moment, his beloved daughter turned to glance at Hu Lai, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Li Qingqing then redirected her attention to the host, smiling as she said, Indeed. When I transferred to Dongchuan Middle School, Hu Lai and I were in the same class. Wow, what a coincidence to be classmates. The host exclaimed, the excitement palpable. She then turned to Hu Lai, saying, Hu Lai, we have learned from numerous reports that you actually had little formal exposure to systematic football training before high school. Yet, once you began your training, you exhibited extraordinary talent, and now you are excelling at the Olympics. I am curious, what catalyzed such a transformation in you? Upon hearing this question, Hu Lai first glanced at Li Qingqing, who also turned to look at him. They shared another meaningful gaze before Hu Lai responded. I must thank Li Qingqing. He gestured towards the young woman beside him, and upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread further across Li Qingqing's face. Li Ziqiang instinctively pressed the sleep button on the television remote, plunging the screen into darkness and erasing Hu Lai's voice and his daughter's smile. The room fell into an eerie silence. Why do you need to thank Li Qingqing? Li Xiaohong continued to widen her eyes in astonishment. Hu Lai explained. It was Li Qingqing who introduced me to the world of football. She was the one who initially guided my training. Wow, is that true? Li Xiaohong was genuinely astonished, her exclamation devoid of pretense. She had not anticipated that the path of this Chinese football prodigy was so inextricably linked with Li Qingqing, the talented young woman of Chinese football. After last year's East Asian Cup, Hu Lai and Li Qingqing had a photograph taken together at the airport at that time. No one was aware that they had long known each other. Many believed it was their first public appearance as the golden couple of Chinese football. However, the journeys of these two prodigies had long been intertwined, continuing in parallel to this day. Li Xiaohong felt a shiver run down her spine, goosebumps erupting across her arms. Li Qingqing nodded in affirmation beside Hu Lai, proudly stating, "Yes, I was his coach." Huh. Xia Lan slapped her thigh, then pointed at the television screen. Turning to her husband, "What did I say before? They are definitely not just ordinary high school classmates." Hu Lisin found himself at a loss for words, staring at the television in disbelief that his wife had indeed guessed correctly. On the screen, Hu Lai continued speaking to the host. "In truth, Li Qingqing has always been my role model, from high school to professional football, from local clubs to national teams." As he spoke, Li Qingqing turned to him, her attention focused, a smile gracing her lips. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Hu Lisin could discern that the girl's gaze held a depth far beyond that of ordinary high school classmates. Li Ziqiang ultimately turned the television back on, unable to quell his unease, deeply concerned that Hu Lai might say something inappropriate during the show. The television screen flickered to life, and Hu Lai's voice resonated. "I haven't even participated in the World Cup, yet Li Qingqing has already scored a goal there. I truly envy her." To the left of the screen, Li Qingqing, gazing at Hu Lai, felt a tinge of shyness in her radiant smile. Her father stood nearby, lost in thought as he watched the scene unfold. The meal had long since cooled, even congealed, yet he had not taken a single bite. Chapter 150. Farewell, Hu Lai. Thank you both for taking the time to join us in our studio during your training break. I wish you both outstanding performances in the upcoming matches, and may you achieve even greater success. Li Xiaohong extended her hand toward Li Qingqing and Hu Lai, shaking hands with each of them. After hearing the director's cue in her earpiece, she finally removed her headset and smiled at the two young athletes. "It's over. Thank you so much for your cooperation. You both were splendid. You hardly seemed like novices on a talk show." After sincerely complimenting the two, she took out her phone and suggested, "Shall we take a group photo together?" Upon making this request, she noticed Hu Lai and Li Qingqing exchanging glances once more. She had lost count of how many times she had witnessed their silent communication that evening. Amused by the sight, she smiled. Both Hu Lai and Li Qingqing readily agreed to the photo. They positioned themselves on either side of Li Xiaohong, allowing the studio staff to capture their group shot on Li Xiaohong's phone. They also exchanged WeChat information, promising to send the photos to each other shortly. After retrieving her phone, Li Xiaohong bid farewell to the two young athletes and stood at the doorway, gazing at the picture on her screen. A smile crept across her face as she looked at the youthful couple captured in the photograph. "What is making you smile, sisterly?" a staff member inquired. "I got a photo with Li Qingqing and Hu Lai," Li Xiaohong replied, shaking her phone playfully before putting it away. As Hu Lai and Li Qingqing exited the studio, their respective team staff awaited them. It was time to part ways and return to their teams to continue training in preparation for the quarterfinals in 2 days. This marked their first face-to-face interaction since the beginning of the Olympics. "I was hoping we could grab a meal together," Hu Lai expressed with a hint of regret. Li Qingqing smiled and asked, "Are you treating?" "I'll treat," Hu Lai declared confidently, thumping his chest. Li Qingqing pouted, "Humph. You wouldn't have agreed so quickly if we hadn't already eaten boxed meals in the studio." "Who says? I'd treat even without the boxed meals," Hu Lai countered. "But it's too late to discuss that now." "Then you can keep a tab," she suggested playfully. "Huh. Why are you so straightforward today?" "Well, I suspect I already owe you quite a few meals. The more debts, the less worry," Hu Lai explained with a shrug. Just then, the staff from both teams approached, prompting Hu Lai and Li Qingqing to pause their conversation and wave goodbye to each other. "Goodbye, Hu Lai." "Goodbye." They then followed their respective teams away. Knowing they did not share the same hotel, nor trained in the same location, and even their competition venues differed. The matches of the Olympic U23 team took place in the afternoon, while the women's soccer game was scheduled for the same evening. The half hour of recording the program, along with the 15 minutes spent in the restaurant before arriving at the studio to enjoy boxed meals, and the final 5 minutes of farewells, comprised the entirety of their shared moments at this Olympic event thus far. On the ride back to the hotel, Hu Lai's phone buzzed, revealing a WeChat message from Li Qingqing. "Did you truly mean it when you said on the show that I am your role model?" Hu Lai lowered his head to type a response. "It was merely for the sake of the program, sister. Did you take that to heart?" "Humph. Of course. I couldn't reveal the truth in front of so many viewers." "And what is the truth?" "You're not my role model. You are my goal. Sooner or later, I shall catch up to you. You better work hard then, Hu Lai. I won't be standing still waiting for you to catch up. First, win against Spain, and then we'll see." Li Qingqing read his words, and she could almost imagine the tone in which Hu Lai would have spoken them. She chuckled again. Today, she realized she had smiled more times than she could count, which felt entirely justified, as it had indeed been an extraordinarily joyful day. So let's give it our all. Despite the Chinese U-23 team having eliminated Argentina and secured a spot in the knockout stages, they paid a heavy price. After the match, Guo Jianfu discovered he had sustained some minor injuries, which, although not affecting his ability to compete in upcoming games, meant he was not in peak condition. Moreover, the suspension of key defender Liu Yin dealt an even greater blow to the team. During the match, Liu Yin had received a yellow card for committing a foul to prevent Meli from penetrating the penalty area, a moment that seemed trivial at the time, as no one considered that he was already on a yellow card. It was only after the match concluded that assistant coach Li Zhifei realized Liu Yin would be unable to participate in the upcoming quarterfinal against the Spanish U-23 team. In the locker room after the game, Liu Yin, amidst the jubilant crowd, was the most disheartened. As the main defensive duo, Liu Yin and Wang Guangwei had been partners since the East Asian Cup, enduring trials during the U-23 Asian Cup. Their synergy alleviated much pressure from Lin Ziyuan. Everyone had grown accustomed to this central defensive partnership. Now, with Liu Yin unable to play against the Spanish U-23 team, the impact on the squad was not to be underestimated. Additionally, after 3 consecutive high-intensity matches, the players appeared utterly fatigued. Hu Lai's external support, the Lingxi card, had also expired. Although he had earned 150,000 points as a reward for completing 2 tasks, it was merely enough to purchase 5 Lingxi cards, insufficient to cover the entire team. Despite Hu Lai scoring once more in this match, it did not alter the outcome, as the Chinese U-23 team succumbed to a 13-0 defeat against the host nation, Spain. The match concluded, and the U-23 team failed to continue their miraculous journey. While the defeat was painful, it was also an essential part of their growth. As a youthful team, their performance in this Olympic Games has been nothing short of astonishing and remarkable. Even the most discerning fans would find it challenging to pinpoint any flaws. Indeed, He Feng is correct. These young athletes from the national under-23 team have truly instilled a sense of hope within us. I firmly believe that after participating in this Olympic competition, they will return to their respective clubs enriched by the experience and poised for growth. Let us anticipate their future endeavors with the national team, rallying behind them just as you expressed following their victory over Argentina. We shall always support them. Oh, Luo Kai seems to be in tears, covering his face with his hands. Despite today's match, where he performed commendably and exerted great effort, he was merely a step away from scoring. The lack of a goal was simply a stroke of misfortune, yet the loss is not his fault. He Feng. Lin Ziyuan is also in tears. We have witnessed his heart-wrenching sobs after the Super Cup match, and today, he weeps with equal sorrow. I ponder how, with such passionate young individuals who grieve for their relentless efforts in defeat, our football surely must hold promise. You speak wisely, Yin Kong. So, lift your heads, young men. Hold your heads high and accept the applause bestowed upon you by the fans in the stands. It is well deserved. Your performances merit such recognition. The road ahead is long, and your careers in major competitions have only just begun. Today's setbacks pave the way for a promising tomorrow. There will be times when the winds and waves part, and you shall hoist your sails to traverse the vast seas. All right, ladies, gather your things. We are preparing to depart, Yin and Kai announced, rising and clapping in the conference room. The female football players rose from their seats, chatting animatedly about the recently concluded match as they made their way out of the conference room. What a pity, Su Wen lamented beside Li Qingqing. Although the lineup was not complete, losing to the host nation is a reasonable outcome, and their performance was commendable. Yet, I still feel a sense of regret. I had even fancied that they might withstand the pressure of tens of thousands of host fans and eliminate Spain. Alas, after a long while of speaking, Su Wen noticed that Li Qingqing had remained silent. Curious, she turned to look at her. Li Qingqing frowned slightly, her lips pursed, appearing rather disheartened. Wisely, she chose to remain silent, letting out a sigh inwardly. The national under-23 team has bid farewell to the Olympics ahead of them. There will no longer be moments when everyone gathers to watch the national team compete and cheer for them. To be honest, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Li Qingqing. Splendid. As the match neared its conclusion, with the Chinese team already leading by 2 goals, they scored yet again. 30. The Chinese team is ahead. The goal was scored by Li Qingqing, who has now netted twice. The host nation, Spain's women's team, can no longer stage a comeback. They will be exiting the Olympics prematurely. This afternoon, our national under-23 team was eliminated by Spain, and tonight, the women's team avenged them, huh? At this point, the commentator chuckled. On the field, Li Qingqing, having scored, waved to her teammates who sought to join her in celebration, signaling for them to wait a moment. Then she sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping into the air, executing a graceful 180-degree turn, her arms crossing over her chest before she emphatically swung them down. Finally, she landed with her legs apart, firmly planted on the grass in front of the camera. Wow! The commentator was taken aback, exclaiming that Li Qingqing had performed a signature celebratory gesture reminiscent of Hulai. This was a first. It was the first time she had ever done such a thing. Su Wan, who had rushed over, was momentarily stunned, but then she broke into laughter. Was she bidding farewell to Hulai? Chapter 151. The winds of fortune will eventually favor us when all the players of the Chinese Olympic team gathered at the airport to check in a day after their loss. The pain of elimination had begun to fade significantly. After a day had passed, most players were able to joke and tease each other, discussing their purchases from the duty-free shop. Only Luo Kai remained visibly dejected. He found himself once again contemplating Li Qingqing's celebratory gesture during the match. Despite their defeat to Spain, everyone had been encouraged by Coach Shi to rally together and support the women's football team that evening. Hence, when Li Qingqing performed Hulai's celebratory gesture before the cameras, the room erupted with excitement among the Olympic team players. Although Hulai explained that Li Qingqing was expressing her solidarity and seeking vengeance for the Olympic team, they playfully demanded that he treat them. Only Luo Kai stood apart, staring blankly at the television screen, feeling as if struck by lightning. Amidst the revelry, the atmosphere in the meeting room was lively, and the pain of the afternoon's loss seemed to dissipate. Yet, Luo Kai felt even more tormented. Surrounded by the cacophony, he experienced profound loneliness. Even now, more than a day later, he had yet to recover from the depths of his despair. Despite Li Qingqing's post-match interview where she stated that the gesture was meant to pay tribute to the Olympic team and bid them farewell, it did little to lift Luo Kai's spirits. What are you daydreaming about? His teammate, Zhang Qi, clapped him on the shoulder, rousing him from his thoughts. You seem rather down. Are you still brooding over the loss to Spain? Luo Kai shook his head, then nodded. I didn't even score a goal. Zhang Qi chuckled. Scoring can sometimes depend on luck. Don't dwell on it. You're still better off than I am, right? Look at me. I only played a game and a half before getting injured. I had to watch that thrilling match against Argentina from the sidelines. Even though you lost to Spain, at least you had the chance to play. At this point, his smile turned bittersweet. Luo Kai wished to comfort him, but was at a loss for words. Left in a state of awkward silence. Just then, Coach Shi Wuyin approached, clapping his hands. There's something important. A number of fans and media reporters are outside to send us off. So everyone, tidy up and let us go bid them farewell. The Olympic team players exchanged glances, surprised that they could still enjoy such treatment. Is that true, Coach Shi? Someone asked uncertainly. Of course, why would I lie to you about this? Hurry up. They're waiting outside. Shi Wuyin waved his hands. The crowd hurriedly streamed out of the terminal, where they were met by a throng of supporters. Some waved banners and slogans, while others brandished cameras and camcorders. Indeed, they had gathered to bid farewell to the team. As the Olympic team emerged, cheers erupted from the crowd, and the journalists trained their lenses upon them. Two fans rushed from the throng, presenting their banners to the head coach and team leader. This is our blessing for the national team. We hope you accept it, said the two fans, who appeared to be international students. Shi Wuyin and Ran Jiachang unfurled the banner, revealing a phrase emblazoned upon the crimson fabric. Long winds and breaking waves will come. Hoist your sails to cross the vast sea. This line, recited by He Feng during the commentary of the match between China's national team and Spain's, is drawn from the renowned Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai's poem The Difficulty of the Journey. It conveys the belief that opportunities to brave the stormy seas will inevitably arise. And when they do, one must set sail towards their dreams. Wonderful, Shi Wuyin exclaimed upon reading the phrase. He and Ran Jiachang each held an end of the banner, positioning themselves behind the players of the national team, who had already lined up in 2 rows, and raised the banner high. Bow to the fans and media in gratitude. He shouted. The players collectively bowed to the cameras and the cheering supporters. Well done. Keep it up. The fans and journalists showered them with applause and encouragement. The journey of the Chinese Olympic team was notably brief, spanning merely 10 days from the opening match on August 8th to the quarterfinals on August 17th. Yet, during this time, They delivered an extraordinary performance that captivated both the media and Chinese supporters. Particularly memorable was the match against Argentina, which allowed many overseas students and expatriates to hold their heads high. Consequently, they felt compelled to come and send them off, offering comfort and assuring them that despite the eventual defeat, their efforts were appreciated and they would always be cheered on. Is that it? As the players of the Chinese Olympic team vanished into the terminal, the journalists gazed longingly in that direction, expressing their reluctance. It felt somewhat disorienting. Despite the brevity of 10 days, it seemed akin to a beautiful dream. Alas, I wonder when we will dream again. The World Cup? Someone jested. The group paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Now that would indeed be the ultimate dream. Zhang Qiao did not partake in the discussion. Instead, he took out his phone and aimed it at the azure sky beyond the terminal. As an airplane roared into the sky from behind the terminal, he pressed the shutter button on his camera app. After several captures, he selected the most striking photo and shared it on Weibo alongside a previous snapshot with the national team. He captioned it, "Farewell to the national team. Goodbye. And thank you for the joy you brought us at the Olympics. Keep it up." Li Qingqing stumbled upon a Weibo post on her phone. The first image depicted the entire Olympic team posing at the airport alongside a banner, while the second captured the fleeting moment of an aircraft soaring through the sky. The poetic line on the banner, "When the winds are strong and the waves are high, we shall sail our clouds to cross the vast sea," harmonized beautifully with the airplane ascending into the clouds in the second photograph. Beneath the Weibo post, numerous netizens left encouraging comments. "Keep going." A gentle sigh escaped Li Qingqing as she absorbed the post. Throughout the Olympic Games, she barely managed to spend an hour with Hu Lai. The next encounter remained uncertain. However, she found solace in the team's commendable performance, having scored 5 goals, making him the highest scorer in the men's football event at the Olympics thus far. Such an accomplishment was undoubtedly remarkable, and she hoped it would garner wider recognition. Instead of sharing the post, she silently encouraged, "Keep going, Hu Lai. Old Zhao, what do you think about this? They've emailed us again, and this time they even raised their offer." Dongwen shifted in the swivel chair within Zhao Kongming's office, the chair creaking under his weight. Zhao Kongming glanced at the increasingly portly Dongwen. A tinge of concern for the chair crossed his mind. "Does Leeds believe our silence is indicative of a desire for a higher price?" he inquired, momentarily preoccupied with the chair's fate. "It seems so," Dongwen replied, spreading his hands. "What is their new offer?" "4 million. Pounce." "Indeed, pounds. Goodness, that's doubled since the other day," Zhao Kongming exclaimed. Just 2 days prior, on the eve of the Chinese Olympic team's quarterfinal against Spain, the Anong Shining Stars club had received an offer from the Premier League, specifically from Leeds United, who had narrowly avoided relegation last season, proposing £2 million for Hu Lai. At that time, Dongwen had sought Zhao Kongming's counsel regarding the offer. Zhao Kongming had insisted they wait for Hu Lai's return before making any decisions, advising against mentioning it to Hu Lai so he could focus on preparing for the match against Spain, to which Dongwen readily agreed. Thus, Leeds United's offer was set aside, and the Anong Shining Stars club chose not to respond. It appeared that Leeds interpreted their silence as an indication of dissatisfaction with the initial offer, prompting them to submit a new proposal, effectively doubling the previous bid from £2 million to £4 million. Should the Anong Shining Stars decide to release Hu Lai, his transfer value would soar to nearly 35 million RMB. Though not the highest transfer fee in the annals of Chinese football, given the extravagant spending during previous years that set astonishing transfer records within the current landscape of capped transfer fees, Hu Lai would emerge as the priciest player in the nation. "Should we wait for Hu Lai to return?" Dongwen inquired. Zhao Kongming nodded yes. "Let us await his return. Additionally, we shall observe whether other European clubs express interest. With the Olympic matches concluded, those European teams have no ongoing games to monitor. If they are genuinely interested, they may act during this interval." Dongwen nodded in agreement and then inquired, "So, Lao Zhao, what is your stance? Will you allow Hu Lai to go to Europe?" "Initially, I contemplated retaining Hu Lai at Shining Star to complete this season's Chinese Super League, as our primary objective was to avoid relegation. However, Zhao Kongming now appeared somewhat awkward discussing the matter. Prior to Hu Lai and the others participating in the Olympics, he was apprehensive about the team losing 4 key players at once, fearing a collapse in the league. Thus, both internally and externally, he maintained a cautious and low-profile demeanor. Even after accumulating over 30 points, he refrained from declaring our safety from relegation. Now, with Hu Lai's return imminent and Shining Star boasting 41 points. Ranking 6th in the league, it seems relegation is no longer a concern. Dong Wen understood the source of Zhao Kongming's discomfort. What had been a relegation battle had been resolved a half-season early. Naturally, this is a positive development. He smiled and remarked, "So, does that mean you can let Hu Lai go this summer?" Zhao Kongming shook his head. That is a question to be posed upon Hu Lai's return, to gauge his eagerness to play abroad. If he truly wishes to leave now, I wouldn't stand in his way. What if he goes to Madrid and becomes enamored with the allure of European football? It is a stage vastly larger than what we have domestically. Many of his Olympic opponents already play in European leagues, while he can only compete against them through the Olympics. If he ventures to Europe, he could face high-level opponents almost weekly. Few young individuals can resist such temptation. Noting Zhao Kongming's resolute response, Dong Wen furrowed his brow. "I must admit, I feel somewhat reluctant." Zhao Kongming glanced at him and chuckled. Who wouldn't be reluctant? "But, Lao Dong, you must understand that Hu Lai is a dragon. This small pond is insufficient for him. Exceptional young players ought to venture abroad rather than remain here. They should compete in countries where football flourishes, engaging in high-level matches and striving in more competitive environments. This is how they can progress and elevate the overall standard of football in our country. If there were more players like Hu Lai who could play overseas, our national team would have already qualified for the World Cup." Dong Wen nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are absolutely right. However, I am rather mundane. If Hu Lai departs, what will become of our team's goal scoring? During this period, Zhang Qinghuan has nearly become our primary scorer. The reason Shining Star has not fallen behind is closely tied to Zhang Qinghuan's outstanding performance. Yet, it is evident to all that a player who was originally an offensive organizer has suddenly transformed into a scorer, which seems somewhat forced. Zhang Qinghuan excels because of his strong abilities, but we cannot truly convert him into a forward, can we? Zhao Kongming paused momentarily, then shook his head. "We will find someone else. There are plenty of forwards available. Of course, I must remind you, Lao Dong, that expecting to encounter another striker as efficient as Hu Lai is nearly impossible. He is truly one of a kind. Is it to say that our team's performance will not be as commendable in the future?" Dong Wen wore a troubled expression. Being able to remain in the Super League year after year is already a notable achievement. Dong Wen's face reflected a peculiar sentiment. "Had you told me in the past that our team could sustain its presence in the Super League annually, I would have laughed uncontrollably. Yet now, your words evoke a sense of regret. Let us maintain a calm demeanor. Consider last year's Heshi Daqin and Capital Shangyun. Our ability to remain in the Super League has already garnered admiration and envy from numerous teams." Dong Wen scratched his head and sighed. "Indeed, we have at least clinched the FA Cup championship. Meanwhile, Xingqing has yet to secure a national title before its dissolution. We have already reached a new pinnacle for football in Anong." He consoled himself. Chapter 152. You are meant to grow into a great tree. The national youth team boarded their flight from Madrid, and after 5 hours of travel, they arrived in Dubai, where they would enjoy a 2-hour respite before continuing their journey to the capital of China. Upon reaching Dubai International Airport, the players had fully recovered from the disappointment of departing the Olympics. Many formed groups to shop at the duty-free stores, purchasing gifts for themselves or their families. Hu Lai contemplated acquiring a few presents for his parents, so he sent a voice message to his mother via WeChat. "Mom, I'm currently in transit in Dubai. Is there anything you would like me to buy from the duty-free store?" Before long, his mother's response came through. "You don't need to bring anything, son. Just bring back a girlfriend." Hu Lai wore a bewildered expression akin to an elderly person on the subway engrossed in a mobile phone. He replied, "Mom, human trafficking across borders is illegal. Not across borders, just find a girl from our country. Human trafficking is still illegal domestically. What are you rambling about? Who is talking about trafficking? I meant to ask when you plan to start dating." "Mom, I'm only 20. I'm still a child." "What 20? You're about to turn 21, and by lunar calendar, you're already 22. You're not a kid anymore." "Mom, might as well say I'm 25 this year." "Why 25? "Because I was in your belly for 3 years. After a considerable pause, Hu Lai's mother's exasperated voice came through. "What nonsense are you spouting? Did participating in the Olympics make you delirious? It takes 3 years to carry a child, and you think you're Neza. Are you cursing your mother?" "Not at all." "Mom, how could I curse you?" "Don't say you're not cursing me." Neza cut off his flesh for his mother and ascended to become a deity. "Are you wishing for me to bury a black-haired person? What a ridiculous conversation. Is that really the crux of it, Mom?" "Hu Lai, Holding the phone with one hand and tugging at his hair with the other, reflected on how he had scored against Nigeria, Argentina, and Spain at the Olympic arena. He had even triumphed over the world's best young player, Messi, regardless of how tightly opponents clung to him. He always managed to evade their defenses and find opportunities to score. Yet now, faced with his mother's relentless banter, Hu Lai found himself utterly at a loss. As Hu Lai continued his animated conversation on WeChat, Luo Kai sat in the airport lounge chair, gazing thoughtfully at the bustling terminal. Half a month ago, he encountered Li Qingqing here, exchanged encouraging words, waved goodbye, and made plans to meet in Madrid. Now, upon his return, he finds himself alone, devoid of her presence. Memories flood his mind, particularly her every smile and frown, but it is the moment she celebrated like Hu Lai during the match that lingers most vividly. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he spots Hu Lai, who is engrossed in a WeChat conversation, pacing back and forth before him. His mood darkens further. Why? Why does every fortunate event seem to revolve around this individual? In terms of talent, I have far surpassed him since high school. In appearance, I am leagues ahead. I was the first to join a professional team, and it is I who competes at this level now. Yet, why is he ultimately more successful than I? Am I not striving hard enough? I've practiced to the point of injury. And what of him? His parties and casual games with teammates make headlines, while my rigorous training seems fruitless. What, then, is the root of this disparity? Feeling despondent, he can no longer bear Hu Lai's constant presence and calls out, Hu Lai. Huh. Hu Lai turns to face him, still absorbed in his phone. Could you please stop pacing in front of me? You're making me dizzy. Rokai gestures for him to step aside. Oh, right. Hu Lai quickly retreats towards the terminal's glass wall to apologize to his mother about something. Watching him depart, Rokai's mood remains heavy. What sins must I have committed in a past life to be tethered to this fellow? Throughout the journey, his spirits are low. While his teammate Zhang Qi observes him with a mixture of admiration and pity, reflecting on the fierce competitiveness inherent in true talent. Rokai's lingering disappointment from not scoring at the Olympics continues to haunt him. It's no wonder he achieves such success. Zhang Qi deeply respects his club teammate. As a mere substitute at Hedong Thunder, he recognizes that Rokai has become an indispensable starter. At this trajectory, transitioning from the Olympic team to the national team seems inevitable for Rokai. Meanwhile, he realizes he must put forth additional effort. Rokai remains oblivious to the fact that he has become an inspirational model in the eyes of his teammates, still wallowing in self-pity. As the hours of the lengthy flight drag on, the other players gradually lean back in their seats and succumb to sleep. Though fatigue weighs upon him, he resolutely keeps his eyes open, for closing them would summon the image of Li Qingqing imitating Hu Lai's celebration. After a brief nap, Zhang Qi awakens to find Rokai staring out the window, puzzled by his wakefulness. Rokai, are you still awake? I'm adjusting to the time zone. Rokai offers as an excuse. Impressive, Zhang Qi thinks, giving him a thumbs up. This is the discipline and professionalism of an exceptional player. Upon landing at Capital International Airport, the entire Olympic team is met with a warm welcome from domestic media and fans. The leadership of the Chinese Football Association made a special trip to the airport to welcome the national under-23 team, presenting flowers to the triumphant coach, Shi Wuying. Media reports and the cheers of fans filled the air. Despite being perceived as losers, upon their return, they were greeted with the accolades typically reserved for victors. This is a treatment that Chinese men's football has seldom experienced in the past, yet it has now become a reality. For this cohort of under-23 players, the events surrounding this Olympic journey have offered an entirely new experience, enriching their lives in profound ways. The lessons they have gleaned extend beyond their encounters with formidable adversaries on the pitch. They have also been deeply influenced by the shifting environment surrounding them. Historically, Chinese football, particularly among male athletes, has been marred by a harsh public opinion climate, where every action seemed to invite derision and scorn, a commonplace occurrence. This predicament is undeniably rooted in the issues plaguing Chinese football. However, growing up in an environment characterized by constant criticism and mockery raises questions about the psychological impact on young players, a topic that remains largely unexplored. If one were to consider a similar scenario affecting children, it is well understood that a child subjected to relentless criticism is unlikely to thrive. The poor performance of Chinese football has led to scorn and derision, which in turn has exacerbated the mental challenges faced by players, leading to a cyclical pattern of decline. Generation after generation, New hopefuls enter the fray, only to be swiftly engulfed by the harsh realities of the sport. Yet, for this current generation, the landscape has begun to shift. This under-23 team, whose performances during their time with the national youth and under-20 teams were rather unremarkable, has witnessed a dramatic transformation since the commencement of the 2023 East Asian Cup. The world around them has transformed from a dismal gray to a vibrant tapestry of colors. They have begun to hear words of praise. Remarkably, if anyone dares to mock the under-23 team online, a growing number of fans rise to their defense. Such treatment was unheard of in the past. Online, criticizing Chinese football was once deemed politically correct. Any attempt at rebuttal would result in even harsher backlash. The reason for this shift is undeniably tied to the team's improved performance. Champions of the East Asian Cup, victors of the U23 Asian Cup, and their commendable showing at the Olympics. Thus, even in the face of defeat and elimination from the Olympics, disappointment in their performance is scarce. As the accolades have multiplied, the mindset of these young players has gradually evolved. They have cultivated a newfound confidence, one that is not merely a facade of arrogance, but rather a genuine and composed self-assurance. Moreover, the streak of victories has instilled in these young athletes a new tradition, the tradition of triumph. Competitive sports ultimately adhere to the principle that the victor reigns supreme. Failure is deemed the original sin, and only triumph can cultivate a positive and virtuous cycle, thus serving a constructive purpose. No prestigious club in the world has ascended to greatness through a succession of defeats. How did the spirit of the women's volleyball team come to be? Were it not for their consistent championship victories, how could this spirit symbolize Chinese sports? The Olympics may emphasize participation, yet the establishment of gold, silver, and bronze medals, along with the ranking of participants, speaks volumes. The objective is to win. Once these young athletes experience the sweetness of victory, many aspects will subtly transform over time. Perhaps they cannot yet fully grasp these changes, but one day, they will undoubtedly reap the benefits. For instance, when they execute a move on the court, they will do so with greater decisiveness and confidence than before. When faced with adversity in competition, memories of their victory against Argentina's U23 team will bolster their resolve. As victories accumulate, Chinese football may well reach a pivotal stage where quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. The players of the U23 national team did not disband immediately upon arriving at the airport. Although some clubs were eager for their players to return, the team adhered to protocol and reconvened at the Hongfengling training base for a debriefing on the Olympics. This meeting lasted an entire day. In the morning, leaders from the General Administration and the Football Association delivered speeches, providing guidance and encouragement to the players, while the afternoon was designated for an internal team meeting. Coaches Shi Xiaoyu and Li Zhifei reviewed footage of their Olympic performances, reflecting on the games as they had done after previous competitions. However, this time, the purpose was not merely to avoid mistakes and enhance future performance. It marked the conclusion of their historical mission. Following the debrief, the announcement of disbandment would follow. From that moment on, they would no longer be members of the U23 team. Those with talent and good fortune might find their way into the national team, while others may gradually drift away from national representation, ultimately blending into obscurity. Shi Xiaoyu set down the remote control, gazing at the 20-odd young faces before him, pondering how they would evolve over the years. Under the watchful eyes of all, he began to speak. When I applied for the position of head coach for this team, I expressed to the leadership my desire to plant a tree for Chinese football. I may not enjoy the shade it provides, but in the future, someone will benefit from its shelter. The leadership later informed me that it was this very sentiment that led to my selection by the Football Association. I realized then that our views on nurturing young talent were aligned. The U23 players listened intently, their curiosity piqued. For these were words their coach had never shared with them before. After all these years, I cannot claim to have excelled in my work. Shi Xiaoyu shook his head and chuckled, remarking that at the very least, to speak with a clear conscience is empowering. While you may not yet be towering trees, you certainly have not withered away. By sending you forth, entrusting you entirely to those who follow, I can say I have not betrayed the organization's faith in me. At this point, Shi Xiaoyu paused, pressing his lips tightly together. Li Zhifei observed his partner in silence. After a moment, Shi Xiaoyu took a deep breath and continued, stating that some among you will surely be selected for the national team, while others may not, and some might take many years before they can don the national jersey. Regardless of which team you find yourselves playing for in the future, whether or not you make it to the national team, remember my words. This is also my final task to you as your head coach. Many players seated before him instinctively straightened their postures, mirroring their demeanor in the locker room as they awaited Shi's commands. You are destined to grow into mighty trees. Upon uttering these words, Shi Wuyin waved his hand. The national youth team is hereby dissolved. Chapter 153, The Light of Asia. From the early dawn of the following day, players began to depart the Hongfengling training base, dragging their suitcases behind them. This training facility served as their final preparation site before heading abroad for the Olympics. They embarked on their Olympic journey from here and concluded their time with the national youth team within its confines. Whether they would return to the China Football Association's Hongfengling training base in the future depended on their selection for national teams. Some may find themselves unable to re-enter this training base as trainees until their retirement. Such is the path they must each traverse. The first player to leave Hongfengling set off at 5:30 in the morning. To their surprise, as they emerged from the dormitory, they found team leader Ran Jiachong waiting at the entrance. The players greeted him with astonishment. Safe travels. Ran Jiachong patted each of them on the shoulder, bidding them farewell. As they walked away, they turned back to see him still standing there, waving goodbye as they glanced back. Each player who stepped out with their luggage encountered Ran Jiachong at the door, receiving a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a few words of encouragement. Thus, Ran Jiachong stood at the base of the dormitory, sending off one group after another until no one remained. He then ascended the stairs to check each room for any young souls who might have overslept. Once assured that all had departed, Ran Jiachong stood alone in the empty dormitory, exhaling a sigh, as if he had shed an immense burden. Old Ran has been down there bidding farewell to the players. Aren't you going to join him? Assistant coach Li Zhifei inquired of Shi Wuyin in the head coach's office. As he packed his belongings, Shi Wuyin shook his head and replied, "What purpose would that serve? The national youth team has been disbanded." He then glanced at the large travel suitcase at Li Zhifei's feet. "Is everything you own contained within?" "Yes, it is all here," Li Zhifei affirmed. "Have you finished packing up the office?" "Indeed, it is all done." "Is it truly only that little?" Shi Wuyin pondered aloud. "I still need to grab another backpack to pack my things. What are your plans next?" Li Zhifei watched as Shi Wuyin took down his personal belongings from the office one by one. "I'll take a break for a while and then apply for the head coach position at a club team." "What about you? Are you really going to retire?" "Yes, I'm retiring." "You're not even 60 yet. Why retire? Just take a break. If you retire now, your sister-in-law will complain when you go back home." "That won't happen." Li Zhifei shook his head, saying, "My wife has always complained that I'm hardly home, always out." "Huh. After you've rested at home for 3 months, your sister-in-law will start complaining that you're just at home eating and sleeping. That will be annoying." "My wife isn't like that. She loves me." Shi Wuyin laughed heartily. "Just so you know, Li, if someday your sister-in-law does complain about you, come find me, and I'll let you assist me as a coach. You'll have to beg me, and then I might consider it." Li Zhifei chuckled. Shi Wuyin scoffed. At that time, we wouldn't know who would be begging whom. Both burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, Li Zhifei sighed. "It's hard to part." Shi Wuyin paused momentarily, remaining silent, before continuing to pack his belongings. "I didn't expect Captain Ran to see us off outside the dormitory building. Why didn't Coach Shi come?" On the flight back to Jinsheng from the capital, Chen Xingyi, Hu Lai, and Wang Guangwei sat together, discussing the scenes they had witnessed when leaving the Hongfengling training base. "Coach Shi must be afraid of crying in front of us," Hu Lai asserted confidently. "Has anyone ever seen Coach Shi cry?" Wang Guangwei pondered. "When he spoke those final words yesterday, I saw him nearly break down. Indeed, he was desperately holding back. Thus, it's even less likely he would come to see us off. What if he loses his composure? Coach Shi is a great coach. Our national Olympic team owes its success to him. Otherwise, how could we have performed so well at the Olympics?" Chen Xingyi echoed Shi Wuyin's last words. "We must grow into great trees." As those words were spoken, both Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei fell silent. Nearly a day had passed, yet they could still feel the weight of those words. Everyone understood that this was their coach Shi Wuyin's final exhortation to them. Filled with earnest expectations, if they ultimately failed to mature, Coach Shi would undoubtedly be deeply disappointed, and they might find it difficult to face him again. Upon returning to the club and starting their training, the three of them, along with Sichuan Junping, who had returned to the club a bit earlier, received a warm welcome from their teammates. who congratulated them on their respective achievements at the Olympics. Among the 3 Asian teams that participated in the Olympics, the Chinese team achieved the best results. The Japanese Olympic team, which included Xinchuan Junping, was unable to advance from the group stage, having been eliminated after 3 matches. Thus, he returned to the club ahead of Hu Lai and the others. The Korean team also faced elimination in the group stage. Park Guehyun, who was highly anticipated before the competition, failed to score a single goal at the Olympics, leading the South Korean U23 team to a dismal last place in their group. The poorest performance among the 3 Asian teams. In contrast, the Chinese U23 team emerged as the standout, not solely for reaching the quarterfinals, but also for their remarkable achievements in a so-called group of death, where they managed to draw against Nigeria and defeat Argentina, carving out a path against all odds. Their victory over Argentina, in particular, served as a significant morale booster for Asian football as a whole. Among his teammates, Xinchuan Junping, a fervent admirer of Hu Lai, received applause from his fellow players during training and then knelt before Hu Lai, raising his arms in a gesture of reverence, which elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Hu Lai, you are the light of Asia. After standing, Xinchuan Junping earnestly expressed this to Hu Lai. Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively, stating, I cannot accept such praise. The true light of Asia is Park Chun-tae. One day, you shall surpass him. Yet, Xinchuan Junping remained steadfast in his belief. After spending 6 months in China and training alongside Hu Lai and others, his proficiency in Mandarin had significantly improved, allowing him to express this sentiment fluently and unequivocally. Zhao Kongming and Li Zhifei, overhearing the exchange between Xinchuan Junping and Hu Lai, exchanged knowing glances. Park Chun-tae is currently the most successful Asian player competing abroad, having recently transferred from Sevilla to the Premier League club London Bridge. During his time at Sevilla, he won a UEFA Cup title, and now at London Bridge, he aspires to become the first Asian player to claim a Champions League trophy. For Hu Lai to surpass Park Chun-tae, remaining in domestic football was evidently insufficient. After training, Zhao Kongming summoned Hu Lai to his office. There is something I need to discuss with you and seek your opinion on, Zhao Kongming stated directly, skipping any pleasantries. Before you face Spain, the club received an offer from a Premier League team. Hu Lai paused for a moment. Following his hat trick against Argentina, he had indeed contemplated whether European clubs might take an interest in him. His vigorous efforts were closely tied to his ambition of playing in Europe and the Olympics. Being hosted there presented an excellent opportunity for self-promotion. However, he did not expect an offer to come so swiftly. Which club is it, Director Zhao? Hu Lai inquired, regaining his composure. It's Leeds United, a relegation-threatened team. A relegation-threatened team? Hu Lai furrowed his brow, believing that his 3 goals against Argentina, particularly that stunning long-range strike reminiscent of Zidane, would have attracted interest from mid-tier clubs at the very least. He had even fantasized about the possibility of being courted by a prestigious club, only to find an offer from a team struggling to stay afloat. This made him feel as though he had been fervently hawking his wares in the market for an extended period, only to sell a mere 5 pairs of socks at the paltry price of $10 for 5 pairs. Zhao Kongming continued, however, at that time, you were preparing for the Olympic competition, so we did not inform you, nor did we respond to that club. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, just as you were about to embark on your journey back home, they sent a second offer, doubling the previous one. Hu Lai's interest was piqued. So, Director Zhao, how much are they offering me? For £1,000,000. What? The disappointment on Hu Lai's face was palpable. Observing his expression, Zhao Kongming began to surmise the young man's vanity. After all, he had just been told that he would surpass Park Chun-tae, yet his transfer value was nearly 10 times lower. This summer, when Park Chun-tae transferred from Sevilla to London Bridge, the latter paid a staggering £35 million to secure him, setting aside other matters. This transfer fee alone was worth Hu Lai's envy for a considerable time. Although Hu Lai feigned humility, it was evident that he felt a competitive spirit within. Zhao smiled at him and asked, what? Do you find it too low? No. Hu Lai quickly shook his head in denial. I also think 4 million is somewhat low. Zhao's words nearly took Hu Lai aback. He stared incredulously at Director Zhao. Converted to RMB, it's merely 35 million, which is still a ways off from the transfer fee record for Chinese players. Oh dear, Director Zhao, please don't belittle me. I'm hardly worth 100 million. Hu Lai hurriedly waved his hands, finally grasping Zhao's implication. In earlier years, during the height of the Chinese Super League's financial extravagance, transfer fees soared, breaking records repeatedly. Not only did foreign players command high fees, but domestic players also saw their values rise significantly, culminating in players transferring for over 100 million. However, in retrospect, such exorbitant fees raise many doubts, leading one to question if they were merely a means of money laundering. After all, the player who set the record had only made a single appearance for the national team prior to that. And after moving to his new club for such a hefty fee, his performance was rather underwhelming. As the most expensive domestic player, he could hardly secure a starting position. Zhao brought up this record not because he genuinely believed Hulai's market value was low, but rather as a subtle reminder for him to remain grounded. I called you here to hear your thoughts on playing abroad. Zhao Kongming shifted the conversation away from transfer fees and got to the crux of the matter. Are you considering going overseas to play this summer? Upon finishing his question, he fixed his gaze intently on Hulai, awaiting his response. To his surprise, Hulai did not hesitate at all. After Zhao finished speaking, he shook his head, declaring, I don't want to. What? This time, it was Zhao's turn to be astonished. You don't want to? I want to play in Europe, but I don't want to leave right now. I still need to help my team avoid relegation. Hulai spoke with resolute conviction. Zhao Kongming, however, chuckled and scolded, Get out of here. Are you mocking me? Now, the entire Shining Star team is acutely aware that they have secured their place in the league ahead of time. Even if they were to lose all their remaining matches this season, relegation to the second division is no longer a concern. However, the moment when Zhao Kongming, despite having accumulated 30 points, still expressed to reporters that the team had not yet achieved safety, has circulated widely on the internet, becoming a humorous anecdote. Hulai, upon witnessing this, adopted a different demeanor and smiled obsequiously, saying, although we are safe now, we could still aspire to vie for a spot in next season's AFC Champions League, right, Coach Zhao? You still need me, don't you? Zhao Kongming retorted, Hey, don't overestimate your importance. Look, after a few of you left, we didn't collapse, did we? After giving Hulai a stern look, he couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Are you really not leaving now? Hulai replied, It's too hasty to leave. I'm not prepared. The European transfer window must be closing soon, and decisions made in such a rush often feel coerced. I fear I might not have considered everything thoroughly. He continued, By the way, Coach Zhao, are there no other offers? Currently, this is the only one, Zhao Kongming responded. Then I absolutely cannot leave. It's said that one should compare offers from multiple parties. Without alternatives, I have no room to choose. What if the other side is merely seeking a bargain? And I agree only to find myself in a pitfall? Whose fault would that be? After hearing Hulai's reasoning, Zhao Kongming nodded, understood. If you're not leaving, the club will handle the rejection on your behalf. Additionally, we can focus on performing well in the remaining half of the season. Are we truly setting our sights on next season's AFC Champions League qualification? Hulai quickly waved his hands. That's for you to decide, Coach Zhao. I'm just a player. My words hold no weight. He expressed this knowing the system might overhear, fearing it would assign him yet another task. He was already on edge, almost developing PTSD from the system's emotionless voice. Fortunately, this time, the system remained silent, not dispatching any new assignments. However, soon after his relief, Hulai felt a pang of regret and disappointment for having exhausted all his points and items during the Olympics. Before the last match against Spain, he exchanged the reward of 150,000 points for 5 Linksy cards to share with his teammates. Unfortunately, the team Haishu lost the match, rendering the remaining 2 cards invalid, and his points vanished as well. It was a double loss, and he found himself in a dire situation, in need of tasks to earn points. Zhao Kongming was unaware of Hulai's thoughts, as he himself pondered deeply. Chapter 154. He deserves more Tony? Has Shining Star not responded to us yet? Matt Dawn inquired first thing upon arriving at work, seeking out his friend Tony Clark. Both of them are now employees of the Leeds City Football Club. Tony Clark serves as the head coach of the first team, while Matt Dawn works as a video analyst. Although they retain their previous professions, their surroundings have undergone significant changes. Since returning from Spain, they have been striving to adapt to their new work environments. The differences between Premier League clubs and Championship clubs are quite pronounced, especially in terms of recruitment. The majority of Premier League clubs have now abandoned the traditional managerial model. The head coach, referred to as coach in English, has replaced the former title of manager. This shift signifies a departure from the antiquated practice where a single manager oversaw all aspects of the team. Now, specialization is the norm. The head coach is solely responsible for training and match strategy, while the task of recruitment has been delegated to the club's sporting director. Some clubs in the Championship or League One still adhere to this traditional model, but in the Premier League, the role of manager has largely disappeared. After Tony Clark departed from Championship club Hammond Castle, the first action taken by the newly appointed chairman, Evan Chester, was to curtail the powers of the head coach, transforming the title of manager into coach and introducing the role of sporting director, filled by Gerald Coleman. Consequently, the authority over transfers now resides with this individual. Evan explained this personnel change by stating that they must strive to keep pace with the evolving trends in contemporary football. He is indeed correct. This is the trajectory of modern football, with Premier League clubs actively seeking transformation. Currently, in Leeds, the responsibility for transfers lies with sporting director Nevin Powell. "I was just looking for you, Matt." "Bad news. The star player has rejected our offer," Tony lamented, shaking his head. Matt paused for a moment and then blurted out, "Is it because our offer was too low? These days, the Chinese aren't short on funds. If we don't spend a bit more, we may fail to impress them." "I conveyed the same to Nevin," Tony replied, but he indicated that the club is facing real financial constraints. "After all, we proposed this recruitment target close to the transfer window's closure, and the club's budget is nearly exhausted. Only $6 million remains available. He cannot allocate all of that to who, and it's possible even that amount might be insufficient." "Hasn't he deceived you, Tony?" Matt inquired. "I believe not," Tony responded, shaking his head. "Furthermore, even if he did, it at least demonstrates the club's stance on the matter of acquiring who. Their desire for him is not nearly as fervent as ours. Did the 9 goals in 9 minutes and the hat trick against Argentina in the Olympics not sway them?" Matt asked, somewhat disheartened. "The 9 goals in 9 minutes occurred in distant Asia. You know the level of Asian football, Matt. It's truly challenging to persuade them. Had those 9 goals been scored in a European league, even in a second-tier league, I would wager the impact would be entirely different. And as for the Olympics, you know many regard the level of Olympic football with disdain," Tony explained. Matt reluctantly conceded the validity of Tony's argument, sighing. "So we have once again missed out on who. And I have a foreboding, Tony. As time progresses, the likelihood of us acquiring who diminishes. Other European clubs possess scouting systems that are far from idle. How shall we compete with those rivals?" Tony, too, was at a loss for how to compete. He could only shake his head. "I do not know. We will address that when the time comes, Matt. If we are destined to be without him, then it is merely the arrangement of the divine, and we must learn to accept it. However, I find it exceedingly difficult to concur with such a divine decree," Matt muttered. Upon overhearing his quiet grumbling, Tony chuckled softly and patted his shoulder, saying, "Let us momentarily set aside our thoughts of who. We still have much work ahead, as the new season's league is about to commence." After Zhang Qinghuan rejected Leeds United's offer, he fantasized whether they might mistakenly believe that the Shining Star side deemed their offer insufficient and would thus extend a new proposal. His curiosity was piqued. He yearned to witness the extent to which this Premier League club would go to secure Hu Lai's transfer fee. Yet, no further communication ensued. Truly sincere, are they? We stated our refusal, and they genuinely ceased to make an offer? Zhang Qinghuan lamented silently, wishing for a more vigorous pursuit. Thus, it appears that Leeds United is only willing to part with £4 million for Hu Lai. £4 million for our star striker? What a fanciful dream. Zhang Qinghuan understood that Zhao Kongming, as the team's head coach, would not obstruct Hu Lai's aspirations of playing abroad. He was akin to an overly indulgent father, supporting every desire of Hu Lai without opposition. However, as the general manager of the club, Zhang Qinghuan felt a responsibility for the club's operations. He believed that, given Hu Lai's performance, £4 million was patently inadequate for his current market value. A reference point from the authoritative football player data website, Transfermarkt, indicated Hu Lai's market value at €2 million, approximately equivalent to £180,000. Viewed in this light, Leeds United's offer seemed quite earnest, surpassing the estimated valuation by more than double. Nevertheless, Zhang Qinghuan felt that this European valuation did not truly reflect Hu Lai's significance to Shining Star and Chinese football, rendering the price an affront. €2 million was nothing short of insulting. Some individuals, in addressing Hu Lai's overseas endeavors, appeared to hope that Shining Star would create no obstacles, even wishing to relinquish Hu Lai without any compensation, facilitating his transition abroad. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan's perspective diverged from that of many fans. He opined that if they were to transfer Hu Lai for a meager sum, or even for nothing, would the other club truly value him? It is akin to the distinction between a garment purchased for 30,000 yuan and one acquired for 30 yuan. Which would one cherish more? Furthermore, he was not demanding an exorbitant fee. As long as the price was reasonable and Hu Lai consented, he would certainly allow the transfer without imposing artificial barriers, ensuring Hu Lai would not harbor resentment toward him for life. It was simply that the prospect of parting with Hu Lai for a mere 4 million pounds was utterly unacceptable. He is my treasure, the hope of our entire village. Could we so easily relinquish him? How audacious of you foreigners! In ancient times, noble families took great care in marrying off their daughters, with elaborate processions and lavish dowries. We offer you our finest player, yet you propose a transfer fee unworthy of his value. How is that justifiable? Certainly, Hu Lai has clearly stated that he will not leave the team this summer, allowing Dong Wen to ease his concerns. With Hu Lai's presence, he has also cultivated a sense of anticipation regarding the team's performance this year. The objective of avoiding relegation has been achieved, but what lies ahead? With 7 rounds remaining in the league, Shining Stars currently hold 41 points, position 6th. Yesterday afternoon, Zhao Kongming approached him to discuss the forthcoming objectives for the season. He intends to aim for qualification for next season's AFC Champions League and inquired about Dong Wen's opinion from the club's perspective. If the club can participate in the AFC Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons, it would undoubtedly benefit their financial income. What could Dong Wen possibly say but to express his full support? At present, the AFC Champions League grants 3 slots to the Chinese Super League, the league champion and runner-up, along with the FA Cup winner, who directly qualify for the main tournament. The third-place team qualifies for the preliminary rounds. Should the FA Cup champion coincide with any of the top 3 league positions, the qualification for the Champions League would then be awarded to the 4th-place team in the league. Therefore, Shining Stars must secure at least the 4th position. Though a more secure bet would be to aim for 3rd place to ensure qualification for the Champions League. Dong Wen glanced at the current league standings. Shining Stars, with 41 points, ranked 6th, while the 4th-placed Capital Tunglong had 46 points, and the 3rd-placed Hedong Thunder held 47 points. The gap was manageable. But those teams were also vying for Champions League qualification, making it unlikely for Shining Stars to easily overtake them. He promptly asked Zhao Kongming, "Do you realize the magnitude of this challenge? It's akin to competing for the championship." Zhao Kongming responded, "Of course, I understand. It's something I must consider. If you have no objections, I will commence preparations for this goal." No objections, indeed. Regardless of success, the club would not suffer any losses. With relegation secured in advance, they could approach the remainder of the season with complete freedom, 200% of it. With the club's supportive attitude, everything seemed settled. Zhao Kongming left with satisfaction. Reflecting on his conversation with Zhao Kongming, Dong Wen found it somewhat absurd that a newly promoted team was contemplating seizing an AFC Champions League qualification from the grasp of traditional powerhouses in the Chinese Super League. Who would believe such a notion? P.S. The double monthly votes have commenced. I humbly request everyone's support for the monthly votes. Chapter 155. It's settled. Wang Guangwei drove his domestically produced electric vehicle along the internal roads of the community, maintaining a speed within a reasonable range, and remarked, "It feels like a lifetime ago." Zhang Qinghuan understood the source of his sentiment and retorted, "How long have you been gone for it to feel like a lifetime? It's merely been 2 months. Then every summer vacation when you return to school must feel like a lifetime to you." Hu Lai chimed in from the side, "Old Wang, do you feel that after experiencing the bustling Olympic Games, returning to the club feels like returning to a beginner village, where everyone appears as novices?" As he spoke, he deliberately turned his head to look at Zhang Qinghuan, who was seated in the passenger seat. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Qinghuan retorted angrily. "It's just the Olympics. You make it sound as if you're going to participate in the World Cup. What's the deal? Do you look down on our domestic league? Let me tell you, it's incredibly challenging for a team to secure their place in the league ahead of time. I'm practically giving it my all here. Brother Huan is amazing." Hu Lai quickly offered a comforting gesture to Zhang Qinghuan, giving him a thumbs up. "When we were at the Olympics, we reached a consensus on this matter. Just ask Little Star. The team can do without anyone, but they absolutely cannot do without Brother Huan. This time proves it. Look, we all went to the Olympics, and the team still remains in the top 6. Brother Huan stands as a formidable barrier, a pillar of strength." All right. Zhang Qinghuan waved his hands repeatedly, feeling overwhelmed by the praise. "Wasn't there a European team that made an offer for you, Hu Lai? Why don't you leave?" Hu Lai shook his head. The timing isn't right. What constitutes the right timing? When all of Europe is clamoring for me. Both Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guangwei scoffed in unison. At the very least, there should be more than 3 clubs interested in me. Hu Lai shared his true feelings. Right now, there's only one, leaving me with no options. I know about Leeds. They were promoted from the Championship to the Premier League 2 seasons ago and barely managed to stay up last season. However, just as the new season is about to begin, they suddenly changed coaches. The English media doesn't seem very optimistic about the new coach, Tony Clark. It's certainly not an ideal situation, Wang Guangwei commented while driving. What if Hu Lai goes there and within 6 months, the coach leaves, and there's a personnel upheaval? That would truly be disastrous. Now that the Olympics are also over, what will attract European teams to you? Zhang Qinghuan asked curiously. The league, Hu Lai replied. They already know who I am. If they are genuinely interested, they wouldn't hesitate to come all the way to China to watch me play, right? Since we secured our place in the league ahead of time, what else? Well, there's the title of top scorer. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qinghuan responded. But you're no longer the leading scorer in the league. Bernardo is currently in first place. He has already scored 21 goals. Everyone is saying he might break the record set by Xia Xiaoyu. The record for most goals in a single season set by Xia Xiaoyu was 28. And now the main striker for the South China Tigers, Bernardo da Silva, has scored 21 goals after 23 rounds of the league. Given his momentum, breaking Xia Xiaoyu's record is not entirely impossible. That seems quite challenging, doesn't it? I'm not talking about Bernardo breaking Xia's record. I'm saying that Hu Lai is at a disadvantage in competing for the top scorer with Bernardo. Hu Lai has missed 7 matches. How can he compete for the top scorer title against someone who has played in all the matches? Wang Guangwei shook his head while driving. From the back seat, Hu Lai snorted. If I can still secure the top scorer title, wouldn't that make me even more impressive? Brother Huan has a point. Winning the title of top scorer in the Chinese Super League would provide me with a certain level of prestige, making it easier to pursue opportunities abroad. So, let us aim for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and emotionless system notification echoed in his mind. Task: obtain the title of top scorer in the 2024 season of the Chinese Super League. Task rewards: 100,000 points. 5 advanced training scrolls. Shooting: 5 advanced training scrolls. Passing. Oh, Hu Lai was on the verge of cheering, as if a generous benefactor had finally arrived. However, it raised a question. Why had the system not issued a task when he and Coach Xiao discussed securing a spot in the AFC Champions League? Did it deem that objective unattainable? Fine then. He would aim for the top scorer. Hu Lai confidently shook his fist and declared. Why the sudden enthusiasm? Zhang Qinghuan asked. Puzzled. Isn't it because I've found my next goal to strive for? Otherwise, after ensuring our relegation safety, I genuinely fear losing my motivation. Hu Lai casually offered as an excuse. Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guangwei exchanged glances, with Wang Guangwei even catching sight of Hu Lai's exuberant demeanor in the rearview mirror. They both mused internally that this was the eternal youthfulness of Hu Lai. If it were someone else, they would have preferred the upcoming matches to be less strenuous, easing into a vacation rhythm. Yet, Hu Lai consistently sought new challenges, and upon finding them, he radiated joy akin to that of a child receiving a reward. Zhang Qinghuan genuinely admired Hu Lai's mentality, though he refrained from voicing it, fearing that a hint of encouragement might cause this young man to shine even brighter. Let him stew in his own thoughts. The 23rd round of the Chinese Super League was played on August 17th, coinciding with the national U23 team's match against Spain's U23 team. Following this, the league would enter a nearly month-long hiatus. It wouldn't be until September, after the national team matches concluded, that the Super League would resume. Meanwhile, the AFC Champions League would continue its proceedings. On August 28th, the Stars would host their opponents, Yokohama F. Marinos, in the quarterfinals of the AFC Champions League. As the reigning champions of Japan's J1 League, they boasted numerous high-caliber foreign and domestic players, making them the current titans of Japanese football. Upon returning to the team, preparations for this quarterfinal encounter were already underway. Despite the formidable nature of their adversaries, the Stars were determined not to concede defeat before the match even began. After this quarterfinal, September would usher in 2 national team matches. In the second round of the World Cup qualifiers concluded in the first half of the year, the Chinese team secured their place in the final round of the qualifiers, marking their advancement in consecutive World Cup qualifying campaigns. This demonstrated a gradual revival in the level of Chinese football, following comprehensive reforms initiated in 2015. After the Olympics, this became the most anticipated event for Chinese fans. The national U23 team's impressive performance at the Olympics had ignited a passion for football among the populace, simultaneously raising expectations for the national team. If the younger U23 team performed so admirably, shouldn't the senior national team excel even more? Additionally, the calls for Hu Lai's inclusion in the national team surged once again. This discussion had initially emerged after the East Asian Cup, but had been forcefully suppressed by Zhao Qinghuan. During that period, Zhao Qinghuan faced considerable criticism. However, as people observed Hu Lai's responsibilities with the Olympic team in the U23 Asian Cup and the Olympics, discussions regarding the national team diminished. After all, Hu Lai is not a mere workhorse. Overexerting him benefits no one. Now that the Chinese Olympic team has concluded its historic mission and disbanded, the matter of Hu Lai's selection for the national team has naturally resurfaced. In an interview, national team coach Marcel Wilson expressed that he is indeed contemplating the inclusion of Hu Lai. Yet he must also consider that the national team has been training for the final round of the World Cup qualifiers for some time now, and the squad is relatively fixed. Thus, it is not an opportune moment to hastily introduce newcomers. In simple terms, had the upcoming matches in September been friendlies rather than qualifiers, Wilson would certainly have invited Hu Lai to join the team for assessment and to foster synergy with the existing players. However, given that these matches are crucial qualifiers, every game is of utmost importance, and introducing a newcomer who has never trained with the team could be counterproductive. Even though Hu Lai recently shone at the Olympics, this does not guarantee that he would replicate his stellar performance at the national level. The football standards of the Olympic team and the national team are markedly different. Moreover, considering that a forward like Hu Lai relies heavily on teamwork, his exceptional performance with the Olympic team indicates a harmonious rapport and effective collaboration with his teammates, resulting in a remarkable chemistry. Transitioning to the national team environment may not yield the same results. Wilson's concerns are indeed valid and should be taken into account. Therefore, whether Hu Lai will be selected for the national team remains an open question. For Zhao Qinghuan, if the national team does not recruit Hu Lai, he can proceed with a more composed approach during the critical phase of league preparations. However, if the national team decides to call upon Hu Lai, he will have no choice but to release him. This would mean that Hu Lai must endure a demanding schedule, racing from one match to another, which could strain his physical endurance. No, this young man's stamina should be more than adequate. Zhao Qinghuan realized this. A curious phenomenon has persisted. Despite appearing utterly exhausted after each full match, Hu Lai's energy seems to rebound remarkably for the subsequent game, as if he had not played at all. His recovery rate far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, thus allowing him to handle multiple competitions without issue, provided he remains injury-free. Since embarking on his professional football career, Hu Lai has been remarkably fortunate, having rarely suffered injuries despite facing numerous fouls from opponents, managing to evade serious harm, a significant factor contributing to his current success. After all, injuries are the greatest adversary for professional athletes. It appears that Hu Lai is indeed quite lucky, and Zhao Qinghuan hopes that his fortune continues. P.S. During the double-month ticket period, I seek month tickets. Chapter 156. A familiar feeling in the early hours of August 28th, Beijing time. The Madrid Olympics, which lasted for 19 days, came to a close. Li Qingqing and the Chinese women's football team ultimately reached the semifinals of the Olympic Games, securing a bronze medal, marking the finest achievement of the team in global competitions since the dawn of the 21st century. At the closing ceremony, Li Qingqing, as a representative of the women's football team, paraded alongside other Chinese Olympians, partaking in the grand celebration. Her fleeting appearance on television was brief, leaving no one able to discern the hint of melancholy in her smile. That very evening, tens of thousands of exuberant fans gathered at the Provincial Sports Center to welcome the triumphant young athletes of the national team. The cheers reached a crescendo when the names of the players who represented China in the Olympic Games were called out, the volume surpassing that of ordinary occasions. Naturally, Hu Lai received the loudest ovation. Faced with formidable adversaries, Zhao Qinghuan did not concede defeat prematurely. He deployed the strongest lineup at his disposal. After 2 months of anticipation, the fans could finally witness the complete formation of the team. Zhang Qinghuan was relieved from the dual burdens of both scoring and playmaking. as the top scorer of the team returned, allowing him to focus solely on his role as a facilitator. Zhang Qinghuan had previously expressed in an interview that he preferred assisting goals over scoring them. His confidence in making such a statement stemmed from the presence of the highly efficient striker he found. Yin Kong also returned from the Olympics, diving into commentary for the AFC Champions League matches. Though the stage had changed, their spirits remained unaltered, filled with the joy of reuniting with an old friend. While commentating, they joked, "Honestly, he foam, it's fortunate that the home kit of our team is red. Seeing Hu Lai and the others doesn't feel out of place at all. It's as if they are still at the Olympics." Both shared a hearty laugh. The memory of the national team was indeed a cherished one, lingering deeply in their hearts, making it difficult to detach from those emotions. It might take some time to adjust and realize that it was no longer the national team's match. Yokohama F. Marinos is a formidable team in the J1 League, and despite playing away, they performed exceptionally well. However, the home team, Shining Stars, was undeterred by the reputation of their opponents. They played with vigor and created numerous threats, a sentiment deeply felt by their fans. Over the past 2 months, Shining Stars had played 7 league matches and 1 FA Cup match without their core players, Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Morikawa Junpei. In these 8 matches, Shining Stars achieved 3 victories, 2 draws, and 3 defeats. Considering the absence of 4 key players, such results could even be deemed remarkable. Yet, the journey of those matches was far from the narrative conveyed by the outcomes. Some victories were secured through sheer luck or the individual heroics of Zhang Qinghuan or Qin Lin, making them hard-fought and unconvincing. Conversely, there were matches lost without any chance of retaliation, leaving spectators devoid of hope for victory. The players' fighting spirit remains undiminished, their vigor intact. Yet, during the course of the match, an unsettling lack of fluidity becomes apparent, akin to a machine that has succumbed to rust. At this moment, the fans of the Shining Stars realize that they have, unwittingly, grown accustomed to the previous style of play exhibited by their team. Now, this familiar sensation has returned to the hearts of every Shining Stars supporter. When each player occupies their rightful position, the team's performance appears to flow seamlessly. In the 33rd minute of the first half, the Shining Stars initiated an attack from the backfield. Following a series of precise passes and strategic movements in the midfield, Zhang Qinghuan skillfully transitioned the ball to the left flank, where Chen Xingyi received it and made an incisive cut inward. As he penetrated the penalty area, he noticed Hu Lai's positioning and swiftly delivered the ball to him. Just as Hu Lai prepared to make a decisive play in front of the goal, he took 2 steps back, creating space between himself and the Yokohama Port defender, perfectly positioning himself to receive Chen Xingyi's pass. With a powerful strike, he sent the ball towards the net. For such an opportunity, so tantalizingly close to the goal, Hu Lai has always been remarkably reliable. Even as the Yokohama Port goalkeeper dove in an attempt to thwart the shot, he was unable to make contact with the ball. The goal is scored. Hu Lai. In his first match back at the club, he has regained his scoring touch. This marks his 11th goal in the AFC Champions League this season, further solidifying his lead in the goal-scoring chart. Hu Lai continues to showcase his excellent form from the U23 national team as a lethal presence in front of the goal. Nothing embodies his value more than scoring. This particular goal, while unremarkable in its execution, neither spectacular nor a world-class strike, ignited an eruption of cheers from the Provincial Sports Center. As if the Shining Stars had clinched victory. This delayed ovation from the fans is, in truth, a tribute to Hu Lai, who they had longed to cheer for when he scored for the U23 national team at the Olympics. Thus, rather than attributing their fervent cheers solely to Hu Lai for putting the Shining Stars ahead, it is more accurate to say they are honoring the Hu Lai who donned the Chinese U23 jersey and found the net in the Olympic arena. Amidst the deafening roars of the crowd, Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, performing his signature celebration. Subsequently, his teammates rushed to embrace him, exchanging high-fives in celebration of the goal. Every Shining Stars supporter witnessing this scene felt a wave of nostalgia. This is the sensation they have longed for. Although Hu Lai opened the scoring for the Shining Stars, their opponents, Yokohama Port, proved to be significantly stronger than the teams they had previously encountered in the Champions League. In the second half, Yokohama Port regained control with their formidable prowess, equalizing the score in the 70th minute. Both teams had opportunities to take the lead, yet failed to capitalize, with Yokohama Port coming perilously close to reversing the scoreline on their away ground. Fortunately, Zhao Kongming made timely adjustments. reinforcing their defense and stabilizing the situation. However, this meant the Shining Stars had to reluctantly accept the 1-1 draw, failing to secure a home victory. They relinquished the advantage in the two-legged knockout stage, leaving Yokohama Port with greater flexibility for the return match at home. To speak candidly, although the match did not conclude in victory, both the fans of Flash Star present at the venue and the commentators on television expressed little dissatisfaction with the outcome. It was evident to all that, as a newly promoted team, Flash Star had performed admirably this season. Objectively, Yokohama Port indeed possessed greater strength, and Flash Star's ability to remain undefeated at home was commendable. Subjectively, the fans of Flash Star did not harbor illusions about clinching the championship in the AFC. And reaching the quarterfinals was an extraordinary achievement for a team participating in the tournament for the first time. Zhao Kongming, at the post-match press conference, also refrained from voicing any discontent regarding the result, focusing instead on the players' performances during the match. He expressed immense satisfaction with their efforts, believing the team had executed the strategies honed in training, which further contributed to their development and experience. Following the elimination of the formidable Dashijin Arrow led by Wang Xinke, Zhao's perspective on the AFC competition began to resemble that of the earlier FA Cup, primarily a means to cultivate the team and accumulate experience. Advancing further would be splendid, yet he would accept a halt if the players had gleaned valuable lessons from the matches. He was particularly pleased to see Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, and Morikawa Junpei swiftly reintegrate with the team after returning from the Olympic Games, finding their rhythm and performing commendably. This instilled him with confidence regarding the team's pursuit of their ultimate season objective, which he has not disclosed to the public. The media and fans remain unaware that Flash Star is fervently aiming for a top-3 finish in the league. On one hand, revealing this ambition might awaken the vigilance of competitors, prompting them to exert even greater effort in their encounters. Externally, it appears that, following their successful early relegation, Flash Star is a team devoid of desire for victories or defeats. On the other hand, Zhao Kongming is wary of overpromising, as he lacks the audacity of Hu Lai. He still values his dignity. Furthermore, he is not the type of coach to provoke controversy or boast without cause. This mirrors the topic of relegation. Previously, when the situation appeared favorable for survival, despite external speculation and media provocation, Zhao steadfastly refrained from conceding, insisting on the uncertainty of their status. It was not until the inevitability of their survival became undeniable that he acknowledged the team had successfully accomplished their objective, leaving many journalists relieved, as if they too had fulfilled their mission. This encapsulates Zhao Kongming's style, to act decisively before speaking, unlike Hu Lai, who tends to boast first and then strive desperately to realize those boasts. Additionally, from now until January 7th, on each evening from 8 to midnight, for every 1,500 points of starting currency received as a reward, a monthly vote will automatically be cast for the book. During this double points period, it equates to 2 monthly votes. Chapter 157. The national team player following the match against Yokohama. The most anticipated events for football fans across the nation are the upcoming 2 matches in the final round of the Asian qualifiers, scheduled for September 5th and 9th. The Chinese team is grouped with South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Australia, and the United Arab Emirates. Now that we have reached the final round, the concept of a group of death is somewhat moot, as both groups present formidable challenges. Every team in these groups is a contender. Among the 6 teams in one group, only 2 will secure direct qualification for the World Cup finals. Additionally, one team will have the opportunity to compete in a playoff against the third-place team from the other group. Those who triumph in the playoffs will then vie for the final World Cup spot against a team from Oceania. The competition is exceedingly fierce. Some even assert that the true pinnacle of Asian football is not the Asian Cup, but rather the final round of World Cup qualifiers. This assertion holds merit, as many teams that excelled in the Asian Cup often falter in the final round. For instance, a team that was bested in the Asian Cup could very well emerge victorious in the qualifiers. After all, the significance placed on these matches varies greatly among teams. The allure of the World Cup far surpasses that of the Asian Cup. This is self-evident. In the 2 matches this September, the Chinese team will first host the United Arab Emirates, followed by an away match against Saudi Arabia. The most pressing issue prior to these encounters is whether Hu Lai, the leading scorer for the national under-23 team and the top domestic scorer in the Chinese Super League, will be selected for the national team to aid in the qualifiers. Discussions about this topic have sparked considerable debate online, becoming a trending subject. The vast majority of fans hope for Hu Lai's inclusion, despite acknowledging the rationale presented by Marcel Wilson, who suggested that the current national team might not be suited for integrating a newcomer. Nonetheless, even as a backup forward, his presence would provide a glimmer of hope. Some fans even fantasize about Hu Lai being called up to the national team, only to be subbed in during a challenging match, ultimately emerging as the hero who saves the team. Of course, this represents a rather extreme scenario. More fans believe that bringing Hu Lai into the fold, even if his playing time is limited, would serve as a significant gesture. Moreover, if the leading scorer of the under-23 team, who netted 5 goals at the Olympics and is the top domestic scorer in the Super League, cannot secure a place in the national team, one must wonder when the standards for the Chinese national team became so elevated. Are we truly experiencing a surplus of talent among our forward players? However, there are those who are not particularly optimistic about the national team's decision to recruit Hu Lai. After all, during the AFC Champions League match between Flash Stars and Yokohama F. Marinos, the national team coach, Wilson, did not attend the game in person. What does this indicate? It suggests that he does not wish to assess Hu Lai. Without such evaluation, it is only natural that Hu Lai would not be summoned. While Zhao Kongming was in the office discussing the upcoming training arrangements with Chen Mo, he suddenly received a phone call. He answered, "Hello, this is Zhao Kongming." "Yes. Have you come out?" "All right, I understand. Goodbye." After hanging up, Chen Mo, who had been observing him, inquired, "Was that a call from the national team?" "Yes." Zhao Kongming nodded. "They are notifying us that our players will be called up for the national team on match day. Before each national team match day, the national team reaches out to the coaches of clubs that need to send players, demonstrating respect for them. Although it is merely a notification, the club coaches have no power to refuse." "Who are they calling up?" Chen Mo asked, his gaze fixed on him. Understanding Chen Mo's true concern, Zhao Kongming smiled and replied, "Hu Lai?" Chen Mo paused for a few seconds, then with a complex expression said, "I truly don't know whether to rejoice for that lad or lament our own predicament. Will the national team notify him? The team manager, Hong Renjia, will call him." Chen Mo sighed softly, so the day has finally arrived. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "What about Wang Guangwei and Chen Xingyi?" "They were not selected." Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging that this was to be expected. After all, this is the final round of the World Cup qualifiers, not merely a warm-up match. It would be unwise for a seasoned coach to include too many newcomers in such a critical phase. Having just concluded their match against Yokohama F. Marinos, all players who participated were resting at home the following morning and did not attend training. However, Hu Lai and his companions did not take it easy. True to their agreement with Qin Lin, they rose early to join Xin Qi for morning exercises. Of course, after the morning routine, no one monitored them, and they were free to do as they pleased. The 6 of them had all participated in the previous night's match, but Xia Xiaoyu only came on as a substitute in the second half. Thus he went alone to the team's training base for practice that morning. In the vast villa, only 5 individuals remained. Wang Guangwei stood by the washing machine, waiting for his clothes to finish washing while scrolling through his phone, chuckling at the canned laughter emanating from his device. Sheng Chuanjun practiced pronunciation diligently in his room while gazing at his tablet. "Can the cow enter 7? Is the ball ready? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't want coriander. Today S7 is quite happy. Thank you for the reminder." Zhang Qinghuan, dressed in a casual t-shirt and wearing slippers, walked while speaking on his phone. "Mom, look at the weather in Jincheng today. The sunlight is delightful." As he turned into the backyard, he spotted a deck chair on the football field where someone was lounging. Approaching, he realized it was Chen Xingyi. "Chen Xingyi, why are you sunbathing here? Aren't you afraid of damaging the grass?" With sunglasses perched on his nose, Chen Xingyi shrugged. "The side garden is perfectly in the shadow of the house. Here, it's unobstructed. What a splendid spot. What are you taking pictures of? I must demand an appearance fee if I make it on screen. Do you have any idea how many fans I have? Come on, let's change the location." Zhang Qinghuan, uninterested, turned and walked away. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xingyi stood up and caught sight of the video call on Zhang Qinghuan's phone. He promptly pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead and waved at her phone, saying, "Hello, Auntie. I was just joking with Brother Huan." Zhang Qinghuan's mother, visible on the phone, smiled and waved back, "Hello, Chen Xingyi. There are quite a few young fans of yours at my workplace." With that comment, Chen Xingyi could only grin foolishly at the camera. Zhang Qinghuan turned the phone around, placing herself in the frame as she continued to speak while walking. Mom, why are you still working? I earn enough to support us without any issues. I'm not old yet. What is the point of staying home without a job? I believe my health declined a few years ago because I rested too much at home. Now that I work every day, I feel perfectly fine. Their voices gradually faded as Chun Xingyi reclined back in his chair, pulling down his sunglasses to shield his eyes. The morning sunlight warmed his skin, gentle and pleasant. Unlike the harsh midday rays, in Jin City, where sunlight is brief, one must seize the opportunity to bask in it and dispel the dampness within. With this thought, he flipped over, lying on his stomach with his back facing the sky. At that moment, he heard what seemed to be a cheer emanating from the villa. He rose and turned to look in that direction. Comrades, Hu Lai's voice soon echoed through the house. Sichuan Junping was practicing his pronunciation when he heard hurried footsteps on the staircase, accompanied by Hu Lai's call. He quickly stood up and ran outside. Wang Guangwei, in the laundry room, also heard the commotion upstairs and curiously grabbed his phone as he made his way up. Zhang Qinghuan had just completed a circle and returned indoors when Hu Lai came rushing down the stairs, leaping down 3 steps from the ground. He spotted Zhang Qinghuan and exclaimed joyfully, "They called me, Brother Huan." "Who called you?" Zhang Qinghuan momentarily failed to comprehend. However, he soon regained his composure and smiled. "Congratulations. Hu Lai, what is all this noise about? It's like you've just been announced as a scholar." "I received a call from the national team's leader, Hong," Hu Lai exclaimed excitedly, holding up his phone. "I'm going to the national team." Wang Guangwei, just entering the living room, and Sichuan Junping, who had just come down the stairs, froze in place. "Wow, that's incredible," Chen Xingyi exclaimed in awe. "You truly have been selected." Given Wilson's ambiguous attitude beforehand, they all presumed Hu Lai wouldn't be chosen for the national team, yet here he was, selected after all. "Congratulations, Hu Lai. Your selection for the national team is well-deserved," Wang Guangwei said with a smile. "If the national team didn't recruit you, the fans would surely have something to say about it. Is Hu Lai already a member of the national team?" Sichuan Junping's eyes sparkled with admiration. "That is amazing. I must strive to join the Japanese national team as well." Amid the chorus of congratulations, Hu Lai felt a surge of joy. "Soon, I will join you in the national team, Huanggu. Indeed, I will take care of you when we reach the national team." Zhang Qinghuan patted his chest confidently. Chen Xingyi glanced down at his pocket, where his phone lay still. Throughout the morning, his phone had been as silent as a whisper. Not a single delivery call had graced its screen, let alone a call from team leader Hong of the national team. Thus, the situation was unequivocally clear. Among the former U23 players, only Hu Lai had been selected for the national team. While he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it brought forth a slight pang of disappointment. However, this feeling was fleeting, as he quickly resolved within himself to persist in his efforts, aspiring to reunite with Hu Lai in the national team in the future. With his spirits lifted, Chen Xingyi exclaimed, "It's my treat. Hu Lai, you simply must treat us today. The restaurant at the owner's club doesn't count. We deserve a grand feast." "Absolutely. Once Xiaoyu returns, we shall indulge ourselves tonight." Hu Lai readily agreed. At her workplace, Xiaolan suddenly received a call from her son. Instinctively, her heart raced upon seeing the caller ID. Fortunately, her phone was sufficiently intelligent to automatically lower the ringtone to near silence under her gaze. Otherwise, the long-ignored calls would have made her the center of attention in the entire office. Nevertheless, curious glances were still cast in her direction. Xiaolan picked up her phone and stood, briskly exiting her office, walking to the end of the corridor, where she finally took a deep breath and answered the call. "Mom, I have wonderful news. I've been selected for the national team." As soon as the call connected, her son's excited voice burst forth. Xiaolan leaned against the window frame at the corridor's end, momentarily speechless. "Hello? Mom, can you hear me?" "I can't hear you." Xiaolan steadied her emotions. "Then why are you silent?" "I need a moment to catch my breath." "Huh?" Hu Lai chuckled. "Isn't it only natural for your son to be selected for the national team?" "But the internet says it's not guaranteed," she replied. "What do people online know? Your son is now a bona fide national player. All right, but don't let pride get to you. Keep working hard, and you should tell your dad too." "Why don't you just tell him directly?" Hu Lai seemed reluctant to make the call. "I'm at work and not beside him. Besides, this is your selection, not mine. You should tell him yourself." Without waiting for Hu Lai's response, Xiaolan hung up the phone. She did not immediately return to her office, but instead lingered for a moment, gazing out at the serene landscape of her workplace to compose herself before turning back. Despite this, she felt as if her feet barely touched the ground, nearly floating back to her office. Sitting at her desk, she restrained herself from acknowledging the curious glances from around her, maintaining her composure. Hu Lai gazed at his mobile phone. Having just endured a rather brusque termination of the call by his mother, seemingly compelling him to convey the news to his father himself. He scratched his head, feeling a palpable sense of trepidation at the prospect of making that call, despite the apparent reconciliation between father and son. The lingering shadows of past years' intimidation were not easily dispelled. After pondering over the device for an extended period, he ultimately resolved to make the call. Whether he hesitated or proceeded, the outcome remained the same. As he dialed the number, the waiting period was agonizing. The cheerful ringtone echoed in his ears, tempting him to hang up at any moment. He even found himself wishing that his father was otherwise occupied or that his phone had inadvertently been set to silent, absolving him of responsibility. However, fate had other plans, and the call was soon answered, revealing his father's somewhat indifferent tone. Hello? Hello? Dad. There's something I wanted to tell you. What is it? I've been selected for the national team. Oh. There was a brief pause on the other end before his father continued. Just being selected for the national team doesn't mean you're a true national player. I know, Dad. I never expected to be a starter right away. Starter? What are you thinking? I never expected. That sort of thing doesn't need to be said. Even if I sit on the bench for the national team, that's perfectly normal. His father's tone grew a touch more severe. Yes, I will maintain the right mindset. Dad, I'll hang up now. I need to go train. All right. Before Hu Lai could finish his sentence, the unmistakable sound of the call being disconnected reached his ears. Exhaling deeply, he felt a sense of relief at having completed this daunting task. Hu Xian looked at the phone, now back on the home screen, and a smile gradually spread across his previously serious face. A national player. His son was a national player. He turned his gaze toward the window, basking in the afternoon sunlight. P.S. During this double-point period, I continue to seek monthly votes. It is also the last day of December, the final day of 2020. I request monthly votes. Chapter 158. Hu Lai, this isn't over between us. The squad list for the national team's top 12 tournament has been announced, and Hu Lai is on it. Hu Lai has finally made it to the national team. Though belated, it was long overdue. Our Chinese team is currently suffering from a severe lack of offensive power. Ever since Gao Chun was injured, our scoring ability has plummeted. Even Zhang has managed to score for the national team, despite the fact that he primarily plays as a supporting player for foreign imports in Tinglong, which highlights the severity of our scoring issues. Hu Lai's inclusion in the national team truly alleviates our urgent dilemma. However, those upstairs should temper their optimism. It's unlikely that Hu Lai will step onto the field immediately, regardless of the current challenges faced by the Chinese team's forward line. It remains a seasoned squad with established tactics. To suddenly alter these strategies for the sake of a newcomer, especially with less than a week before the crucial 12-team tournament, is virtually implausible. Nonetheless, let us not be overly definitive. At the very least, there is a glimmer of hope and anticipation. Indeed, I too wish that Hu Lai could alleviate the scoring difficulties of our national team. When the media announced the roster for this 12-team tournament online, it instantly sparked fervent discussions among fans. This is not merely a preliminary training list from which a few players will be eliminated. Rather, it is the official lineup for China's participation in the tournament. Being included in this roster signifies that Hu Lai is qualified to represent China, provided he can win over head coach Wilson, thus earning his place on the field. This is why there is such excitement. As many fans have pointed out, the Chinese national team has long been plagued by a lack of firepower in attack. It is quite ironic that once China boasted a plethora of exceptional forwards, evoking envy from neighboring Japan, yet now finds itself devoid of outstanding goal scorers. This shift may reflect broader trends in the world of football, where midfielders are increasingly becoming the primary scorers, while forwards have taken on a more tactical role, focusing on creating opportunities and generating space, often without directly contributing to goals. The game has become increasingly holistic, leading to blurred lines regarding the roles and responsibilities of various positions. Originally, Gao Chun was seen as a promising candidate to break this cycle of ineffectiveness in the Chinese attack. He had previously earned the title of top local scorer in the Chinese Super League twice, playing for both Shanghai Mariners and Capital Dragons. Unfortunately, during the last World Cup qualifying round, He suffered a severe injury from a tackle by South Korean player Park Sung-young. Even after recovering, his physical prowess has noticeably declined, and he has lost both his instinct for goal scoring and his confidence. Now, he has gradually altered his playing style and position, moving deeper on the field, transitioning from a forward to a central midfielder. Nonetheless, he still plays as a forward for the national team, highlighting the pressing need for strikers within the squad. The enthusiastic response to Hu Lai's selection extends beyond the online fanbase to include his former teammates from the under-23 national team. Although the under-23 team has disbanded, their WeChat group remains active. Upon sharing the news of Hu Lai's selection, teammate Wang Zijian playfully called out to him, insisting, "Hu Lai, you must distribute red envelopes. I tell you, if you don't give out a substantial red envelope today, there will be consequences." Soon after, Zhang Qinghuan chimed in, "Absolutely. A big red envelope. The first player from our under-23 team to make it to the national team must be treated accordingly. From now on, anyone else who gets selected should meet this standard." There was a chorus of agreement, and more voices joined in calling for Hu Lai. Meanwhile, at a high-end Chinese restaurant, Hu Lai was treating his roommates to a meal. Amidst the clinking of dishes, he glanced at his phone as it buzzed incessantly, then set it aside, choosing to continue enjoying his meal. However, his roommates, Wang Guangwei and Chen Xingyi, were quick to pick up their phones and exclaimed, "Big red envelope. Hu Lai, hurry up. This is the voice of the people. Have you heard it? Do you truly wish to stand in opposition to the masses?" Hu Lai vehemently confronted two traitorous individuals. "Are you suggesting that my meal was offered without intention? You invited us, yet neglected the entire national team. Had you included them, we would certainly have rallied to your side." Chen Xingyi resolved to indulge in a celebratory feast today, not to revel, but to reprimand Hu Lai, ensuring he comprehended the cost of joining the national team. Others not included in the national team group expressed that Hu Lai ought to issue a red envelope, and it should not be a meager one, divided into 100 parts. Realizing the potential for betrayal, Hu Lai reluctantly picked up his phone. Initially, he intended to send a red envelope of 200 yuan, but recalling Zhang Qinghuan's earlier remark about future selections adhering to this standard, he pondered that he would no longer need to fret about red envelopes. However, with over 20 individuals in the national team, surely a good 10 would make it to the national squad, right? If everyone received a red envelope, he could at least recoup his expenses. Consequently, he ultimately placed 500 yuan in the envelope, dividing it into 25 parts, titling it, "As per this standard, everyone has a share." He clicked to send. At the moment the envelope was dispatched, he quickly opened it to claim a portion, receiving a mere 8 yuan and 80 cents. "Damn, how fortunate." Chen Xingyi, upon witnessing Hu Lai's amount, jested about it. He himself had claimed 23 yuan and 64 cents, feeling satisfied, as long as he had garnered more than Hu Lai. He felt a sense of balance. Wow, what a bounty. After everyone had claimed their portions, expressions of gratitude towards the boss flooded the chat. Grinding his teeth, Hu Lai declared in the group, "In the future, anyone selected for the national team for the first time must adhere to this standard. 500 yuan, 25 parts. Not a penny less." The responses echoed in unison. "The boss decides." Uncle Chiu remarked, "I refuse to accept this. If Hu Lai can enter the national team, why can't I?" At the same dining table, Lin Ziyuan was lamenting to his manager, Qiu Xinrong. "Do you think getting into the national team is so easy?" Qiu Xinrong shot him a glance. Had it not been for the overwhelming public support, Hu Lai might not have made the cut. Even if he did, he would likely be relegated to the sidelines. This time, during the 12-strong matches, opportunities would be scarce. Can't play in the matches? Then what's the point of going? This signals the national team's commitment to young players. Hu Lai, as a benchmark, must be upheld. As for the others, they must wait patiently. How old are you now? 18? Do you believe it's too early for you to aspire to the national team? Ambition knows no age. What of being 18? In Europe, an 18-year-old might well have made 30 appearances for the national team. This is China. Moreover, the goalkeeper position is quite unique, demanding experience, which is inherently tied to age. Maintain a calm demeanor. Progress is gradual. First, solidify your position as the main goalkeeper for the South China Tigers before contemplating the national team. At the beginning of the year, during the Super Cup, although Lin Ziyuan was appointed as the starting goalkeeper for the South China Tigers, it was merely a chance granted by coach Friedrich Lehmann as a reward, and did not signify that he would secure the position permanently. Subsequently, Lin Ziyuan earned more playing opportunities through his diligence, and Layman consciously sought to nurture his talent. However, a 2-month interlude with the national youth team disrupted his upward momentum. Now, returning to the South China Tigers, he must once again vie for the primary position from the original starting goalkeeper, Xia Xiaoyu, and establish his dominance. Lin Ziyuan was acutely aware that Uncle Chio's insights were indeed the correct path. The role of a goalkeeper is undeniably unique. Yet, he felt a sense of discontent. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he picked up his phone once more and opened Hu Lai's red envelope, seizing 108 yuan. The highest amount claimed among his teammates in the current round of red envelopes. Wow! Lin Ziyuan exclaimed, gazing at the substantial figure. As a flicker of clarity dawned upon him. Since Luo Kai returned from the Olympics, his mood had noticeably soured. His naturally reserved demeanor had grown even more taciturn. This change did not go unnoticed by the team and the club. After inquiring with Xing Qi about the situation, yesterday the club's general manager, Wang Xiaod, specifically summoned Luo Kai to his office for a heartfelt conversation, aiming to uplift his spirits. He reassured him that not scoring during the Olympics was not a matter of great significance. He was still young, with a promising future ahead, and should not succumb to despair over this minor setback. It matters not that you did not score at the Olympics. Channel that energy and spirit into motivation. Continue your efforts, and save it for the World Cup. These words reignited the flame within Luo Kai, rekindling the embers of determination that had begun to cool. Indeed, Wang was right. The Olympics did not hold a high status in the global football arena. Although it was regrettable not to have scored, there was still the World Cup ahead. He vowed to lead the Chinese team to the World Cup and to score the first goal for Chinese football in that prestigious tournament. At that moment, the world would know the name Luo Kai. He would make Qingqing see him in a new light. Luo Kai glanced at the red envelope sent by Hu Lai on his phone, yet he refrained from tapping into it. In his mind, accepting Hu Lai's red envelope would be tantamount to surrendering and admitting defeat. Hu Lai, this is not over. Just wait, I will catch up to you. Chapter 159. The big shot Hu Lai received a notification on his phone indicating that 5 yuan from the red envelope he had sent yesterday had been returned. He found it somewhat perplexing, as he had distributed the red envelope according to the number of people in the group, and logically, if everyone had claimed their share, there should be no refunds. Someone must have neglected to claim it. However, Hu Lai neither dwelled upon nor cared about who had not claimed his red envelope. If someone missed out, so be it. After all, he had effectively returned 5 yuan of his initial amount. In fact, he would welcome the prospect of even more individuals overlooking his red envelope. He tucked his phone away and continued to listen to Zhang Qinghuan's animated discourse. The latter patted his chest and assured Hu Lai, rest assured, Hu Lai. Although the national team does indeed have a tendency to form fixed small groups based on regional and club affiliations, with you having Brother Huan around, no one in the national team will dare to challenge you. From Jinsheng to this round of the 12 strong matches in Yunyang, he had almost continuously listened to Brother Huan enlightening him about the national team's dynamics, discussing the intricate interpersonal networks, the unspoken rules, and analyzing the main lineup for Hu Lai. Upon hearing Zhang Qinghuan's words, Hu Lai could not help but remark, Brother Huan, you've laid the groundwork for quite some time. Just to conclude with that final statement, haven to you? The ever-silent Ding Yuan Hai could not stifle a chuckle. Zhang Qinghuan shot him a glance before turning back to glare at Hu Lai. So, do you think what I said is not the truth? Indeed, indeed. Hu Lai nodded vigorously, adding, Brother Huan, I shall cling tightly to this great leg of yours. I will certainly follow your lead. If you pass left, I will not dash to the right. If you and I run opposite directions, how can we score any goals? Zhang Qinghuan reminded Hu Lai, listen to me. When you meet the national team teammates later, put away your arrogance. Do not utter anything inappropriate, and refrain from making wild jokes. This is not like the Olympic team, where everyone is young. You are the most accomplished among the youth, so a little eccentricity goes unnoticed. But here in the national team, everyone is your senior. Those who have made their mark in the professional football world while you were still in school solving problems. In short, just follow my lead. I will protect you. As long as you don't overstep, they will not hold it against you out of respect for me. All right, Brother Huan, I will heed your advice. Hu Lai obediently nodded. However, his compliance caused Zhang Qinghuan some concern. So he added, you aren't thinking of plotting against me, are you, Hu Lai? Hu Lai quickly waved his hands. Brother Huan, what kind of talk is that? Do you see me as such an unreliable person? Zhang Qinghuan nodded yes. Otherwise, how could you concoct such a damaging scheme to make me retire? Oh, come on. Brother Huan, if you're going to say that, just admit whether the scheme is effective or not. Effective it is, but rather damaging, Zhang Qinghuan replied. A loud drum requires a heavy hammer. A fierce remedy cures a chronic ailment, and in chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. Brother Huan, these are the wise sayings of our ancestors. You must trust the wisdom of the Chinese nation over 5,000 years. Ding Yuanhai, listening to the banter between the two, found himself unable to interject. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. On one hand, he did not wish to attract attention, and on the other, he felt no need to intervene. Having transferred to Shining Star for over half a season, he had long understood their way of relating to one another. The fiercer the banter, the stronger the bond. You see, they would never joke around like this with me, he thought. Just then, he heard Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan simultaneously turn their heads towards him. Old Ding. Come settle this. Caught off guard, Ding Yuanhai could only hurriedly wave his hands, stammering, It wasn't me. I know nothing. Don't look at me. It's none of my business. In the end, feeling cornered, he let slip a curse, which elicited hearty laughter from Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan. Upon entering the lobby of the hotel where the national team was staying, Zhang Qinghuan immediately spotted team leader Hong Renjia approaching from within. He turned to Hu Lai beside him and exclaimed, Look, team leader Hong has come to welcome me. Just see the esteemed position your brother Huan holds in the national team. With that, he donned a cheerful smile and walked towards Hong Renjia. Team leader Hong, he greeted. Ah, Qinghuan, you've arrived. Hong Renjia nodded in acknowledgement before passing by him and approaching Hu Lai, who had just extended his hand. Welcome, welcome. The national team warmly welcomes you, Hu Lai. Zhang Qinghuan turned to witness the vigorous handshake between Hong Renjia and Hu Lai, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nearby, media reporters hurried over, raising their cameras to capture the moment. It was evident that Hong Renjia was genuinely delighted after the handshake. He patted Hu Lai's shoulder with such force that it nearly caused Hu Lai to stumble. In contrast, his greeting towards Ding Yuanhai had been far simpler and more subdued. Once Hong Renjia departed, Zhang Qinghuan remarked to Hu Lai, Team leader Hong is especially welcoming you on your first selection to the national team. Wanting to ease your nerves in front of so many. Do not think you are receiving special treatment. Every one of us who has made our debut for the national team has felt Hong's firm pat on the shoulder. I understand, Brother Huan, Hu Lai nodded. All right. When dinner comes, I will introduce you to our new teammates. There's no need to feel anxious or concerned. With me around, they will surely treat you well. Zhang Qinghuan assured him. Okay, Brother Huan, Hu Lai replied, closely following Zhang Qinghuan. During dinner, the hotel provided a lavish buffet, with the manager stationed in the dining room, poised to address any issues the national team might encounter. This was the hotel's first experience hosting during the final qualifying round, and both the staff and management treated it with utmost seriousness. The team's ability to dine well was directly linked to their performance, so they dared not be careless. As Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai approached the dining area, they were greeted by several individuals, to whom Zhang Qinghuan reciprocated with courtesy. Hu Lai, trailing behind, remarked, Brother Huan, you truly seem to flourish everywhere. Indeed, Zhang Qinghuan replied proudly. After they collected their trays and made their way around the buffet, selecting their desired dishes, they decided to find a place to sit. As they turned, they spotted the national team captain, Yao Huasheng, also serving himself. He patted Zhang Qinghuan on the shoulder and said, We have room at our table. He then led Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai to a 6-person booth. Once seated, Yao Huasheng pointed to Hu Lai beside Zhang Qinghuan and addressed the others at the table. I believe no introduction is necessary for this one, right? Those who have not been scored against by him can raise their hands. Laughter erupted around the table. Upon observing the gathering, Hu Lai recognized not only the captain Yao Huasheng, but also a familiar face, Mao Junzhong, the central defender of the renowned team, Big Shun Golden Arrow. His smile faltered, and he began to suspect that Yao Huasheng had intentionally brought him to this table due to his past achievement of scoring against him in the Super Cup. Noticing Hu Lai's change in expression, Yao Huasheng pointed at him and said to Mao Junzhong, Mao, it's time to settle scores. An opportunity has presented itself. Mao Junzhong chuckled. Let us save that for the club. Now is not the time. Hu Lai quickly interjected. Brother Mao, my primary concern is with Wang Xinka. It has nothing to do with you. You are victims in this as well, are you not? Now it does relate to us, Mao Junzhong replied with a sly grin. Rest assured, once we return to the league, we shall address grievances appropriately. However, for now, we are all part of the national team. So let's refrain from discussing club rivalries. Otherwise, Yao and I might need to settle our differences first, considering they snatched our league championship last year. Yao Huaxing scoffed. We merely reclaimed what rightfully belonged to us. He then turned to Hu Lai. Indeed, we cannot speak of club disputes here. Otherwise, we would accomplish nothing. The clubs have their own challenges, and here we stand as comrades. Your issues with Golden Arrow should remain unspoken within the national team. Of course, I shan't mention them. Hu Lai quickly waved his hand. With Wang Xinke no longer in the picture, I have no issues with Golden Arrow. Besides, my good friend Chen Xingyi hails from Golden Arrow. They are practically family to me. How could I possibly be at odds with them? Seeing Hu Lai's awareness of the bigger picture, Yao Huaxing felt relieved. He had feared that Hu Lai, buoyed by his youthful success and potential stardom at the Olympics, might become arrogant and difficult to manage, an all-too common trait among prodigies. However, after interacting with him, he realized that Qin Lin was correct. Though Hu Lai had a playful demeanor, he was not malevolent. Recalling Qin Lin, he smiled at Hu Lai and said, "In fact, last night, Brother Lin specifically called me to ensure I look out for you." Surprised by Yao Huaxing's words, Hu Lai cast a glance at Zhang Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan shyly rubbed his nose. I initially hoped to bask in Brother Lin's aura, but it seems Yao has unveiled my intentions. Yao Huaxing chuckled. When Qinghuan returned to the national team, Brother Lin also called upon me to assist him, although he has long since stepped away from the national team. He was my elder brother during his time with the South China Tigers. Since he entrusted me with this responsibility, I cannot let him down. So rest assured, there is little difference between the national team and the Olympic team. You may conduct yourself as you wish, provided you adhere to discipline. No one can impede your progress. Yao Huaxing's declaration carried a commanding weight, befitting his role as captain of the national team and the most successful club in Chinese football, as well as being the successor to Qin Lin. His words were not mere bravado for the sake of boasting over drinks. Despite Mao Juanjing standing as the second-in-command at Big Shun Golden Arrow, in the presence of Yao Huaxing, he too had to show respect to the captain. Yao remarked that club rivalries should not be brought into the national team. Thus, it is truly unnecessary to dwell on Hu Lai's previous 3 consecutive matches that left Shun's Golden Arrow utterly defeated. By the way, I have yet to add you to the national team's WeChat group. With that, Yao Huaxing retrieved his phone, exchanged WeChat contacts with Hu Lai, and subsequently included him in the group. Is there a newcomer? Newcomer, send red envelopes. Send red envelopes. Upon Hu Lai's entrance into the group, the chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Hu Lai promptly greeted the senior members of the national team, saying, "Hello, brothers, I am the newcomer, Hu Lai." He then genuinely sent out a red envelope. Zhang Qinghuan felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing Hu Lai's gesture. He feared that Hu Lai might opt for a trivial red envelope of 1 yuan divided into 100 portions. However, he could not remind Hu Lai in front of Yao and the others. Thus, he could only hope that Hu Lai would exercise discretion. When the red envelope was sent, he clicked it right away and was astonished to discover it contained a generous sum of 200 yuan, as he claimed 21 yuan and 37 fun. He sighed in relief. Stealing a glance at Hu Lai, he noticed that while Hu Lai maintained a smile, internally he felt a sting, merely by sending a red envelope. He had already incurred a loss of 700 yuan. When would his teammates from the Olympic team stand up for themselves? It was enough to make him seethe with frustration. P.S. On the first day of 2021, I wish everyone a happy new year. Additionally, I seek a bit of monthly support for the new year, hoping for prosperity, good health, and abundant fortune for all. Chapter 160. The best seats for spectators. It was on the training field that Hu Lai first encountered the national team's head coach, Marcel Wilson. The German gentleman, accompanied by a translator, approached Hu Lai to engage in casual conversation and to clarify certain matters. To his surprise, Hu Lai greeted him in remarkably fluent German. With wide eyes, Wilson exclaimed, "You speak German? No, your proficiency is akin to that of a native speaker. Yet, your records indicate you have never lived in Germany." Hu Lai presented the excuse he had meticulously prepared. "I have been learning it on my own, Mr. Wilson, having utilized a universal language skill book." He anticipated that his sudden ability to speak foreign languages would become known, and he had no intention of concealing it. If anyone inquired, he would simply state that he was self-taught. As for how he managed to learn so many languages, he would attribute it to his exceptional linguistic talent. Moreover, he was not revealing all his languages at once, so claiming to self-learn a language would not seem too alarming. Indeed, While Wilson harbored some skepticism about Hu Lai's impressive self-learning ability, he did not linger on the language matter. For a football player, mastering multiple languages is undoubtedly an asset, though it is not something that requires excessive focus. In fact, he was quite pleased. That is wonderful. I was worried my message wouldn't be conveyed effectively to you. As he spoke, the translator appeared slightly awkward but refrained from commenting. Wilson, unfazed by the translator's demeanor, continued addressing Hu Lai. First, I would like to congratulate you on joining the national team. Hu, I must speak candidly with you. We are about to face the crucial qualifying rounds. And I believe you understand the significance of this competition for the team far better than I do. Therefore, I regret to inform you that, despite your selection for the national team, it does not guarantee you an opportunity to play. Do you grasp what I mean? We do not have the luxury of numerous warm-up matches to foster your familiarity with the team. With that, he paused, casting a glance at Hu Lai. Although Hu Lai had anticipated such an outcome, he had harbored dreams of possibilities before joining the national squad. However, those possibilities have now evaporated. He sighed inwardly, yet maintained a forced smile on his face. I understand, Mr. Wilson. For me, being part of the national team is a rare learning opportunity. Wilson was pleased with his attitude, nodding and allowing a smile to return to his face. It is indeed best that you comprehend this. Nonetheless, do not assume that the matches are irrelevant to you. I expect you to be prepared at all times to take the field should I call upon you. Rest assured, Mr. Wilson, I am ready to respond at a moment's notice, Hu Lai replied, once again providing a satisfactory answer. Excellent, young man. Now, off to training. As Hu Lai sprinted to the training ground to warm up with his teammates, Zhang Qinghuan approached him and inquired discreetly, what did Wilson want with you? Tell me. But don't indulge in unrealistic fantasies. I am here to learn. Hu Lai distilled the essence of the conversation for Zhang Qinghuan. After listening, Zhang Qinghuan sighed, rationally. He agreed with the coach's perspective, yet emotionally, he empathized with Hu Lai and felt a sense of regret for him. Never mind, let's focus on training. Good luck in the qualifying rounds, Hu Lai. Hu Lai, however, remained optimistic, shaking his head as if to dispel any unrealistic fantasies from his mind. Wilson's intentions were not mere words. On September 5th, during China's first match in the qualifiers, Hu Lai remained seated on the bench, despite several warm-up sessions with his teammates. He was not substituted throughout the match, which concluded with China narrowly defeating the UAE at home. The victory marked a positive start for the qualifiers. Although the match was not without its challenges, the ultimate win overshadowed the absence of Hu Lai on the field, as media and fans alike focused on the triumph. As analysts assessed the qualifiers, it became evident that if China aspired to secure a place in the World Cup, certain matches were non-negotiable victories, including the home game against the UAE. Given the UAE's relatively modest strength compared to teams like South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Australia, and considering China was playing at home, failing to win such a match would render any aspirations of World Cup qualification futile, having secured a vital 3 points that many deemed essential. The Chinese team took a brief respite before embarking on a flight to the distant Middle East to face their second opponent in the qualifiers, Saudi Arabia. Although Saudi Arabia failed to qualify for the last World Cup, it remains a formidable presence, having participated in the tournament multiple times. For the Chinese team, they still represent a colossal challenge. In their strategy, achieving a draw away against Saudi Arabia would be considered a victory. To this end, the Chinese team focused on a defensive lineup and tactical choices. Consequently, Hu Lai found himself once again relegated to the bench for the entirety of the match, only rising occasionally to warm up, with little to show for his efforts. He, along with his fellow substitutes, witnessed the team's defeat from the prime vantage point of the stands. In the match, the Chinese team was utterly overpowered. Wilson's defensive tactics proved ineffective, as Saudi Arabia capitalized on 2 long-range shots from outside the penalty area to score. The Chinese team failed to secure the anticipated point, leaving them third in their group after 2 rounds of the final qualifiers with a mere 3 points. South Korea dominated with 2 victories, accumulating 6 points at the top of the table, while Saudi Arabia claimed 4 points with 1 win and 1 draw, placing second. Australia, having drawn both their matches, sat fourth, followed by Qatar with 1 point in fifth, and the UAE, bottom of the table, with no points from 2 losses. This was the state of the group after 2 rounds of the qualifiers. Xia Xiaoyu, the Chinese team's head coach, expressed dissatisfaction at not having played his son, especially since they were trailing by 2 goals at the end. He questioned why Hu Lai was not given a chance, even in garbage time. to experience the atmosphere of the match. Beside him, Hu Lixin glanced at his wife, aware that she was being overly critical. Rationally, he understood that there was no obligation to field Hu Lai. However, he refrained from contradicting her, as he too harbored hopes of seeing his son represent the national team in the qualifiers. In truth, Hu Lai has not been without international experience. He played in last year's East Asian Cup with the U23 team, which, while technically a junior squad, is still considered part of the national representation. Thus, he has 3 appearances and 5 goals attributed to the national team. Yet, for most, these achievements do not equate to having truly represented the senior national team. Hu Lixin shared this sentiment, awaiting the moment his son would make his debut for the national squad. Following the loss to Saudi Arabia, discontent began to surface. After 2 consecutive matches on the bench, questions arose regarding Hu Lai's inclusion in the squad. Some voiced their frustration online, questioning whether his selection was merely a facade. However, others quickly countered, arguing that as a newcomer, Hu Lai should not be thrust into the fray without adequate integration into the team. After all, merely being part of the national team does not guarantee playing time. A national team comprises over 20 members, yet only a maximum of 14 can participate in a single match. Are those who remain merely superfluous? Such a notion is utterly misguided. We must not allow a defeatist mentality to pervade. This perspective only serves to tarnish Hu Lai's reputation further. Interestingly, this sentiment found considerable resonance among many, particularly given that, despite the loss in the away match, it was against Saudi Arabia. Competing away against Saudi Arabia is inherently challenging. The objective was to strive for a draw, and thus, losing the match was not unexpected. Hu Lai's participation, or lack thereof, was largely inconsequential to the outcome. In summary, the public had mentally prepared themselves for this defeat. Moreover, despite succumbing to Saudi Arabia, the current Chinese team still holds 3 points, placing them 3rd in their group, a performance that is neither outstanding nor abysmal, thus preventing fans from descending into irrational anger, latching onto any excuse to vent their frustrations. Had the team lost their opening match at home against the UAE, the subsequent backlash could have been far more severe. After the match, Hu Lai addressed the media, clarifying that he had communicated with head coach Wilson upon joining the team. He comprehended and endorsed the coach's decisions and was more concerned with the team's overall performance than his own playing time. Although the loss to Saudi Arabia was disappointing, he remains hopeful of being selected for the next national team match day. Hu Lai refrained from creating a media frenzy or criticizing the national team coach, much to the relief of many. Having observed the last 2 matches from the sidelines, it is uncertain whether to feel pleased or regretful. As Chun Mo reflected on Zhao Kongming's sentiments, the positive aspect lies in the fact that Hu Lai did not expend energy during the national team matches, nor did he sustain any injuries. He arrived at the national team in good health and returned to his club in the same condition. For the club's coach, this is undoubtedly excellent news. No incidents mean a favorable outcome. However, the fact that Hu Lai could not represent the national team and showcase his talents on such a prestigious stage leaves those who support him feeling disheartened. Moreover, the Chinese team ultimately lost the match, which leads one to ponder whether Hu Lai's presence could have altered the performance. It's neither joy nor sorrow, Zhao Kongming remarked. Let us not dwell on the national team, old Chun. Over the next 20 days, we have 5 matches ahead, 4 of which are league games. If we fail to seize the opportunities in these league matches, our ambitions for the next season's AFC Champions League may be dashed. Chen Mo added. I've reviewed the schedule, and our upcoming opponents are formidable. Lingnan Nanhai will be battling for relegation, while Dasun Jinjiantu is eager for revenge against us. Additionally, there is an AFC Champions League quarterfinal lurking. Should we abandon the AFC Champions League and allow younger players and substitutes to participate while keeping our main squad at home? Zhao Kongming shook his head. That cannot be done. Such an action would be too blatant a concession and could foster negative sentiments among the players. We must approach the AFC Champions League with the same determination as ever. Are you not concerned that the constant back and forth might exhaust the team's stamina? We have just endured a month-long break. If a double match week is too taxing, perhaps we should reconsider our participation in the AFC Champions League next season. Zhao Kongming chuckled. However, after the Champions League, we face Golden Arrow. Lao Chen, you must have faith in Hu Lai. Why should I believe in him? Wang Xinka has long departed from Golden Arrow. Zhao Kongming slapped his forehead and retorted, no worries. Let us place our trust in the youth. The team remains unchanged despite the coaching shift. If they have succumbed to us 3 times, they are certainly capable of a 4th defeat. Moreover, this time, it is our home ground. Chapter 161. More fun awaits. Are you truly not coming with me? Wang Xingke stood before 2 large suitcases, addressing his wife on the phone. Why would I accompany you? To be beaten to death in your apartment? His wife's cold snort emanated from the other end. Why are you back again? I already told you. I was impulsive due to excessive drinking. I have apologized. Haven Ti? Impulsive? You were impulsive 3 times, Wang Xingke. His wife shrieked from the phone. The first time, you genuinely apologized after sobering up. You even knelt before me, slapping yourself in remorse, and I believed you. And what was the outcome? I trusted that you would never repeat such behavior, only to be met with 2 more instances of your violence. No wonder people say domestic violence exists in 2 states, 0 or countless occurrences. Wang Xingke, I am now afraid to share a room with you. Do you honestly think I would dare accompany you to the Yellow Sea? Yin, please believe me. Have I ever trusted you? When the incident with Hulai first surfaced, you claimed it was unintentional, that you were a victim and your conscience was burdened. Did I not believe you? I stood by your side regardless of what others said. I defended you to my parents and relatives, asserting you had not meant to harm me. After the first incident of drunken violence, you vowed it would never happen again. Did I not believe you? And yet, what was the result? It culminated in you slapping me in front of Hao Hao. His wife's relentless inquiries left Wang Xingke speechless. I will never believe you again, Wang Xingke. No matter your words, even if you kneel before me in self-inflicted agony, my trust in you is irrevocably shattered. I offered you chances. I never wished for this outcome. I wanted to provide a complete family for Hao Hao and Xiao Xiao. But the moment you struck me like a dog before Hao Hao, I realized we could not continue this way. Even when you were dismissed from Golden Arrow, I held no grievances, correct? After all, we have earned a substantial amount over the years, and I believed you would rise again. But how have you treated me? You unleash your frustrations upon me as if I were nothing. As she spoke, his wife, Wu Shiyun, succumbed to tears. Wang Xingke, at a loss for words, gasped for breath while maintaining his phone position, listening to her sobs from the other end. After shedding tears for a while, the wife's mood finally showed signs of calming down. In a frigid tone, she declared, "You should go to the Yellow Sea and take some time to reflect on my suggestions." Before she could finish her thought, Wang Xingke hastily interrupted. "I will not divorce you. Then I shall take you to court, and at that point, it will be impossible to conceal the truth. Once the media gets wind of it, do you think it will be pleasant for you? Aren't you the one who cares most about your appearance, Wang Xingke?" She mocked. "Indeed, divorce is not the only issue at hand. I acknowledge that I was wrong to strike you, Yin. I sincerely apologize and admit my fault. However, I only hit you 3 times, and it was a moment of impulse. After all these years of marriage, do you not value our relationship at all? For the sake of our 2 children, can you truly bear to let it all go? Huh? Wang Xingke, when you slapped me and kicked my abdomen, did you consider the years we spent together? When you struck me before Hao Hao, did you think of the children? I was intoxicated. Being drunk is no excuse," she yelled, once again interrupting him. Taking a breath, she continued, "I have given you chances. I truly contemplated our years together. I could tolerate it once, but what about you? I bet that if I refused to agree to a divorce and return with the children, those 3 incidents would surely repeat themselves. I am 100% certain. Because that is the kind of person you are." With that, she hung up the phone, listening to the dial tone reverberating in his ear. Wang Xingke stood frozen in place. The words "because that is the kind of person you are" echoed in his mind, along with Jin Yang's remark, "because Director Wang, you are capable of such actions." The images of these 2 individuals and their statements intertwined in his thoughts, causing his jaw to clench tightly, his expression growing increasingly grotesque. Recently, the last-place team, Yellow Sea Qingyao, announced the dismissal of head coach Sui Feiliang. Sui had taken over midway through the season, yet the team's performance did not improve. As the season drew to a close, and with survival hopes dwindling, the club ultimately decided to part ways with him. They simultaneously confirmed his successor, Wang Xingke, who had previously led Shanghai Mariners and Dashun Golden Arrows to win the Chinese Super League Championship. Since being let go from Dashun Golden Arrows this season, Wang Xingke had been at home. Due to their son, Xiaolan and Hu Lisin would always tune into the sports channel during dinner, eager to catch any news that might praise their child. Initially, when the news anchor discussed the coaching change at Yellow Sea Qingyao, neither Xiaolan nor Hu Lisin paid much attention, treating it as background noise that flowed in one ear and out the other. However, upon hearing the name Wang Xingke, Both paused their meals, instinctively lifting their eyes to the television across the coffee table. The screen indeed displayed a photo of Wang Xinke, impeccably dressed, alongside the general manager of Yellow Xia Xiaoyu, showcasing the team's jersey. In the photograph, he displays a toothy smile, exuding the charm of a distinguished gentleman. Xiaolan cast a fleeting glance at her husband, anxious that he might be provoked once more. Unexpectedly, Hu Lisin, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. The illustrious champion coach has ended up with a relegation-threatened team. How amusing. After his moment of mirth, he returned to his meal, seemingly indifferent to the news broadcast on the television. Xiaolan discreetly diverted her gaze and focused on her dinner, all the while silently reciting, "It's in your hands, my son." After dinner, with nothing else to occupy his time in the villa, Hu Lai grabbed a football and invited Wang Guangwei to practice one-on-one in the backyard pitch. Evading defenders, they occasionally engaged in such activities. Sometimes all 6 of them would partake in a 3-on-3 mini-match. At other times, Chen Xingyi would challenge Wang Guangwei to a duel. There were moments when Xia Xiaoyu would practice passing to Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi, allowing them to seize opportunities for shots on goal. If Qin Shi completed his homework and received his mother's approval, Hu Lai and the others would accompany Qin Shi for some small matches on the field. The losing side would be penalized with a lap of the pitch, which made Qin Shi fiercely competitive, determined not to lose. Today, as Hu Lai was engaged in a tussle with Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi rushed out of the house, brandishing his phone and shouting excitedly, "Hu Lai! Hu Lai!" The distraction drew Hu Lai's attention, causing him to lose possession of the football to Wang Guangwei, resulting in failure. "Huh!" Wang Guangwei joyfully waved his fist. Irritated, Hu Lai turned to Chen Xingyi. "What are you doing, little star? Mind your manners. If those female fans see you like this, they might think you've lost your mind. You're the one who has lost it." Chen Xingyi shot back before addressing the serious matter at hand. "Big news. Wang Xinkao is making a comeback." Both Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei were taken aback. Chen Xingyi's jest was far from amusing. Wang Guangwei frowned. "You must be joking." "I'm not joking," came the voice of Zhang Qinghuan from behind Chen Xingyi, followed by Sun Quan Junping and Xia Xiaoyu, all of whom were looking at Hu Lai, clearly aware of the situation. "See for yourself." Chen Xingyi offered his phone to Hu Lai. Upon receiving it, Hu Lai was greeted by a Weibo page announcing Wang Xinkao's return. Wang Xinkao returns. Officially appointed as the head coach of Huang Haiqing Niao. Just moments ago, the Huang Haiqing Niao club had declared their signing of Wang Xinkao, who had left the Shenzhen Jian2 in May of this year, officially taking up the role of head coach. In an interview, he stated that his sole objective was to lead Huang Haiqing Niao to safety from relegation. The club's general manager, Tan Bin, expressed to the media that they chose Wang Xinkao for his extensive experience in leading teams to victory. A reporter questioned Tan Bin about the past grievances between Hu Lai and Wang Xinkao, as well as the lessons learned from the Shenzhen Jian2. He remarked that this was irrelevant to Huang Haiqing Niao, who needed to focus on relegation survival, and that Wang Xinkao was a highly competent head coach. Hu Lai could not help but chuckle at this. There truly were those who dared to defy convention. Very good, very good. He returned the phone to Chen Xingyi, choosing not to read further, for the essential information had already been gleaned. In summary, a club, undeterred by adversity, is desperately fighting to avoid relegation, believing they have grasped their last lifeline. Truth be told, after dismissing Wang Xinke from his position as the principal striker following 3 consecutive losses, Hu Lai was still somewhat unfulfilled. He genuinely hoped that Wang Xinke would not succumb to despair. If such a contemptible individual were so easily defeated, Hu Lai would lose all respect for him. Thus, upon witnessing Wang Xinke's return to coaching Huang Haiqing Niao, Hu Lai felt no anger or discontent, only joy. It was akin to a child discovering a delightful new toy. More fun was in store. Chapter 162. Let football be football. Following the national team match day, the league resumed. Flash Star faced Lingnan Nanhai away. Both teams found themselves ensnared in the quagmire of relegation. Huang Haiqing Niao ranked last, while Nanhai occupied the second-to-last spot. They were indeed 2 brothers in misfortune, though Huang Haiqing Niao had sought to revive their fortunes by hiring Wang Xinke, while Nanhai, seemingly more passive, continued to fight for survival under the original leadership of Pan Hongwei. The bottom 2 teams in the Super League face automatic relegation to the China League 1, and currently, Nanhai was just 3 points adrift from the third-to-last team, Wu Lishanchang. This gap was not insurmountable. Nanhai still had a fighting chance. Thus, They had ample reason and motivation to endeavor to defeat Flash Star at home, seeking crucial points in their battle for survival. Some naive Nanhai fans even fantasized that the already safe Flash Star might show them leniency, considering they were both newly promoted teams who had shared struggles in the China League One, fostering a sense of camaraderie. However, upon seeing the starting lineup fielded by Flash Star, all fans harboring such illusions quickly realized that any notion of class solidarity was non-existent. Zhao Kongming deployed the strongest lineup for Flash Star, with Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Zhang Qinghuan all starting. None were missing. Behind Zhang Qinghuan, lined up were Qin Lin, Sichuan Junping, and Xia Xiaoyu. Although 3 defensive midfielders were on the pitch, it was evident that the intent was offensive rather than defensive. In the defense, Ding Yuanhai and Wang Guangwei partnered as starters, with Liu Binwei and Zhang Hao as the main fullbacks, and Yu Jiming as the goalkeeper. This was clearly not a strategy aimed at showing mercy to Nanhai. It was a declaration of intent to obliterate them. As anticipated, the match unfolded as expected. From the outset, the visiting Flash Star had no intention of tightening their defense. Every player was fervently attacking. Their strength was already superior to that of Nanhai, and when they exerted their full power, Nanhai found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. In the 28th minute, Nanhai's goal succumbed to Flash Star's relentless assault. Chen Xingyi, cutting in from the flank, executed a delicate shot towards the far corner, the ball tracing an exaggerated arc that eluded the grasp of the Nanhai goalkeeper. Nestling into the net's far corner, Flash Star led 1-0. After conceding a goal, the Nanhai team was compelled to tighten their defense, forming a formidable barrier in front of their own net. It is worth noting that this match was played on their home turf, yet they were being outplayed as if they were the visiting side. While this may be somewhat humiliating, the gravity of the situation renders pride less significant. As the second half commenced, the teams returned to the field, and following adjustments during halftime, the Nanhai team mounted a counterattack. After all, they were fighting for survival as a relegation-threatened team, driven by an intense desire to prevail. Indeed, they equalized the score in the 62nd minute. However, the joy of the Nanhai supporters was short-lived, perhaps lasting no more than 5 minutes, when Hu Lai headed the ball into the net within the penalty area, restoring the lead for the Shining Stars. The situation worsened in the 79th minute when Zhang Qinghuan delivered a precise through ball, allowing Hu Lai to successfully evade the offside trap and effortlessly score again, achieving a brace. With just 10 minutes remaining and trailing by 2 goals, the prospects of a comeback for the Nanhai team at home dwindled to nearly 0. The supporters in the stands fell silent, resigned to the harsh reality of their team's defeat on home soil. While undeniably cruel, this outcome merely reflected the disparity in skill between the two teams. In football, there are instances where underdogs triumph at home through sheer determination and tactical acumen against stronger opponents, but such occurrences are rare, which is precisely why they remain etched in memory. The prevailing norm, as evidenced in this match, is that the team with superior strength and performance emerges victorious. Even in away games, the Shining Stars secured their win on the road, charging towards their new aspirations. Zhao Kongming had already communicated the upcoming objectives to the entire squad, ensuring that everyone understood what they were striving for. Contrary to external perceptions, this is not a team devoid of ambition. Upon the return of the young players from the national team, the Shining Stars promptly ended their 2-match winless streak, demonstrating significant improvement. As Zhang Qinghuan aptly noted, with Hu Lai back in the fold, he no longer needed to focus solely on scoring, but could redirect his efforts towards orchestrating the attack. Consequently, he provided 2 assists in this match, bringing his tally for the season to 11, making him the player with the most assists among domestic players. He trails only by 1 assist behind the current leader, Alessandro de Lima of the South China Tigers, thus positioning himself as a contender for the season's Assist King title. Additionally, it is noteworthy that this round of matches marked Wang Xinke's debut as head coach of Huang Haiqing Miao, who achieved victory with a narrow 1-0 win over Wuli Shunchang. For Huang Haiqing Miao, this was a crucial triumph, particularly as Wuli Shunchang currently sits in 14th place, perilously close to the relegation zone, making them direct rivals in the relegation battle. This victory not only awarded Huang Haiqing Miao 3 points, but effectively provided them with 6 points in the standings. Consequently, the Nanhai team also benefited, as despite their defeat to the Shining Stars, they maintained a mere 3-point gap with Wuli Shunchang. Certainly, there exists a segment of the South China Sea team's supporters who feel a sense of regret. Had we triumphed over the Flash Stars at home? And if Wuli Shunchong had succumbed to Huang Haiqing Miao, would we not have been able to escape the relegation zone? Alas, such musings remain mere fantasies. Wang Xianke's unexpected victory raises questions. Are the players of Qing Miao unaware of the character of their head coach? Xia Xiaoyu, upon witnessing the match's outcome, felt considerable displeasure, expressing indignation on behalf of the Qing Miao players. This sentiment is entirely reasonable, as they too are striving for survival. Frankly, compared to their own quest for safety, what concern do they have for external matters? Xiaoyu, you are being overly demanding. Wang Guangwei spoke a word of fairness on behalf of the Huang Haiqing Miao players. Furthermore, Wang Xinke indeed possesses considerable skill, excelling in maximizing player potential and galvanizing their spirits. However, I must ask, in light of the significant uproar surrounding Hu Gu and Wang Xinke, did no one consider the unsavory actions Wang Xinke had committed in the past? Xia Xiaoyu remains perplexed. If Wang Xinke were my coach, I would undoubtedly be resentful upon learning of his past misdeeds. It is merely a relationship of mutual exploitation. Should Wang Xinke genuinely assist Huang Haiqing Miao in evading relegation, the players may tolerate him. Zhang Qinghuan remarked with a sardonic smile. Yet, if relegation ensues, all manner of unsavory deeds could be unearthed. To put it plainly, results dictate everything. Why did Wang Xinke part ways with Dashuan Jintu? Was it justice, albeit delayed? Certainly not. It was simply due to Jintu's consecutive 3 defeats and elimination from the AFC Champions League. It is as straightforward as that. After listening to Zhang Qinghuan's perspective, Xia Xiaoyu turned to Hu Lai, who shrugged under his gaze. It matters not. I merely wish to confront Wang Xinke. In the midweek quarterfinals of the AFC Champions League, the Flash Stars faced Yokohama at their home ground. The first leg ended in a 1-1 draw, rendering the second leg a daunting challenge for the Flash Stars. Thus, they deployed their strongest lineup to confront Yokohama, aligning perfectly with Zhao Kongming's approach. Even in abandoning a competition, he would never do so half-heartedly, but rather with utmost effort. Last season's FA Cup exemplified this, as they found themselves champions despite their initial struggles. However, this season, the opposition in the AFC Champions League proves overwhelmingly formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to bridge the vast chasm of strength between the two teams. In this match, Hu Lai scored yet again. Yet it did not alter the team's fate, as they succumbed to Yokohama with a score of 13. This marked his final goal in the current AFC Champions League, bringing his tally to 12. He currently leads the scoring chart, ahead of the second place by 7 goals, and is poised to claim the title of top scorer this season. The Flash Stars were eliminated with a total score of 2-4, their journey concluding in the quarterfinals. For a team participating in the AFC Champions League for the first time, this result is quite commendable. Post-match, local media and fans in Jincheng expressed no dissatisfaction. Thus, when the entire Flash Stars team returned to Jincheng, they were warmly welcomed by fans and reporters at Dongxing International Airport. Journalists displayed little interest in the recently concluded AFC Champions League matches, eagerly pressing Hu Lai for insights regarding the forthcoming game. The upcoming clash sees the Shining Stars hosting the Great Shun Golden Arrows, a rivalry rich in narrative. Although Wang Xinke is no longer part of the scene, the enmity from their previous encounters, where the Shining Stars decisively trounced Wang's team 3 consecutive times, lingers. Can the Golden Arrows players simply disregard this history in light of Wang's departure? Indeed, local media from Great Shun previously articulated a poignant truth. Regardless of the merits of Wang Xinke or Hu Lai, the 3 matches have transformed this into a broader confrontation. Transcending personal grievances, Hu Lai's relentless assault on Wang not only targeted him, but also thoroughly humiliated the Golden Arrows, leaving them with no dignity intact. Following the last round of fixtures, Golden Arrows captain Chai Shun expressed in an interview, "Let football be football." What did he mean by that? It signifies that the animosity between Wang Xinke and Hu Lai is now irrelevant. The current conflict lies solely between the Great Shun Golden Arrows and the Anong Shining Stars, a purely football-related rivalry devoid of personal entanglements. After suffering 3 consecutive defeats, they are determined to reclaim their honor. How does Hu Lai perceive this? When asked if he wished to beg for mercy now, he jested before asserting, "I will naturally assume responsibility for the consequences of my actions." He expressed anticipation for the match against the Golden Arrows, pledging to give his utmost. A journalist inquired about Wang Xinke's return to the Huang Haiqing Miao and Hu Lai's thoughts on the matter. Hulai succinctly replied, "No particular thoughts. We shall see during the match." His brevity, however, belied an undertone of excitement that left reporters puzzled. They had anticipated a furious reaction. Perhaps a scathing rebuke aimed at Tan Bin, the general manager of Huang Haiqing Miao, associating him with Wang's faction. Contrary to expectations, Hulai appeared remarkably pleased. How could one find joy in the thriving of a former rival? As a side note, during this double vote period, the call for monthly votes continues until January 7th. Additionally, I previously mentioned that Champion's Heart was nearing 10,000 subscriptions, a statement from several months ago. Today, January 2nd, 2021, Champion's Heart has finally surpassed the milestone of 10,000 subscriptions. Having penned books for nearly 18 years, this achievement is profoundly moving. I never imagined I could attain such a feat, especially within the niche realm of football literature, particularly during a time when the subject itself seems to be languishing. Currently, Champion's Heart boasts 10,001 subscriptions and 22,333 high subscriptions, an auspicious and celebratory figure. Please allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your unwavering support. Thank you. End of chapter 163. A complete defeat, let football be football. This was Chai Shun's pre-match declaration. As the game approached the 70th minute, I felt both teams were living up to this sentiment. In their home ground, the Starlight team played with an assertive vigor, while the vengeful Golden Arrow showcased an equally impressive performance. Both teams were locked in a fierce contest, and the pace of the match was exhilarating, resulting in a remarkable display rarely seen in the Chinese Super League. Commentator He Feng praised the performances of both sides as the match was broadcasted, resonating with countless fans watching from their homes, for it was indeed captivating. Up until this point, both teams had scored 2 goals each, leaving the score tied at 2-2. With abundant goals, rapid tempo, and an unceasing stream of thrilling moments, how could one not consider this match extraordinary? This was the kind of encounter that fans truly yearned for, as Yin Kong reflected. Setting aside the chaotic disputes and unresolved issues off the pitch, the focus remained solely on the beautiful game itself. Both teams displayed their strengths, particularly the Golden Arrow, who, despite playing away, did not suffer the same impotence they had in the first half of the season against Starlight. They showcased remarkable resilience by equalizing twice after being behind. I even entertained the notion, He Feng, that a 2-2 scoreline is entirely acceptable for both teams, as there are no losers in this contest. Zhao Kongming stood anxiously on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on the pitch. Were he to hear the commentator's words, he would undoubtedly disagree. Why should I settle for a draw on home soil? Our ambition is to secure a top 3 finish in the league. Currently, the third-placed Hedong Thunder holds 50 points, while Starlight has accumulated 44, leaving a 6-point gap. Achieving this goal is no simple task. Foremost, Starlight must avoid dropping points, winning every winnable match and striving for victory in challenging encounters. Only then can they inch closer to their aspiration. This is Starlight's fortress, and should they be forced to a draw by the Golden Arrow, he would never regard it as a triumph. Contemplating this, he glanced towards the Golden Arrow's bench. The team's head coach, Jorge Dylan, a renowned global tactician, had taken over from Wang Xianke. The Golden Arrow had invested significantly to secure his signature, offering the highest annual salary in the entire league. Initially, Dylan faced challenges adapting, and the team's performance was underwhelming. However, they have recently begun to find their footing, reflecting the capabilities expected of a world-class coach. Dylan surely would not wish for the match to conclude with this scoreline. Otherwise, why would he be pacing along the sideline? Visibly anxious? Commanding the highest salary in the league, yet his team languishing in 8th place, though an improvement over Wang Xianke's tenure. Could the illustrious Jorge Dylan really be compared to Wang? Would this not belittle Dylan's stature, or perhaps elevate Wang's? He would certainly not be content to merely settle for a draw against Starlight, and his players would share that sentiment. With this thought, Zhao Kongming suddenly conceived an idea. He summoned his assistant coach, Chen Mo, and shared his thoughts with him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo nodded in agreement, saying, "There's a possibility." After a dead ball situation, Chen Mo summoned Qin Lin to the sidelines, whispering strategic insights into his ear. The decision to refrain from signaling tactical changes with gestures was, of course, a ploy for subtlety. Once Qin Lin returned to the field, he incessantly waved his arms, urging his teammates to fall back. When Hulai, Chen Xingyi, and Zhang Qinghuan glanced back at him, he simply smiled. Without uttering a word or making any gesture, his smile conveyed the message that retreating was indeed a genuine retreat. Yet it did not imply relinquishing the offensive. They were not merely clinging to a draw until the final whistle. On the contrary, this retreat was a prelude to a counterattack, necessitating that the trident maintain its readiness for swift retaliation. The Flash Star seemed intent on preserving their point. He discerned the overall shift in the Flash Star's formation. This was to be expected, given their current position of safety in the league, devoid of aspirations, making it unnecessary to engage in a fierce battle against the Golden Arrows on their home turf. The players likely lacked the motivation for such an endeavor, Yin Kong assessed. However, losing at home and allowing the Golden Arrows to exact revenge would be a blow to their pride. Thus, they opted to tighten their defense in pursuit of a draw, which was the most cost-effective result. Seeing the Flash Stars retreat, Dylan promptly made adjustments, signaling his players to intensify their offensive efforts in hopes of overcoming the Flash Stars on their own turf. Although the initial grievances were not of his making, as the head coach of the Golden Arrows, he bore the weight of shared fortunes and misfortunes. Should the Golden Arrows fail to achieve revenge on the road, it would not be viewed as Wang Xianca's failure, but rather as a personal defeat for him, Jorge Dylan, as Wang Xianca's successor. Should he not effortlessly resolve the debts incurred by his predecessor to demonstrate his caliber as a world-class coach? The players of the Golden Arrows, witnessing the retreat of the Flash Stars, were eager to press forward with their attack. The current strategy from their coach perfectly aligned with their ambitions, and they were unable to contain their enthusiasm to advance. As for vengeance, they were the most fervent among all. However, the fiery desire for retribution led them to display remarkable prowess while simultaneously clouding their judgment at critical moments, causing them to lose their composure in assessing the situation. As the match reached the 80th minute, the score remained 2-2, with no changes occurring despite the intensifying onslaught from the Golden Arrows. This relentless pressure ultimately unveiled a glimmer of opportunity for the Flash Stars. After receiving the ball in the backfield, Xia Xiaoyu executed a 1-2 wall pass with Qin Lin, then maneuvered away from the advancing Golden Arrows midfielder, Lian Chongqing. Following this, Qin Lin delivered the ball back to Xia Xiaoyu's feet. Anticipating the unfolding situation before receiving the ball, Xia Xiaoyu did not linger in his adjustment. He simply controlled the ball and unleashed a diagonal long pass. The ball soared to the left flank, where Chen Xingyi had already surged forward, sprinting with fervor. The Flash Stars were counterattacking. Hot on the heels of the advance was Hu Lai, also racing forward. His speed could not compare to that of Chen Xingyi. If he were to wait for Chen Xingyi to receive the ball before making his move, it would be too late. Therefore, irrespective of whether Chen Xingyi could secure the pass, he charged forward with determination. This was his approach every time Flash Star launched a counterattack. Although this occasionally resulted in futile sprints that wasted his energy without any reward, he remained resolute in his actions. This match held profound significance for Chen Xingyi. With his former club having appointed a new head coach, he felt compelled to showcase his talents before the new management. After all, how could he expect to receive favorable treatment upon returning to Golden Arrow next season if he did not make an impression? He was determined to demonstrate to Jorge Dylan just how formidable a player he was, despite being loaned out by Golden Arrow. From the outset of the match, Chen Xingyi was bursting with excitement. Flash Star's first goal was scored by him. He was eager to exhibit his speed in front of Dylan. Upon catching up to a pass from Xia Xiaoyu, he did not hesitate to propel the ball forward several meters, relying on his speed to overtake his opponent from the flank. Although Golden Arrow's right back, Qinghuan, was desperately trying to catch up, he was clearly no match for Chen Xingyi in terms of speed and became an excellent benchmark for gauging Chen Xingyi's remarkable pace. As Chen Xingyi advanced with the ball, the two were still neck and neck. However, he soon unleashed his full speed, unencumbered by the ball, transforming the race into a pure sprint against Qinghuan. Before long, he had gained half a step, then a full step, and the gap only widened. Ultimately, Qinghuan conceded the chase, veering towards the penalty area to prepare for a defensive position. Chen Xingyi, meanwhile, passed the ball to the central defender, Jin Yong, to handle the situation. Chen Xingyi's speed was astonishing. He resembled a supercar on the football field. The Provincial Sports Center erupted with deafening cheers, a chorus of support from Flash Star fans rallying behind Chen Xingyi. On the sidelines, Jorge Dylan could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Oh my God." Amidst the thunderous applause, Chen Xingyi approached Golden Arrow's penalty area, with central defender Jin Yong closing in. Noticing that only Mao Jun was defending against Hu Lai in the center, Chen Xingyi executed a precise pass. His task was accomplished. Now it was up to Hu Lai. Chen Xingyi delivered the cross. Hu Lai echoed the commentator's elongated shout on Anton Sports Channel as Hu Lai and Mao Jun raced towards the ball's landing spot. Mao Jun positioned himself on the inside, preventing Hu Lai from easily receiving the pass. Yet, Hu Lai had no intention of receiving the ball conventionally. As he reached the drop point, he extended his right foot, flicking his ankle to deftly redirect the airborne ball towards the near corner of the goal. Mao Jun was caught off guard by Hu Lai's audacious attempt at such a high degree of difficulty during his run. By the time he reacted and tried to block, it was too late. The ball soared past him before he could intervene. Golden Arrow's goalkeeper, Zhang Donglin, was equally unprepared for Hu Lai's ghostly strike. And despite his desperate dive, it was already too late. He could only pray that Hu Lai's hasty shot would not find its mark. After all, such a challenging attempt was indeed prone to miss. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the ball grazed the inside of the near post and flew into the net. Hu Lai. Magnificent. Chen Xingyi delivered a splendid cross following an impressive outside maneuver, and Hu Lai, without wasting his effort, deftly nudged it forward, delivering a lethal strike to the golden arrow. The cheers from the provincial sports center reached a crescendo. Hu Lai scored again. He has netted twice in consecutive matches. That marks his 20th goal in the league. Such a terrifying scoring efficiency. He has seamlessly carried his fiery form from the Olympics back into the league. Yan Kong, standing nearby, chuckled. No, he foamed. He merely brought his original fervor from the club to the Olympics, and then back again. Before heading to the Olympics, he was already at the top of the league's scoring chart. It was only a 7-match absence that allowed Bernardo to surpass him. And now he has caught up in just 2 games, trailing Bernardo by a mere goal. Hifeng remarked, Hu Lai is simply a goal-scoring machine operating at full throttle. Unstoppable. On the sidelines, Coach Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo exchanged celebratory high-fives. Their strategy had succeeded. By tightening their defense and enticing the eager golden arrow to advance, they struck from behind. The tactic was straightforward and not particularly sophisticated, yet when paired with the right opponent at the opportune moment, it proved remarkably effective. Zhang Donglin gazed at the ball nestled in the net. He seemed to be getting accustomed to retrieving Hu Lai's goals from the goalpost. This strike had taken him completely by surprise. Initially, he thought Hu Lai would evade Mao Junzheng before shooting, believing that the latter would create ample trouble for him. To his astonishment, Hu Lai confronted him head-on, which contributed to his misjudgment. It felt as if this young man had returned from the Olympics with newfound confidence when facing central defenders. Was the grand stage of the world competition so beneficial for young players? I remember saying I would seek revenge in the league while still with the national team. He mused, just as Mao Junzheng suddenly spoke beside him. They both turned to the figure already performing a signature celebration in the corner flag area, falling into a contemplative silence. The provincial sports center erupted with joy as the players from Flash Star rushed towards him. Indeed, let football be football. Who could have imagined that in less than a year, this team they once looked down upon would evolve to such a degree? Without Wang Xinke and all the surrounding controversies, they still could not defeat Flash Star. This time, they lost in football as well, and it was a thorough defeat. With Hu Lai's brace, the Antong Flash Star ultimately triumphed over the Deshun Golden Arrow with a score of 3-2 on their home turf. This time, devoid of any off-field animosity between Hu Lai and Wang Xinke, it was purely a contest of football, and Flash Star emerged victorious once more. This has rendered those who previously clamored that the reason Flash Star was able to triumph over Golden Arrow was due to Hu Lai's underhanded tactics, which disrupted the morale of Golden Arrow, utterly speechless. Indeed, a prominent figure embodying this viewpoint is the sports journalist Qin Bo, who had previously concocted numerous excuses for Wang Xinke. Following this match, many fans of Flash Star and Hu Lai flocked to his Weibo, leaving comments inquiring what new justifications he might present this time for everyone to witness. To their dismay, they discovered that Qin Bo had disabled comments. At the post-match press conference, Jorge Dylan expressed to the reporters that several players from Flash Star had left a profound impression on him, including Chen Xingyi, who is on loan from Golden Arrow, and Hu Lai, who scored twice. When a reporter informed him of rumors regarding European clubs' interest in Hu Lai, he nodded with a smile, affirming that indeed, he possesses the capability to play in Europe. This statement sent a ripple of excitement through the assembled journalists. Jorge Dylan, a world-class coach, had just endorsed Hu Lai's potential for European play. Who is Jorge Dylan? He is a renowned coach who has led Spanish giants Real Madrid and Italian powerhouse Torino to Champions League victories, albeit that was at least 15 years ago. Nevertheless, his accomplishments remain illustrious, and he has consistently been engaged in mainstream European football coaching, showcasing both ability and vision. His assertion that Hu Lai is capable of playing in Europe essentially validates Hu Lai's potential. A reporter proudly responded to Dylan's assessment, stating that the interest was rumored to come from Premier League clubs. At the mention of the Premier League, the smile vanished from Dylan's face, replaced by a shake of his head. Hu is indeed talented, but there remains a considerable distance before he can play in the Premier League. I believe he could participate in some lower-tier European leagues or leagues in smaller European nations. Let's be pragmatic and focus on playing in those leagues for now. Dylan gestured with his hands. This statement left the Chinese reporters in the audience exchanging puzzled glances. Initially, they had perceived Dylan's words as praise for Hu Lai. However, upon further reflection, they realized it was not quite the case. Dylan's notion of playing in Europe pertained to lower-tier leagues or leagues from smaller nations, rather than the esteemed top 5 leagues of Europe such as the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A, and Ligue 1. Clearly, there existed a fundamental misunderstanding regarding European leagues. Zhang Qinghuan raised his hand to pose a question. So, Mr. Dylan, how long do you think it will take for Hu Lai to play in one of the top 5 European leagues? Jorge Dylan slightly shook his head and, through a translator, conveyed his response. I understand your desire for your nation to produce a football prodigy. However, I must be frank, I believe you are overly eager. You should exercise a bit more patience. Hu is only 21 years old, is he not? He is still young. And I believe that if he can play in the Premier League by the age of 25, it would be remarkable. 21 is hardly young. By that age, one should already be looking for a girlfriend. Xiaolan remarked while watching the news. No, my dear, your focus seems somewhat peculiar, Hu Lisin remarked, unable to retort. Isn't that player, Meili, about the same age as our son? How come he plays in Europe and no one deems him too young? Xiaolan inquired. Hu Lisin was taken aback. You are comparing Hu Lai to Meili? How can that be a fair comparison? Why can't it be? She countered. He lost to our son at the Olympics. Technically, he is our son's vanquished opponent. That is not quite accurate, Hu Lisin explained. Though Meili is Argentine, he grew up in Spain, receiving elite training from a young age. His talent is exceptional. He made his debut in La Liga at 16. He has been immersed in that system, so adapting was never an issue for him. Everything unfolded naturally. And what about that Park fellow? How old was he when he started playing in Europe? Although Xiaolan did not mention the name, Hu Lisin understood she was referring to Park Chuntae. He replied, 18. Park Chuntae's situation is different. He too went to Europe for training at a young age. Though he is Korean, he has fundamentally become a European player. Hu Lai, on the other hand, began his football training late, in high school, and his accomplishments are remarkable given his late start. Does that individual make a valid point? Xiaolan pointed to a photo of Dylan on her phone. Hu Lisin nodded. I also believe that if Hu Lai can play in one of the top 5 European leagues before he turns 25, that would be commendable. Qin Lin was 25 when he went to play in the Bundesliga. You know all the status he holds in Chinese football. Xiaolan pondered for a moment and then sighed deeply. If only we had supported him in pursuing football back then. Perhaps he could have gone to Europe as a teenager. Hearing his wife's lament, Hu Lisin fell silent. Realizing her error, Xiaolan hurriedly clarified. I'm not blaming you. Lao Hu. Hu Lisin managed a wry smile. It's all right. I did indeed delay his progress. Xiaolan, however, shook her head resolutely. No, it's not your fault. It's all Wang Xinka's doing. Speaking of Wang Xinka, Xiaolan said as she unlocked her phone and began checking the schedule for the Chinese Super League on the Goal app. Let me see when the match against Huang Haiqing is. It's the 28th round, an away game against Qingmiao. In 2 rounds on October 20th. Great, I'll mark that on the calendar and watch the live broadcast. Her words were laced with determination. By the way, how did you find my responses at yesterday's press conference? Do you think they were satisfactory? Jorge Dylan, now back at the Dashun Jinjiana training ground, asked his translator Yu Jintao, who was observing the players undergoing their recovery training. To be honest, Mr. Dylan, I fear they may not be, Yu Jintao replied. I suspected as much. I saw the expressions on the journalists' faces. Some looked as though I was insulting Hu. In reality, I was praising him. I prefer not to make enemies. I understand, Mr. Dylan. How long has it been since your country had a player in Europe? Why is there an immediate inclination to aspire for a place in the top 5 leagues? The entirety of Europe remains largely unfamiliar with you. I acknowledge Hu's remarkable performance at the Olympics, yet that was merely one Olympic event and insufficient to establish a reputation. It is not that Europe is unaware of Hu. Rather, it is that European football remains largely unacquainted with Chinese football as a whole. Your players have not appeared there for an extended period, rendering the populace unfamiliar with you, and consequently, trust cannot be established. On what grounds, then? Would they afford opportunities to your players? Indeed, Mr. Dillon, it is imperative for you to methodically cultivate trust in your players within Europe. Why do so many South Korean and Japanese players thrive in European leagues? It is because numerous athletes akin to Park have excelled in Europe, thereby earning our trust. The managers and head coaches of those clubs are well aware that enlisting South Korean or Japanese players incurs little concern regarding quality. However, since the Qin dynasty, it seems as though you have sealed yourselves away. We remain uninformed and lack trust in you. You are correct, Mr. Dillon. Hu Jintao initially expressed agreement, then hesitated before stating, had you articulated this to the journalists at yesterday's press conference, I believe there would be far fewer criticisms of your perceived arrogance circulating on the internet today. The old man smirked cunningly. That simply cannot be you. Such statements should not be uttered at a post-match press conference. At the very least, I should be afforded a dedicated interview opportunity. And mind you, my interviews come with a fee, but I do not possess the funds to pay you, Mr. Dillon, Hu Jintao replied, feeling embarrassed. No, I do not require your money. I offer it to you as a gift, free of charge, for you are my friend. Dillon patted Hu Jintao on the shoulder. Hu Jintao smiled in gratitude. I am truly honored by your words. He then inquired, what is your perspective on Chen Xingyi? Who will be your player next season? Do you believe he has the potential to play in Europe? His speed is undoubtedly his greatest asset, yet speed alone is insufficient. He must enhance his ability to integrate with the ball and refine his technical skills. Most crucially, he needs to deepen his understanding of European football philosophies. Your country boasts numerous players who, upon superficial evaluation, possess commendable individual skills, yet their comprehension of the game lags significantly behind. At this juncture, Dillon sighed. When I first arrived at Jinjian 2, I thought to myself, this is a team that has once clinched the Chinese Super League title. The players here are among the finest in the league. Yet, they could not even grasp my tactical intentions. I later realized that concepts I had never needed to elaborate on during my coaching stints in Europe, fundamental ideas, had to be painstakingly broken down and explained to them. Akin to instructing a group of primary school students. Goodness, I now feel that the salary I initially sought was still too modest, as it did not encompass this additional workload. Dillon rubbed his temples, appearing utterly exasperated. Hu Jintao sighed inwardly. The old man had hit the nail on the head. Harsh, yet undeniably truthful. He had previously been oblivious to these matters, but upon becoming Dillon's translator and joining the Golden Arrow, he discovered that the esteemed Chinese football teams, which he once regarded as formidable, appeared to Dillon as mere elementary school players. This realization left him with a profound sense of despair regarding the vast chasm between Chinese football and the elite levels of the global game. A gap so wide that it felt as though they would never catch up to the world's pace. He thought of Hu Lai, the only individual Dillon deemed capable of pursuing a career in European football. Although he would have to wait until the age of 25 to compete in one of the top 5 leagues, at least there was a glimmer of hope for him. This young man had unintentionally become the beacon of hope for many. It is no wonder that Dillon's remarks yesterday stirred such outrage online. The depth of affection and anticipation held by so many could very well become an overwhelming burden for the young player. After defeating the Shuani Golden Arrow 32-0 at home, the Star of the Flash accumulated 47 points, surpassing the Nanjia Rue Lions, who had lost in this round, to become 5th in the league standings. The Lions, in turn, found themselves 6th with 44 points. Meanwhile, the previously 3rd-ranked Thunder team also suffered a defeat, dropping to 4th place with 50 points, leaving them just 3 points ahead of the Flash Star. The Capital Dragon, having secured a victory and benefiting from Thunder's loss, ascended to 3rd place with 52 points. The once leading Shanghai Mariners unexpectedly lost to the Xanadu Divine Might, falling to 2nd place with 53 points, while the South China Tigers seized the opportunity to rise to the top of the league with 54 points. With 5 rounds remaining in the league, the Antong Flash Star trails the 3rd-placed Capital Dragon by 5 points. However, The upcoming match will see the Capital Dragon host the Antong Flash Star. A match of immense significance, worth 6 points. Should the Flash prevail in this direct confrontation, they would not only earn 3 points, but also deny their rivals the same, effectively translating to a 6-point swing. Should that occur, the Flash would amass 50 points, leaving the Dragon with 52, a mere 2-point difference with 4 rounds still to play, making anything possible. Of course, the Capital Dragon would not simply concede. It is their home ground, and they are also vying for the league championship, trailing the first-place South China Tigers by just 2 points, a difference that could easily be bridged in a single match. In fact, every team within the top 4 is eager to contend for the league title. The competition for this season's championship remains highly unpredictable, with no clear frontrunner. As the league enters its latter half, the defending champions, the Lingnan South China Tigers, and the Shanghai Mariners have been locked in a fierce struggle, each alternating between first place and reclaiming their position. This back and forth may be attributed to the injuries plaguing both teams, as several key players have found themselves on the injury list, preventing them from fielding their strongest lineups. In the midst of fierce competition between these two teams, other clubs have not been idle. The capital team, Tunglong and Ladian, have also not relinquished their pursuit of the championship. Currently, there exists a mere 4-point gap between the league leaders, the South China Tigers, and the fourth-placed Ladian, leaving the outcome of the title race uncertain. Media experts have proclaimed this season as one of unparalleled chaos in the history of the Chinese Super League, a true era of tumult. As Wang Guangwei's vehicle exited the training base, it was promptly surrounded by reporters. Observing this, Hu Lai had no choice but to lower the window, preparing himself for the impending interview. Unexpectedly, however, the journalists flocked to the window beside the front passenger seat, eagerly awaiting Zhang Qinghuan to lower the glass. Zhang Qinghuan, in the upcoming match, you will face your former club, Tunglong, at the Workers' Stadium. What are your thoughts on this? There are rumors suggesting your dissatisfaction with Tunglong's decision to loan you to the second-tier team, Shansing. Will this match serve as a chance for revenge? Do you foresee a day when you might return to play for Tunglong? Once all questions were posed, Zhang Qinghuan responded uniformly. Facing Tunglong again on the pitch is indeed a peculiar experience. After all, I once envisioned my entire career culminating there, but such is life and football. He shrugged as he spoke. None of us can predict where our next destination lies. I am currently quite content at Shansing. Yet I remain grateful to Tunglong for their nurturing and support. Tunglong granted me my professional life, while Shansing has bestowed upon me a second chance. With that, he prepared to close the window, signaling the end of the interview. He refrained from addressing queries regarding a potential return to Tunglong, for the future is uncertain, and he was reluctant to make any commitments. Moreover, as a player for Shansing, declaring an inevitable return to Tunglong would inevitably raise eyebrows among Shansing's supporters. Would it not be akin to a spouse proclaiming to another that they would eventually return to their former lover? Conversely, if he were to assert he would never return to Tunglong, how would the Tunglong fans perceive him? Would they not deem him an ungrateful traitor? After all, their teammate, Qin Lin, has returned home after many years. What lessons in loyalty has Zhang Qinghuan learned from him, if he merely follows Hu Lai's lead? Thus, it is often prudent to remain silent on such dilemmas, an essential skill for many public figures and celebrities. Just then, a voice from the crowd of reporters shouted, "Aren't you concerned about being booed upon your return to Tunglong?" Before the window closed completely, Zhang Qinghuan's voice floated from within the vehicle. That is the fans' freedom. The onlookers then watched as the green license plate electric vehicle quietly departed, pursuing the Volvo that had left the training base moments earlier. Every journalist accustomed to waiting for Shansing players was aware that it was driven by Xia Xiaoyu. How could Zhang Qinghuan possibly be booed? A reporter turned back to seek out the colleague who had posed the earlier question, recalling that he once held a significant position in the hearts of Tunglong fans. Even if some may later consider it a fall from grace, and many fans turn their backs, he has indeed garnered a significant following since his return to virtue. The individual who posed the question shook his head, saying, "That may not necessarily be the case, my friend. Should the Shining Stars lose to the Thunder Dragons, Zhang Qinghuan would undoubtedly be met with cheers and applause, a heartfelt homecoming. However, if the Shining Stars triumph over the Thunder Dragons, we might very well hear those familiar jeers once more." His words left the previous speaker momentarily speechless. Currently, the Thunder Dragons rank third, with a promising chance to contend for the league championship. They must secure a victory against the Shining Stars at home to maintain pressure on the Mariners and the South China Tigers, who occupy the first and second positions. In the pursuit of the league title, past friendships are of little consequence. If Zhang Qinghuan were to obstruct the Thunder Dragon's path to glory, it is possible that the renowned, regionally distinctive cheers from the capital would resound throughout the stadium. Hey, Brother Huan, what if everyone starts hurling insults at you? Hu Lai, seated in the back, suddenly sighed. Let them curse. What can I do? Am I supposed to silence them all? Zhang Qinghuan gently shook his head. Besides, I have faced criticism before. Really? You've actually been insulted? Hu Lai was taken aback. Yes, after my first DUI, when I returned to the field, I faced jeers from Thunder Dragon fans. Zhang Qinghuan spoke lightly of a time that was, in truth, a regrettable chapter of his life. Oh, your fans at Thunder Dragons are quite positive. They had high hopes for me, and it was only natural for them to express their disappointment when I failed to meet their expectations, Zhang Qinghuan replied, his tone somber. Don't worry, Brother Huan. To help you acclimate, why don't we start calling you that now? Suggested Hu Lai. Get lost. Zhang Qinghuan realized Hu Lai had been waiting just to tease him and retorted without hesitation. Wang Guangwei could no longer contain himself. Hu Lai, be a decent person. Will you? Didn't they say the best way to tackle difficulties is to confront them head-on? I'm just helping Brother Huan face his challenges, Hu Lai argued defiantly. What if Brother Huan, in the familiar arena, is insulted by the familiar fans and loses his composure? We could end up losing. The Thunder Dragons are a crucial contender for the top 3 spots in the league. Zhang Qinghuan interrupted him. Rest assured, Hu Lai, my mental fortitude is not as fragile as you might think. Hu Lai, realizing, gave a thumbs up. Right. Even when so many called you a scoundrel, you didn't let it faze you. Brother Huan has a heart of steel. He's incredible. Hu Lai you. As the bus turned into the Workers' Stadium, Zhang Qinghuan couldn't help but sit up slightly, gazing out the window. He paused in surprise. The familiar signs of several nightclubs were gone. Not only had the signs vanished, but the buildings themselves were also absent. In their place stood blue construction barriers. Wow. I can't believe they actually demolished the nightclubs outside the stadium. Han Xiangfei exclaimed. What a pity. Surrounding the Workers' Stadium was a circle of bars, nightclubs, and restaurants, providing a complete entertainment experience for every urban night owl. During the day, the atmosphere is tranquil and serene. However, as night falls, the place transforms into a vibrant spectacle, illuminated by dazzling lights. The roar of luxury vehicles and the raucous laughter of inebriated men and women cause the inhabitants to lose track of time, oblivious to the passage of the years. The very air is saturated with the scents of alcohol, tobacco, and fragrant perfumes. Countless paparazzi lie in wait, eager to capture glimpses of celebrities, while numerous individuals enact their tales of love and heartbreak, embroiled in a world of gossip and drama. This locale serves as the epicenter of nightlife in the capital, offering solace and exhilaration to those seeking companionship or resisting solitude. Yet now, the stage has been dismantled. The vibrant crowd of revelers has vanished, replaced by the thunderous noise of construction machinery tearing down the once familiar structures. This event transpired 3 months prior, as the area was cordoned off for demolition and cleanup. As Wang Guangwei quietly noted, initially, upon reading the news, I assumed they were demolishing the entire Workers' Stadium. Only later did I realize it was merely the bars and nightclubs surrounding it that were being removed. Zhang Qinghuan gazed at the barriers and the remnants of the buildings within, reflecting on how long it had been since he last followed the news about this place, and how long it had been since his last visit to the Workers' Stadium. He was taken aback by the stark transformation that had occurred over the years. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The eradication of a place that embodied the reckless days of your carries a profound significance. Zhang Qinghuan smiled faintly. What are you laughing at? Hu Lai suddenly inquired. Nothing, Zhang Qinghuan replied dismissively, wary of Hu Lai's tendency to set traps for him. Hu Lai turned to gaze out the window, sighing. What a pity. What do you lament? Zhang Qinghuan couldn't help but retort. I regret not witnessing the battleground where you once fought, Brother Huan. I had hoped you would take us to see it after the match. Much like the regret of missing how the old master in Dazhuan skillfully tended to the little stars, Hu Lai lamented. Damn you, Hu Lai! Chen Xingyi, seated in the back, suddenly stood, reaching over the seat to grasp Hu Lai by the neck. Amidst the youthful banter, the bus rolled into the parking lot of the Workers' Stadium, where assistant coach Chen Mo stood, calling out loudly, "Time to disembark. Hurry up." Hu Lai ducked and dashed out of the bus, sprinting toward the visiting team's locker room. Racing against me? Hu Lai, I respect you as a man, Chen Xingyi shouted, only to chase after him, and, leveraging his speed, easily caught up to Hu Lai, seizing him by the neck and escorting him toward the locker room. Hu Lai, resembling a dog being tugged by its collar, hung his head in reluctant submission. The others erupted in laughter at the sight. Chen Mo shook his head and remarked to Zhao Kongming, these young people are full of energy. I hardly perceive this as a crucial match. Zhao Kongming, also laughing, responded, isn't that a good thing? A calm demeanor is essential, especially in moments like this. Having a playful spirit like Hu Lai saves us so much trouble, old Chen. Chen Mo paused, contemplating deeper. So, Hu Lai intentionally acts this way to alleviate the team's tension? Zhao Kongming waved his hand dismissively. You've overthought it, old Chen. He simply enjoys being mischievous. It's in his nature. Last night, before midnight, I had completed my day's tasks, but while preparing for bed after my shower, I felt that the final chapter was not written correctly and needed to be redrafted. Thus, after my shower, I returned to my computer to completely overturn and rewrite it. However, such a task is not something I could undertake alone. Coincidentally, the latest chapter of Look at That Big Shot by Cao Yu had just been released. After reading it, I engaged in a discussion with Cao Yu, which prompted him to rewrite as well. By nearly 2 o'clock, I had finally completed my revisions and went to bed. Alas, I wonder when Cao Yu finished his chapter? Here, I would like to recommend the new book Look at That Big Shot by A.O. Orleans Grilled Sturgeon Burger, a remarkable work marking his return to the urban genre. His willingness to rewrite so decisively showcases the dedication he has poured into this book. Therefore, for those who appreciate his urban narratives, I suggest you collect it and let it mature. Chapter 166. A fiery state. The Workers' Stadium was nearly at full capacity, with late-arriving fans struggling to locate their seats amidst the throng, continually apologizing to fellow supporters as they maneuvered through the crowd. The most renowned fan groups were creating an electrifying atmosphere on their home turf, their rhythmic chants and songs igniting the home ground spirit. A colossal typho appeared in the northern stand, depicting a fierce dragon coiled around the entire Workers' Stadium, its head directed toward the field, as if it were ready to engulf the entire playing area in its gaping maw, exuding ferocity and dominance. The fans of the Tunglong team waved their arms beneath the typho, shaking the fabric to create a visual effect that suggested the dragon could soar into the sky at any moment, bursting forth from the canvas. As I surveyed the scene, the stands were awash with golden figures, resembling blooming mountain flowers or the shimmering scales of the mighty dragon. Ren Changmei, Zhang Qinghuan's mother, was in a private box. Even through the double-layered laminated glass, she could feel the fervent wave created by the Tunglong supporters in the capital. With a hint of worry, she averted her gaze. Beside her, Yongjun's wife, Zheng Qian, keenly sensed her unease and inquired, "What's wrong, Changmei?" "I was just thinking, with so many people around, if they start to criticize Huan, will she be able to withstand it?" Ren Changmei replied with a wry smile. "Why are you worrying about that? How could it be possible? After all, this is Huan's home. He is a player for Tunglong." Zheng Qian quickly reassured her. "Exactly. Our capital men are loyal and righteous. They wouldn't be so heartless," Yongjun added in support. Ren Changmei fell silent, musing inwardly. What if Huan were to ruin Tunglong's chances of winning the championship? The fans in the capital are known for their fervor. Their love and hate are clearly defined, elevating their favorites to the heavens while wishing the worst upon those they disdain, with their words often harsh and cutting. Being a local, Ren Changmei was well aware of the vitriol that could be unleashed. Previously, when she accompanied her husband to watch their son's games, she found a certain thrill in hearing the insults hurled at the opponents. Little did she anticipate that one day her son might become the target of such scorn. Despite Hu Lai's awareness that in this timeline, the home jersey of the capital's team is yellow rather than green. Upon witnessing the resplendent yellow of the capital Tunglong jersey and the vibrant banners of the same hue in the stands, he could not help but indulge in a moment of sarcasm. Was this a result of a temporal distortion or merely the capriciousness of the creator? Had the Chuanqing football team truly been reborn beneath the imperial city? The club's official website claims that yellow represents royal colors, a fitting choice for a city with a continuous imperial history spanning 6 centuries. However, Hu Lai finds this explanation somewhat unconvincing, believing that Tunglong Club may have simply sought to be distinctive at its inception. At that time, the majority of China's first professional football clubs donned jerseys in red, blue, or white, and thus, they opted for yellow to stand apart. Naturally, The color yellow also evokes fond memories for Hu Lai, reminiscent of the jerseys worn by his high school football team at Dongchuan Middle School. He is certain that Huang Ge must feel a sense of nostalgia as well. The match had already commenced, and the much-anticipated spectacle regarding Zhang Qinghuan's return to the Workers' Stadium did not unfold as many had speculated. There were no jeers from the Tunglong supporters, even as he displayed remarkable skill and activity throughout the game. The Tunglong fans exhibited commendable restraint. Zhang Qinghuan's performance was indeed outstanding. Prior to the match, there had been conjectures about whether the familiarity of the venue would affect his gameplay. But those speculations proved to be unfounded. Feng reflected with a hint of nostalgia, remarking that this is precisely the standard expected of a professional athlete, who must give their all regardless of the opponent, even if it might hinder their former club's quest for the championship. Feng chuckled at this notion. In the afternoon match, the South China Tigers and the Mariners ended in a stalemate, presenting a prime opportunity for Tunglong to capitalize. As he had pointed out, in a pivotal clash of the league, the South China Tigers faced the Mariners away from home. As the first and second teams in the league, their confrontation naturally captured the attention of all. Each side aspired to triumph over the other. If the South China Tigers were to defeat the Mariners, they would accumulate 57 points, extending their lead to 4 points in the title race. The same was true for the Mariners. A victory over the South China Tigers would allow them to reclaim the top position in the league. Yet, perhaps due to the intense desire to win and the fear of loss, the match did not unfold with the anticipated brilliance. After 90 minutes, neither team managed to score, resulting in a lackluster 0-0 draw. With both teams sharing the spoils, the third-placed capital Tunglong naturally hoped to benefit from this impasse. From the outset of their match, bolstered by the home advantage and the fervent cheers of their supporters, they launched a relentless assault on the Shining Stars' goal. By the 40th minute, they had taken the lead, igniting the stadium in a cacophony of jubilant noise. However, as the second half commenced, the Shining Stars equalized in the 59th minute. The goalscorer is Wang Guangwei, who capitalized on a corner kick opportunity to head the ball into the net, marking his second goal of the season in the league. The corner was delivered by Zhang Qinghuan, who achieved his 12th assist of the season in this match, thereby equaling the tally of South China Tigers forward Alessandro de Lima. This corner was awarded after Zhang Qinghuan's long-range shot from outside the box was parried out by Tunglong's goalkeeper, Nen Junping, resulting in a corner for Flash Star. Consequently, Feng jested that Zhang Qinghuan's professional performance might jeopardize Tunglong's chances of catching up with South China Tiger and Mariners. However, on the pitch, Zhang Qinghuan bore no such psychological burden. He had just evaded the defense of Gao Rumin and surged forward with the ball. Gao Rumin, now lacking speed, chased closely behind. Yet Zhang Qinghuan adeptly shielded the ball with his footwork and body, leaving Gao with no opportunity to intercept unless he committed a foul. Aware of Zhang Qinghuan's ability to score from free kicks, Gao Rumin refrained from reckless challenges. Observing that Gao Rumin was not attempting to dispossess him, Zhang Qinghuan continued to advance while scanning the field ahead. His gaze swiftly swept across the area, identifying a gap in Tunglong's defensive line. Although he did not spot Hu Lai, he promptly delivered the ball forward. As an assist provider, his duty was to place the ball into the open space, leaving it to the forwards to capitalize on the opportunity. In this regard, he had faith that Hu Lai would not disappoint him. That lad had an uncanny knack for seizing opportunities, gripping them tightly, and never letting go. Indeed, just as he released the ball, a figure darted out from behind Tunglong's defense. A smile spread across Zhang Qinghuan's face. Zhang Qinghuan passed to Hu Lai, a splendid run to evade the offside trap. Tunglong was in peril. With Feng's booming voice, Hu Lai received the ball behind Tunglong's defensive line, and neither the assistant referee nor the referee signaled for offside. Despite Tunglong players raising their arms in protest, no whistle was blown. Hu Lai paid no heed to the offside dilemma. As an accomplished striker, his priority was to score first, lest he miss a legitimate opportunity by fretting over potential offside. After receiving Zhang Qinghuan's pass, he had already penetrated the penalty area, made a slight adjustment, and, confronted by the hesitant Tunglong goalkeeper, Nen Junping, executed a delicate push shot. The ball lacked both speed and power, yet its angle was exquisite, rolling past Nen Junping's legs, leaving him to lament as it nestled into the net behind him. Hu Lai has scored in 3 consecutive league matches since his return. Flash Star led Tunglong 2-1. Moreover, Feng, since rejoining Flash Star, he has scored in every match. 3 league games, 2 AFC Champions League matches, all featuring goals. An astonishing scoring efficiency. This marked his 21st goal in the league, equaling the tally of Benaldo on the scoring chart. 2 players are neck and neck on the scoring leaderboard, and there is Zhang Qinghuan. He delivered his second assist in this match, bringing his total assists for the season to 13, officially surpassing the South China Tigers' Alessandro and claiming the top spot on the assist chart. After scoring, Hu Lai first sprinted towards the corner flag to perform his signature celebration, then pointed to Zhang Qinghuan, who was following him with joy, and embraced him with laughter. Soon, more players from the Flash Star team rushed in, enveloping the two in a jubilant crowd. The Flash Star players celebrated exuberantly on the territory of the capital Tunglong. Chapter 167. If life were only as it was at first glance. Zhang Qinghuan, having worked as a football commentator for 15 years at the capital television station, is responsible for narrating the matches of the capital Tunglong. The fans of the capital Tunglong are very familiar with his voice. He holds a significant position in the hearts of Tunglong supporters, and naturally, he is also a staunch fan of the team. He is known for his unabashed bias towards the capital Tunglong in his live commentary, which has stirred considerable controversy. Many of his remarks resonate deeply with Tunglong fans, who view Zhang Qinghuan as their representative. Conversely, rival fans perceive his commentary as unprofessional and provocative. With the advent of the internet age, numerous clips of his commentary have been shared online, resulting in substantial criticism from netizens nationwide. Nevertheless, Zhang Qinghuan remains undeterred, indifferent to the opinions of fans from other regions. He once stated in a media interview that as a commentator for the capital television station and a fan of the capital Tunglong, he should voice his thoughts from Tunglong's perspective during their matches. In essence, he does not believe he has erred in his approach. In this match, however, this popular commentator, known for his eloquence and audacity among Tunglong fans, found himself at a loss for words. To speak candidly, despite Flash Star taking the lead, Zhang Qinghuan did not perceive it as an indication that Flash Star played better overall than Tunglong. Rather, it was due to the outstanding performance of one player in the Flash Star lineup, Zhang Qinghuan. This player, who should have been Tunglong's star, now donned the red jersey of Flash Star, standing opposite Tunglong. This scene evoked not only a sense of nostalgia among Tunglong fans, but also left Zhang Qinghuan contemplating the whims of fate. It is worth noting that when Tunglong ultimately decided to part ways with Zhang Qinghuan, loaning him to the second-tier team Flash Star with a buyout clause of $5 million upon the loan's expiration, many Tunglong fans, including Zhang Qinghuan, felt a sense of relief, believing that this burdensome chapter had finally come to a close. Both the Tunglong club and Zhang Qinghuan had tormented each other for far too long. Now, this development brings a sense of liberation to all. Tunglong's club and fans no longer need to fantasize about Zhang Qinghuan's potential return to glory. Zhang Qinghuan is no longer burdened by the heavy pressures of Tunglong, nor subjected to daily criticism from fans who scold him for betraying the nurturing of the club, the support and affection of the fans, and for squandering his innate talent. He relishes the freedom to indulge in his desires, be it wandering wherever he pleases, pursuing countless romantic escapades in a single night, drinking to his heart's content, or skipping training without concern, as his ties to Tunglong have been severed. One might say, let him wreak havoc on other teams. Shortly after Zhang Qinghuan joined Shining Stars, news broke of his detention for drunk driving. Many Tunglong fans responded with a singular sentiment. Truly, he is the prodigal son. This is precisely the sort of thing he is capable of. Some expressed relief, thinking, thank goodness he is no longer with us. Otherwise, President Zhang's blood pressure would surely have skyrocketed. Later, when Zhang Qinghuan sustained an injury during a match, rumors circulated that he might retire as a consequence. The voices within the Tunglong fan forum diverged. Some believed he brought this upon himself and deserved it, while others felt pity and injustice for him. At that moment, what were Zhang Qinghuan's sentiments? He experienced a duality of emotions, feeling that Zhang Qinghuan reaped what he had sown, yet simultaneously lamenting for him. To everyone's surprise, the situation took an unexpected turn. Zhang Qinghuan did not retire due to his injury. Rather, upon his return, he excelled even further. By the second season, Zhang Qinghuan could finally affirm that this man had truly turned over a new leaf. Thanks to Zhang Qinghuan's remarkable performance, Shining Stars not only achieved promotion to the top league, but also secured the FA Cup championship. Additionally, after a long absence, Zhang Qinghuan was once again selected for the national team. Life, it seems, had taken an unexpected twist. Many Tenglong fans, who once sighed with relief at his departure, now found themselves in regret, lamenting the loss of Zhang Qinghuan. How splendid it would have been if he had remained with Tenglong. Geng Huaqing is a reasonable man. He does not regret Tenglong's decision to let Zhang Qinghuan go, for he understands that the player's redemption was largely influenced by his new environment at Shining Stars, where the astute and nurturing coach Zhao Kongming, along with young players like Hu Lai, fostered a supportive atmosphere. Tenglong, however, lacked such conditions. Thus, had Zhang Qinghuan stayed at Tenglong, he would not have fared much better than before. Yet now, Geng Huaqing, who had never felt remorse, found himself regretting. Like the ordinary Tenglong fans, he sighed inwardly. How wonderful it would be if the current Zhang Qinghuan were to represent Tenglong. The capital's Tenglong, unwilling to concede defeat to Shining Stars, launched a fierce offensive toward their goal, relying on the harmonious interplay between national team forward Zheng Yuanzheng and foreign striker Gonzalo. Meanwhile, Shining Stars countered with a midfield formation consisting of 3 defensive midfielders and Zhang Qinghuan, who, despite playing as an attacking midfielder, frequently dropped deep to utilize his technical prowess in aiding the team's ball control. For instance, at this very moment, he received a pass from Wang Guangwei just in front of his own penalty area, closely pursued by Gao Rumin, who was intent on preventing him from turning and advancing the ball. Zhang Qinghuan found himself gradually pushed towards the sidelines. Observing this, the right back, Guan Zhen, rushed in, planning to flank Gao Rumin in a bid to intercept the ball and launch a swift counterattack. It appeared that Zhang Qinghuan was about to be cornered by the two, left with no choice but to pivot towards the baseline, thus forfeiting any opportunity to move forward. However, at the very instant both Guan Zhen and Gao Rumin advanced upon him, he deftly flicked the ball behind him with his right foot and, with a graceful twist of his body, slipped past their encirclement. What a magnificent play! Yin Kong exclaimed loudly. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands. At that moment, Geng Huaqing, witnessing this maneuver, could not help but exclaim beautiful, nearly losing his composure. This exemplified Zhang Qinghuan's extraordinary talent. Though his explosive speed had diminished, his technical prowess and ball control remained impeccable. He could elude his adversaries without relying on pace. He praised, having evaded the 2 defenders. Zhang Qinghuan took a couple of steps forward before delivering the ball to the awaiting Chen Xingyi. The Shining Stars transitioned from defense to offense. The players of the capital Tenglong, who had previously pressed forward, now retreated like a receding tide. Here came Zhang Qinghuan again, on the left flank of the attacking front. He feigned a run along the sideline, while the retreating Tenglong forward, Zheng Yuanzheng, positioned himself along the line to prevent an inward cut. Just as Zhang Qinghuan was about to advance along the sideline, he skillfully flicked the ball towards the center with his right ankle, simultaneously pivoting sharply to dash diagonally inward. Observing this, Zheng Yuanzheng turned to chase back, reaching out to grasp Zhang Qinghuan's arm, exerting a forceful pull that caused Zhang Qinghuan, who was accelerating forward, to become rigid. He halted his run, extending his arms in protest towards the referee. The referee's whistle echoed, ruling a foul against the capital Tenglong and issuing a yellow card to Zheng Yuanzheng for the infraction. Remarkably, Zhang Qinghuan bore no resentment. The broadcast captured him smiling, arms outstretched, as he engaged in conversation with the referee, Feng Yuanzheng. Having incurred a tactical foul, Zheng Yuanzheng received a yellow card. Completing his commentary, Geng Huaqing's gaze returned to Zhang Qinghuan, where he noticed a smile adorning the latter's face. He felt a moment of nostalgia, recalling the young man who had just embarked on his career with Tenglong, whose handsome visage was perpetually graced by such a warm smile, as if the sun itself always shone upon him, captivating countless young women in the capital. Chen Xingyi seized the ball and made an inward cut. Guan Zhen positioned himself strategically inside, and Geng Huaqing spoke with a hint of anxiety. The Shining Stars launched their counterattack, with Chen Xingyi, Hu Lai, and Zhang Qinghuan forming a formidable trident. Whenever these 3 were present during a counterattack, the probability of scoring soared. Thus, Geng Huaqing could not help but feel anxious. Should they concede another goal, Tenglong's chances in this match would be utterly dashed. After maneuvering laterally, Chen Xingyi swiftly advanced, with Zhang Qinghuan surging from behind, arms wide, signaling for a pass. His movement captured the attention of the Tenglong defender, and their center back, Chang Haiwei, promptly advanced, determined to thwart the exuberant Zhang Qinghuan. Just as he took a step forward, Chen Xingyi deftly pushed the ball diagonally, sending it straight into the vacant space behind Chong Highway, where a flash of red emerged. Hu Lai executed a splendid maneuver. The sports commentator from Antong TV in the studio erupted with enthusiasm. This was a clear one-on-one opportunity. He had already prepared in his mind what to say after Hu Lai scored his second goal. The Tenglong goalkeeper, Nan Junping, cursed under his breath and decisively abandoned his post, charging towards Hu Lai. Meanwhile, Chong Highway and another Tenglong center-back, Huang Yukai, raced back in pursuit. Yet, many were aware that it was too late. For Hu Lai, who was in prime scoring form, the ensuing events were devoid of suspense. All he needed to do was lift his foot and strike, and the ball would surely find its way into the net. Indeed, he raised his right foot, ready to shoot. Nan Junping lowered his center of gravity, preparing to leap, only to discover that Hu Lai's right foot did not direct the ball towards the goal, but instead nudged it backward with his heel. A backward pass. Hu Lai, wait. No shot. A back pass. He Feng nearly twisted his waist in surprise. Yan Kong, beside him, shouted loudly, Zhang Qinghuan, opportunity. Zhang Qinghuan, who had instinctively surged into the penalty area, was poised to embrace Hu Lai in celebration of a goal, only to be taken aback as the ball was returned to him. This lad, wasn't he vying for the golden boot? Was he setting up for himself to score against Tenglong? As the ball rolled towards Zhang Qinghuan, various thoughts raced through his mind. However, when the ball reached his feet, all those musings were cast aside. He lifted his foot and struck. This time, the ball unambiguously soared into the unguarded net. 31. Zhang Qinghuan breached the Tenglong goal. Facing his former club, his goal nearly extinguished Tenglong's hopes of closing the gap with the South China Tigers and the Mariners on the standings. Hu Lai, in a situation that could have led to a solo goal, chose to forego the shot, passing the ball back to Zhang Qinghuan. This decision caught all of Tenglong's defenders off guard, leaving Zhang Qinghuan with no opposition when he shot. This was a breeze for him, his 8th goal of the season, courtesy of Hu Lai's inaugural assist. After the goal, Zhang Qinghuan did not rush to celebrate wildly, nor did he perform his signature gesture of pointing both hands skyward. Instead, he stood still with his hands on his hips, gazing upward. Then, he swayed slightly, feeling as though someone had embraced him tightly. As Chun Xingyi's voice rang in his ears, "Brother Huan, you're amazing." Following that, Hu Lai chimed in, "My pass was brilliant. And what I passed to you is equally so." Hu Lai declared, "We are all exceptional. The trident, forever divine." Geng Huaqing felt as though something within him had exploded as he witnessed Zhang Qinghuan's goal against the Tenglong, surging from his chest and breaking through his clenched teeth. "Zhang Qinghuan," he shouted, reminiscent of the countless times he had bellowed from the commentary booth 5 years prior. 5 years, 3 months, 1 week and 5 days. After 1,931 days, we finally witnessed Zhang Qinghuan scoring at the Workers' Stadium once again, although he breached the goal of his former club, Capital Tenglong. I cannot fathom how many Tenglong fans, like myself, felt exhausted watching this match, constantly grappling with memories of the past. Even now, I am unable to accept Zhang Qinghuan appearing in the colors of another team before Tenglong. The television broadcast panned across the stands, capturing fans clad in Tenglong jerseys, their heads in their hands, faces etched with anguish. He was once the darling of the Workers' Stadium, earning our cheers and adoration. Yet, he was cast out, becoming a pariah. And at that moment, we believed he would never return. The Zhang Qinghuan we cherished was thought to be lost forever. But now, behold the skills he displayed in this match. Evading defenders, maintaining possession, passing, assisting, and scoring. This is the Zhang Qinghuan we know. However, this time he returned to deliver a crushing blow. Alas, Zhang Qinghuan. Oh, if only life could remain as splendid as our first encounter. At this juncture, Geng Hua fell silent for a moment before continuing. Nonetheless, I feel compelled to extend a warm welcome back to you, Zhang Qinghuan. The Workers' Stadium and Tenglong will forever be your home. No matter how far you wander, please do not forget to visit. Applause erupted from the stands, seemingly originating from the northern section, and soon this applause spread throughout the entire stadium, akin to a torrential downpour gracing the arena. In the broadcast, Tenglong fans adorned in yellow jerseys rose to their feet, gazing into the field, applauding fervently. The thunderous applause signified the embrace of this stadium and its inhabitants for the prodigal son returning home. Amidst the ovation, Zhang Qinghuan extricated himself from his teammates' embraces, placing a hand over his heart, and bowed slightly to the Tenglong fans in the stands. His stellar teammates refrained from interrupting him. In the VIP box, Rin Changmei was in tears, tightly embraced by Zhang Qinghuan, her eyes reddened. Yongjun gazed up at the night sky, tinted red by the stadium lights. Did you see that, old Zhang? Your son has returned. Chapter 168. Do not believe every word from the Shining Stars. The players of the Anong Shining Stars, having finished their showers and changed clothes, emerged from the locker room, traversing the designated players' passage to the awaiting bus. The distance from the passage to the bus was a mere few meters, cordoned off by barriers for their passage. Typically, media reporters would linger here, but players seldom paused for interviews. Most of what needed to be said was already expressed in the mixed zone, so they would not linger here unless an unexpected thought struck them, likely stemming from a quarrel in the locker room. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Thus, the media reporters merely capture photographs and videos, subsequently composing brief news articles based on these visuals. For instance, after the victory, the players of the Flash Star appeared elated, with Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi engaging in jovial conversation and even waving to the fans before boarding the bus. Apart from the journalists, the only others waiting here are the fans, primarily supporters of their own team. When the team triumphs, they gather to cheer and celebrate alongside their heroes. Conversely, if the team suffers a defeat, the fans' reactions vary. Some come to console and encourage the players, while others may confront them in frustration over a poor performance. Today's scenario is somewhat unique. In addition to the Antong fans who have traveled to the capital or are already residing there, a considerable number of Tunglong supporters have also congregated. When they spot Zhang Qinghuan emerging from the tunnel, these fans clad in Tunglong jerseys erupt into cheers, many voices among them feminine. Qinghuan. The exuberance takes Zhang Qinghuan by surprise. The Tunglong fans continue to chant, Qinghuan, welcome back. Welcome home, Qinghuan. We've missed you. Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guangwei, walking alongside Zhang Qinghuan, exchanged glances and quickened their pace to pass him. Hu Lai even gave him a pat on the shoulder before they all stepped onto the bus. The other Flash Star players exhibited a shared understanding, allowing Zhang Qinghuan to bask in the limelight, enabling the media to direct their cameras and lenses toward the true star of the moment. However, Zhang Qinghuan refrained from engaging with the fans or performing a sentimental display for the media. Instead, he mirrored his actions on the field after scoring the decisive goal, placing a hand over his heart and bowing deeply 3 times. He then turned and proceeded to the Flash Star bus, leaving behind the fervent shouts and heartfelt calls without a moment's pause. Once settled on the bus, Hu Lai approached him, teasing, Brother Huan, you truly are heartless. So many fans are calling your name, and you didn't even glance back. Zhang Qinghuan, uninterested in discussing this with Hu Lai at that moment, shifted the topic. Aren't you still in contention with Bernardo for the top scorer? Why would you pass me that clear shot on goal? Hu Lai huffed initially. I've caught up to him, with 4 rounds left in the league. Surpassing him will be a cinch. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, I thought since you finally made it back home, it wouldn't be right to leave empty-handed. Does it even make sense to leave empty-handed? Oh, so our victory over Tunglong was a gift from me to them? Zhang Qinghuan retorted, both mocking and questioning. That is precisely it. I must say, if one day you end up in a sack because of me, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, Zhang Qinghuan remarked, humorously contemplating a celebratory feast of champagne and dumplings. The Flash Star players around them burst into hearty laughter. Amidst the laughter, the bus closed its doors and commenced its slow departure from the Workers' Stadium. They left behind a memorable scene of fans rising to applaud Zhang Qinghuan. A classic goal assisted by Hu Lai's heel, securing 3 points as they exited. When the Shining Stars departed the capital, a glance at the league standings revealed a somewhat unexpected, yet not entirely surprising development. Anton Shining Stars had entered the fray for the championship. The surprise stemmed from the prior belief that this team, having secured their safety early on, would be devoid of ambition, yet they had quietly approached the top position in the league. Conversely, given Shining Stars' performance this season, their presence in such a position seemed rather fitting. After 26 rounds of the league, Shining Stars boasted 15 victories, 5 draws, and 6 defeats, accumulating 50 points with 50 goals scored and 34 conceded, thus achieving a goal difference of 16, placing them 4th. They were a mere 5 points shy of the league leaders, the South China Tigers. Notably, this achievement was accomplished despite the absence of 4 key players, Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, and Morikawa Junping, for 7 rounds of matches. This led many to ponder. Had it not been for the Olympic Games impact, and had those four maintained full attendance. Might Shining Stars have claimed the top spot in the league by now? After all, they were a newly promoted team. Should such a performance not be expected from a team in their position? Many pose this existential question. In the annals of Chinese football's top league, no newly promoted team has ever claimed the championship. In the extensive history of European football, while there have been precedents, they are exceedingly rare. To date, only 4 teams in the 5 major leagues have achieved such a feat, with the most recent occurrence dating back 30 years. In an era where football is increasingly commercialized, powerhouse clubs wield unparalleled financial might, enabling them to recruit the finest players, thereby widening the gap in strength between them and newly promoted teams. It is nearly impossible for newcomers to contend with the formidable lineups of these elite clubs over a lengthy league season. The last occurrence of such a miracle was achieved by the then Premier League team, Lancashire Rovers, 30 years ago, marking the only instance in the television broadcast era where a newly promoted team claimed the title, thus earning the moniker Rose Miracle, named after the red rose emblazoned on their crest. Since the days of Lancashire Rovers, no team in the 5 major leagues has replicated such a performance, rendering the Rose Miracle a poignant memory. Today, the once glorious Red Rose Lancashire Rovers have fallen to the 3rd tier of English football, the EFL League One, far removed from their former Premier League glory. Yet, due to their dazzling achievements that year, they continue to be a topic of conversation and have not been forgotten despite their decline. In a sense, every mention of the Rose Miracle by the media and fans pays homage to the Lancashire Rovers of the 1993 to 1994 season. Now, observing the performance of Shining Stars, one cannot help but wonder, are they poised to replicate the Rose Miracle in the Chinese Super League? Even within the ranks of Flash Star, there was little anticipation that they would arrive at such a juncture. Initially, my sole aspiration was to secure a position among the top 3 in the league, and we have yet to achieve even that modest goal. How do we find ourselves entangled in discussions of the league championship? Zhao Kongming expressed to Dongwon. The issue, however, is that the media is incessantly inquiring about our chances for the league title. The Rose Miracle is exceedingly renowned, and it is only natural for people to speculate in that direction. After saying this, Dongwon shifted his tone, tinged with expectation, and asked, "Old Zhao, do we stand a chance at winning the league championship?" Zhao Kongming gazed helplessly at the portly figure before him. When I previously mentioned aiming for a top 3 finish, you deemed it an exaggeration. And now, you are aspiring for the championship? No way. I distinctly stated that the aspirations for a top 3 finish and the championship are of equal stature, Dongwon retorted. Given the current tight race for the top 4 in the league, if we manage to secure a top 3 finish, there remains a glimmer of hope for the championship. Zhao Kongming shook his head. That is uncertain. The South China Tigers lead us by 5 points, and the Sailors are ahead by 4, with 4 rounds remaining. If they win just 2 more matches, our chances would be virtually extinguished. Let us remain pragmatic, old Dong. Achieving a top 3 finish is already an extraordinary accomplishment. Dongwon stared at the league standings on his phone, frowning in disappointment. This may be the closest we have ever been to the league title. Do not be so disheartened. Who knows what the future holds? Zhao Kongming reassured him. Once Hu Lai departs and Chun Xingyi returns to Golden Arrow, how will we contend for the league championship? Dongwon's inquiry left Zhao Kongming momentarily speechless. This was indeed a source of great concern for him. The upcoming season would pose significant challenges for Flash Star. Despite Indong Flash Star achieving remarkable success in the league, having secured consecutive victories since the young players from the national team returned to the club, their ranking has surged from 6th to 4th, now just 5 points shy of the league-leading South China Tigers. This development had sparked speculation regarding the team's championship prospects. However, earlier today, both the club's general manager Dongwon and head coach Zhao Kongming stated in an interview that Flash Star would not set their sights on the league championship. After ensuring their safety from relegation, their objective is to strive for a top 3 finish to qualify for next season's AFC Champions League. Indeed, for a newly promoted team, securing 3rd place and obtaining AFC Champions League qualification is a remarkable achievement. Nevertheless, the external world remains skeptical of Flash Star's declarations, particularly given their recent assertions that their primary goal was mere survival. Excerpt from Goal Network Domestic Football News. Do not believe every word from Flash Star, Chapter 169. The training effect of the Olympics, given that the media and fans have now focused on Flash Star's current standings and performance. Zhao Kongming no longer felt the need to maintain his previous cautious demeanor. He not only acknowledged that the team's goalpost safety was to secure third place and obtain AFC Champions League qualification, but he also acted accordingly in the matches. In the 27th round of the league, the Anong Shining Stars welcomed their neighbors, the Chongshan Qianfan. These two locales share a profound history, once akin to brothers, now rivals in competition. In the days when Chongshan had not yet severed ties with Anong, and when the Anong Xingqing could still represent the entirety of Anong football, the fans of Chongshan would collectively hire buses, traveling for hours to Jincheng to cheer for Xingqing. Notably, the renowned cheer Xiongqi in Chinese football was coined by the fans of Chongshan. During that time, Jincheng served as the home ground for Xingqing. Thus, this rallying cry resonated through the skies of Jincheng Stadium, leading many to mistakenly attribute it to the fans of Jincheng. After Chongshan became an independent municipality and established its own top-tier league team, the fans no longer needed to charter buses to Jincheng to watch matches. Simultaneously, the regional rivalry became a focal point whenever these two teams met. Each encounter between Anong and Chongshan was characterized by intense fervor, arguably surpassing the excitement of the derby between the capital and Shanghai. Unfortunately, the rapid decline of Xingqing diminished the derby's atmosphere. Eventually, Anong found itself without a top-tier team. However, with Anong Shining Stars' promotion to the Super League this season, the long-awaited resurgence of the regional derby was upon them. Yet, the dynamics between the two teams had shifted. Chongshan Qianfan had already competed in the Super League for 5 seasons, accumulating far more experience than the newly promoted Shining Stars. Nevertheless, the strength of the debutants Shining Stars was greater than that of Chongshan Qianfan. Thus, during their first encounter in the league's first half, Shining Stars triumphed 2-1. Even as the away team, this time, returning to their home ground, and with the stakes of securing a position in the league's top 3. Shining Stars had all the more reason to seize victory against their rivals. Hu Lai showcased a masterful performance, executing a hat trick with his head and feet, leading Shining Stars to a resounding 4-0 victory over Chongshan Qianfan. This marked his second hat trick of the season, bringing his league total to 24 goals. The match between the Nanling South China Tigers and the Hudong Thunder had yet to take place, leaving uncertainty about whether Benaldo could score. However, Hu Lai had already established a 3-goal lead over the Brazilian in the scoring charts, a significant advantage. My goodness, what an astounding efficiency! Since returning to Shining Stars post-Olympics, Hu Lai has scored in every match. In 4 league games, he netted 8 goals. From trailing Benaldo by 5 goals to surpassing him by 3, he has become unstoppable. We all witnessed the performances of the national Olympic team. Everyone is aware of what transpired at the Olympics. Although we recognize that competing at a high level against formidable opponents yields significant growth, Hu Lai's improvement is astonishingly apparent. His performance since returning is almost unrecognizable compared to before the Olympics. I might even suspect that he and Mary have swapped souls. The Hu Lai who returned to Shining Stars is no longer the same, but rather a reincarnation of Mary. The commentator from Anong Satellite TV was so taken aback by Hu Lai's performance that he began to ramble incoherently. Indeed, it is not only he who is startled. When Hu Lai netted his 3rd goal of the match, the assistant coach Chun Mo was seen dramatically clutching his head at the sidelines, while Zhao Kongming, beside him, chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. Clearly, as Hu Lai's coaches, they had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of scoring prowess from him. Hu Lai himself is acutely aware of the transformation he has undergone since the Olympics. He understands precisely the origins of this change. Firstly, participating in the Olympics, where he faced 3 other formidable teams in a highly competitive group, allowed him to glean invaluable insights from those encounters. More importantly, he emerged with a newfound confidence, embodying a calm assurance that comes only from having glimpsed the pinnacle of competition. As he remarked to Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guangwei during their car ride, it felt akin to a high-level character returning to a novice village. Secondly, during his time with the Dongchuan Middle School football team, he had received a vial of experience elixir, a potion designed to deepen the user's understanding of the game, thereby permanently enhancing the acquisition of experience during matches. In retrospect, the efficacy of this enhancement is closely tied to the quality of the competitions. The experience gained from high-level matches far exceeds that from lower-tier ones. Since returning from the Olympics, Hu Lai has perceived a significant elevation in his grasp of the game. The third factor is that during the Olympics, he accomplished 2 tasks that rewarded him with 2 vials of purification elixir. Upon receiving these rewards, He consumed them with the nonchalance one might reserve for drinking pure water. Unlike his earlier days in school, when he first received the purification elixir and approached it with a sense of ritual, he now simply finds a secluded moment, retrieves the item from the system's inventory, uncorks the bottle, and swallows its contents without concern for the taste or any potential bodily changes. In truth, if one seeks to feel an immediate effect, such sensations are elusive. Only through consistent performance across numerous matches, followed by reflective analysis, can one discern the role that the purification elixir has played in his accelerated growth, particularly when compared to the time he first ingested the elixir. His physical attributes have seen marked improvement. When these factors coalesce, it feels as though Hu Lai has ventured into an Olympic dungeon, not only emerging with an upgrade, but also equipped with formidable gear, ready to wreak havoc upon the Chinese Super League. It is widely acknowledged that competing against high-caliber opponents aids in the development of young players. However, few exhibit such a pronounced enhancement as Hu Lai. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between prodigious talents and the merely gifted. As for the fact that Tenglong was held to a draw by the relegation-threatened Nanhai team in this round of the league, which allowed Shining Stars to leap ahead of Tenglong into third place due to a superior goal difference, such occurrences seem trivial in the wake of Hu Lai's hat trick. After all, the league is far from over, and Shining Stars currently sit ahead of Tenglong solely on goal difference. Who knows how the standings will shift by the season's conclusion? Hu Lai has struck again in the league, this time with a hat trick. He is simply unstoppable. Is that true? Absolutely. In the locker room of the Hedong Thunder, prior to their match against the Lingnan South China Tigers, the players engaged in spirited discussions about the recently concluded league matches. As the league approached its climax, the competition for the top positions garnered significant attention, as it directly impacted the ultimate standings of their respective teams. The Shining Stars were currently on a formidable trajectory, having recently overtaken them, prompting the Thunder players to closely monitor this rival. Has the impact of the Olympics truly been so profound? Some speculated, casting a glance at Luo Kai. Since returning from the Olympic Games, Luo Kai's performance had markedly improved compared to his form prior to the event. Initially, many believed this resurgence stemmed from his desire to prove himself after failing to score at the Olympics. However, it soon became evident that his impressive display was largely attributable to his genuine progression as a player. After competing against 3 world-class teams, Luo Kai re-emerged on the domestic scene with a renewed vigor. Luo Kai overheard his teammates' chatter and felt their scrutinizing gazes, yet he refrained from any response. He was already aware of Hu Lai's hat trick earlier that afternoon, having received the news almost immediately after the conclusion of the match between the Anton Shining Stars and the Zhongshan Qianfan. The focus was on Hu Lai, who had reclaimed his position at the top of the league's scoring chart with 24 goals. Prior to the Olympics, Hu Lai had held the leading position, and now he had merely returned to his rightful place. In stark contrast, Luo Kai's own tally for the season stood at a mere 4 goals, necessitating several swipes on his phone to locate his name on the scoring list. This discrepancy was closely tied to the tactical dynamics of the Hedong Thunder, where the primary scorer was German striker Stuart Berrigan. As a winger, Luo Kai's role was fundamentally supportive, prioritizing assists over personal goal scoring. Thus far, he had achieved 8 assists this season, placing him third among domestic players, surpassing even Chen Xingyi. While Hu Lai's goal count dwarfed his own, it did not compel Luo Kai to concede defeat. I shall catch up to you, Hu Lai, step by step. Bernardo. Splendid. He has scored 2. After Hu Lai's hat trick had distanced him, Bernardo managed to net a goal in the evening match, narrowing the gap between him and Hu Lai. Yet, 2 goals still separated them. Would Bernardo manage to score again in this match? The Energy Stadium erupted with a chorus of boos. I remain skeptical. Although Bernardo equalized the score for the South China Tigers with his goal, only 10 minutes remained until the conclusion of the match. To secure victory by scoring 2 more goals within this limited time frame proved to be an arduous task. While the South China Tigers managed to level the score, it is evident that they were dissatisfied with this outcome, especially as they are currently vying for the league championship against the Shanghai Mariners. A draw against the Hedong Thunder would spell trouble for them. In the afternoon match, the Shanghai Mariners triumphed over the Haihe Shuanggang, amassing 57 points and temporarily claiming the top position in the standings. Should the South China Tigers fail to secure a victory against the Thunder away from home, they would slip to second place. Equally, the Hedong Thunder could not afford to accept a draw on their home turf. They are in contention for a spot in next season's AFC Champions League, with both the Starry Sky and the Tunglong currently holding 53 points, occupying the third and fourth positions, respectively. A victory in this match would allow the Hudong Thunder to at least equal the points of their two direct competitors. With only 10 minutes remaining, neither team was willing to concede to a draw, thus intensifying the competition to a fever pitch. As the match approached its final moments, in the 87th minute, only 3 minutes remained before the 90-minute mark. The South China Tigers had just launched an offensive but failed to score. And now it was the Thunder's turn to attack. The Thunder executed a cross from the wing, and Berrigan leaped in the center to contest for the header. He collided with Yao Hua. The ball descended, and there was Luo Kai. With the commentator's resounding shout, it seemed as if a thunderclap erupted above the Energy Stadium, and the cheers surged to a new crescendo. Amidst this deafening roar, a figure appeared at the ball's landing point. Clad in the orange jersey of number 19 for the Hudong Thunder, none other than Luo Kai, whose name had just been called out by the commentator. Rushing to the ball's descent, Luo Kai sidestepped, then swung his right leg with precision and struck the bouncing ball. What a magnificent shot! The ball found the net. Luo Kai. In the 88th minute, his acrobatic volley within the penalty area propelled the Hudong Thunder into the lead. This was practically a last-minute triumph. It marked his 5th goal in the league. The beauty of that strike was astounding. After witnessing the ball soar into the net, Luo Kai turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping in front of the camera set up there, passionately sliding on his knees in celebration.